It's giving New York vibes.
It really do.
It's giving New York vibes.
It really does. It really gives me vibes. And we had that whole hotel lobby. There was one truck person who was playing cards, playing dominoes, playing shooting dice. You know what I'm saying? Maybe got sisters over here, babies running everywhere. It was like perfect. It's like again, it's like one house. Almost like, you know, the metaphor, like the house of Israel, like one big family unit. And it's gonna be the same thing for the Lord's 55th annual festival, man. Right here in Bull City, Durham, North Carolina, man. You better be here, man. If you're not here, man, you need to question yourself. That's right. 55th, baby. That's it.
For every blow depends on breath control. So it's the first thing you must learn. Fortunately, it's easy. You'll soon learn. Hey! Hey! Hey!
It's about fire. I can't even hold it. That'd be the hell of a job with this one. We're gonna make a real movie out of this.
Oh, you ain't gonna like this pizza. This real stringy and
I mean, it's just good.
cheese sticks.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I got the mozzarella stick here.
That's very great.
Shouldn't be that bad.
Get a man that's a little bit of New York flour, brother.
Beef is beefing. Oh,
And we should have just got one beef joint.
yeah.
Such a common brother.
But I need me one of them beef.
I'm good to go. I'm good with the beef.
We got enough beef for everybody?
Yeah,
Everybody ain't really want beef.
We should have just got a whole beef joint.
I know if y'all did, you know what I mean? Everybody be tripping about the meats.
Nah, Giannis, get Giannis over the meats. Yeah, yeah. Where's your plate? Where's your plate? Give me a plate.
You see the cheese over here.
Yeah, I was going to see your fingers.
Or what?
Okay. It looked good though.
You got it?
That cheese is working the way it's supposed to work.
I want to set my reputation.
Right.
I want to set my reputation for the
I already
line.
got one. Oh, where this come from? Oh, Salah.
My reputation on the line. I thought.
Saying, so we might have to, you know what I mean? We might have to bring the whole one west.
Let's get a.
Oh, so the reputation precedes it.
Yeah, definitely need that.
Like, you supposed to know on the first bite.
Oh, you ain't gonna like this pizza. This real stringy and
I mean, it's just good.
I don't like cheesy pizza. Like this one.
Oh, you ain't gonna like this pizza. This real stringy and
I mean, it's just good.
So that's why I don't like my steak well done, because I gotta do hella chewing. You know what I'm saying? Oh. I'm gonna get straight to the point.
What's the straight to the point of pizza?
That's what I'm trying to get on. Bite it, chew it, and let it go down.
Or with a steak, the steak itself, you know what I'm saying? The taste, the flavor of the steak is what you're going after. If you eat pizza, cheese is part of the deliciousness.
Now
of
when it's
pizza.
stringy like that,
the
though.
sauce is the sidebar, man.
I don't like it real stringy and cheesy. I'm trying to get to the point.
Oh, you ain't gonna like this pizza. This real stringy and
I mean, it's just good.
Like
fucking crust. He's gonna some crust. Just give him some crust and sprinkle the cheese on the top of that shit.
A grilled cheese.
Yeah, with
And
some
then
ketchup.
a couple of slices of tomatoes on the side.
Oh, you ain't gonna like this pizza. This real stringy and
I mean, it's just good. Shalom Israel. YAHANNA SHALAM from the top. Stepping the car around the Israelite school I.S.U.P.K under command of YAHANNA. Then you know, man, Passover week, the 55th annual Passover, Friday, April 19th. We're going to have the mission to be moving church, authorized by Commander YAHANNA, food and clothes drive giveaway. And we're also going to have an expungement program. So if you're in the area, of McDougal Projects in Durham, North Carolina, Friday, April 19th. Be there. I.S.U.P.K, Mission to McDougal Project, Passover week, 55th annual Passover. Shalom.
'55th annual Passover. That's right, the Lord's 55th annual Passover is rapidly approaching. Commanding General YAHANNA is calling for all blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans to remember what the Lord did for us by saving us from our oppressors and choosing us to be a special people unto Him, the real Jews and Israelites. Passover will be held in Durham, North Carolina. Pay your Passover fee. Anyone 17 years of age or older must pay.
Right back at you again, Officer Shapat Dayakin. Dropping something heavy with these cowards out here. Yeah. Coming straight from 125th, 1 West, Harlem, New York. Home of the truth, nigga. Man of war with hair wool, no idols, loving judgments. God of the Bible, the men above me shout, Whom Yasha, and all the warriors be like Whom Yasha. Kingdom's ours, all the heathens forbidden. The chosen, bow down to no one. It was written. The men above me shout, Whom Yasha, and all the warriors be like Whom Yasha. All day as we discuss how they don't like us. Captains on streets and corners, all is feeling righteous. Real particular, nobody else there. Compared to train for war, men of war, and warlike apparel. Prefer our leaders can't get between us. Watch where you stepping. Cause a scene, you gon' see how brotherhood is a weapon. Tough can protect our wrists. Teach girls and kids about it. Call them prophetess, a priest damn near nothing without it. More than rubies, cute and understanding. When describing virtue, love, and no lip from the daughters of Zion. Gold teeth, earrings, chains. And the rings, precious metals, fabrics, emphatic stones, and everything. Trying to catch the slave, rewind what we rappers slay. Lost in parables, the scripture breakdowns terrible. Yasha, Prince of the power, we are the Jews. God on earth, you can see it by watching all our moves. Man of war with hair wool, no idols. Loving judgments, God of the Bible, the men above me shout, Whom Yasha, and all the warriors be like, Whom Yasha. Kingdom's ours, all the heathens forbidden. The chosen, bow down to no one. It was written. The men above me shout, Whom Yasha, and all the warriors be like, Whom Yasha. Man of war with hair wool, no idols, loving judgments. God of the Bible, the men above me shout, Whom Yasha, and all the warriors be like, Whom Yasha. Kingdom's ours, all the heathens forbidden. The chosen, bow down to no one. It was written. Men above me shout, Boom Yasha, and all the warriors be like, Boom Yasha.
I.S.U.P.K presents the 55th annual Passover corsage. Order now. Only $10. The red corsages are for the married sisters only. The white corsages, sisters must complete 6 months in the school. Contact your camp leader now. Order now. Only $10. You must complete the payment. Pre-order your corsages now. Also, the 55th sister to pre-order will win one of these amazing handcrafted leather accessories for your wrist. Click the link in the description below to pre-order your corsages now.
Hey, what up? It's your girl, China Monday. Miss, I cuss, I clean, I fuck, I shut up. Thursday, April 18th, is going down. The annual I.S.U.P.K. under Commanding General YAHANNA's all-black party at the Durham Armory. Doors open at 8 p.m. featuring live music and DJ by Party Boy Ticket. It's the annual concert series, and it's gonna be a movie. I need y'all to pull up or shut up. I shut up. Submissive women they demand too. Ripping out the magnum, pussy ran through. That's why your baby daddy can't stand you. Keep some clothes on, leave them curious. That's why these niggas don't take you serious.
Israel, the Israelite School of Universal and Practical Knowledge, under Commanding General YAHANNA, presents the Lord's 55th annual Passover. That's right, the Lord's 55th annual Passover is rapidly approaching. Commanding General YAHANNA is calling for all blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans to remember what the Lord did for us by saving us from our oppressors and choosing us to be a special people unto him. The real Jews and Israelites. Passover will be held in Durham, North Carolina.
Shalom, Israel. The I.S.U.P.K is hosting the Lord's 55th annual Passover with a all-access pass to the Lamb Slaughter, all-black party, scripture breakdown class, kids party, the Lord's 55th annual Passover, and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Get your all-access pass at ISUPK.com, starting with April 17th events with the Lamb Slaughter at 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. in North Carolina. Make sure that you get involved. Make sure that you're in the house at 1921 Strickland Road, Clayton, North Carolina. Followed up on April 18th, Thursday, the all-black party, I.S.U.P.K concert series in Durham, North Carolina at the Durham Armory. Last year we tore it down, and this year it's going to be a whole movie. Then Friday, we have the kids party with a petting zoo. On top of that, it's going to be held at the Sky Zone Trampoline Park with virtual reality included. Get your all-access pass at ISUPK.com. April 19th in the evening, General Mahaiman's scripture breakdown class. You already know we got the heavy hitter in the building, and it's going to be at the South Square Event Center. Make sure that you're in the house starting at 7 p.m. in Durham, North Carolina. Then, April 20th, the moment you've been waiting for, the Lord's 55th annual Passover. Make sure that everybody's in the house and gets.
Right back at you again. Officer Shapat Dayakin. Dropping something heavy with these cowards out here. Yeah. Coming straight from 125th, 1 West, Harlem, New York. Home of the truth, nigga. Man of war with hair wool, no idols, loving judgments, God of the Bible. Men above me shout, Boom Yasha! And all the warriors be like, Boom Yasha! Kingdom's ours, all the heathens forbidden. The chosen bow down to no one, it was written. Men above me shout, Boom Yasha! And all the warriors be like, Boom Yasha! All day as we discuss how they don't like us. Captains on streets and corners, all is feeling righteous. Real particular, nobody else there to compare to. Train for war, men of war, and war like apparel. Prefer our leaders, can't get between us. Watch where you stepping. Cause a scene, you gon' see how brotherhood is a weapon. Tough skin protect our wrists. Teach girls and kids about it. Call them prophetess, a priest that mean nothing without it. More than rubies, cute and understanding when describing. Virtue, love, and no lip from the daughters of Zion. Gold teeth, earrings, chains, and the rings. Precious metals, fabrics, emphatic stones, and everything. Trying to catch the slave, rewind what we rappers slay. Lost in parables and scripture breakdowns, terrible. Yasha Allah, Prince of the power, we are the Jews. God on earth, you can see it by watching all our moves. Man of war with hair wool, no idols, loving judgments. God of the Bible, the men above me shout, Boom Yasha! And all the warriors be like, Boom Yasha! Kingdom's ours, all the heathens forbidden. The chosen bow down to no one, it was written. The men above me shout, Boom Yasha! And all the warriors be like, Boom Yasha! Man of war with hair wool, no idols, loving judgments. God of the Bible, the men above me shout, Boom Yasha! And all the warriors be like, Boom Yasha! Kingdom's ours, all the heathens forbidden. The chosen bow down to no one, it was written. The men above me shout, Boom Yasha! And all the warriors be like, Boom Yasha!
Hey, what up? It's your girl, China Monet. Miss, I cook, I clean, I fuck, I shut up. Thursday, April 18th, is going down the annual I.S.U.P.K. under Commanding General YAHANNA's all-black party at the Durham Armory. Doors open at 8 p.m. featuring live music and DJ by Party Boy Ticket. It's the annual concert series, and it's gonna be a movie. I need y'all to pull up or shut up. I shut up. Submissive women, they demand too. Whipping out the magnum, pussy ran through. That's why your baby daddy can't stand you. Keep some clothes on, leave them curious. That's why these niggas won't take you serious.
See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. Hey, hey. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left. I can tell you what it feels like when them problems kicking in. I call it real life. Now I'm feeling trapped. Who can I trust? Second guessing everything. Who can I love? I remember sleeping on the floor, ready for whatever. I was sleeping by the door. I was down bad, didn't want no one to know. I was on my own, didn't have nowhere to go. Everything I seen was a test. I was born to be a soldier, nothing less. This is the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. This the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. This is the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. This is the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left. All black is the uniform. Soldiers dead and gone. I'm forever pouring liquor for them. Try me on my brothers, and I'll be moving bodies for them. Came up out the struggle and maintained through the storm. Niggas dying for dead presidents, fucking up their residence. White man dirty tricks. They call this shit politics. Vagabonds, and they some natural born lunatics. That what they is. They shut you down when you speaking truth. It black boots when you in the truth. It black boots when you in the truth. This is the life that I chose. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. See, I was born to be a soldier. Left, right, left.
The I.S.U.P.K. United Kingdom will once again be joining our brothers and sisters from across the pond for the Lord's 55th annual Passover. As we do every year, we'll be making the journey to the States. This year, the Passover, hosted by Commanding General YAHANNA and the I.S.U.P.K, will once again be in Durham, North Carolina. Last year's Passover was a spectacle, and this year will be even more glorious. We'll be holding it at the oldest and last active Black-owned fairgrounds. Make sure you pay your Passover fee, $200 per adult for an all-access pass to all I.S.U.P.K. Passover events, including the lamb slaughter, the all-black party, the Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and much more. Every so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian man and woman are invited to gather together and join their brothers and sisters in keeping the Lord's Passover. We'll see you all there. Shalom.
I cook, I clean, I fuck, I set up. Submissive women in demand too.
Hey, shalom, sis. That means peace. How you doing tonight?
Shalom, I'm gracious. How are you?
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. China Monet, everybody. We're having an enormous event in North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina, in April. This is our annual Passover event.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
from
I would love to be a part.
I.S.U.P.K. presents the 55th annual Passover courtside. Order now. Only $10. The red corsages are for the married sisters only. The white corsages, sisters must complete 6 months in the school. Contact your camp leader now. Order now. Only $10. You must complete the payment. Pre-order your corsages now. Also, the 55th sister to pre-order will win one of these amazing handcrafted leather accessories for your wrist. Click the link in the description below to pre-order your corsages now.
Fuck that fucking job, we gon' be rich tomorrow. Fuck that fucking job, it ain't no more climb. Fuck that fucking job, boy, I'm sick and I'm tired. Fuck that fucking job, all that bitching and crying and I'm saying, fuck that fucking job, nigga. Fuck that fucking job, bitch. Fuck that fucking job, we gon' be rich tomorrow. Fuck that fucking job, it ain't no more flying. Fuck that fucking job, bitch, I done had enough. Fuck that fucking job, I'm watching anybody work. Fuck that fucking job, that little pay by the hour. Yeah, fuck that fucking job, my back hurting and I'm hungry. Yeah, fuck that fucking job, nigga. On so, yeah, caught between the two, get this money, go home. Yeah, all these people so, all these bitches, they messy. First day I came in, I bossed up on the boss. And they promised nigga this, promised nigga that. Want my ass to work and bring that paper back. Sharp, where you been? I been taking the shit. Knowing damn well that I don't fucking sleep. Fuck that fucking job, we gon' be rich tomorrow. Fuck that fucking job, it ain't no more climb. Fuck that fucking job, boy, I'm sick and I'm tired. Fuck that fucking job, all that bitching and crying. And I'm saying, fuck that fucking job, nigga. Fuck that fucking job, bitch. Fuck that fucking job, we gon' be rich tomorrow. Fuck that fucking job, it ain't no more flying. Fuck that fucking job, me and bro, we just posted. Look him in the eye, shake my head disappointed. We gotta visualize, summarize, that's cute. All these people drop like fly, why the fuck we still here? Man, fuck that fucking job, when I pull up, I hate it. Yeah, fuck that fucking job, that's on all of their faces. Fuck that fucking job, man, I'm already lit. Man, I hear one thing, boy, you bound to get hit. Man, the bills cross a nigga's brain. Man, that's how you keep a nigga down the slave. Man, the money supposed to be a tool. Man, purpose, what's your purpose for? Fuck that fucking job, we gon' be rich tomorrow. Fuck that fucking job, it ain't no more climb. Fuck that fucking job, boy, I'm sick and I'm tired. Fuck that fucking job, all that bitching and crying. And I'm saying, fuck that fucking job, nigga. Fuck that fucking job, bitch. Fuck that fucking job, we gon' be rich tomorrow. Fuck that fucking job, it ain't no more flying.
I'm sick of that shit. I know you sick of it too, man. Money supposed to be a tool, but what's your purpose though? It's supposed to benefit a purpose. Shout out, Boom Man, now.
Push-up position.
Yo. Hold on. Might be me. All right. What about now? 1 2 1 2.
Yes.
You can hear now?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Sir.
Okay, more sign card. This one on me. Sure. All right. Hold on. Trying to do something here tonight. All right. All right, we back. We back again. Back at it like a crack addict. Yeah, I mean, 7 days away.
I told you I give me the backdrop. Israel.
Listen. I'm trying to show you who causing it. Yo,
I was a bit slow there. So like, yeah.
Let's show you the hitman. Listen, damn, I just see the headline. I didn't even get to see the damn the damn article. But we're gonna cover all things Israel. Hold on. All right, I think I'm good now. Yeah, damn. Is this thing even up? Y'all could hear me, right?
Yeah, perfect.
All right, cool. I think I'm straight now. Yeah, man. That's why I play Shah's song. F that job, we're gonna be rich tomorrow. Shah said I'm watching everybody work. Yo, listen, man, we back again. Yeah, I mean, good. That big hand holding up command. You already know the whole steez, you know what I mean? Rocking it out 7 days away from Passover, 1 week. You know what I mean? We right there in it to win it. What happened? Who call? Who fall? Who won't? Who don't? And who shouldn't? Make up a word. Whatever happened, we gonna be in Durham. You know what I mean? Durham gonna have to secede from the states to stop us. They gotta become a whole other country. Yeah, I mean,
that's right.
We're gonna be in it to win it, as per usual. You know what I mean? Tonight, of course, the usual suspects. You already know Captain Passover himself, Captain I.S.U.P.K. We also have Captain Kahan. Yeah, I mean, bring out yeah, Officer Kazak Ahmad. You all know him already. He's familiar already with Officer Sawapia. So, bad. Yeah, man. And for sure, any of the brothers out there who want to jump on, any captains who want to jump on and just shoot me a text. It's all to we're gonna be getting it in tonight. You know what I mean? Listen, I had to do like what them people in the world want to do. They want to celebrate the new year. Well, listen, this is the last show for the old year. Yeah. Yeah. I think I missed it, right? The last show for the old year was last week, I think. Because the days next week, so this is the 7th day. We're already in it. Marks the beginning of it, man. We're going into it, celebrate the whole thing like we should. And Lord allow it last, man. The stars is falling. The scriptures say the sun and the moon going to be blacking out, which is wisdom and knowledge. But I think the Lord wants it to be theatrical. Yeah. Earthquakes, those places. Yeah, I mean, the stars is falling. Yeah, I mean, lightning strike the damn Statue of Liberty. Good night, that bitch gets a shocker. Yeah, I mean, so we're gonna be rocking. If let's hit some of the stories. Now we gonna come to that main one, the Iran one, later on. We're gonna hold off on it for a bit.
Man, you wanna touch on that statue they get that brother, huh?
That statue.
look like a 2-year-old.
Oh, Iverson John.
Man, they play that.
Iverson better than me. He's a better man than I am. I'd have start to make it fall on the ground. I say, oops.
Yeah, boy. Jeez.
It's like they didn't care. They didn't give a damn about the brother, man.
And that's to show you, you know what I mean? You go play your heart and soul out, you know what I mean, for the oppressor. You know what I mean? And his reward to you is like, you know what I mean? You should take this, accept it, and just shut up and move on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like just shut up and move on. Whatever.
You should slave, play basketball, pay taxes, and shut up. Yeah. I mean, that's what he wants. He don't want nothing else, you know. He don't want nothing else from you, out of you. You know what I mean? And of all things, he wants you to know your damn place.
That's it.
You know what I mean? He wants you to know your place and really be aware of your position in life. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get a good picture of the
I know, you know, it's almost like too. It's like Esau was waiting for this moment too. Like he was waiting for this moment. It's almost like you can't get over on Esau. You think you get over on him? You know what I mean? He gonna have the last say.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
They hated that brother so bad.
Yeah,
they hated him. They couldn't stand him. And I mean, it's like they're literally telling him, "You little man."
Yeah. Yep. They sure they have a what's that X little video on Twitter and 3 different statues, and then they show his own.
Yeah, man.
That's like that nigga get a trophy. Nice, man. Heinz, man, trophy.
Oh gosh, listen, I no disrespect to Allen Iverson, man, but damn, like, listen, this is in Philly, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think this is in Philly because his career was with the 76ers.
Yeah,
and brother, Philly has a statue of Rocky Balboa, who is a fake white man that is bigger than life size. It's not even a life size statue. I think it's bigger than life size statue. Let me see if I could pull that one too. And Rocky Balboa is not a real person. Is not a real person. That old twist face devil. Oh, Tommy, one more round. That's not a real person. That nigga never really played no sport.
Oh my.
Damn, man. Like that's not flattering at all, man.
Like it's almost like Esau had to teach you a lesson with everything. You know what I mean? Look at what's his name? Martin Luther King. He has a a giant statue.
Exactly.
Why? Because he did what the oppressor wanted him to do.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? He was your boy. I mean, why it is you choose to give this brother this size statue is almost like, you know what I mean, as I say, it's just a slap in the face.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you should have been a good boy. You know what I mean? You were a bad boy. So here you go. It's almost like they were forced into doing this. You know what I mean? They were forced into giving him something because ain't nobody better. What's that?
This is a real statue in Philadelphia at the top. I'm gonna get another shot to show people who don't know. Right at the top of some stairs. You gotta run up a ton of stairs to get to there. And this is a huge statue. Huge statue. Look at it. Rocky Balboa. It's not how hard you hit. It's how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. That's a line from the damn movie, man. Brother, this place is truly a joke. This place is truly a joke.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say about them, man. This is a like this, you know. Listen, go ahead, please.
So, like, sir, if I may,
go ahead.
The fact that you brought up that Rocky statue, I found it to be so heavy, and that's literally what the oppressor has done all throughout history. They either whitewashed anybody that was black or diminished any of our achievements, and they propped up these false white idols.
Hope. Yep.
Right. False white hope. I just watched the Moses, the Testament of Moses on Netflix. They said it was a #1 TV show on Netflix worldwide.
Damn.
As soon as the movie come on, I was looking for Moses. I'm like, okay, so where the hell he at? You understand? You know, like, surely this can't be Moses. This look like Xerxes and as you know, they got the Egyptians is white and the Israelites are white. And I said, boy, Esau is such a devil. And the word, we know the word devil means deceiver, but it's like, after all this time, you told us color doesn't matter. Yet you portray the Egyptians and the Israelites as both white.
Right.
It's like the white man is the only one allowed to have self-esteem. He's the only one allowed to have pride and self-esteem, and everybody else, you know, you're not allowed to have that. And that's why we have to get it from the Lord. We have to get our self-esteem and masculinity from the Lord. We can't rely on the oppressor because he's going to diminish you and emasculate you every chance he gets.
Yeah.
That's right. It's a lot to say for me.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
And, you know, just as, you know, Officer Kazakai might bringing out there, even today, I know, you know, speaking to our brother and telling them about the Black James now, that King James was a black man as well. Even when you're looking it up right now, they're actually hiding it. So now the first image or the first depiction you see is the oppressor. This is why demon, as we say. So now it's like you now have to naturally type in Black James in order for that to really come up, for it to really look through it. And then even when you're reading certain articles now, it's showing you that, you know, it's saying that people should stop, you know, listening to lies concerning, you know, King James now. He's not a black man, he's not African. So, yeah, the amount of time that keep on changing it now. So
yeah, they're going for sure. Once again, the Europeans have that hold on them, which is why what Putin say was so timely. What the Lord had him say was so timely, because you know, without our oppressor saying it, nobody ain't gonna believe it.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's so timely. We've been saying it forever. Down their mind that they ain't push us out as much. But remember, 2 or 3 years ago, when that Russian TV, that Olga something, she interviewed Commander General YAHANNA from Russia, and the whole temperature in the interview was one of, you know, absolute respect, because them Eastern Europeans, they have that knowledge more commonly than other places. You know, they have that they understand more about it than other places. So, you know, they're gonna find out the hard way. I'm gonna tell you, they're gonna find out the hard way. We just coming out of March, and look how much stuff happened already. You know what I mean? Look how much stuff happened already.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, man. I ain't like what they do to brother there, man.
Yeah.
They didn't have to do that thing there, and for sure, you know, he for sure humble with the you know, with his talents and stuff like that. Always been a real humble fella in the interviews. Always been appreciative of everything. You know what I mean? But they could have, you know, they could have respected him way more.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have respected him way more than that. Really and truly, if it wasn't for Iverson, nobody. I mean, I ain't no huge basketball fan, but you brothers who more into the basketball, you could probably tell me. Take Iverson away from the franchise, how strong would the franchise be?
Man, that'll be garbage, because he was coming up big time at Jordan. That's why he never win a ring, because he had to come up again. You know what I mean? Anybody around that time that was good, really, you know what I mean?
Went to other teams.
Yeah, because not went to other teams, but they couldn't win.
because
Right.
the Bulls and them was just, you know what I mean, was just great. That's like this brother, what's his name? From Indiana Pacers.
Reggie Miller.
Yeah, he was good, but he
Mhm.
just came up against Jordan and them. He never win a ring. You know what I mean? So without Iverson, nobody would have really know 76ers. Like, well, I would not know 76ers like that.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, yeah, I'm totally removed from the culture at that point. I mean, I was watching Iverson in Trinidad, so you know what I mean. Like, I'm removed from it, but for a real basketball head, an NBA, guru, like, I want to know how much did he mean to the franchise? Because people know 76ers now with Embiid and all the other players, but I want to know how much of an impact was he to the franchise.
Man, remember everybody wanted to have that the Iverson braid, or you know what I mean. They wanted that look, like he bring, you know what I mean, something to that team.
The league, that thing is league. That way you talking about there, he contributed that to the league. Like, that nigga changed the culture of the league so much. Because of him is the dress code. The dress code with the and all that shit. That is because of him.
Yeah.
He was really pushing it, and him and honorable mention to Sprewell. Sprewell is the one who choked out the coach. I was talk about him. Sprewell, that coach, brother, and yeah, he Genesis 49 him. Now I had to say, I didn't say choked him out for the algorithm, but he Genesis 49 that coach, brother. You know what I mean? But for the franchise, the actual Philly franchise, because the honor of the statue comes from Philly. That's why they have him in the with the legend hat with the Phillies the Philly logo.
Yeah.
For that franchise, like, what did he really fully mean to the franchise? For any brother who on the panel who follow basketball strong or in the chat.
Salaki, if I may, sir.
Go ahead, please, sir.
I mean, outside of Julius Erving, Dr. J, I mean, that's all Philly really had as far as stars. Like Amari said, he was the franchise. Outside of Julius Erving, Dr. J, which was about 2 decades before, it was Al Iverson. Like he was the 76ers. And even before he went there, it was almost the same for Georgetown. Even though Georgetown had many different players, always had talent, but when he was at Georgetown, he was a phenomenon. So it's like, me personally, me and my brother, that was our favorite player coming up. Like, a lot of people, Jordan is their favorite. Allen Iverson literally was our favorite player. And when we used to play basketball, we used to try to, we're going to do what Iverson do. And like you said, he was so impactful to a lot of brothers. Just the culture on the court and outside the court. Like, it was like, okay, it's okay to kind of have some sort of blackness. Like, that's and in the world, that's all we understood, the translated. Like, okay, it's okay to have some blackness to us. Okay, let's get some braids.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead, Cap.
Now, just gonna say, and he was the one who crossed up Jordan, as the brother was saying. Yeah, he was the one who, twists up Jordan on that court.
Yeah, he was that great. And like what Kazak said, like, even myself and brothers would ask me, who are like, I always give props to Jordan for what he did for the sport. I think Jordan, what he did, there were players before Jordan who was, ridiculous. But the marketing money wasn't there for them. The marketing money wasn't there for them. Jordan is the first one who really started this super athlete endorsement shit, attracting other markets like Europe and China to watch the league. Like, that's what they did with him. And he was, the one who carried it like that. But for sure, personally, Iverson, because Iverson didn't have the help the other players had, in my opinion.
No.
Didn't have that. And he was always a problem.
Yeah.
He was always like this brother, the LeBron with the other teams before he started getting help. That's Iverson's whole career.
Yeah.
To talk about LeBron, how he carried Cavs, and when he wasn't with them, Cavs didn't reach nowhere. That was Iverson's entire career. He was a problem all around. You know what I mean? And I think he brought a ton of respect to the 76ers because of, he was playing there.
Yeah.
Him playing brought respect, and they dogged this brother out. Like, these oppressors, they know him They always run that interview when he'd say practice. We're talking about practice. And they run just 2 seconds of that and make it seem like he's just doesn't care about practice. When this brother's longtime homeboy just got murdered and he could not go to the practice because he was grieving for the brother. And they was grilling him about missing practice. And that was his response. He's like, we talking about practice? I ain't miss a game. We talking about practice. And he's talking about he missed the practice because he was grieving for his homie. But they never put that context into the interview. So that's what I'm saying. Like it's mounted disrespect. And just for Calvin, whoever Calvin is, I think Calvin might be our oppressor. Whoever Calvin is in the chat, you might be a little slow. You might ride a short bus, when you was going to school. We're not ripping Iverson. We're ripping these oppressors who ripped Iverson.
That's right.
Iverson. We're ripping the Philly franchise. We're ripping the managers, the CEOs, the Philly Devils who think this brother deserves a statue shorter than him. And Iverson was no big player. He was already smaller than everybody else. You give him the smallest statue ever?
Yeah.
We're not ripping him. We're not ripping him at all. And he said, listen, Iverson is the epitome of Israel giving salt to the earth, stick to soccer. It's called football, you illiterate. You use your foot to kick a ball. I'm never coming off that shit. I argue with that on the podium and get checked later. So off of that shit. You use your foot to kick a damn ball. And I'll stick to whatever the hell I want to talk about. And I'm talking about these oppressors who have no respect for Iverson. You're just a little brother, that's all.
Yeah. Calvin, stick to them keyboards.
That's it. This is stick to the keyboard and the Tinder and the Instagram models and them. Don't comment no more. Yeah, they did that brother wrong, man. They did that brother wrong for sure.
And still like Cap. I mean to along with that. Calvin is just like them hecklers that come up at camp and don't even listen to what's being said, but want to put their opinion. You know what I mean? Just listen for a little bit. We bigging up Iverson. To hell with them devils who disrespecting the man. That's what we're supposed to be talking about.
That's why I say he had to be a white man. Because a white man would be offended that we're talking about the situation. I think every single body, every NBA player, every NBA fan, every black player and fan would looking at this thing here like this is not right.
Yeah. Yes.
One looking at this thing here like you'll give this man a statue like you said now, fact, like you could put that on a shelf in your house. Like what are we talking about? And I think somebody was telling me it's a line of them. It's like there's other players that get the same size too, and there's like a few of them they honor. I don't give a damn. I know Iverson. I'm sure I don't know the rest of them. And I mean, once again, I'm not no basketball super fan, but that there for AI, the problem or the answer, or whatever they used to call him, that there is disrespectful.
Yeah. And like I said, just to add to what you're saying too, why would it make the news? If that was a regular statue that everybody get, why would it make the news? Why would they even speak about it? Because that's a slap in the face for somebody who did so much. You know how much money Iverson make them devils? You know rich Iverson make them devils? You know how much people was buying Iverson memorabilia because it was Iverson?
Yep.
Not just Philly, people living in Philly was buying Iverson shirts. You know what I mean? So he made them men rich, and to now come and give him something, you know what I mean, that, you know what I mean, you know what I mean, you could go pull out a store.
Yeah.
That's, you know what I mean, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
So, like,
I mean, come on.
And Iverson, he's proof that Esau, when they say shut up and dribble, how they said it to LeBron, Iverson was the perfect example of how Esau only values you as entertainment. Like, you're not allowed to have an opinion.
Nope.
You're not allowed to have a stance. You're only just good enough to dribble, and that's it. And Allen Iverson, he wasn't. It wasn't like he was vocally challenging anybody, but just him choosing to be unapologetically a nigga was challenging enough. And it's like the way they came up against Allen Iverson. Like, I remember it was such a big thing. You know, I think it was at one point he would get fined for, I can't remember, it's fog. I think he used to get fined
for the clothes. For the clothes he was wearing. Yeah.
For the clothes, or either the hair, or how he used to have his mom on the court braiding his hair. Like, he was, that's why he was my favorite player, because when I looked at Iverson, I seen us. It was like, okay, this is what the brothers and around us look like. This is our culture. His mama braiding his hair on the court. And Esau understood his impact on black people, black boys, and not being soft and gay and not being an Uncle Tom. Like, Esau understood his impact, and that's why they pushed back against him so hard.
Yes, right. He's like the young brother who was showing his gun. What's his name?
John Morant.
Yes, he's somewhat like him, where you have ton of talent, ton of skill, but you still have that blackness in you. And
right.
He still hate that.
Right.
You know what I mean? He wants to make sure once you come through that pipeline, you fully understand whatever he says goes. You understand what I'm saying? And
yeah.
You gotta forget about your black friends, your black family. Just forget about them and come and bounce that ball and dribble and make us money. You know what I mean? That other stuff, leave that alone.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Man, I'm trying to find how much he made the actual franchise, but they're talking about how much money they paid him.
Man, Cap, I don't think they're gonna tell us that. I think if they told us that, you have a lot of brothers in court trying to sue him for damages.
For real. Just multiply that by 100. You know what I mean?
More than 100.
Because that man made them in rich.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's why they had to try and control him. You know what I mean?
Right.
They had to try and control him. Because did he play for any other franchise other than 76ers?
I don't think so.
And he was loyal. You know what I mean? And he was loyal. Yeah, that's that.
Yo, when we get that FBI the terrorism headline story.
Come on, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Come
Yeah, brother say he played for the Nuggets afterwards, but I think that was like past his what is it, the twilight of your career?
Yeah.
I think that was the team that would pick him up after.
Yeah, that after they're gonna use him.
Mm-hmm. they don't get everything out of him they need.
Yeah.
So it says FBI director warns of potential terrorist attack against U.S. In a stark warning, FBI Director Christopher Wray told members of Congress that the U.S. is at a heightened risk of a terrorist attack. Addressing members of the House Appropriations Committee, FBI Director Christopher Wray put the agency's budget request in stark terms. We need all the tools, people, and all the resources required to tackle these threats and keep Americans safe, Wray said. Wray's warning comes in the wake of the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel and the subsequent Israeli invasion of the Gaza Strip. He said those overseas events could embolden small groups or a lone wolf targeting America. Our most immediate concern has been that individuals or small groups will draw twisted inspiration from the events in the Middle East to carry out attacks here at home, Ray said.
So since the whole Hamas attack, he's saying the potential for it to hit the US mainland has increased, and he's requesting a huge budget now for it.
Right.
He's requesting a huge budget now for it because of the Hamas attack.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah, they know what time it is. I mean, why to tell black people, to love and hug and kiss everybody. They know they have enemies.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now, black people, we sit in ducks because we don't think we are enemies.
Right.
You know what I mean, when we fully at war with the so-called oppressor, and we just don't know it because of the black leadership. You understand?
Right.
We're fully at war with them.
Alawapania.
Yeah, about
Am I coming in on with y'all?
Yeah, it's like you have a.
I got an echo.
Yeah, it might be a second screen that might be playing.
Okay, give me a second.
Count on, count.
1, 2, 3, 4. Still there?
I think it's
that might be you, Michelle. No. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
you sounding good, but there's
You hearing the echo, right? I think I hear it too.
Okay, just now. Let me see if that's me.
1, 2, 3, 4. Still there?
1, 2.
I think it might be coming your end, so like it might have another time with the stream on it. So it playing some.
1, 2, 3, 4. How about now? Still?
It's only when one of us talks. Your mic picking up clear. Whatever speaker you have is like it's
my
long.
mic is picking up clear, or my speaker is coming in too loud. Let me turn
Your
that
speaker.
All right.
Cancel. No, it's still doing the same.
Let me see if I
still doing it. Go ahead.
Testing. Yeah, I'm hearing it.
The mic is. They saying the mic is low and it's an echo. 1, 2, 3, 4. How about now?
Yeah, when you talk, it's good. It's when one of us talk, it's you hear an echo on your on it.
Zach, could you say something?
Test 1, 2, 3. Test.
Cap, it might be your mic.
Let me come out and see.
I just lowered my speaker.
Now it's like I'm gonna take myself out. See what it's saying with you.
Okay. Testing. Yeah, I'm still hearing it.
It comes, sir.
Yeah, you still hearing it when you speak? This only happened when I came on.
Concert, Salaki.
When I came on and you all speak, you get an echo.
Yeah, concert.
Oh man, I might have to get headphones or something going on here. Let me see.
So when you talk, we could hear you perfect.
You can hear me perfect. Go ahead and talk now. See if it went away.
Testing. 1, 2. It's low. It's still there. Yeah, I can hear myself back in my.
You can still hear yourself with the feedback.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fam. With y'all in the chat room, what it look like? Shabai is saying it's all right now. Makwalat got a 1 in there. How it sound, fam? Daniela said it's Tawab.
Okay.
Well, Abdul is saying he getting it double.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else is saying it's clear, sound good. Y'all hearing the feedback too? What about you, Sawab Yala?
Salakia say song
You
into
hearing
Wab.
echo?
Last.
You getting it too? Dang. You want me to go back out, Mashak, and come back in?
I want to see where it would be coming from though, because if you can, so like when I was out, he was here and a little reverb back in the background.
All right, I got it. Do you think it's me or no?
Let me just go through the brother. I'm gonna pull myself out.
Testing 1 2.
Yeah. No, I thought you said
Salakia.
No, I thought.
Yeah. So like I said, I hear him when
echo. Kazat.
Kawakan, sir, it's your mic is excellent, sir. It's just when we speak, it's an echo, sir.
Mm-hmm. And this only happened when I came on, correct?
Kawakan, sir.
So something is picking up the microphone and kicking it back out.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Like a speaker, almost like a speaker or whatever sound they have. You may have a second screen open or something else, because when we talk, it puts it back out to you, almost like a double.
Okay. All right, let me see what I got going on here. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, speak now and see if you're still getting it.
Testing 1 2. Yeah, you still hearing it. Like when you talk, it's fine. Like your mic is good, but it seems like it's picking up something else.
Yeah, this is out there. All right, I'm gonna go back out and come back in, all right? Before I mess up this whole show.
No, sir. I'm gonna just run a commercial real quick, sir. And you just we click the link and let's see if it do anything.
Wait a minute, say that again, Mashak. You want me to? You said go ahead or no?
No, I'll say I'll just while you go and you come back, I'll just play a commercial in the meantime, so that we ain't just on the way.
All right, here I come.
Come, sir.
Oh wait. Before I go, right?
Yes, sir. Okay, you're muted now.
You muted.
All right, no problem.
Testing.
I'm going out.
General, hold on.
Yeah, I think it was Tawab just then.
Yeah.
Whatever he just did, it was Tawab.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he gonna be right back. Everybody stand by, right? Stand by for convention, YAHANNA. He gonna be right back.
Israel, the Israelite School of Universal and Practical Knowledge, under commanding General YAHANNA, presents the Lord's 55th annual Passover. That's right, the Lord's 55th annual Passover is rapidly approaching. Commanding General YAHANNA is calling for all Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans to remember what the Lord did for us by saving us from our oppressors and choosing us to be a special people unto him, the real Jews and Israelites. Passover will be held in Durham, North Carolina. Pay your Passover fee. Anyone 17 years of age or older must pay $200. Come and enjoy fresh lamb, unleavened bread, and the Spirit of Christ. Can't wait to see you all there, Israel. Shalom.
All is feeling righteous. Real particular, nobody else there to compare to. Train for war, men of war, and warlike apparel. Prefer our leaders can't get between us.
Shalom, Israel. The I.S.U.P.K is hosting the Lord's 55th annual Passover with a all-access pass to the Lamb Slaughter, all-black party, scripture breakdown class, kids party, the Lord's 55th annual Passover, and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Get your all-access pass at ISUPK.com, starting with April 17th events with the Lamb Slaughter at 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. in North Carolina. Make sure that you get involved. Make sure that you're in the house at 1921 Strickland Road, Clayton, North Carolina. Followed up on April 18th, Thursday, the all-black party, I.S.U.P.K concert series in Durham, North Carolina at the Durham Armory. Last year we tore it down, and this year it's going to be a whole movie. Then Friday, we have the kids party with a petting zoo. On top of that, it's going to be held at the Sky Zone Trampoline Park with virtual reality included. Get your all-access pass at ISUPK.com. April 19th in the evening, General Mahaiman's scripture breakdown class. You already know we got the heavy hitter in the building, and it's going to be at the South Square Event Center. Make sure that you're in the house starting at 7 p.m. in Durham, North Carolina. Then April 20th, the moment you've been waiting for, the Lord's 55th annual Passover. Make sure that everybody's in the house and it's being held at the
Right back at you again. Officer Shapat Dayakin. Dropping something heavy with these cowards out here. Yeah. Coming straight from 125th, 1 West, Harlem, New York. Home of the truth, nigga. Man of war with hair wool, no idols, loving judgments. God of the Bible, the men above me shout, Whom Yasha? And all the warriors be like, Whom Yasha? Kingdom's ours, all the heathens forbidden. The chosen, bow down to no one, it was written. The men above me shout, Whom Yasha? And all the warriors be like, Whom Yasha? All day as we discuss how they don't like us. Cabins on streets and corners, all is feeling righteous. Real particular, nobody else there to compare to. Train for war, men of war, and warlike apparel. Prefer our leaders, can't get between us, watch where you stepping. Cause a scene, you gon' see how brotherhood is a weapon. Tough skin protect our wrists, teach girls and kids to foulness. Call them prophetess, a priest that mean nothing without it. More than rubies, cute and understanding when describing. Virtue, love, and no lift from the daughters of Zion. Gold teeth, earrings, chains, and the rings, precious metals, fabrics, synthetic stones, and everything. Trying to catch the same, rewind what we rappers slay. Lost in parables, the scripture breakdowns terrible. Yasha, Prince of the power, we are the Jews. God on earth, you can see it by watching all our moves. Man of war with hair wool, no idols, loving judgments. God of the Bible, the men above me shout, Whom Yasha? And all the warriors be like, Whom Yasha? Kingdom's ours, all the heathens forbidden. The chosen, bow down to no one, it was written. The men above me shout, Whom Yasha? And all the warriors be like, Whom Yasha? Man of war with hair wool, no idols, loving judgments. God of the Bible, the men above me shout, Whom Yasha? And all the warriors be like, Whom Yasha? Kingdom's ours, all the heathens forbidden. The chosen, bow down to no one, it was written. The men above me shout, Whom Yasha? And all the warriors be like, Whom Yasha?
girl China Monet. Miss I cook, I clean, I fuck, I shut up. Thursday, April 18th is going down the annual I.S.U.P.K. under Commanding General Yana's All Black Party at the Durham Armory. Doors open at 8 p.m. featuring live music and DJ by Party Boy Ticket. It's the annual concert series, and it's gonna be a movie. I need y'all to pull up or shut up. I shut up. Submissive women need a man too. Ripping out the magnum, pussy ran through. That's why your baby daddy can't stand you. Keep some clothes on, leave them curious. That's why these niggas don't take you serious.
Israel, the Israelite School of Universal and Practical Knowledge, under commanding General Yahanna, presents the Lord's 55th annual Passover. That's right, the Lord's 55th annual Passover is rapidly approaching. Commanding General Yahanna is calling for all blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans to remember what the Lord did for us by saving us from our oppressors and choosing us to be a special people unto Him. The real Jews and Israelites. Passover will be held in Durham, North Carolina. Pay your Passover fee. Anyone 17.
Okay, calm. What about now? Is there anything now? John, you're muted, sir. Johnson, I don't know. Yeah, there's nothing now.
I hear echo. You got it? Is it me?
Not really.
Cap, is it coming from me?
I can't say.
But once I come on is when you start to hear the echo.
Yeah, calm. That's what it seems. But only when we talk. When you talk, it's fine.
Let me see if I put myself on mute and you talk. Let me know if you hear it.
Testing 1 2 1 2. The rest of the Akim, you'll say something too. So we can pick up.
1 2. Test 1 2.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Hey Cap, it might be mine. I've been having problems. I'm gonna hang up and come out. It might be me. Let me hang up and come out.
Yeah.
Wait, before you do that, before you go, did y'all hear echo when I muted it just now?
Last.
Now, I gotta be me then, Cat. Gahan, it's probably me. I'm not sure why I'm kicking back another echo to y'all. Salaki.
Come. Salaki, I thought I'm having a problem with mine on my end, but I guess it's working now. Salaki.
Yeah, because right now, are you getting the echo back when you all talk?
La.
Good.
It's like, sir, I think we could run with it, sir. Salaki, sir. It's real
getting
low.
it.
Yeah, we get it.
Yeah, it's low.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that is.
But generally, like, it's only when we talk, so we could just mute off, and definitely, I mean, because everybody waiting to hear you take on Israel. Yeah, we ain't got to we ain't got to take 1 more minute.
Yeah, man. But we still gotta check that chat room, don't we?
Yeah,
everybody else is saying they're getting it, huh?
Yes, sir. I think if everybody put their mics on mute and you rock, sir, we'll be able to roll.
Oh man, that's gonna kill everything. Shot.
No, because
hitters in here.
We could chime in from time to time.
Huh?
I said we could chime in from time to time, but we could just put the mics on mute.
Hitters in this room, brother. This is monumental. All right, get it in for a little bit. All right, I'm trying something else. One more thing I'm trying. All right, let me know. Let me know. 1 second. How about now? Is it still there?
Test.
Test.
Damn.
Nah, it's going.
You good, sir. That's it. That's it.
Wow. Oh, it's back now.
All right, let me check with the audience real quick. Can y'all hear? Y'all getting a kickback? We hear the general, but when the brothers talk, do you all hear an echo? Because I can't even hear y'all. You ain't getting probably ain't getting no echo now, right?
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Okay, I can hear you now. I just heard Mashak. I ain't hear everybody else.
Testing 1
saying
2.
it's clear. Wait a minute. Let somebody else talk and see if it's a kickback. Go ahead.
Testing 1 2.
Talk.
Test 1 2.
Talk.
2. Test 1 2.
Everybody, let's
Test
get in.
1 2.
Is it echoing?
That's 1 2.
Mashak.
Test 1 2.
It's real low, sir. It's extremely low.
Testing 1 2 1 2. I didn't hear no. I don't hear anything.
1 2 1 2. I don't hear anything as well, sir.
So slot test 1 2. General, I hear it is real low. It's real, but I can hear it, but it's just real. It's lower than what it's been.
Okay. All right.
We can make it work, General.
Come on, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all go
Hey,
ahead.
General,
Give me 1 second. I have to try one more quick thing. One more quick thing.
1 second. Oh, there. All right, everybody stand by. Stand by. You all know this show gonna be fire. Hold on, everybody stand by.
Count.
Hey, Cap.
Come on.
Can you hear me? Can you hear mine? Because I know my stuff was the signal was going in and out. But can you hear me on my end?
Yeah, we could definitely hear you fine.
Okay,
Sure.
my Wi-Fi was jammed up. Salaki.
Nah, it's still wild. We could definitely hear you.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just a workout, whatever it says with the sound. I even just lower my mic just to see if it's rocking with the mic a little bit too strong. I could try a different computer.
I'm determined to get this back together by next week. Can y'all hear me?
Come.
All right. Still a little echo when y'all talk.
Test 1 2.
Nah, it's good.
It's good, sir.
You sure? Echo
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
I'm adding. How about
Nice.
now?
It's
Echo?
back, sir.
Echo is back?
Yeah. It's back.
All right. I'm taking it back down. All right. Salakia. How about now?
Test.
Testing 1 2.
Testing 1 2.
All right. Let's go with it. Do what we can with it. All right. Salakia, everybody. You know what I'm saying? It's out there, you know what I mean? Can we work with it, Mashak?
Yeah, sir.
All right, solid. Let's do the thing, shall we?
Come, sir.
Yeah. So I was watching and waiting and wondering if whether or not it was going to actually go down like they said, whether or not the bombs were going to actually hit Israel. And sure enough, the bombs hit Israel. I mean, hit their ass good. It started blowing up stuff, man. I think people are dying over there and all of that. So we got a real war on our hands now. Like, really, this thing is getting real close. And didn't we discuss this, brothers? Didn't we talk about this and say that this would happen? Like we said that this would happen, that this was part of the prophecies of the Lord. They had to hit Iran. That bombing that they did to Iran earlier, where they killed those generals in that mosque, was to provoke Iran into the battle. That was the point.
Yeah.
To bring them into the fight. The reason they got to bring them into the fight, of course, is because, Iran either has the bomb or is about to get the bomb. And so they had to bring them into the fight so that they could, get the Third World War on. But of course, as they bringing them into the war, they don't realize, or they realize, but they don't care. They bringing Russia into the war.
Right.
As they bring Russia into the war, because Russia can't allow Iran to fall. Iran is major to Russia in the Middle East, just like Saudi Arabia is major to us, not us, but to the United States in America. So they had to go and step to them. And in stepping to them, to Iran, now the Russians and Iranians are going to have to step to Saudi Arabia, which is the perfect prophecy in Ezekiel, the 38th chapter. You understand? Like now, like I mentioned earlier, now you ain't a young black man, a Latino man, a Native Indian man, you don't have a damn right. You don't have a choice right now. You either got the penitentiary, the uniform, or you can come stand with the Lord and fix your people on these streets.
That's right.
The fun, I promise you, the fun is coming to an end on this earth.
Right.
I promise you. I promise you the days of deliciousness and fun and criminality and acting like a complete idiot on this earth is coming to an end. You ain't gonna have to worry about crime. There'll be nobody to commit any crime. There'll be nobody to commit a crime. You worry about crime, don't even worry about the crime. There'll be nobody to commit a crime. And here's the sad part. While there's nobody to commit a crime, all the heathen will be eating up the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? Now, because you wasn't strong enough, those of you out there that was not strong enough to stand and fix that black woman. Oh, I didn't get my screen back. Did I get my screen back, y'all? Yeah. Oh, okay, it's back.
Yeah.
Come on, sir. We can see you, sir.
Okay, my bad. Like because you didn't go and get fix that black woman, every heathen is now going to try to pretend to be the black woman's lover.
Right.
Every heathen now is going to get to use your woman, rob our women, rob our nation, do whatever they want to us simply because we're not going to be there. We're going to be, our brothers are now in their ignorance going to be carried off to prison or to the military. And this is a real war. This is not Afghanistan. It's not even Iraq, even though Iraq was a serious war. Probably more serious than Afghanistan. This is going to be way, way worse, way more vicious and bloody, way more horrific than we've ever seen before. You know what I'm saying? That's right. 100 drones and missiles into it. And I watched just now before I came on the air, because I was waiting to see, was this just a little volley over the skies from Iran? Was it just a little throwing a little fire over the fence to look tough? But the bombs actually hit. This is unprecedented that the bombs hit inside Israel. And remember, if they use their proxies in Hezbollah in the north, it's going to be very difficult for them to stop those rockets and bombs from coming into their city. This is a beautiful, beautiful time, man.
And Salakia says, I said that too. Just to add to what you're saying too, Hezbollah sent like 50 rockets earlier.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. So they're fitting to get on.
Yep. And they've been trying to expand this war for some reason. They got an agenda, and they've been trying to expand that agenda, but that agenda is gonna fall on their face.
Right.
That agenda that they seeking out to do is gonna go totally against them. It's gonna destroy this place and destroy all these countries. We've been saying this for decades. I'm so glad to be in this at this time. You know why? Because we've been saying this. Y'all know we've been saying this for a very long time.
Right.
This whole empire is going into the Third World War. And here we are. And damn it, they deserve it.
That's
Everybody's eating good off of us. Everybody has ruled over us, man. We're like a quiet mouse in a cage, in the basement, in the corner of the basement of the house. And everybody else is living deliciously in the house except for us.
That's right.
Well, that's about to change now. You understand? That's about to change. Those days are going away and new days are coming. So there's some prophecies on this, as we brought out earlier. Some prophecies on this we'll get into in a second. But what do y'all think of the whole attack? Give me y'all take on it.
Salaki, so if I could, I wanted to ask, like, would you say the whole thing coordinated with Russia? Because remember, it's last weekend or the weekend before, where Russia moved into that channel there where Houthis were.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I don't know, like, how coordinated the whole thing is. as you say, they had the Hezbollah to the north. Russia moved ships down there, and they had everybody worrying about who they're really there for. And then 2 weeks later now, Iran, who bought with Russia, then, you know, don't get emboldened now to get set the whole thing off. So you think it's like they come together and coordinate the whole thing?
Absolutely. Remember, all of them are grabbing each other's electronics in the air. And so they all hearing what everybody else is saying. They knew before the Israelis bombed and killed those generals of the Iranians, the Russians already knew they were doing it. They already knew, and they not only did they come down to the Middle East, but they also warned the Iranians that something like this was going to happen. So when the Iranians got hit, they already knew it was coming. And it's also why the Russians came down and parked themselves down in that area. You understand what I'm saying? So they already knew that was coming. Now, the Israelis already knew the Iranians were going to attack them. They even mentioned it on the news, one of the news articles. They said, yeah, they're going to come back and attack us. Word has it that they're going to come back and attack us. And sure enough, that's exactly what they did. Sure enough, they came back and fired these rockets. The Israelis already knew these rockets would come. The Americans knew it too, because the Americans had already put some defenses in place to prepare for these kind of rockets and missiles. And brother, and here's some other factors that's in there that they ain't coming out with. Russia has gathered a whole lot of African countries together. You're gonna see Africans fighting in the streets of Israel and in the streets of Iran. Like this thing is about to get into everybody's backyard.
That's right.
You about to see war. Like this is the time. If you're a warrior, this is the time you want to be living in. You want to be living in this time, brother, because you about to see war like you never seen before. You know what I mean? And you know what was good. Go ahead, Salaki.
No, I ain't mean to cut you off, sir.
Go ahead. No, you good. Go ahead.
Sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me good, sir?
I hear you fine.
Okay, I wanted to bring out something, General, about about what happened with the drones, right?
Right.
You got a lot of ambassadors now on international TV and different channels. They saying all this is happening. A lot of them is blaming Israel because they saying Israel and the West,
right?
And because of they violating international law and they don't respect borders, that it came to this. And a lot of them is afraid because a lot of them don't want war, but it's sucking them into the valley of Jehoshaphat.
You so right.
They don't, a lot of them is checking their bank accounts right now and checking their passport. A lot of them gonna be out the country. A lot of them gonna be out the country by in the morning. You won't even know. They said, well, where the ambassador, where the head of the state, he gone.
Yeah.
He on some island somewhere.
If I could, Cap, they came out and said that the Israelis had to shut down all of the airspace. So all of the Americans and the so-called small hats from America that was over there gobbling up land, taking over areas, participating in that, tried to get out the country and run back to America to hide. Because they knew the heat was coming. But they couldn't hide because they shut down the airwaves, so they stuck over there now.
Good.
Temporarily, they can't get out. Go ahead, Cap. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right, General. They gonna try to see if they can get smuggled out the country. How many diamonds they can give to a caravan of smugglers to get them out the country? Look, they might have turned into the illegal immigrant. like the Bible say, he gonna give them that cup. He gonna pass that cup. You know what I'm saying, to them. So it's so heavy in that zone. What's going on, man? And it's sucking all them countries. Everybody got to pick a side. The line of neutrality, being neutral over there is real thin now. It ain't got even thinner. So they calling on, a lot of them is talking to the United Nations, wanting them to step in, but it's too late.
Yeah.
It's too late now.
Yeah.
So, answer.
Slightly, Captain.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll come in.
It's like, sir, if I may, General, too, just to piggyback off of what Captain Kahan was saying, the United States State Department 14 hours ago issued the warning for all U.S. citizens, all U.S. diplomats to leave Israel, to get out of Israel, because they said they've already got intel that the U.S. is a target and Israel's a target.
That's a rough deal right there. That's a rough deal right there. They said to get up out of there. That means they knew this was coming, but it's too late now. They in it now. They, at least for the next 24 hours. They said that Iran said they done, which means they might fire these bombs overnight, and that's the end of that. And then they'll probably let them all out of there and go back to normal. Or the Israelis will do something crazy, like go over there and attack them, and we'll see a whole nother side to this dance.
And Salaki, General, if I could,
please.
It was recently one of them senators was talking about the Ukraine war, and he was saying, because I think a lot of them get back channel information either from the State Department, where they get the State Department information, but a lot of them got people or spies in other countries. So that he was saying that, look, Zelensky got to hurry up and wrap this thing up. Hurry up and you know, go ahead and try to win the war or something, do something, concede to Russia or something, because it's too many irons in the fire now. Like I yield.
You're right. Like what's so beautiful about this is beautiful for slaves. And the Lord's chosen people are slaves. This ain't beautiful for people that are free. But for the people that are slaves, this is almost equivalent to when the Civil War broke out. Like people used to call us back in the day, people used to call us ridiculous because they used to say, y'all sitting around waiting for these people to go and attack each other for y'all to get free. We know that we knew that it was part of the prophecies. During the Civil War in America, the British fought against America for trying to be independent. In that fight, blacks and Latinos got free. They got free if they were on the side of the British. Even after the British lost the battle, the British took the blacks that was down with them and put them on ships out and sent them to the Caribbean. So you got tens of thousands of Judites living in the Caribbean as Benjamites that's actually Judites, because the British had to get them out of there. Most of them in British Isles, from British islands, and they had to get them out of there because, but they became free. They got free from their rule, and that's why many of those countries became free way earlier. Many of those islands got free way earlier. And this is very similar in that what this means is the eroding of control over us. Can I read one scripture on this?
That's right.
If you could get 2nd Ezra, the 6th chapter, if I could. I'll read a couple verses while we got a little bit of time left, all right? And y'all chime in anytime, please.
Come.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna turn the chat room on, see if I can get it. Say again, what?
We're starting from 2nd Ezra 6 and
what happened? I dropped. Say again.
No, he just wants to know the verse you want, sir.
So what? You have to talk.
My bad. Start again.
The full 100% accent. Let's slow it down.
Okay, I lost you, Mashak. Am I missing something?
No, sir.
What I missed? What happened?
I was saying, so why not just slow it down a little bit? Because he giving it the full 100% foolproof accent. So it was what he was saying. You know what I mean?
Okay. Big shout out to Swap Y'all. Hold it down and chill it down. Big shout out to you, boy. Can you start at
So
17?
count answer. The book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 6 and verse 17. And it happened that when I stood and heard it, I stood upon my feet.
Keep going.
Count and hearkened, and behold, there was a voice that spake, and the sound of it was like the sound of many waters.
Right. Meaning he heard this voice that was breaking this down to him from the angel. Okay. And it was like a voice of many waters. Go ahead.
Count, verse 18. And it said, behold, the days come that I will begin to draw nigh and to visit them that dwell upon the earth.
That's what's going on now. The Lord is drawing nigh. We beginning to wake up. Our people are beginning to wake up. He's drawing nigh, okay, to visit the people that dwell on the earth. He getting ready to step back in here. Like the Lord has been absent from here while we were in our punishment, man. Like we called on the Lord didn't hear us. We didn't even know what Lord to call on. We calling on every God over there. Remember what the Lord said to Moses. The Lord said to Moses, look, I've heard the cries of my people in the tents, meaning he wasn't hearing them cries before. You understand, while we was under that punishment. But now he beginning to hear them cries. And he beginning to visit us on the earth. Go ahead.
And will begin to make inquisition of them.
Right. He gonna inquire of us. He gonna now look at us and say, okay, what is going on here? What's happening on the earth? I'm back. The punishment is up. It's like you put your kid in the room for punishment. You downstairs, you cleaning the house, you doing whatever you got to do. And then when the time is up that his punishment is up, you go upstairs to see what he's doing, to see what's going on with him. That's what's happening with us now. That's the time we in now. Go ahead,
What they be that have hurt unjustly with their unrighteousness.
Right. He come now to see who's been hurting unjustly, who's been being evil on this earth, who's been wicked on this earth. I come to look at him now. Go ahead.
And when the affliction of Zion shall be fulfilled.
Right. And when the end of our punishment is up, which that's what this is. This is the end of our punishment. One of the greatest things that ever could happen to us. Go ahead.
Verse 20. And when the world that shall begin to vanish away shall be finished, then will I show these tokens.
Right, like when the world begin to vanish away, which is what's happening now. These governments are going to start to fall apart. Right now, the American government is in one of the worst states it could ever be in. One of the worst states it could ever be in, because nobody trusts both sides of the politics anymore. Because of the advent of the internet, people don't trust the politics anymore. They don't trust the politicians anymore. And now the political parties have morphed into something else. And they morphing under racial lines and everything. So all of the smoke screen of politics is beginning to erode away now. That's what's happening in this earth. And so now the truth is going to start to come out even more. Go ahead,
Al. The books shall be opened before the firmament.
That's right.
And they shall see all together.
Go ahead.
Verse 21. And the children of a year old shall speak with their voices.
So in other words, the books are going to be open, right? And before the firmament, meaning everything is going to begin to be revealed. Like the firmament is, of course, the sky. So everything is going to be revealed before mankind. Everybody's going to begin to know the truth, know the history of the truth, know who the Lord's chosen are, who have been in this quiet captivity on this side of the world for 400 plus years. All of that's getting ready to come out and be exposed. And they're going to begin to see exactly the way the world was supposed to be and all the lies that have been taught. And as they begin to do that, all of the prophecies are going to start coming out. And the children of the year of 1 year, meaning not a 1-year-old child, but the young people, the young nations that come up in this earth, the young groups that come up in this earth who believed all the BS that was taught from the ancient world, and now reveal now, and now begin now to see what is really going on. Wait till it come out like stuff like the Roman Catholic Church is the one that started the slave trade. They went and negotiated the finances and set up the whole trade in the very beginning. Them in the small hats, all of that's going to start to come out. Go ahead,
Counsel. The woman with children shall bring forth untimely children of 3 or 4 months old.
Go ahead.
And they shall live and be raised up.
Meaning not actual children being born at 3 and 4 months old, but actually small people that were small, people that were supposed to grow up a long time ago, but are small nations and small groups of people that are going to have to rise up before their time, like these Houthis. These Houthis are a baby that is before their time. They're not a real empire, but they got to fight like a real empire. Hezbollah ain't a real empire, but they got to fight like a real empire. These groups have to stand up like real grown-ups, even though they're premature for the time that they're in. And the same goes for us as a people too. We got to take our lives and our nation serious now because the time is coming short. Go ahead,
And suddenly shall the snow places appear on snow.
Meaning the sown places, as they begin to rise up, what are the sown places? Those are the established empires. America, Great Britain, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Israel. These are big established countries. China, Australia. These are established places. These are sown places, meaning they've been established. But these places are about to get ripped the hell up out of there. They ain't gonna be sown no more, brother. Go ahead. They're gonna appear unsown. They're gonna seem like they are empty now. Go ahead.
The full storehouses shall suddenly be found empty.
These countries that have so much wealth and power are going to start to appear empty now. They're going to start to, nobody believed you could ever attack Ukraine. But they look at Ukraine now. Ukraine was an extremely powerful country. The same with Iran. We don't know how it's going to end, but make no mistake, their empire could be ripped apart too. They'll still carry out what they got to carry out, but their empire could be stepped all over like it's nothing. It could get crushed and stepped, and the same with some of the other countries in that area. You notice you don't hear anything about countries like Jordan and Egypt. They all hiding. They were supposed to be strong, but they hiding, brother, trying not to get in the middle of this madness. But everybody's going in this valley of Jehoshaphat. Go ahead,
And the trumpet shall give a sound, which when every man heareth, they shall be suddenly afraid.
And you heard that. You heard that trumpet just today. That trumpet now, CNN coming on, and that trumpet is being sounded. Can y'all hear me? Hello? Did I lose y'all? Okay.
We can hear you, sir.
Yeah.
Come on, sir. We can hear you.
Come, most time correct. Like that trumpet is being sounded now. That trumpet is being blown, brother. And it is being heard now. Now, I yield on that. There's more, but I yield right there for now.
Salaka, General.
Get down, Cap.
It's so heavy that you're bringing it out because the stronger nations over there, they are taking inventory of their war chest, and a lot of them is going to be using the mercenaries. They trying to import. They don't have enough men or enough men willing to fight in them areas. They're gonna be trying to secure up their areas. So it's gonna. I mean, ain't no such thing borders now. Ain't no such thing. If they looking at it like if Israel not gonna agree to the international law, then it's open season. It's you know, ain't no the border is where we stop at. That's where the border is. Wherever my troops stop at, that's where the border gonna be. That's how they thinking over there right now.
You right. You right. You know, man.
Yeah.
Like our people, man. Our people. We got a rough day coming, brother. We got a day worse than the day that was with these Grecians. I keep hammering it, you know what I'm saying, which is our job to do, but I hammer it, brother, because I know when that day comes, you're going to see grown men faint. You're going to see men faint for the fear and the hell that's about to unfold in this place. Because, of course, they got to fight this war over here. Where is it going to get fired? This is the last place there's any money left on the earth any damn way. Wall Street is the last place. That China is broke too. China is fronting like they in full power, but China is being held up by the American economy. If China had to pull, you know how many products is being imported from China, man? If China had to pull their imports, it would hurt America's horribly, but it would devastate China. You know what I mean? It would devastate. How you feed 1 billion people? It's crazy.
Concept. Answer like this. This. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Cap. Go ahead, Cap. Salaki.
No, I'm just gonna add to now. You see why Biden had to pull out of Afghanistan so quick and leave all them equipments, because they knew what was coming. They knew exactly what was going to happen, what they was going to do. No, you're not hearing nothing about bricks. No, you're not hearing nothing about these things. You know what I mean? Because they for sure have an agenda. Because you can't tell me to set up the UN Council, right? You set rules up in the UN Councils, and and Israel not following any of them. They claim that Israel is committing genocide on them Palestinians. You know what I mean? And everybody sitting back, you still pushing paper and people looking like paper across there with drips in the arm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So which lets you know they have an agenda and they're willing, you know what I mean, to sacrifice lives to see it through. You know what I mean?
Salaka, John.
Get down, Cap.
Oh, Salaka, Cap. I didn't know if you was through, Cap.
I'm done.
I just want to give one scripture, General, that I think about when it come to what's going on in the Middle East. Can I get Job chapter 18 verse 11 all the way to the verse 13, because it's so heavy what Captain Athak just said. Like the United Nations, they didn't ruin their reputation. Because like they just, like Captain Athak said, they just pushing paper now. You know, you might as well just put that in the shredder, and just and not even write on the paper, because now they didn't ruin. You might as well call it the divided nations now, just like the divided states of America. They can no longer depend on them. They can no longer depend on you enforcing international law. So it was a breakdown that's leading up to this, and now it's nothing. Nobody's listening to them now. If I can get that scripture, my brother.
Answer. The book of Job, chapter 18 and verse 11. Terrors shall make him afraid on every side.
And that's heavy. Bible say terror's gonna make this man afraid on every side. North, south, east, and west. Every direction. On every axis. He is terror that's gonna make him afraid. Because now he don't know who to trust.
Right.
There's movement going on over there. He don't know why you moving these people over here. Why are you moving these tanks over here? They're gonna get double crossed. A lot of these countries gonna get double crossed and crossed out now in the final hour. Keep going.
And shall drive him to his feet.
Why is it gonna drive him to his feet? Because he was at rest. He was in a comfortable position. He was reclining. Now he's on the incline. Now he gotta get up on his feet now. Keep going.
Khan. His strength shall be hunger bitten.
And why is his strength gonna be hunger bitten? It's just like with Rome, trying to govern and control all these areas, and he ain't gonna have enough strength to do it. He want to outsource a lot of these zones. He ain't gonna have enough strength to do it. He gonna be hunger bitten. You know what I'm saying? His strength, he gonna start to weaken. Keep going.
Khan. And destruction shall be ready at his side.
And look at how the Lord break it down, man. Destruction gonna be ready right at his side. It's prepared for him. The Lord he prepared wrath like you prepare a dinner. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna be ready for him. It's prep for him.
You so right.
Keep going.
Khan. It shall devour the strength of his skin.
You hear that? And it's for those who think this book don't talk about racial lines, it's gonna destroy that white privilege, the strength of his skin. That skin ain't gonna have strength no more. Because everybody gonna see who this man really is. And all the treachery and the deceitfulness that he been doing amongst the earth. And all the deals and backdoor deals, a lot of leaks about to come out too now. Like this war, you got an information war going on too. Like the Bible say in Revelation, that flood that came out the dragon's mouth. A lot of people streaming right now. And some streams are going viral. So all this information is coming out and they're trying to stop it. But you can't stop all these leaks that's coming. Keep going.
Khan. Even the firstborn of death shall devour his strength.
You understand? Just like in Egypt, that's what's gonna happen. The death angel gonna blow out them candles in that menorah in Israel. He gonna blow it out. It ain't gonna be nothing nobody can do about it because the Lord, they didn't shed so much blood in that land on our land. The Lord is angry about that. Even though they heathens, you didn't shed blood. You didn't killed all them people up in there, and the Lord is angry about it. And like the Commander General YAHANNA said, he about to visit that. He about to visit the earth now because he didn't have enough. The sins have reached unto heaven, like it say in Revelation. So like our year.
General, just to the point he was just making there about China, right? This is from the U.S. the office of the U.S. Oh, hold on, this is not it. This is from the office of the trade representative for America as a government site, and this is the figures they have here for China. They say China trade. U.S. goods and services trade with China in 2022. The total trade is 758 billion in total. The imports was 562 billion. 562 billion in 2022. According to the records in 2022, it was responsible for about 24% of the imports. So they down there joined to the hip economically with China. This is just the back of what you're saying.
Hey, and can I add one more before you go into? You know what struck me, man, was when that bridge. Remember this bridge that got hit in Baltimore? That just got hit in Baltimore and those brothers died. Did you see the amount of goods that was sitting on the top of that ship?
The
amount of goods that was on that ship was it was like a skyscraper laid down on its back. That's what it looked like with all those containers. It looked like a skyscraper on its back, filled with goods. So much good. The amount of goods on the ship was like 4 times the size of the ship.
Sir.
I was surprised that the ship could hold that much weight on. Let alone navigate. There it is. Pull that in if you could. Look at the blue line of the ship. That's the ship. Now look at all that's on top of the ship. And I mean, them containers are They stacked from end to end. I wonder how they crossed them oceans in bad weather.
So, answer like it's a.
Yeah.
How the captain seem to drive that? But the captain.
Right. Right. Like that was supposed to be brought in with a tugboat. Because how you gonna drive that thing? You know what I mean? You could even barely see where he would be at to drive. You know what I'm saying? Like, look how much goods. That's one ship. That's one ship. And just know this. For every inch of what's on that ship, there is some Edomite making $1. While the Lord's chosen people starve and whittle away in the ghettos of the empire.
Right.
Killing each other and scrambling for food. We like in the middle of a medieval movie.
Right.
It's a joke.
Come.
And this is why the Lord got to bring these empires down. Because they'll just gobble up the earth till there's nothing left.
Right.
They want to kill their own self. They want to turn their self into robots. They want to make robots out themselves. They want to transform their brain into a robot's brain. They hoping they can put their consciousness in the robot so that they can outlive the body that they in. So that their consciousness could be now in a robot and believe that they can now live for thousands and thousands of years.
Right.
And just gain more and more knowledge on how to rob the earth. What a madman. I yield, Salakia.
Salakia, General. If I could, when I was reading the article about that the Francis Scott Key Bridge being damaged and when it fell, and they was talking about the recovery, and they was talking about them goods, and one of them I guess one of the engineers or the recovery engineers, he said that there's so many goods on there, it's like playing Jumanji, but it's the type of Jumanji you don't want to lose, because they got to try to go through all the wreckage, and then dealing with the cargo that's on that boat. It's real tricky because there's so much goods on there. So I mean, that let you know how much money is on them boats going up and down these different channels in America, these rivers and things like that, man. But it's crazy. It's crazy. And how much illegal goods are on there?
Right. How much drugs and guns and all kinds of stuff is on it. And ain't no way they tracking that.
No.
Ain't no way they tracking all of that stuff.
God.
You know what I mean? Like this is the place where all the wealth is coming. And remember that's one ship.
Constant.
And it shows you also how much of a slave we've been made to be in this empire. Because if you need that much goods to come in from other countries, you in pretty poor shape when it comes to taking care of yourself.
Right.
That means war breaks out, borders get shut down, life gonna get extremely bad overnight.
Right.
Yeah.
Life gonna get extremely bad. If this is what you need coming into all these ports, you go pull up some of them pictures of some of them ports in California and over there in Delaware and Philadelphia and all of them ports. Look at the containers on it. They got a port over there in Newark, New Jersey. Brother, you see the goods that's sitting up on the top of that port. It looked like skyscrapers out there filled with people with goods coming from all over the world. Meanwhile, the Lord's chosen got to scramble for, minimum wage and scramble for, like this place here is going to get judgment like Egypt got judgment. You know, man, you got people with gold on the ceilings and on their walls and on their chandeliers and their lamps, while the Lord's chosen, the one the Lord called for. There it is. Good night. Where's that at?
There's the one in New Jersey.
Can you zoom in on that, Michelle? To the lower half of that? Take a look at that.
I could scroll down some more.
Look at that right there. That ain't that's good, but you can't get the full angle.
Let me pull up another one.
You need a side angle, lower to the ground angle if you can, to really catch how much goods is coming in and out of here. That's about to be shut down, whether they like it or not. They're trying to transform this world, but this is not their world.
That's right.
They cannot transform a world that's not their world. This belongs to the Lord.
That's
You know what I'm saying? Which is why the prophets must prophesy. You must prophesy. You must speak on these things, man, because we're the only ones that can give the Lord's chosen people a different vision.
That's
Like
it.
right now, everybody's vision is joining whatever the world say join, whether it be climate change, whether it be recycling, whether it be all these things to save the world. You know what I mean? Our people are caught up in it. When what we got to do, man, is break from that and start to serve the Most High, because the lie is going to come to an end. Damn right. Damn right. The lie is going to come to an end. About two cities. There you go. Look at that. That's like a city. You see that? That is a city. And that still don't do it justice, Michelle. You know why? Because you can't see how many containers are stacked on each other. Those are not single containers.
No.
Them suckers are stacked up, man. Some of them, on some of them areas in New Jersey, when I pass going into New York, brother, some of them joints is 8-10 stories high with containers. So that's one port. And imagine all those goods coming into the city, and the people of the city get none of it. When in ancient days, when you go back and read about Christ and Peter, remember the men of the city asked for Peter and them to pay tribute. Remember, Christ stopped Peter at the door. But Christ still said, nonetheless, go get this money and give it to them. He still paid them their tribute. These cities are supposed to be totally taken care of, because that's where all the workers are that's bringing billions into this empire. But just like ancient Egypt, brother, the slaves mean nothing to them. The slaves are like one step above the rats.
That's
why we have. Say again, please.
No, I wanted to make a point when you get finished, sir. But you said something.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, you was how you was talking about all the trade and stuff that come into these cities, but then they want to lecture us about a trickle down economy. You know, a trickle down economy, and saying that we got to work harder. But then the goods are coming in, and everybody's eating, and we get the crumbs. Like we don't get the top plate when it comes to these goods. We don't even know the index of where these goods are going. And some of the goods are undercutting the goods that we're trying to sell.
Yep.
So they outprice you in the market because they have such a large commodity. So the regular brother or sister that is trying to do things organically, they get priced out. So it's some similarities between war and business.
Yeah.
So like I yield.
If I could too, General, they were saying, and with the Baltimore Bridge, you know, there's the ships on the inside can't leave, ships on the outside can't come. There's no trade coming out of that section of the harbor. I don't know if you remember a few years ago when that Evergreen ship had blocked the Suez Canal. They were saying that daily, that ship cost them $400 million an hour because they couldn't, nothing could have go and come in. So you could imagine they losing here in Baltimore daily with nothing going and coming from just this one ship. You know what I mean? I think Maryland issued $60 million emergency fund. So this place definitely have a rack of money.
That's a good shot right there.
Come on, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like this place have a rack of money and money coming and going, but it never ever sees us. Like as you're saying, the average brother or sister really can't even begin to fathom how much money these people be having. Like what you were describing with the houses, the gold here and everywhere, because they're dealing with this thing trade, big time.
Right. And the Lord, even though we don't see it, The Lord sees it.
Right.
Which is why he's stirring up this war in this Middle East. Like people are looking at this war like it's, you know, oh, it's terrible, it's bad, it's horrible. This war is going to end captivity for poor people.
That's right.
All, not just us, but all over the earth.
Mm-hmm.
But for the 12 tribes, most definitely. Like this is a growing pain, just like a woman gets pregnant and those pains get worse as you get ready to have that child. This is a growing pain coming to pass right before our eyes. This is a growing pain of what is to happen on this earth. This is you looking at it right here. And this is going to be a rough growing pain right here. You know what I'm saying? This is a major growing pain. And again, they firing rockets, but they got plenty other things on both sides that are, you know, horrific. It's going to do horrible things. And remember now, what about the chemical weapons, the biological weapons? Like they've up to now, they've kept control over to a point over the populations of the earth, but not forever.
That's it.
Not forever. It goes along with that scripture in 2nd Ezra where the Lord said that they shall no longer listen to their kings. Those days are coming, brother. Those days are coming. The days of vengeance on each other are coming. And believe you me, them Persians over there in Iran, they've been wanting to get back at Ptolemy and them and Alexander and them, brother, for millennia. Like they've been wanting to even the score with them Greeks out for many years. And they're about to even the score. The king of the South is about to fall. And they're about to get their opportunity, even though they're going to fall too. But this is their opportunity to try to get back at them Greeks for stepping on their empire and them never seeing the light of day after that. Once Alexander took over the Persian Empire and then passed it on to Ptolemy, they have never seen the light of day ever since. But they believe me, it's in their history books. They know about it and they plan, you understand, to return to it.
So, Doctor, gentlemen.
Go ahead, Al.
It's so heavy because everybody tell us to forget about the past.
Yep.
But when it comes to these other nations in war, they remember, they open up the record books.
Yep.
And it's so heavy, you brought that nuclear, General, that everybody got a score to settle.
Yes, they do.
Everybody got a score, and some of them want to out.
Except for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's heavy, General. That's so heavy. You know what I'm saying? Because that, like, even Erdogan up there in the Turkey, he was talking about he wanted to bring back the Ottoman Turk Empire.
Yeah.
They thought he was talking crazy. He was like, "What you talking about?" He all up in the museum talking about he wanted to bring up the Ottoman Turk Empire, bring back. So didn't nobody forget about. Salaka, General. I didn't mean to cut you off, sir.
No, go, Cap, go.
No, it's so heavy that none of these, even Japan, all these other, everybody that got wrong, they remember who wronged them. And they don't let you call it critical race theory. They call it justice.
Yeah.
They call it remembering their history. And when it comes to us, these so-called leaders among us, they just tell us to just go ahead and forget about it. But like you said, war bring back remembrance. You know what I'm saying? They start and it's so heavy because even the Lord said, remember this nation that did this to you. Remember, and some of that stuff was over 100 and some years old. But the Lord said, I remember what they did to you. I remember how they treated you when you came out of Israel. So the Lord got a score to settle also. So like I yield, sir.
No, that's a heavy point that you brought out, brother. That and you know, the Israelite school UBK is looked at like we just too radical, we just too off, we this and we that. This is the thing that people don't understand. God made the animals on the earth, right? And so if the Lord made the animals on the earth, the animals all are in battle with each other for their own survival. You know what I'm saying? Like part of their survival is repelling the enemies that have ruled over them or trying to kill them and eat them. You know what I'm saying? Some animals are more aggressive than others, but both animals have a survival mechanism built into them that allows them to continue. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ain't running out of no deer because the lions are eating them. Ain't no gazelle. The gazelles are still populating, even though the gazelles are being attacked by the lions. The lions are still populating, even though they can get caught off and attacked by a wildebeest or a bunch of hyenas or whatever. They still are prospering. The problem with man is, in his intelligence, is he wipes out species and wipes out nations. And the problem is, all nations think like those animals think. They think survival of their species, except for us. We're the only ones that are brainwashed to not think like that. And the Israelite school of UPK thinks like that. And because we think like that, we looked at as like a pariah. When in fact, the pariah is that nice-spoken guy you think is right and sweet, when we are the ones that are really in the right mindset that you're supposed to be in.
That's right.
Like, you're supposed to be thinking about your nation and your people.
That's
you know what I'm saying? And what's the proof that we don't think about it? Look at how much we wiping ourselves out. And I ain't just talking in America, the Caribbean, our Latino brothers, forget about it. Them cartels, we wiping out each other. Nowhere else is that going on. The only time in modern history that you see that happening was when the Irish were trying to break free from the British. They were fighting tooth and nail. Then the killing was on. They was killing like crazy because they was trying to get free. The same is happening in Ukraine. That's the only time you see them turn against each other in such a vicious way. You know what I mean? Because both of them are in a clash for their survival. But they're not preying, as a general rule, they're not preying on each other. But we are. And that's where we are twisted at and have to be twisted back from.
That's right.
So what you brought out is a heavy point, Kahan. Like we think like people who care about their nation think.
That's right.
You don't think like this. What you're trying to do is fit in as a slave.
That's
you
right.
want to be a quiet, comfortable slave. And I understand that. But that will not save you.
That's right.
That will not save. What's the proof of that? We've been trying to do it since the 60s. And look what has happened to our children because of it. We tried to, cool down and bring ourselves on a level. And look what happened. They just gobbled us up as a people and destroyed us. Now we got to call on the Father. We need the Father to put it on them.
That's right. So like you said, and just to add to what you're saying too, sir, like you know what I mean, I'm paying attention to this war on, you know what I mean, Israel, and hearing them turn around the term Zionist movement, right? Now the Zionist movement, they about you know what I mean, they think about their people, you know what I mean? But when we start thinking about our people, they call us racist. But they won't call these Zionists and them, they're not racist. They care about their people. They want land for their people, and they're willing to do anything to get that land for their people. You know what I mean? But when it comes to us, and we trying to bring blacks and Hispanics together, now we racist. No, you can't do that. You understand? No, there are laws that's trying to separate us as a people. You know what I mean? When you know what I mean, when the only thing for your race, for your culture stuff, for it to survive, we are going to have to come together. We're gonna have to expel, you know what I mean, these other nations that wants to come in and try to tell us how to go about dealing with each other. You know what I mean? That they want to come in and govern us. You know what I mean? Tell us that we, you know what I mean, that abortion, women should have women rights. You know what I mean? That men, you know what I mean, that we have to our fathers had to start paying child support, you know what I mean, stuff like that to try and separate us as a people. You know what I mean? Even the laws in court, you know what I mean? When for our survival, we are going to have to come together. Just like America comes together with Israel, and you know what I mean, and these other countries come together and they try to, you know what I mean, survive, you know what I mean, through everything. So like you said,
listen, what you're saying is so right. Like like another nation, any nation that wants to be among us is eating us. Like, they
Mhm.
don't love us more than they love their own nation. They just here because you food.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is a way to eat. This is a way to gain. Right now in the healthcare industry across this entire country, the Hamites are taking over the entire healthcare industry from black people. I mean, all those homes that took care of people, even nursing homes and stuff like that, but all those care places that we had before, all those nursing positions, all of that's being flooded by the other nations. And on top of it, they're moving into your neighborhood, taking over your houses and your places. And our black leaders, who are ignorant as hell, they turn around and say, well, they're black people like us. We all should be sticking together. That's another nation. That is not our nation. And they certainly don't look at us like we are all the same nation. We should be looking at us like we're a different nation so that we could survive. Like, one thing that's beautiful about the Bible is that the Bible will teach you how to survive. How to survive in captivity, what you should and should not do, what you should do for your people, how you maintain, what to do for the prophets that they might carry on the word in time long enough till the Lord opened the door for us to walk up out of this captivity. Did I lose y'all? That's what we should be aspiring to do. That's the hell that we're in. You know what I'm saying? And the hell that we should be turning our back on. We got to be fully focused. David said this, which was so heavy. David said, if I forget Zion, let my right hand forget her cunning. I'm paraphrasing. But in essence, tell me if I'm wrong. In essence, David was saying, if I forget this nation, man, don't let me be able to defend my life any longer. And we all know David knew how to defend his life. David was a killer among killers. You know what I'm saying? So for David to say that, David is saying, look, if I can't fight for this nation, then don't even let me lose the ability to fight. When David took pride in his ability to fight, when he went and fought, before he even got in the war and fought Goliath, he fought a lion and a bear. So fighting and conquering the enemy was always in him, was always a part. It's what made him great. He went and killed Goliath and called him an uncircumcised heathen.
That's right.
Like, this cat ain't part of no, I don't give a damn how big he is. I don't give a damn how much mighty he's supposed to be. This is an uncircumcised heathen. And David went in there with what he knew, that damn slingshot, and bust that cat in the head, man, and killed him. You know what I mean? And chopped his damn head off. Like that's not saying that we to go out and do that, all right? But what I'm saying is that's the mindset that David was in, because he loved his nation. He loved it more than he loved his own life. He would rather have lost his life than to have lost that nation. And he loved it so much that he said, man, I'll be a doorkeeper if I have to in this nation. I'll be a doorkeeper rather than to have to go among another nation. And even when the Lord said he would punish him, you understand? He said, I'll give you the option. You could fall into the hands of your enemies or blah, 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 blah. And David said, no, man, let me fall into the hands of the Most High. I don't want to fall into the hands of my enemies. I trust in the Most High. Like, that was a man that totally understood the love of his nation. And it's totally supposed to be the way we're supposed to be. Especially in this guy. And Christ was his son who stood up for that kingdom. You know what I mean? Like, that's how a man of God is supposed to be. You're supposed to love this nation above all. You're supposed to agonize over this. You know what I mean? And the brothers that see our brothers and sisters being abused by the cops, running in these stores in groups, selling dope to each other in all the tribes, that outrage is supposed to turn into raising up and teaching, regardless of what you lose on that road. David lost family members, soldiers, all kinds of stuff. Had to flee from other nations, had to flee from Saul, his own brothers. He had to flee from them too. But he still persevered to push forth and raise this nation up. And now, as this opportunity is coming, we should be pressing to raise this nation up, pressing to take this opportunity to turn our people from their own darkness. You know what I'm saying? To teach them what needs to be taught and to bring them out of this darkness. Because rest assured, this much I can tell you, according to this biblical prophecy that we got right here, according to this biblical prophecy, brother, there is, without a doubt, much more war coming. I doubt if they ever come out of here since the time, I've been saying this since the time they went in. It's looking like they're never going to come out. Now, even more, it's looking like they're never going to come out.
Yeah.
It's looking like this is going to just go on and on and on and on and on. You understand? I know we ain't got a lot of time, but Lord allow on Monday, if we can get into the show Monday night, I think I'm gonna go do Daniel the 11th chapter, because that's what is going on right now. Is that Daniel the 11th chapter? All that's happening right now is in that biblical prophecy, where the Greeks now are about to step up and join and come up against their own and begin to rip this place apart. Meaning the king of the north and the king of the south, they about to clash now. America is about to clash with them Russians, and everybody in between is going to be caught up in it, including Great Britain. All of them are about to be caught up in it. And it is a holy thing. It is a holy, holy, holy thing before the Lord. It is it speaks to two great things. One, that the Lord is real, and two, that regardless of what man thinks and believes, that this earth is ruled by our Father from heaven. That you could set out a plan and build nuclear weapons. Like, okay, in carnality, I don't know no weapon that you could ever create on earth that could make you feel more secure from your enemies. If you got nuclear weapons, nuclear planes, nuclear rockets, nuclear submarines, if you got all types of technology, AI computers, robots, you could see in the dark, you got night vision, infrared vision, you got all that, you got GPS, you can coordinate anything you want all over the world. You don't even have to find the map of a road. You already have the whole planet mapped up. You're going off the planet. You living in outer space. You pulling minerals out of the sky, possibly sitting on the moon. I don't know no man that could be more secure and have more weapons and more protection for himself than a man in that state. Yet you are totally vulnerable to the Lord. Yet he sent a virus to you that you can't even see. Damn right. He sent a virus to you that you can't even see and cripple your kingdom. That's the proof the Lord exists. And that's the proof that he should be obeyed. Even though he is low key about it. He should be obeyed. And our people got to come up out of that, because without a doubt, this place is going down. Salaki, I yield.
Salaki, General.
Go ahead, Cam.
And that's so heavy that you brought that out, man. I hope a lot of brothers and sisters out there that's listening on the stream caught that, man. For a man to have all that security, yet be insecure. Like, that's spiritual. Like, the Lord, it just shows how much of a beast he is. Having all of those things, and yet he gonna be brought down. Yet he's paranoid.
Yep.
Out in space, snatching the minerals out of the rings of Saturn and all the things that he doing. You know what I'm saying? Like with the computers. The Lord allowed him to create his own intelligence, artificial. And he still is not satisfied. Like, I think that speaks a lot to the living in the flesh and the carnality of what not being in the spirit can bring you to. And it's like the Lord is giving us a case study before he bring the kingdom. He's showing us through this man with all his power how not to be. Because he's a problem now. In a few seconds, he's gonna be a proverb. So I yield.
Like, that go right. That go right. I'll let y'all jump in. But that goes right along with the scripture that says For this reason have I raised thee up, to show my power in thee. And here's why I press on it so much, y'all. And this is a little personal to me. When I was coming up young as a kid in the Bronx and seeing the destruction, you know, I grew up in that time when they had that crack era, and it was so much destruction on blacks and Latinos and Native Indians in all of our hoods. The death rate was as it is now and worse. Shootings was everywhere. You had 6 locks on your door. You had to have guns and weapons. You had to have so much to not be wiped out completely, because that's how much destruction they brought on us from the 60s. So for those of you that may not understand, once we got those laws passed with Martin Luther King in the 60s, they set out to wipe us out as a people. And in those 20 years from the 60s to the 80s, they completely impoverished and destroyed the Black and Latino community. They wiped us out for asking for those civil rights. Those civil rights, brother, have cost us dearly. Those rights to try to join them cost us so much over the last 4 or 5 decades. So during that time is when I came into, you know, my days. And as a young dude, I saw so much of this destruction. And seeing this destruction, man, really made me say, how could we have love for them? How could we, you know, how could we want to join them? Like, how could we not see that we have to come together with us and be something different? And it's why I press upon this kingdom so much, because this kingdom is really all we have. Anything else is a lie. This whole idea, any man that come along and say you should not have the faith of the Father and walk after these laws, statutes, and commandments that's in some other religion, these cats that's in these religions that try to give you the idea that you got to get out there and get it for yourself. Stop looking for a man in the sky. Because you look for that man in the sky, it doesn't mean that you just now sit at home and wait for that man in the sky. It means that you occupy, you work hard towards those things. You know, David didn't sit around and say, I totally have faith in the Lord and expect the kingdom to build itself. The scripture said faith without works is dead. We got to fight to have what it is we want and get help from the Lord for standing up with it. Go read why he went and got all those brothers. The Lord didn't come to Moses until Moses showed the Lord that he cared about them brothers so much that he got run out of the whole goddamn Egyptian kingdom. Lost his seat as second in power. Like you know, this is a bad example, but this is a slight microcosm of that example, is that vice president to Trump. What's his name? Pence? You see how much they hate that dude? They hate him because he did the right thing for the Edomites. The Edomites is dumb and ignorant and stupid, and they don't know. And so was our people when we was coming out of Egypt. We was dumb and stupid and ignorant and didn't know and turned on Moses. But that Mike Pence, he did the right thing for the Edomites in America. Because if he had not, they would have destroyed their whole political structure. They would have had a civil war over the structure, because of course he would have done something that was wrong, but yet he being vice president, they couldn't have stopped it, which would have caused a whole big rift. And you know who did not do that? Who should have done that? Was Aaron. Not Aaron, I'm sorry. Yeah. It was Aaron. Aaron is the one that made that golden calf. You know why? Because that's what they wanted. Pence did not do that. That Edomite did not do that. Well, guess what? Moses didn't do it either. Moses didn't go along with what they went with. Moses went against them, got run out of the kingdom, and what happened? The Lord came to Moses. Like, you got to go with the Father. You got to go with his kingdom, even though you hate it. And brother, we should do it, because if we do it, he will respond. Not that we sit around, but we hoping on him, and he will respond to that hope, brother. SHALAM. I yield. So that's why you see me after seeing all that in the 80s, just to cap off, after seeing all that in the 80s, that's why I run the way I run. Without this, we don't have no hope. And if you're looking at the Muslims, they already had their shot.
That's right.
They were in power at that time. And and look what happened. The only reason that the black Muslims in America are not running all of Black America is simply because those who join the Muslims and rise in providence in this kingdom go to the Muslims' father, the Arabs. The same in the Christian church. Those that rise to prominence in the Christian church, where are they? They in Puff Daddy's mansion. You understand? They in Jay-Z's mansion. Where they at? Where are the great singers of Black America? Where are they? Where did they come from? They came from that house called that church. So what happens is if you take on the religion of a slave, I mean, if you be a slave to the religion of your slave master, no matter how great you become, you're gonna join your slave master.
That's right.
I yield. I can go on all night. Salakia.
So like I say one thing in general.
Please.
I mean, it's one of the many things that you taught us that I remember hearing. I mean, there's so much that you taught us over the years, but you said something that was paramount that you just made me think about it. I remember you saying to myself and a group of brothers, you made this statement. You said that you can't have a strong nation if you keep giving love outside of it.
Right.
And that stayed with me even to this very day, because it lets us know that we've been outsourcing our love. We are where we at in the position where we at. No, so like I didn't mean to cut you off, sir.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off, Cap. Go ahead and finish it.
Cut on one, sir. It's just so heavy because we in the situation where we are now, socially, economically, and spiritually, because we didn't outsource our love. And we can't even translate love to each other now. It's like we at a civil war, not just in Haiti, but even in our own communities in America, because we didn't outsource our love. And I know one of the things that broke a peace is before you can come to terms, you have to agree on the same terminology. And we don't have that, even when it comes to God's word. So that's why I'm so thankful for you, Commander General YAHANNA and I.S.U.P.K. So like that, I yield.
Hey, to our king, y'all gonna let me steal one more minute on y'all? Because what you said, Kahan, was so heavy. If I could, let me tell you why. What you said was so heavy. Because guess what? The people who left the church and went to Hollywood, they outsourced their love to Hollywood. They gave up their love for the church and outsourced their love to Hollywood. And guess what? When they got to Hollywood and outsourced their love to Hollywood and learned the ways of Hollywood, what did they do? They turned around and used the tools of Hollywood to make other people outsource their love. You know what I mean? There could be no Puff Daddy scandal if Black people didn't go to Puff Daddy and sell themselves out. Just like you bringing out. Like we outsourced our love so much so that the Puff Daddy could get you to outsource your integrity, outsource your morality, outsource your dignity. You give it all up, and now you on some tape somewhere, and now you done been compromised. Because why? Because you joined the Hollywood that destroys our people. And you outsourced yourself and compromised yourself, which is why we can't never do it. We have to have a God of our own. We have to have an identity of our own and a people of our own that is unique to us and nobody else. And fortunately for us, we found out that because all the identities were taken and we were destroyed, somebody else took our identity too. Like every nation snatched up an identity. Oh, I like this one. I'm going to take that. We're going to take this. We're going to take that. We're going to take this. We're going to take that. And then there was one sitting there that nobody had. And they were like, well, whose identity is this? We don't know, because whoever it was, they're destroyed. No problem. We'll take that. But that identity was sacred to the Lord. And taking that identity was a bad idea. And now for taking that identity, you got a war breaking out in the Middle East. And it's about to destroy these nations on this earth. Can I get one scripture before we go? Give me Isaiah 11 and 1. I'm gonna just go maybe four verses, y'all. 4 verses. That's all I need. 4 verses, 1 to 4. I'm gonna run this down because, brother, this is the time that this biblical prophecy. This is the time, bro, to put your Father in heaven first. Them warriors, every last one of the stories of those brothers and sisters that did what they did is an amazing story. You understand? I might just start a little series of reading those stories and putting them together for people to go back and check out, because a lot of what they did does not get revealed and needs to be revealed. The intricacies of the amazing things that these brothers and sisters did needs desperately to be revealed. Go ahead and break it down.
Khan. Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1. And there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Jesse.
That rod that came out of the stem of Jesse was Christ. Started with David, came all the way up to Yahawashi, the king. Go ahead.
And a branch shall grow out of his roots.
Right. That branch is the nation of Israel under his umbrella. Go ahead.
And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him.
Right. Go ahead. The Lord is resting on this nation. This is the Lord's place. This is where righteousness, the Lord don't have to have every nation be right. But this nation got to be where righteousness sits, where the judgments sit. The Lord loves that. He loves to walk among this nation and see righteousness and judgment being carried out. People being carried out in the spirit, just like any good father. When you come home, you don't want to see your kids throwing cereal across the living room. You understand? And pouring soda out on the floor. I know Mashak don't like it because Mashak got the most disciplined kids I've ever seen on the planet. Mashak don't like to talk about it, but Brother Mashak come up to a high holy day one time in Philly and brought them beautiful babies of his out. And them babies was operating like officers of 50.
Damn right.
That's right.
Like and if I could, can I say a little bit about the school in Mashak if I could?
I
don't have to if you don't want me to. God. You know, Mashak homeschools his children. He raises them himself. He don't raise them in Esau school. You know what I mean? So he raises his children himself. And because of it, brother, they have learned such a righteous way. It's a pleasure to be around them because they have learned such a righteous way. You know what I mean? I know he a tyrant up there at home. We're going to work on it with that. He got them babies out. It's amazing to see how in order and discipline they are. That's the type of brother he is. You know what I mean? And because of that, you know, like that's what the Lord wants. He wants us to be those types. So we got to fight for that every day to grow into that. Go ahead, Kazak Salaki.
Kawakah, sir. And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and of the fear of the Lord.
And all of this rests on Yahawashi, our King. All of it rested on him. And brother, he carried it. He carried it so elegantly, we have it 4,000 years later today. If he had not carried it so elegantly the way he did, we would not have this record right now. No man was worthy to open the book and to open the records, but he was. You understand? That's what was so great. Go ahead, and he deserved the honor. He deserved all the accolades that come with it. He deserved it because what he did was beyond the pale. What he did is just beyond the pale. The brother was the baddest of the bad. And because we hold to him, make no mistake, you dum-dums out there that listening to this podcast and others, because we hold on to that black man called Jesus Christ, Yahawashi in the Hebrew, because we hold on to him, that doesn't mean we sit around and do nothing.
That's right.
That does not mean we do that. We do the opposite of that. Go ahead,
Kawakah, sir. Verse 3. and shall make him of quick understanding and the fear of the Lord.
Right. He's going to be of quick understanding of the fear of the Lord from young, and with quick understanding. Like he's quick to understand the fear of the Most High. He battled Satan after 40 days on a one-on-one and smoked Satan. You know what I'm saying? Satan tried to out-talk him down, out-talk him in his nonsense. He wiped the mat with him. Go ahead, Op.
Khan. And he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes.
Right. Go ahead.
Neither reprove after the hearing of his ears.
And that's so heavy. Meaning this judgment that's coming among us from him will not be because you bring him some money. Will not be because you promise him something. Like this will not be a judgment built on corruption. This will not be that kind of judgment. Go ahead.
Khan. But with righteousness shall he judge the poor.
This is what we need. If righteousness ever came along, if let's say righteousness came out of the fourth dimension and walked up and said, I'm gonna judge these poor people in these ghettos and in these huts in these Caribbean and in these different shacks down there in Central and South America, his judgment would be to wipe out all of the wealth and power and probably the lives of those that are those that are in power in the earth. That would be his judgment. That's biblical judgment. This is why people actually run from the Bible, because that would be the right judgment. You understand? But this brother here is coming with an army strong enough to bring forth that judgment. See, when we call for justice, no peace, we are actually begging.
That's right.
When you march in the street, you're actually begging. You protest and stand up, you're begging, because that's all you can do. You have no power to actually affect the judgment. You can only call on the judgment. You can't affect the judgment. Well, guess what? He can affect the judgment. And we build and occupy until that judgment can be affected.
That's
when that judgment can be affected, brother, it's going to be hell on earth.
That's right.
Damn right.
That's right. Damn
that
right.
Judgment can be affected, brother. It's going to be something to see. Go ahead, Salam.
Khan, sir. And reprove with equity for the meek of the earth.
Right. Reprove with equity, meaning with balance, with a fair hand on both hands. He's going to be fair for both, with equity, equal. What is it? You deserve this, you deserve that. Go ahead.
Khan. And he shall smite the earth.
And could you imagine that the ruler of the earth, imagine if the ruler of the earth could judge like this. Imagine if those in super wealth and power could judge. The reason they can't judge like this is because if they judge like this, the fear of all of their crimes will come to fruition, because the people who got equal justice will require his life.
That's right.
But there is one man who can require it without you being able to require his life. And that's YAHANNA. Go ahead,
with the rod of his mouth and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked.
There you go. Like this prophecy that we do, this thing we do is everything out. Because this thing we do is going to bring forth the day when equitable, righteous judgment will bring forth in the earth.
That's right.
We're going to start doing it among us, and the Lord will rise us up till it's being done among everybody. And that, brother, is what we need. I yield to water.
That's right. And so, like I said, just to add also too, you know what I mean? I know, you know what I mean, you don't like it in a way, but to water to you, sir, you know what I mean, for giving us, you know what I mean, for showing black men. I understand, so, but sir, the courage to give brothers and sisters in here, we need it. You understand? Because, you know what I mean, you look at history where brothers try to come together without the Bible. The oppressor, he came in and destroyed it. He came, I mean, you try to build Black Wall Street without the Bible, he came in and destroyed it. And there was so many Black Wall Streets across America where black people knew they had to come together. But he came in and destroyed it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To the point where, you know what I mean, today, you know what I mean, you want your Black Wall Street, well, Commander YAHANNA, in the I.S.U.P.K is building it.
That's
You know,
right.
come join.
That's
You know
right.
what I mean? And get that courage and know that the Lord is going to be with you.
That's
You know
right.
what I mean? And we're doing it with the Bible this time.
That's right.
Okay, sir.
Right.
And you, sir.
So, like, I have just one question, if you could, before you roll, right? Or before we roll, like with all this going on, right? Throughout the world, with, Russia and Ukraine and Sudan and everybody, Libya and the Houthis and Iran, Israel. It seemed like our people still kind of not even just rock to sleep, but like in a lull or a daze. And it seemed like even since from that time of the damn COVID, and even now, I don't know how much of it is really hitting home with us. Like we still, caught up with the ditties and everything else. Like what will it take, you think, going forward for our people, the rest of our people? Because the oppression is super thick on us, very, very. Like how going forward, mapping out for our people to read, because these heathens, they catching hell and they waking up damn near more than us. They waking up the fact that the oppressor is the devil. They have the whole campaign against the Jewish man. With over in Europe, they wasn't even going to the Starbucks and some of the stuff that Jewish people own, and then they was taking some losses. So like how going forward with us? Is it now that they starting to reject us, going to make us start to wake up more, or the oppression is going to increase? Like how is it for our people going forward?
It's going to take a tumult. It's going to take, it's going to take a serious tumult among us. Meaning we going to have to see the darker side of this, because first of all, I'm gonna tell you, boy, we are as a rat in the lab in this. For this is exactly what Moses ran into when we left up out of here. You know what I'm saying? What Moses ran into when we left out of here. Salaki, bear with me 1 second. That when Moses got us into that wilderness, brother, he had such a destroyed people that he had to deal with. He had such a destroyed people that he had to deal with. That, I mean, it took 40 years to get us fixed. And here's why. Because for 400 years, the Egyptians, to eat us like the Egyptians did for 400 years, they had to get us like any trained dog. They had to get us used to pleasures. And once they got us used to pleasures, then they began to control us with those pleasures. Imagine if you had a dog, right? And you couldn't get the dog to do what you wanted it to do. And if you offered the dog treats, it didn't bother the dog. Would you ever be able to train that dog? No, you would never be able to train the dog. Why? Because he's not playing with you. And even a treat doesn't make him comply. So the only other thing you got to beat him in, if that doesn't make him comply, you got to put the dog down, because the dog won't comply. Well, Esau has done the same thing to us that the Egyptians did. He got us used to pleasures. Here's your trinket. Here's your entertainment. Here's your drugs. Here, I turned your woman into a whore. Here, you don't have no responsibilities. Run the streets. Here, I'm your master. All you got to do is sit next to me. Don't worry about having your own nation with your own borders and your own strength. Don't bother with none of that. I got that. I am the mighty America. You just go to work. You know what I mean? That's your job. Your job is to jump through this hoop, guard the door, drive the bus, clean the street, bring me my coffee. That's your job. So here's your trinket. So now you're used to the treat. You got the treat now. You're used to the treat. Now I take away the treat. and say, do what I'm telling you to do. And you're going to do it more. And you're going to fight over the treat. And if you see me give the treat to another dog, you're going to growl because you're not getting the treat. And now you're in a miserable existence trying to get that treat because that's what you used to. Well, that's our television. That was BET in the 80s and 90s. That's your gangster rap run by the small hats. That's your public education system. You understand? That's all the things. That's your sports arena. Those are all the things that surround your life. You understand? That's the internet. Ooh, the internet. Social media. Social media is the biggest coup he ever could get because it's electronic. He can control it. He can look into it any way he wants. And above all, he got control of you with it. So that's what he did. And so once again, I said this a couple years ago. I said we have to come to the point where we have to stop blaming black people for what's happened. Because even I'm talking about black people that's not even criminals. Let's not even go to the level of criminals. I'm talking about the average black man, West Indian man, and Native Indian man. You understand? Latinos, all our brothers. That average man right now has been trained like a dog for 400 years. The average one, just a regular working brother. He's been trained to fear the master, obey the master, work hard for the master. You understand? He's been trained. You ever hear a person say to you, I don't talk about religion and politics on the job? You ever hear somebody say that? You know why they say that? That's training. That's training. You don't want your dogs talking about religion and politics because those are the things that lead people. So you don't want them to argue their way into how to lead ourselves. They don't want that. We go to any responsible nation. Go right now to any responsible nation. When you hit the streets in that nation, everybody in that nation is examining the news. That nation has tens of thousands of newspapers. I remember when I first went to Egypt. When I went to Egypt, I could not believe how many newspapers was in Egypt and how many people was reading them.
Right.
The whole damn country was reading the news. It was like it was weird to me. It was like, why is everybody look? And I realized later on, I was young at the time, but I realized later on why. Because that's what responsible people do. Right. They go through the news. We're taught, leave that alone. You ever hear a person say, I don't like to watch the news because it's too much tragedy on the news? That's a trained animal. Meaning you train to not look at the news because it's too tragic. So what do you got to look at? Woohoo! Facebook.
Right.
You understand? And you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry because why? Your slave master brings you a bowl of food. You understand? You ever heard them say the term how an animal in the wild is different than an animal at home, than a domestic animal? There's a reason for that. The domestic animal doesn't have to use all of its wits to eat. Domestic animal, you put a bowl of food down at 6 o'clock every morning.
Right.
All he got to do is wait till 6 o'clock and he eats.
Right.
That's a slave. That's us. You punch in at 9, you get out at 5. I mean, we have to do it. I'm not saying we don't. Yeah. In slavery, we have to do it. But that animal in the woods, he got to survive on his wits, his ingenuity, his aggression. That's how he got to survive. That's the one that the Lord made. That's the free man. That animal that you see in the woods, that's a free man. Even though you've been taught he's in a worse state, but he don't have a quiet home. Right. He don't have temperature control. He doesn't have a bed from the pet store. He doesn't get a doggy treat at the end of the week. He doesn't eat the good Purina food. He got to eat a wild animal. So he's looked at like, oh, poor dog living in the woods. He's the free dog. That one living in that house is not free. When Moses got us out in the wilderness, we wanted to be treated like the slave dog. We wanted Moses to provide the water, provide the food. You leading us, now you the new master. Where's the food? Where's the water? Where's the table? Where's the house, Moses? Let's kill this dude, man.
Man.
Where's the God at? We were like bad children. that didn't understand what the Lord was doing. We are slaves in our mind. And this is the average brother you bump into on the train or that's driving your Uber or that's working next to you on the job. That's him. He's the same. He don't know it. And so it's why everything you see us talking about, the Third World War and all of this, that, a lot of our people tune it out.
Yeah.
Don't want to hear about it. This. That's training. Here's why. Because you've lived under the master. A dog never thinks that the master's house could burn down. The food been there every day. You understand? Like, why would the master? You now go try to tell the dog, Fido. You have to learn how to hunt because the master's house might burn down. Fido be like, what the hell are you talking about? At 6 o'clock every morning, there's a bowl of Purina dog chow right here. I'm not going nowhere doing nothing. Get out of my face. That's what he's going to say to you. And that's what's happened with us. Go ahead, Doc.
No, General, it's heavy. I remember us being in camp in Philly, and it was this one cat. He came to the table, and we was breaking everything down to him. He was yelling out, walking down the street. He was like, "Yeah, when the revolution start, I'll be with y'all brothers, man. When the revolution come, I'm gonna be right with y'all brothers." And he was walking down the street. He like, "Man, the revolution right now, brother. Like it's going on now. That's the truth."
Right. Exactly.
That was funny.
Exactly. And you
answered.
Good point, because of course that was just to appease us. Go ahead now, Dr. Salaki.
No, sir, I was just going to ask also too that training does it have to deal with fear also too? Because brothers and sisters,
without a doubt,
concept because
it's without a doubt. Like your master, the slave master, makes sure you understand what it's like when you don't get the treat. That's what TV is for. TV is for you to see that black man get dragged out the car in his head, like the brother that just got shot up in that white SUV,
right?
The white police officer. That's for you. That's so that you remember that when you get pulled over,
right?
You know what I mean? So that you don't be a free dog. You know what I'm saying? That's so that you go the minute he pull out the leash. That's so that you understand it. And unfortunately, that's where we are as a people. How does that end? That ends by the master's house being disrupted to the point where the dog, if you have a dog and your house catch on fire or hurricane hit your house, you think that dog gonna sit inside that house?
No.
He gonna bolt out of there and head to the woods fast as he can. He come back a day or two later, look out the woods and see if your shit's still there. Excuse my friend. If it's there, he might creep back. You know what I'm saying? Which is exactly what we did with Moses. Remember, we said we want to go back to Egypt.
Yeah.
Eat out the flesh pots. That's the Lord destroyed Egypt with the plagues. We got out there in the wilderness and said, maybe the plagues is over, man. We should go back and get back up in there where we was.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Damn.
The Lord had to destroy Egypt for us to not go to hell back, and had to make it part of our law to let no man carry us back. That's how much of a slave we were. To let imagine that. We saw all those miracles. Watch Egypt destroyed, carried out with a ship over our head. Watch Moses part the Red Sea. We still needed the law to tell us don't go back.
Yeah.
Because once you train a dog, brother, a dog is loyal as hell. And guess what? A man is more loyal. He ain't dumb as a dog. He's intelligent. Train him and forget about it. That's our problem. We got a hard road coming, but that's what we need the Father for. We need more of this. We need more of them turning on the news and seeing them rockets overhead, which make our people say, "Who? Maybe I need to look at what's going on here. You know, what's going on, General YAHANNA? What is this? Is the Lord coming, or what's happening?" To make us think for ourselves.
Right.
Make us think about how precious we are. All it's going to take is one of these nations in here to turn against black people. Let one nation, it don't have to be Esau. Let any nation, the smallest nation, turn against black people because they just hate us or because of some horrible tragedy that happened or something like that, brother, and you're going to see us wake up overnight. Overnight, we're going to realize, whoa, we've been sitting among these nations and they've been hating our guts and eating off us, and we never even realized it until now. You know when we realized it? I'm going to tell you a perfect example of when we realized. Remember when they had the riots in California after the Rodney King incident?
Right.
Remember when those Asians got on top of the roof of their businesses and opened fire on black people? I mean, could you imagine open firing on black people in the middle of the streets of Los Angeles and get no repercussions from the government? None. Not one person got arrested, as far as I know. Well, they went and did that. When they got up on that roof and started snipering black people, that's when black people realized, holy shit, we sitting in here in LA buying out their store, making them rich. And that money they got rich with, they buying guns. And the minute their business got threatened, they start taking the lives of black people. And guess what? Today, all that funding that went to rebuild Los Angeles, they built those Asians an entire community and filled it with vending carts. Them vending trucks, they got a whole community of vending trucks with tables and chairs, all of that. That's it. On top of the roof. Proud and comfortable, having a sunny day while the riots was going on. Now, nobody charged them for coming together with each other. Remember, all those guys that you showed up on that roof, they're not from the same restaurant or the same businesses.
Right.
They was from one of the many businesses in that area. And they came together to protect each other. Brother, that's what we need desperately. We are in desperate need of that in the 12 lost tribes of the children of Israel. We in desperate need of that because, brother, not because we want to go harm somebody. And that's always the twist. The twist is always, and look at it. Look at these clean cut Asians. You know what I'm saying? Clothes going to the good dry cleaners.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Got the good chino jeans on and the good clothing on and got $1,500 guns in their hand. Good shaven, clean cuts and got $1,500 guns in their hand. Completely prepared for you. Meanwhile, you getting beat up by the cops every day. They ain't been to a single protest for you getting beat up by them cops. Could care less about it. You know what I'm saying?
The caption here says, saying the LA riots were a rude awakening for Korean Americans. Like it's a rude awakening for them, but not for us.
Exactly. That's so heavy out. Like they finally found out, ooh, you can't trust the nigga. Don't trust him. Don't think it's peaceful. It can go bad any day. Which means what? If it was a rude awakening for them, what does that mean? That means they went out and got them a ton of guns and a ton of weapons. If it happened the next time, they'll be firing off grenades and God knows what the hell else. That's been coming in on them same shipping containers we were talking about earlier.
Right.
That's how they're thinking. You know what I'm saying? You thinking, let's have a drive to get the guns off the street. That's what you think. Because you're the slaves. Look how they was. I mean, open in the street. AK-47, AR-15. This guy the guy on the right has a silencer on that weapon. Or at least it appears to be a silencer. Like they was out there, brother, and these ain't poor people. They well-to-do. You don't see them good clothes, well-fitting clothes, good haircuts. Oh, they was making money hand over fist.
Yeah.
America provided a good life for them. While you was frustrated to the end for those riots that took place with yours. And again, because of the social media and TV and everything else, we go right to sleep when we should be doing research on it. I said this. I said YouTube was the greatest university ever created. Was YouTube. Better than better than Harvard, Yale, any of them. because you can go on YouTube, pull up videos, and find out information about damn near anything going on in the earth. And it was a godsend to blacks and Latinos. It was a godsend to us, because having that information coming out, you could finally educate yourself for those that want it. It also became a curse for the brothers and sisters who just wanted to, you know, get caught up. I let me yield out, because I'll run all night on this type of topic. Salakia. It became a curse to the mother half of us. Salakia, y'all. Y'all gotta let me out the closet more.
So wow, for sure. Like I've been wondering, like it don't seem like we shaken up yet. It seems like we're still in that like a zombie state now. Like at one time we rocked to sleep, but it seemed like that we up, but we kind of zombified, because look what's going on. And things is a little bit more extreme. You know, there was times before with Arafat and all that type. There was rumors of wars, but this year is a little bit more than what's going to.
Listen, they're working extremely hard to make sure we don't wake up. The Puff Daddy scandals, you know what I'm saying? The Kanye West scandals, all of the Cat Williams stories. And there's more. There'll be more. There'll be more. You know, OJ died, this, that. There'll be more and more. They're gonna keep this mantra going, brother, because they know they get ready to go up into war. So they're gonna keep this mantra going while they recruit as many of us as they can and do all that they could do. They're gonna spend the time. It's twofold. They get to wipe out the wealthy among blacks to make sure that they don't influence the other blacks and the rest of the 12 tribes, and they turn around and get to keep the rest of us distracted and asleep.
Yeah.
When if you're not using social media to educate yourself about everything in your environment and to strengthen yourself in your environment, then you are really wasting time. If all you watching is people getting into fights and arguments and debates and naked ass women and Instagram broads, if that's all you and the music, if that's all you listening to, then you being indoctrinated with everything that it takes to make you a perfect slave. You're supposed to be getting on there, man, and researching your history, the records of your people, the history of this empire, the rulers of the empire. How did they do this? How did they get rulership of the world? Are you studying their wars, the battles that took place between them over the years? You understand? Are you looking at have you ever read a book about a submarine, a real submarine captain, and what he went through and what it took for him to make decisions down under that ocean with a nuclear bomb in the back of his submarine?
Damn.
You know what I mean? Like, you read about that bastard, and brother, you're gonna learn something. You're gonna learn some shit about life. Excuse my French. You're gonna learn some stuff about life. You go read about him. You go read about them generals and what their strategy was when it came to the battles they had, and what did they take away, and what did they think was good and bad. You know what I love to read about, because they got so much information on the battles in World War II with the Japanese and America and Britain.
Right.
They both wrote. Back then they would write about them, and a lot of it is published, brother. You read about them cats and what they faced and how they was ordinary people, but faced such tremendous odds, and what they did to persevere, what they did to get through. Or you educate yourself about something else, finances or some new skill or whatever it is.
Right.
You understand? Or educate yourself in one of those. Or, you know, like if you're not using the tool, there was a time when we wasn't allowed to read.
Right.
And even after we got to read, they gave us a garbage can of a school to make sure we couldn't learn nothing.
Right.
I've learned more about the world since the internet came than I ever learned in school. Through college, anything. Nothing compares to what I learned right now. I could learn more on YouTube, brother. I could learn more about another man's profession on YouTube than probably he knows. In half the time it took him to get that degree to get it. Now, I'm not saying to quit college or school or nothing like that. You need them critical things. And there's, you know, YouTube is not a substitute for going to college. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, as a person on the street, any human being, if you Black, Latino, Native opinion, social media should be your tool. And today they got the new tool that's just absolutely is almost a crime against their slavery. They should shut it down if they're gonna be a good slave master, and that is that ability for you to get a book, and I forget what they call it, but you can get the book and the book speaks to you as opposed to you having to read it.
Yeah, the ebook. Audio books, yeah.
Audio book.
Audio
book. Yeah.
Kindle or ebook, I forget what they call it.
Yeah,
It's audio book. Brother, if you could do that, you understand, there was a time when you joined a book club and you read a book a month. You get that ebook, you can read a book a week.
Yep.
If you want, or less. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Like, so that's what, I learned all about the studio electronics on the internet. I ain't know a damn thing about cameras, and I know how to take apart the phone now. I know how to take all the components out and change them and all that now. I'm like, what the hell? Just learning from just having it all here. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what every brother and sister should be doing. Sisters coming out with new ideas and new businesses, and it's just all of that. And it should be all of that. You know what I mean? But on the other hand, it's going to be used to enslave so many of us. I don't want to keep running on. It's going to be used to enslave us and to keep us blind. I yield.
It definitely makes sense. It makes sense how you break it down there, because it's for sure up. I even remember a few years ago in DC, we packing up the DC camp. A guy came and he's like, "No, I want to speak to him. I want to speak to talking about you." And he's like, "Why you have to say it how you say it?" The problem is when you talk like that, when I go into the office, the white man look at me and see you. He was trying to say that we had to be more, like, as he was breaking it down, trained, so he could be more comfortable in Egypt then.
Right.
Yeah.
When what he don't understand is we need him, the boss, to look at him like that.
Yeah.
So he could be forced to look at the boss for what he really is.
Come.
Like once again, don't no dog hate his master. The master put a bowl of food out every day. You don't hate that, but guess what? Bark against that master and walk out the door when you feel like it. Go up in the yard and take a dump where you want. And matter of fact, jump over the fence, go to the neighbor's yard and screw the female dog over there.
You're gonna be
when
a
you
problem.
finish, come back that night and come in whenever the hell you want. When that master get that leash out and he beat the hell out of you, then that dog be looking at that master. Now he looking at that master you need to look at the master for who he really is. You looking at the master, and it's such a, if I could, how amazing is that? I just thought about it, what you just said, which is so true. How amazing is that? How amazing is it that me and him are two different black men? I'm standing on the street talking about the evils of his slave master. And he has to feel the repercussions of my free words.
Right.
Even though he's not saying it. Meaning what a slave. That you say to yourself, I need the rest of the slaves to act right, because I can't never ask my slave master to treat me based on me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. Like, what man is allowed to treat you based on how another man operates?
Right.
God damn.
Yeah.
Like, what man is the, you know what I mean? That's like me going into the restaurant and the waiter come and say, "Can I help you, sir?" And I slap the hell out of him and say, yo, that other guy, that hot dog cart guy, gave me a terrible hot dog yesterday.
Right.
He got nothing to do with the waiter.
Right.
But now imagine the waiter going to the hot dog guy and saying, "Yo, you got to stop selling bad hot dogs, because when the customers come in, they're going to smack me for it."
Right.
He don't even require the customer to treat him as an individual from the hot dog guy.
Right.
He charged the hot dog guy for it.
Right.
Is that crazy or what?
Right.
That's why the civil rights movement was saying, judge me by the by the content of my character, or whatever it is, the term they was using.
because the slave master was painting them with a broad brush.
Yeah.
And how dare you beg him? How dare you even look at him as a human when he won't even treat you as an individual human?
Right.
That's why when you go to different places where there's somebody in authority and they say you people, that's why black people get so mad. Because it's like, you people, who the hell are you talking about? You're supposed to be offended by that.
Right.
But of course, in their world, it don't matter. And when we say it, they shock. Sometimes I say it just to see what they're gonna react to it. They doing something wrong. Sometimes I be, you know, they mess up something, and I say, that's the problem with you people. You don't listen. And they be like, what? Huh? They be shocked. Because what is a black man calling white people you people? They shocked by it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When they do it to us every day. And we accept it like something we got to correct. Like they have masterfully taught us that we are dogs.
That's right.
They have masterfully done it. So, Locke, I yield, but it was such a good point.
Most High Christ, it's a while for that because I'm interacting with people and it's like you could tell they ain't sleep, but they're surely oblivious to everything else.
Yeah.
It got to be the entertainment and the pleasure. Because that ain't stopping. That ain't slowed down.
Oh, they experts at it. They know what to do. They made the weed illegal.
Mm-hmm.
The weed is legal. Social media is pretty much free.
Right.
All you gotta do is pay for your phone service, really. Social media is pretty much free. It's plenty of it around the clock, 24/7. And they are sitting in labs with thousands of workers pushing whatever it is they want to push to influence and bend you in the way that they want. They got the perfect tool to keep you asleep. But here's the thing to remember. The Most High got his way. When you go back and read those scriptures, every time the Lord went to fix the nation, he went and took somebody and did something that was crazy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Christ came on the scene, was healing. You know what I'm saying? Moses walked back in there and raised the army and went before Pharaoh, shocked all the leaders. You know what I mean? Being who he was. You know, Gideon, the Lord had him push down the statue of the Midianites.
Right.
They went crazy. The whole city went crazy. So long, the whole city went crazy.
Right.
You know what I mean? The Lord did that many a times with brothers. Many a times when he got ready to raise up this nation, the Lord had David kill Goliath.
Right.
Many times when the Lord wanted to raise this nation up, he did something. He took a righteous brother, sometimes even a wicked brother, and he went and did something with that brother or those brothers and shook the whole nation where everybody said, whoa.
What's going on?
They stopped and had to hear the Most High. That's why they so fear us as well, because we are what Esau called trendy people. We all follow the pack.
Right.
You know what I mean? If something become a trend in the Black and Latino community, we all go out and buy it. If a bag become trendy, we all buy it. If some clothes become trendy, we all buy it. You like Beyonce, whatever the hell that thing is called.
Balenciaga.
Vuitton and Gucci and all of that. None of that stuff could be famous if we was not trendy.
Right.
We're a people that follow the pack.
Right.
So they need us to never have an episode where the whole pack turns and says, yo, what's the meaning of this? But when you search them scriptures, that's always been the case. And it'll be the case this time as well.
Okay. Like that.
Man. So rest assured, you keep on doing what we're doing, and eventually the Lord will do something to make everybody fall back like, what is this? And he's already doing it right now among us, the same way Christ did it with the disciples. You know what I mean? I mean, boy, Peter and them disturbed the entire nation of Israel. Them Sadducees and Pharisees was disturbed by what Peter and them is doing. And then just when they thought they got them out the way, here came Paul. Paul came and disturbed the whole damn thing again. And it was a mess.
Right.
But it was the Lord's doing to prepare us in such an emergency time. Because as we know, 70 AD, Titus came in there and
starved us to death and murdered us by the tens of thousands. And who knows who's to say that's not the case getting ready to happen right now? Who's to say in 20 or 30 years what the hell if we have that much time? I pray we don't. I pray the Lord do as he said and cut the time short, which I know he will. Who's to say what shall happen? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we don't remember the scripture where the Lord said his word goeth out not in vain.
Right, come on.
And that's the beauty of the truth. The beauty of the beauty of the truth is you got to battle yourself to endure. You understand? And the more you endure, the better you get at enduring. The better you get at enduring, the more confidence you are in the prophecy that come to pass. You know what I'm saying? Like I love this gray beard I got now. Oh, this man. That's my boy right here. I look at that beard now in the mirror. When I get on the camera, I look at that beard. I say, man, you've been putting it down for a little while. You've been getting it in, haven't you? This endurance is a beautiful thing. You know what I mean? Like and understand this. Never measure the waking up of Israel based on what Israel looks like. You know who taught us that? Ezekiel. When the angel came to Ezekiel and he said, can these bones live? Ezekiel said, thou knowest. Like, I can't tell because they look dead. They look like they ain't never going to get up.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But the angel told him, go ahead and prophesy on them because as prophets of the Lord, we can't never look at the state Israel's in, only that the Lord will change that state. And that's what we war for. You know what I'm saying? And we'll see it before our eyes. We're seeing it now. Thousands of brothers coming into the truth and sisters. Families being born and raised up. All of that. You know what I mean? So I yield. Salaki again.
No, that's the
stop me now, man.
No, that's on point. And how you saying about the trendy part? Like recently, Grenada had their independence, and I was looking at some history with Grenada. And when they had that coup, Reagan, who was our president, he said, we have to engage, because they just get their ass whipped from that war before, so he wanted to flex. But he said, we have to stop Grenada because these is black people who could speak English. And if we let this stand, they will influence black Americans.
Boom. That's heavy you say that. That's why that's heavy. We'll show you why they keep their foot on them Caribbean islands.
And the Latinos, because of the language, they want to keep us separate.
Yes. That's heavy.
That's
crazy.
That's
heavy what you said.
Man, when I read that, so I was like, these devils, like they thinking we don't naturally wake up and think like that.
No.
And he's imagine a little Grenadian, and it was, of course, the time, that period of time with, black revolution, black consciousness going on. He said, these is black people and they speak English. He said, if we don't stop that, they will influence black Americans.
Brother, that is amazing. Like he think like a dog owner.
Come on.
He think like a dog owner. That's why they love the dog. The dog is their best friend because they love to rule over somebody, even though it's not their position.
Right.
They love to have a dog that's just totally obedient and do whatever they say, and they can enjoy the dog because they control the dog. That is their best friend. That's their best friend. You know what I mean? And they think the same way because that what's in them is in all the nations except us.
Yeah.
We're the only nation that don't think that way. We're the only nation that need a law to make us think about us. We don't think like that. You know what I mean? Like they do it naturally, which is why we end up on the bottom.
Right.
Because of the Most High, we're gonna end up on the top.
That's right.
So let people go to bed. It's Saturday night.
Brothers and them sit drinking and looking at the news and taking in this way.
Oh man! Matter of fact, I got TV behind me over here. Let me see the ladies behind me back here.
Yeah.
I might see a little reflection in my eyeglasses.
Jim,
see what's going
they're
on.
shooting rockets right now. I said the brother and someone in the comments, Jimmy Tasha thing, say they're shooting rockets at Israel right now.
Wait a minute, he said rockets are hitting Israel?
Yeah, he said they're shooting rockets at Israel right now. I don't know if you're referring to like right now or meaning like he probably just came on late.
Oh, you talking about the brother? You know what? Before I came in, I saw that they were that the rockets were beginning to hit Israel. Now this is amazing. This is show you propaganda. Now you mean to tell me these shows are on and they are not playing this war that's breaking out?
See,
or is the war? Are they overriding the regular scheduled program? Because I see commercials running with the Space Shuttle Columbia, the final flight. If they not overriding these commercials, brother, they are suppressing. You know, CNN with some war breakout. CNN running 24-hour coverage.
Yeah,
they ain't running 24-hour coverage. Somebody, wait a minute, let me open the chat room again. I got the chat room closer trying to save the power on this computer.
And so you so right with that too, because they're trying to they know, okay, it's like what the Bible is saying, I think it's in Isaiah when it says we're going to look upon this, now really look upon him and say, is this the man that weakens the nation? You know what I mean? Is to the point where he's trying to keep it under lock and key, where as Meshach was brought with Grenada. Now you see why Haiti where it is right to this day. You understand? Haiti is like that to remind the Caribbean, yo, this could be you. You could be eating mud pies. You could be in turmoil like this if you decide not to, you know what I mean, being, you know what I mean, in cahoots with us.
Got an echo, y'all, so
no, it's too wild.
Come back. Can y'all hear me?
Come.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so Lockie, go ahead, Doc. I missed that last part. That what?
No, I said now we understand why Haiti is in the state they're in, because that is like a deterrence to Black people thinking that we're gonna rise up and try to do it on our own. You know what I mean? It's almost like what Captain Meshach said with Grenada. You know what I mean? Like you can't allow this to stand if you're oppressor. Because if this stand, then it's going to put it in our heads. Because for real, you sit down and talk to Black people, they really fear Esau. And they fear, as they say, they're getting food every morning from him. Just imagine, now you had to go feed yourself. And that's the fear in us. Like, we don't think we can feed ourselves. We don't think you know what I mean? We don't understand that, you know what I mean, to get a nation, we gonna have to sacrifice, and we're not willing to do it.
Right.
Because the oppressor, you know what I mean, he leave an example for you and show you that Haiti, they eating mud pies. Now, Negro, you want to taste mud? But then shut your mouth, go to work. Bounce your balls, just shut up. You know what I mean? Don't say nothing.
God. Oh, they in the war council now, boy. They thinking this thing through now. You know what I mean? They wielding a lot of power out there, brother. You know what I mean?
Come.
And that power is about to get wielded all across this earth. Prophecies are about to get fulfilled.
Yeah.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
About time.
I think somebody said Taiwan joined NATO too. That's true.
I don't think they could have joined NATO that fast, but they might be having talks about it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I think that's in a category for that too, where it's not like you ain't gonna be joining NATO, but it's like a kind of affiliate of, or like an extra extension of. So it could be one of them too.
And let me tell you, they running and hiding under NATO now. Everybody's shouting NATO. They want help. they all shouting NATO to make sure that they got somebody covering them over what might happen.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad. I know by the morning it's gonna be even worse.
Right. Well, they said that they done stopped firing But let's see if there's a retaliation or if they're gonna stop. And I doubt they stop. Because they wouldn't have bombed and killed those generals if it wasn't their intention to take on the whole country.
And what's so concerned, and what's so crazy about it too is when Hamas attacked Israel, Israel say they're defending themselves, right? Now Israel go attack Iran. Iran is the aggressor. Now everybody, you know what I mean? Now they're trying to spin the whole propaganda. And what I said was is that when Hamas attacked them on the 7th of October, right? Israel.
Right.
Israel said they're defending themselves. So they went and they attacked Hamas. Right? They bombed the places, they leveled places in Gaza. Now, Israel attacked Iran. Iran not defending themselves. Iran attacking Israel on the home soil, which is crazy.
Israel gonna ask America to help. That's what they're gonna do. Israel gonna ask America to join in and help something. You know.
Yeah, I think they already came out and said that they totally committed.
Yeah.
Now, Makulat, I'm not sure what you mean by the FBI. Is the FBI, you talking about the FBI in general, they general concern with attacks in America? Or are you talking about a specific? Now, if you're talking about in general, they in a complete and all out scramble. Because once again, they not stupid. They know that there's heathens in this country from all over the world. And they know, just imagine if you one of these countries and you under the oppression of America. You understand? If you under the oppression of America, then that means you got your nation to protect, which means you're going to send thousands of agents into that country to gather all the information you can so that when a war does break out, you able to protect yourself. And that is what the FBI is scrambling with now. They in a mess with that right now. So if you're talking about in general, that's exactly what they worried about. They worried about an attack in this country. And trust me, there's tens of thousands of agents. Listen, a lot of the murders that you hear about that's really blamed on black people is really foreign agents assassinating people from other foreign countries. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what a lot of that killing is. And so the FBI's job is to keep a lid on all of it, which is, you know, how the hell do you do that? How do you keep a lid on every foreign agent from all over the country? I'll tell you how they do it. By Facebook. That's how you do it. You do it by all them programs that Edward Snowden exposed. Them programs, them spying programs and all that. America got to have them programs. How you gonna keep a lid on all these agents that's running around here waiting for orders to come at this country? And on top of that, you got a bunch of Edomites they itching for a civil war because they dumb and stupid hillbillies. Yeah. They think that they're gonna do like Alex Jones and them gonna bring 1776 back in, and they're gonna pull out their little musket guns and overthrow the government. The government is dealing with global thermonuclear war. You talking about running up there with a rifle, running in the Capitol, like you gonna affect some type of change? It's a joke. Right. You're not gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? So it's stupid and ignorant. But America still got to keep a lid on it because they can't open the door for that. And then, Americans fighting Americans, that's opportunity for other nations. You know what I'm saying? I underbar Makola. Like that's food for other nations to come and destroy. You know what I mean?
like that Idaho man, like what you saying there, how they say they know there's the people from other nations here and people here. This I think this fool here, he's from Idaho. He pledged to ISIS and he was threatening, I think, to go and blow up some churches or something and threaten the whole city. I think they caught him like 2 weeks ago.
Right. You see that? You know what I mean? Like now, and the only reason they put him in the news because he's probably an American, right?
Yeah, he's an American. Come.
Yeah, like America doesn't want the American people to become paranoid of the other nations. So they'll put it on the news if an American does it so that Americans can be outraged. Like, why the hell would he in great America be a white man and join in ISIS? They'll put that in the news because Americans will hate them. But they won't put the heathens in the news because they don't want Americans seeking out heathens to join them and to help them. That's what happened with the Black Panther Party, or at least that's part of the story that was told. Part of the story that was told was that the Black Panther Party was receiving help from communist countries, specifically China, and that they were being financed by them. They accused Martin Luther King of being a communist. I don't know whether he took funds from the communists or not, but that's what they don't want. So they don't want you seeing revolutionaries from other countries in America and then try to join them. You know what I'm saying? So you will rarely hear about that. But bro, believe me, oh my God, the FBI's job right now, the FBI is recruiting. They recruiting like crazy. You know how many people they paying off the books that ain't even FBI agents? You ain't even got to go training no more. Shoot. You damn near make you a snitch just for, just because you want to be. You know what I'm saying? Shit, yeah, man. People making a whole living off of just snitching. Getting a salary like an executive at McDonald's and shit.
Right.
So just snitching. Oh, they showing the fires now, brother. Protest. They protesting now. Oh, they celebrating in Tehran. They showing the celebrations out here. But this is okay. Unless Israel turns around and goes to war with them, this is short-lived. You know what I mean? That's the only thing. This is short-lived. This is just a little warm-up. Unless them small hats just go in.
Right.
Them small hats hit them back, man, shoot, it's gonna be a hell of a Passover. And it might be the last one. Not that it'll all end, but it might be the last one because you might not be able to, move in that kind of way a short time after this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They just answered them back. You know what I'm saying?
Come.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, it's a time. Like you put in, it's a real time.
Anybody else out there got a question before we go? Hit us now. Throw it up in the chat room. Daniela, I don't know how you type so fast. Y'all are like a speed typer.
I look into as well. So.
Oh damn, the numbers is up pretty high. Okay. It's 12:45 on a Saturday night, y'all.
Yikes.
It's a beautiful night.
Right.
Yeah. Man. Right. And it looks like they seasoned ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Was that right? Oh man, this is a mess.
Yeah.
It's right here. All them Arab countries getting in it. All of them getting in that joint.
Yeah, because
UAE,
Jordan,
Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, every last one of them getting ready to be in it.
Yeah, because like I said, they're trying their best to stay out of it. You know what I mean? Saudi Arabia trying the best to stay out of it, but the people they ain't gonna have that. Just like with Jordan and Qatar and them, because the Qatar, they basically hold the political wing of Hamas. I don't know if you heard last week, one of the men's sons and his grandsons get assassinated. You know what I mean? Israel take that whole, you know what I mean, take that man whole lineage out, basically. You know what I mean? Four grandkids, 4 grandboys, and 3 sons, they wipe out. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean, it's getting there to the point where the people who in these countries that just sitting by and watching the Palestinians, you know what I mean, go hungry, they're gonna rise up against the government. They're gonna have to go in. You know what I mean? They're gonna have to go because that political, you know what I mean, them political games could only go but that far with them heathens. They're gonna have to get in.
And if I could, that's a good point. Well said, Daniela. Well said. You know what I mean? These are your people. You right about that. Like, also too, what you saying is, oh shoot, it slipped my mind. I slipped my train of thought just now. Not a thought, but it's bad. It's gonna be bad. Salaki, it slipped my brain what I was talking about.
Cancer.
It was something you said that triggered something in my brain.
I think I was.
You, Anton, one. Like, go ahead, Ox. Go ahead, Nathan.
No, I think I was mentioning that these countries that's staying out now, like Saudi Arabia, they're staying out because they getting paid. You know what I mean? They getting foreign aid from basically America. They what's the other country? Egypt getting money from Israel. All these countries that are around Israel, they're getting paid to stay out of it. You know what I mean? And now the people, they have a ton of protests going on in the country, but they're not bringing it on the news. They're not putting it out there. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? The longer this go on, the more chaos is going to be on the earth. You know what I mean? And the closer we're going to be getting to, you know what I mean, to real freedom.
John. You right. Man, like the more this go on, the closer it gets to a different world. And this is what it takes. They're like all them Christians, like we always bring out. Christians act like, we act like we want these kids to stop doing what they're doing on the street. You know, man. We act like we want to see change and see things different. You about to see it. You got to see it come to pass, and the Lord is not waiting on your slave master to decide how that change comes. That change is coming. And he's gonna bring it forth. You know what I'm saying? Hands of these heathens leave out of here to go back and fight.
Right.
They're gonna have to go back, and they're gonna have to get on that plane and go back to their countries and fight for their countries. You know it's gonna become intolerable here. And as the 12 tribes wake up, it ain't gonna be no money for them to make anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean? They're gonna hate us. They're gonna hate us with a blood curdling hatred because they're gonna see that we are against joining the heathens, and they're gonna be mad because they're trying to make money off us and cannot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because the amount of protests that are taking place in America right now with them heathens, especially say in Michigan, you know what I mean? They coming up against, you know what I mean, what America trying to like what Biden is doing. You know what I mean? Like he giving Israel a ton of weapons to, you know what I mean, to you know what I mean, alive these Palestinians. You know what I mean? So they for sure, you know what I mean, they angered by it. You know what I mean?
They got to be. They got to be pissed off. You know, man? They got to be pissed off. You know, man? They got to be pissed off. Man. So what we doing, Hebrews?
I'm gonna take a shot in a second. Lot of drones, lot of ICBMs, lot of prophecies, because to read about it and then see the thing happening. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's something else. That mean like the Muslims was waiting until Ramadan was over. As soon as they done fast, they're ready to get busy.
Because I mean, it was so disrespectful. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Anton one, that was heavy what you said. You know what I mean? Shalom to you too, bro. You know what I mean? Hope to see you at the Passover.
Right.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? So like, yeah, like that's crazy. You know what I mean? Because they bombed the hell out of them during Ramadan. They bombed the hell out of them Palestinians during Ramadan, didn't they?
Yeah. Attack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And that's what make Hamas retaliate. They bombed them and went in the mosque and pulled them out, and they couldn't stay in that that holy land, that holy place that they share. I think in Jerusalem, they pulled them out and violate them.
Yeah.
Shalom, Maccabi. Yabashim Shabrakatah. What's going on, warrior? Like, you're right. You know what I'm saying? Like, they in some mess now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
On the major.
They in a different place now.
You
know what I mean? They in a different place now. You got to see how ruthless this Edomite is. And these other nations, boy, they better man up. They calling out they calling out two of the realest animals on the planet.
Yeah.
You know what I
mean?
You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say slack, yes, sir. And the animal they're dealing with. The animals so smart that they're dealing with. They put Iran in a position where they had to do this. If they did not do this, that means all the generals is full game. You mean full game? All the generals. They gonna have officers of 50 running that military across. They got troopers running that, you know what I mean? Civilians running that military across the general. They had to do that.
That's true. That's true.
And Putin didn't play yet. You know, Putin didn't really do nothing real strong yet. He just making moves. So imagine now he start getting off somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because he gets in his drones from Iran. Iran giving him all them drones. So now America go lock that off. Now you see what's taking place.
And something about them drones, them Iranians seem to be real good with messing with them drones.
Mm-hmm. Because sir, the city drones is like cost like 5,000 to make. You know what I mean? Cheap. 5 or 10,000, yeah, they're cheap. So now you taking a rocket like what they're using in the Iron Dome. That joint costs like thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands, or a good few thousand. So now you flying that drone and they had to shoot that down like $10,000 or $5,000.
Yeah.
So they for sure sending them drones, but they're keeping them nice joints for when when that joint run out.
When that Iron Dome get rusty. That Iron rusty, they're gonna let loose the rest of them.
Because they have like 3 defense systems. They had the Iron Dome. They have the what they call it, the David. They call it the David Sling or some stuff like that.
The who?
And then the Arrow system. So each one of them had different distances it could go. So they for sure, you know what I mean, you know what I mean, armed to the teeth. But you know what I mean, what Iran and them doing is they're sending them cheap joints for them to spend a ton of money. So now you won't hear about 90 billion passing in America here to get sent to fill them, you know what I mean, to build more military equipment. Send across there.
It's
And-
four.
and- huh?
It's four of them: the Arrow, David Sling, the Patriot, and the Iron Dome.
The Patriot is America owned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the other three is
alone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. They're gonna how to use them things though.
Yeah. I mean, rocket for one of them things costs thousands of dollars. That's why I said the rockets. I mean the artillery for them Iron Dome and stuff costs thousands of dollars. That's why Russia was buying up them drones because they're cheap and they could use it to, you know what I mean, to take out whatever Ukraine was doing. That's what they're using. They're sending a ton of them drones into Ukraine and, you know what I mean, and causing havoc. Yeah. Yeah, they trust in that system. That system there.
You pulled in a screenshot on the Iran attack.
Say again.
Oh no! It just now they had pulled. It looked like you had pulled in a screen where you was watching with the Iran attack.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was just over your kind of overlaid on top of your image.
Oh yeah. Hold up.
It's not there no more. So.
It's not there. Hold up. I might could bring it back. Still not there.
Not there now, but it was there a little while ago.
Okay. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on a second. Okay. Is up there now or no?
Yeah, kind of something else. Yeah, but that's your background now.
Yeah, I'm gonna just shrink myself a little bit on it. Hold on, shit. Salaki. I had to bring it back. I'm gonna try to bring it back. It's Sky News. Off of YouTube. But I gotta find a way to bring it in behind me on the side of me or shrink me. One of the two.
You want me to try to pull this up, sir?
No, I was just messing with it since we just kicking it. You know what I'm saying?
Come on. That's what
Go back to the chat room.
They done talking about retaliation, sir. They start talking about Israel retaliating. No.
Yeah.
So which means
understand Yav. That's a good question. It doesn't matter that it was done on the Sabbath day. That's a common thing known on the first Maccabees. When you go back and read on the first Maccabees, the Greeks attacked us first on the Sabbath day. And Judas Maccabees and them turned around, and one of the brothers could pull this up. Judas Maccabees turned around and made a decree and said, we will fight on the Sabbath day from now on. So you know, some people might look at it like they did this on purpose on the Sabbath day. The Iranians probably did, simply because the Israelis attacked them during Ramadan. So they turned around and answered them on their Sabbath day. So that's a possibility, but that's only important to them. You know what I'm saying? That's only important to them. That doesn't mean anything to us. I think I lost y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I lost you. Mashak, what you got to drink, man? I might have to join you, Hebrew.
I'm gonna see what they left for me. The drags they would leave. I think it might have some Jack Daniels there. So.
Like, see, if Mashak, pull up CNN if you could. Can you put CNN on the screen? I probably could do. No, I don't think I can. I got to find out how I could feed CNN into the screen with me.
On I could put it from YouTube, right? Like they're streaming channel.
I don't think you can get CNN directly live on YouTube. Can you?
Let me look now and see.
I don't think you can.
Nah, they're not live right now. Let me go to their website.
Brother, they celebrating like I wanted everybody to see how they were celebrating. You understand how they were celebrating the Iranian attack on Israel. Like they was celebrating it. You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? Like they was like those is free people. I hate to say it. You know what I mean? I don't got a dog on both sides. It don't matter to us.
Right.
Who they are, what they represent. What matters to us is our nation. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So, okay. Malak, what you saying? What is America's, if there is an Israeli counterattack to Iran, what is America's response? America is standing with Israel. Here's what America is most worried about. America is most worried about these Israelis going on their own. You know what I'm saying? Because here's what's amazing. What's amazing is that America is now tied and committed to Israel. They don't really have a choice. They tied at the hip. They was tied at the hip the day that they did not stop the Israelis from killing those Arabs and them Palestinians. So the problem America has now is now that we done tied ourselves to the hip of them, what is going to happen? Oh, mine came back up again. Is my screen been like this?
No, it's not on your screen.
Oh, maybe I'm behind. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, my bad. I think that was mine. Mine was behind. Okay, what I was going to, but just to answer Malak's question, which was a good question, Malak, that okay, America, if the Israelis go and attack Iran, which okay, I don't see how they wouldn't, because why would they make the first attack if they wasn't prepared to attack them if they attacked them back? So I see the Israelis having a counterattack. The big question is that's not getting that we need to find out from America is was America okay with the Israelis attacking the Iranians? Because when they attacked the Iranians and killed those generals, was America okay with that? If America was not okay with that, then America got a problem, because the Israelis just expanded the war without America's okay, which means they got a major problem now. Because really, them pictures you see on CNN with them showing Biden in that room, that discussion ain't about Iran then. That means that discussion is about what we gonna do to rein in the Israelis.
Right.
Because they expanding, they're exercising expansionism. What the hell we gonna do now? You know what I mean? So
And answer that's so heavy too, because okay, it's almost like what Israel doing is what America did to the Iraqis and the Afghanistan people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's why this dude in England right now in a jail in America trying to get him. What's his name? Julian Assange.
Julian Assange.
Right. He was bringing out the crimes, the war crimes America commits. And to try to stop it, and they want to bring him to America to prosecute him, to charge him for doing what he did. You know what I mean? And what Israel did to Iran to start this, you know what I mean, whole beef with Iran, it according to the books, this was a war crime. You can't do that. You're not supposed to hit somebody on, you know what I mean, on one in the embassy. You can't do that. But according to their books, right, that's a war crime that Israel did.
Right.
But the news not even saying that. You know what I mean? And America standing with them, which lets you know that, you know what I mean, America ain't about, you know what I mean, justice. You know what I mean? Real justice for people. You know what I mean? Like they've been trying to fool the earth and tell them, you know what I mean, and try to show them, you know what I mean, they upright and they, you know what I mean, in God we trust. But then you holding a criminal next year that committing crimes, and you're not saying nothing. You have a people next year that's committing genocide. You understand what I'm saying? And you're not coming out and, you know what I mean, distancing yourself from him. Like you try to teach us, you know what I mean, you see something, you hear something, say something. You know what I mean? Blow a whistle.
Right.
But they ain't doing none of that. Whatever they tell us to do, they're not doing it. They're doing it total opposite.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
God.
And that's why them African
Sounds
countries.
like they would like them Israelis to be cool. Salaki, go ahead.
No, I said that's why some of them African countries right now trying to kick them French and Americans out, because, you know what I mean, they've been gobbling them up, taking all the resources and having the people starve in Africa. You know what I mean? Yeah, so you know what I mean. So it's fitting to be nice. Because Sudan, I think Sudan, whichever. I said Sudan, sir. They say Sudan right now is using Iranian drones too. You know what I mean?
They basically overthrew their government.
Khan.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
They basically overthrew the government over there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so, like, we're gonna see if there's a response to this. If there's a response to this from the Israelis, man, then they're gonna do it's gonna be crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a hell of a summer if they respond. Okay, Mr. Dave, Matthew 23, the whole chapter or the the part about wars and rumors of wars. Is that what you specifically talking about? Like, you know, man. Like if this is key right here, especially since some of those bombs hit the ground. What's going to be key is if the Israelis respond. You know what I mean? And if they do, whatever they do from here, America is stuck with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
America and the UK.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Answer.
And Israel gonna guess
Anton 1, the Book of Thomas is a complete lie. The Book of Thomas has nothing to do with the scriptures. It was uncanonized for a very good reason. When you read in the Book of Thomas tells you that Jesus Christ gave Thomas to be a servant of an East Indian. Now, if you know anything about the scriptures, you know there's no way that Christ, who died for the 12 tribes of the children of Israel, gave away one of his disciples to be a servant to an East Indian. So that's how you know that the Book of Thomas is not real.
Is Israel gonna get spread thin?
Benjamin, the reason, and that's a good question. The deepest reason that America backs Israel is this. America backs Israel because they need an Edomite nation to rule the Middle East. They need an Edomite nation that they feel they can trust and can partner with, and they can now turn around and, you know, rule all the Arab countries. It was always the plan to raise the Israelis up to be rulers of the Middle East. The Israelis just seem like they just got impatient and feel like if they don't strike now, that those countries will become nuclear countries and take over. You understand? That's one of the ones they could use. Jessica Hubbard, Ezekiel, the 38th chapter. I can give you verses too. Go to my notes right here. Where are we going with this? Ezekiel 36, rather, 1 through 12 for Jessica's. And for that other question from I forgot who gave, Ben, from Benjamin. That's the deeper, this was the whole plan from the beginning. The whole plan from the beginning was to control the Middle East, control the Arab countries, all using Israel and Israel's might and power. That's why they haven't given a nuclear weapon to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is more valuable to America than any European country. But Saudi Arabia got the oil. So they need them more than they need a European country. But they gave the new European, they didn't stop the European countries from getting that weapon. You know what I'm saying? But they are stopping Saudi Arabia, to the best of our knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So they are worried about them with that. They're very worried about them with that. So the plan was to never let the Arab countries become nuclear powers, but to allow the Israelis to become a nuclear power so that they could control the Arab countries, which meant they would be able to control the oil. Iran messed that up because Iran Iran joined up with Russia on the other side and messed them up. And so it messed up the plan. And by messing up the plan, it started this whole mess that we in now. Iran went on their own page and decided they was going to go build themselves a nuclear bomb. Obama tried to negotiate with them to get them to stop and was successful to a bit. But Trump clipped it. And that's why so many people look at Trump sideways because, you know, what's the name of the general? Not Clark, but the one that they said had possible Russian ties. He went to jail for it. was disgraced over it.
Millie?
Thin guy, what's his name?
It's not
Was
Millie?
in Trump's cabinet. Anybody know the name? Throw it out there. Huh?
I thought it was Millie. It was Jeremy Millie.
Anybody know? No, I'm not sure. Damn, what is his name?
Petraeus.
He was all in the news.
Petraeus?
Not Petraeus. Petraeus got caught up too. Petraeus got caught up too. But not O'Malley. I'm coming to you next, Dave. Not O'Malley. No, what's his name? Y'all know him. He's still on the circuit. He's still doing speeches. Remember Obama warned Trump? Obama warned Trump and said, don't put this guy in your cabinet. Trump put him in his cabinet anyway, because they had a report on this general that he was somewhat compromised. See, a lot of what Trump did was favorable to the Russians, which is why they worried about it, including winning the election over Hillary Clinton. Flynn, there you go. Daniela got it. Michael Flynn. Flynn is the guy.
I won, right?
Michael Flynn. Remember, Michael Flynn was accused of buddying up with the Russians. So was Giuliani. That's why they went after him. So they think that these cats are affecting America and turning against them, and that's why they adamant to go against them. You know what I'm saying? They mad as hell with them. You know what I'm saying? So let's get Matthew's right quick. 23rd chapter. And you had one verse before the 35th verse. Was it 13? I think it was.
13, come, so that's what we got.
Come. Okay. Somebody read the 13th verse and I'll break it down. Then I'll do 35.
Matthew 25 and 13, right, sir?
23.
Say one more time. Go ahead. Can you
23 and 13.
No, 13. I think 13 was first, right? And
then
23rd chapter. Right, there you go, Michael Flynn. Like, he got accused of, buddying up to the Russians. I don't know if it's true or not, but it pissed off America. I know that much. It pissed them off, made them think. Remember, they threw all them Russians out after the Hillary Clinton, after they lost the election with Hillary, they got rid of them. Read the 13th verse. Y'all okay? Y'all good to hang? All right.
Yes, sir, like I said. The book of Matthew, chapter 23 and verse 15. But woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees.
Right. That's your religious leaders, your Christian church, your Muslim mosque. The Lord said, woe unto you, which means destruction. The word woe is a word that means destruction. And he's saying destruction on you. You know what I mean? Destruction on you for what you've been doing, which is ruling us completely wrong. Go ahead.
Hypocrites. You saying one thing and doing another. You see how the church is. You see what's going on. Child molestation, rape. You know what I'm saying? Money, prosperity, preaching. They doing every disgusting, foul thing you could think of, they doing. Go ahead. For ye shut up the kingdom of heaven against men.
How do they shut up the kingdom of heaven? They don't tell the truth about the kingdom of heaven. Like a prosperity preacher could never tell you that you are going into a nuclear war on the face of this earth, that every nation will be drawn into this war, that every nation will be brought to its knees. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want to tell you that. Why would they tell you that? They don't want you to lose motivation from spending all your money in this kingdom. They don't want that. They need you to be a part of the kingdom. Like, your preacher and your imam in general are advocates for the state. Their job is to keep you happy and jumping and and down for the world. You know what I mean? That's what they're for. That's what they stand for. So why would they tell you that it's a great day coming because the empire you're in is about to be wiped out? You may about to end up living in the street in a tent, possibly. You know what I mean? Eating based on your wits. They don't want to tell you that. But that's the reality of what's getting ready to happen in this earth. You know what I mean? But they don't want you thinking that way. You start thinking that way, forget about it. They'll have a, you know, then you they won't be able to get rich off of you. They'll be hated. They'll be like us, hated and broke. Right. You know what I'm saying? They don't want that. They want you, you know, they want you happy and stupid. All right. Is that the end of 13? Okay, so they shut up the kingdom of heaven. They shut it up, meaning they don't build the kingdom of heaven. They don't build brotherhood. They don't build harmony. They don't set the Lord's laws in place to make sure that you live by those laws. And then they stop you from coming in. They're telling you the law is done away with. Let me let you finish the next line on that scripture.
Cancer against men. For ye neither go in yourself, neither suffer ye them that are entering to go in.
Right, like you don't yourself, like, what does it mean to join the kingdom of heaven? It means to go into the kingdom of heaven means to go and obey what Christ said. That's what it means to enter into the kingdom, to go into the kingdom of heaven. What that means is you wash yourself, make yourself brand new. You go back to following the Father's laws, statutes, and commandments. You follow direction from Christ the King, and you do what you're supposed to do in that regard. And you teach other brothers and sisters that a kingdom is coming, and that this kingdom that they're in is going to be wiped away. Like even Christians will say the kingdom of heaven is coming and this one's wiped away, but they won't give you the reality that it's going to be wiped away in a nuclear war. You understand? So that's what you're supposed to do. And they do not do it, to answer the brother's question. Now, real quick, let's go to 35, because I see a couple of people might have a few questions, want to jump in on some stuff. So let's read 35 nice and quick if y'all up for it.
Cancer. The book of Matthew, chapter 23 and verse 35. That upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth.
Go ahead.
From the blood of the righteous.
Stop you if I need to.
Cancer. From the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias, son of Barachiah, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar.
And just so you ask so humbly, brother, this does not apply to the brothers who are talking about these things happening. This applies to the people who are in power, who have made this happen, who have created this atmosphere among us. You understand? When in the 34th verse, here's what the Lord said. This is what describes the Israelite school of UPK, and I'll read it for you. It says, "Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them you shall kill and crucify, and some of them shall you scourge in your synagogues and persecute them from city to city." That's talking about us. Now, you can't believe it's talking about the so-called small hats that's over there right now. They're not being scourged in their synagogues. This is the first time this land has been hit in God knows how long. Meanwhile, black men who stand up for the truth and stand up for their people are slaughtered every day in this country. Did we miss what happened during the whole taking a knee? Mashak, y'all there? Did I lose y'all? Oh,
no,
you
right.
got the script, y'all. That's why we're not up. Okay, yeah, y'all good to go? Let me know if y'all want to pull.
Nice.
All right, and I know I got in here. We running a little bit now. You understand? So that's who that's talking about. So I don't know if you are referring to this as though it is something that's to come down on them, or something that's to come down on us. But my point for Mr. Dave is this is a prophecy to come down on these people who have ruled over you. You know what I'm saying? And have ruled over you in a very cruel way. Like when you go back and look at how these people control the music industry and what the music industry has done to us as a people. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Listen, brother, listen, you and me both, we all should pray to get into the kingdom of heaven. But here's what the Lord said. He said, make your election sure. How do you make your election sure? You make it sure by doing the things that Christ said to do, to learn the truth and to go out and wake brothers and sisters up. I tell you, like Paul said, I have wrought a good work and I'm ready to be offered up. I have a place for me, I'm paraphrasing, in the kingdom. That's what Paul said. And Paul said this because he knew that he had done the right thing. If you teach in Christianity in this kingdom, you're teaching the wrong thing. You're teaching the religion of the kingdom. Like just because they use the Bible and use Jesus's name doesn't mean that that Jesus is being taught. Like we should be wiser than that. Just because a man says, that applies to any man. Just because a man says he believes in Jesus and he's teaching Jesus, we don't fall for that. Christ said that what? You'll know them because they say Jesus? No, he said you shall know them by their fruits, shall know them by their works. Like that's how you know them. So to answer Mr. Dave's question, you want to get in the kingdom of heaven, brother, then make sure you're not teaching the religion that is filled with child molestation. It's filled with rape and drugs that produces, just think about this for a minute. Think about this for 1 second. The Christian church produces 90% of all the singers and dancers and actors that promote every evil act and influence Black America. 90% of them. 90% of them come out of your church. They don't come from these projects necessarily. They don't come from certain universities necessarily. They come from your church. And that church is a destructive force in the Black community. It is the most destructive force in the Black community. And it is, once again, another tool used to block the kingdom of heaven. Like Christianity blocks you from getting in the kingdom of heaven. First of all, any religion that tells you to join another nation when you are the one that is enslaved, when Christ himself said out his own mouth, when Christ said out his own mouth, I come to save them and not the world, and turned around and came to say and said how he died, he came rather for the 12 lost tribes of the children of Israel. He said that out of his own mouth. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? No, let me get this right. You right, Anton. Anton, you right about the music industry, but the thugs and the criminals that you're talking about, you're right, and mafia with intimidation, and you're right. Them thugs and criminals was not the people who's making the music. The thugs and criminals were the people that ran the industry. So that's a perfect answer. Like the people that ran that industry did what they did to us, and it was horrific what they did to us. You know what I'm saying? So somebody else had a question up here that I let go because I was focused on this other question. I'm gonna try to go back and catch it. Big shout out to Leonard's Gaming. Big shout out to you. All praises to the Most High, getting it in. You know what I'm saying? Anybody saw the one I missed? Who'd I miss? Big shout out to I.S.U.P.K. Big shout out to you again. Your question was, Salaka, sir, if I could, what do you think about the Salvadorian president and what he did for El Salvador? I'm not familiar, Ash. You got to give me some insight. What did he do? I haven't been up on it.
What I think what he referring to says he hand out, I think, is 5,000 passports. What he trying to do is get people to come to El Salvador and work and live, basically.
To work and live in the country?
Yeah. So he trying basically what America been doing.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know what is the deal, but all of these countries seem to be trying to gain populations now. They seem to be in a race to gain populations. They're trying to open up these borders and gain populations. Why? I do not know. That I don't know. I don't know why they're doing it. It could be because they know they're going to war and they need manpower. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
And just to add also too, so the president of El Salvador, I believe, he's the one who went and get all them gangs and throw them in jail. So he basically clean, you know what I mean, so-called clean streets up.
And
so now
he's a heathen, eh? I think he's a heathen. He's some kind of Arab.
Okay.
Yashar,
That I
Yashar
don't know.
Banoff is saying he's Palestinian. Is that right?
Yeah, he's some kind of Arab, so some kind of because his whole name is Nayib Armando Bukele Ortez.
Like, how shameful is that? We needed a Palestinian to clean up the El Salvadorians. Give me a break. That Palestinian is backed by somebody. Somebody's backing him to do what he did. You know what I'm saying? Somebody backing him. I don't know who, but somebody's backing him. So, you know what I mean? Because how did he rise up to be the head of all of El Salvador and now making all the decisions and wiping out all? And if I'm not mistaken, those El Salvadorian gangs, MS-13 and those gangs, I believe came from, I think they were ex-soldiers, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not that familiar with El Salvador, but I believe that they were ex-soldiers. You know what I'm saying? So if they were ex-soldiers, then the question is, are they locking up gang members, or are they locking up soldiers that's trying to still fight for their country? Or I don't know the whole story. I know America was in there heavy when Reagan was in there. I know that the entire crack epidemic of the 80s was because Reagan was down there financing soldiers. Remember, the Iran-Contra affair was based on selling drugs to blacks in America, starting on the West Coast all the way across the country. You understand? And setting up, the CIA had an entire drug operation going on across the country. Matter of fact, I was telling everybody to go check out that new movie out called The Octopus Murders. It's called something The Octopus Murders on Netflix, but you can put in The Octopus Murders and you can go back and see how they set up how they do every dirty trick in the book, and they have to do it because they fighting in other countries and fighting all kinds of stuff. They the kings of dirty tricks, and part of them dirty tricks and a part of that financing was drugs. They needed to use drugs to finance. So who became the victims? We did. So I don't know what the history then. And you just gave me some good homework, because I'm gonna now go back to the 80s, and I'm gonna go and research the history on El Salvador from the 80s to 2024. That's gonna be a little project I'm gonna work on, because it's gonna give me an insight of what is going on now. Because sometimes things look good, but then you find out that they the worst thing in the world for the people that's in the country. You know what I mean? Perfect example was what went on in Cuba. It looked like Batista had the country looking wonderful. Come to find out, he was a puppet that was oppressing people. Who knows? So I don't know the story on this, but it's worth looking into. Slovakia. Anybody else want to jump in or yield on it? Because I'm not that familiar.
If I could, they say he was his father was Armando Bukele Katan, and he converted to Islam, but his paternal grandparents were Palestinian Christians who immigrated to El Salvador from Jerusalem and Bethlehem in 1921. So he's definitely a heathen.
Yeah, see, like that's somebody who, somebody did that. Who, I don't know. But somebody snatched him up while he was over there and said, look, this is what we're doing. We're going to put you in charge. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but that's what it sounds like. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like somebody said, this is our guy. This is who we're going to utilize. This is who's going to run the country. You don't become president of these countries without, you know, okay. Kawan, you saw it then. Okay, Kawan saw the movie. The movie was heavy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, snap. Malakma, do I got that right? Malakma said that he's accused of violating human rights with his gang sweeps. You know what I'm saying? And once again, a heathen, you know, they don't care about you. So when they get over the top of us, they don't mind being, amazingly brutal to us. So I don't know who this cat is or what he's doing or who they was. The key is, who were those gangs before they became gangs? Because if they were soldiers, then of course the question becomes, what side were they fighting on? And who's ruling the country now? Are they really ex-soldiers who are now being punished both by the Most High for what they did to their people in the past and also by this government for what they did in the past? Who knows? You know what I'm saying?
And who knows if they're actually gang members too, sir? Because the amount of people he rounds up and claim is MS-13, who knows if they're all actually, you know, as what they say is Israelites.
Yeah, you're right. Right. Like, really, is they taking over the country? Some Arabs love to do and rule over you. I don't know if that's what he's doing, but it's certainly great and possible. Critical thinker, you hit it dead on the head. We are never to put another nation over the top of us. You know what I mean? We are never supposed to put another nation to sit over us and to rule over us. That's a law. Like, once again, we the only ones that got to do it. Like what country, I'd like to know, what country out there in the world got a black or Latino ruling over them, and it's a country that ain't got that is not a country of blacks and Latino. Like, I would like to know. I would be shocked to see that. Like, which country out there is a black man ruling over that are not black people? Which country out there is a Latino ruling over that are not Latinos? But leave it to us. I think, get me wrong, right, but I think one of the presidents of Peru was a Japanese who robbed the hell out of the country and ran back to Japan to a hero's welcome. Somebody in the chat, if you know about that, let me know. Big shout out to I.S.U.P.K. I.S.U.P.K, what do you mean barbecue, for example? I don't know what you mean. What are you referring to? Yeah, that's them locked up in them prisons. Like, that's hell. You know what I'm saying? That's hell going on right there. So I don't know what that means. You know what I'm saying? And that's a lot of people they got over there. You know what I'm saying? Are they all MS-13 is a big question. Man, who are these people? You know what I mean? Who is MS-13? Are they just gangbangers, or is it something else? You gotta help me out more. The Haitian barbecue. Anybody know what that is?
The MS-13. The MS-13 is
the Haitian barbecue that I.S.U.P.K is referring to.
Oh, barbecue is
an ex-soldier. Oh, the guy named Barbecue?
Yeah, that's what
is that huh?
That's what he's talking about, sir.
That leader that's named Barbecue, right?
I
think he was an ex-cop.
Council. Yeah.
I think he was yeah, there you go. That's the president of Peru. And they say the Nazis run Argentina. Them German Nazis that went down there fleeing from America, that they run that country. Yeah, Abdul said Barbecue was a cop. I believe he was a cop over there in the Caribbean, Haiti. You know what I mean? And then he became like a gang member or so-called gang member, because we only getting these terms from over here. Who knows what they doing? You know what I'm saying? We getting the terms from over here.
Mm-hmm.
You see that? I said he got a speech. Sounds like he's exposing the U.S. for what they doing. That makes sense. You know what I mean? Yeah, you never done. Y'all say he never even heard of that. You right. The only reason I knew about it is because while he was president, they ran a coup. That's why. That's what made him have to leave and go to Japan. Shot, can you put more of that news on? They showing more of that footage of that bombing.
Yeah,
if you can, if you're able to. I don't want to mess you up. But you right. Like this, like the cat was over Japan, over Peru, and they ran a coup. Now I believe they lost the coup, but it was bad enough where I heard he ran out the country. I could be wrong on the story. You know what I'm saying? But that's us. That's us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And we'll bend for these other nations. That's why the Lord got to put laws. You don't have to put a law in Japan that the president got to be Japanese, because you ain't gonna never be president without it being Japan.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Without you being Japanese. Matter of fact, you ain't even gonna live in Japan without experiencing some racism. Damn them Lebanese. You got to see this CNN. Them Lebanese let off some damn rockets. They claiming 99% got stopped. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but they let off some rockets, brother. Good night. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, but so it's shameful, but it is once again. And here's what's sad about us. This is why this time is so great for us too. We got to learn about us. We so busy hating us. Like a good slave, we've been taught to hate and dismiss our people. We've been taught to hate them and then dismiss them. Yeah, there it is. Woo, look at that there. Brother, that is like a fireworks show.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that there. Like, you going to see much, much more of this. Like, this is a mess right here. I don't know if anybody fired on Israel like this before. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was unheard of at one time, that you would bomb them people. Unheard of. You know what I'm saying? And boy, oh boy, they better really look at damn right ISIS. Damn right, Hebrew. Like, they better look at the fact that what do these people have out here? These people got stuff out here, man, that is going to level them up when it comes to these countries. They might lose the war, but they gonna mess your country up bad. It's some stuff out here now that's a mess. You know, man. God, I think I done wore out Meshach and not thought. Sawap sound like he look like he barely hanging. Sawap, if y'all got a report, let me know, man. Be keeping us up, and you know what I'm saying. I'm just hanging out, you know, man. Just a few people had some questions. Anybody got questions? Throw it in the chat. We'll try to answer them before we leave, and then we'll get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Somebody call it a night. You know what I'm saying? By preparing for the Passover. You know what I mean? Y'all ready, cat? Y'all
Man,
in the back chat.
I think nobody gonna be ready for the Passover, right? Everybody trying to make 2 days.
Everybody what?
I say right now, everybody trying to make 2 weeks out of 2 days right now.
You ain't lying. You are not lying, bro.
Like y'all got to ask the Lord to hold the sun still.
God. So true. You know, man. So true. You know, man. Right. This might be the last go round.
Lord alone, come on.
Or at least in this fashion, like we may still have, but it's gonna be some migrating. I'm telling you right now.
Right.
There's gonna be some migrating on this planet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Come.
Mhm. Ate the water for that, Benjamin. Appreciate that. You know, man. Oh man, you running all the way to the East Coast to make Passover. Big shout out to you, Warwick.
No sign correct.
You know what I'm saying? Right. Damn right. Running across this forsaken kingdom. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is something, man. This is something. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you know what I mean? Let me get another. Can I get one more script? Come on now. Y'all got to stop me, yo, man. I won't stop unless you stop me. You know what I'm saying? You stop me, I'll stop. But, you know what I mean? Go ahead, Doc.
This is a special, cancer. A special edition, sir. A special edition.
A special edition, huh?
Can.
Yes.
Most I'm correct. You know what I mean? Can I go to Isaiah 13 on you?
Come, sir.
Go to Isaiah. Salakia. You know what I mean? I'll hang for a little bit. We got a lot of people in the chat. How many people have been here? Let me just check the number right quick. And we 4 hours deep. We still at 691. Y'all hit the one, man. Y'all hit us with one if you in the chat, man. Let me see. Y'all hit the like. Have they hit the like buttons, Michelle?
Yeah, we have some. We have some
like buttons. Let me see.
hits and the likes. Yeah, that's why we like
555 on the likes. We doing all right. You know what I'm saying? Y'all hit the one if you up in here with us. Okay, here we go. Nizam is in here. Egypt to Israel's in here. Rakai, Yasad's in here. Itazab, Yashar, Simeon, Yagadar. Big shout out to you. Malak Bun Yahawada. Big shout out to you. Casey, Beavers. Big shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? Understand y'all just in there. Abdul still hanging with us. Been with us for a minute too. Jay Dredd, big shout out to you. Twill Williams, you've been with us all night. Rapawana, you've been hanging for a minute too. Azakwa, Zakia, Salakia. Shabar, if I messed that up. Jacob's descendant, big shout out to you. Sir Leo, Mr. Dave still here with us. You know what I mean? Malak Moff still here. Eric Brewer. You know what I mean? Bath Rawana, big shout out to her. Shabar. You know what I mean? Let's get it, y'all. Let's get a scripture in here since we got some people hanging a little bit. Let's get into it. You know what I mean?
You wanted Isaiah 13 on which one, sir?
Oh, Shabar, you right up in there in Philly. This Shabar from Philly, from the Philly camp. What's going on, Warwick? You know what I'm saying? All right, big shout out to everybody giving the one. Knowledge Seeker, big shout out to you. Bayanab, big shout out to you. Who's that up in there? Thakwa, big shout out to you. You know what I mean? Mawaquad, Yahawada, not big, not Mayhem Mawaquad, right? Mawaquad, Yahawada, big shout out to you. Of course, Danielle in here with all the ones. Danielle with the speed fingers on the joint. Okay, Madabar all the way from the lower east, west coast, lower or the deep south, I call it. Shalom, Lord in Christ. You know what I'm saying? Officer of 1,000, Mariah Allah, big shout out to you. Because Aquana, you up way late out in OKC. Big shout out to you, sis. You know what I'm saying? Abadawan, big shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? Maccabia holding us down. Is this Maccabia from Midwest? Big shout out to him and his whole family, Maccabia. If not, let me know there's a different Maccabia. Asa, big shout out to you. Y'all want to, if anybody got questions, hit me. But if not, I'm going to do Isaiah 13. Can I do a little of Isaiah 13, y'all?
Come, sir.
Or y'all want to go Zephaniah? I got Zephaniah too if you want to go there.
I don't want to.
Come on, hang with me for a minute. Let's go. Which one you got, Michelle? Which one you like? Let's do Isaiah first. How about that?
Yeah, we have Isaiah. Come on, see. What verse?
Isaiah, 13.
You want to start at 1?
Yeah, let's take it from 1. Do a couple from 1. Maybe this might gender a couple questions y'all might get into it. You know what I mean?
Come on.
Hopefully this represents the end of our captivity in this kingdom. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Come. The book of Isaiah, chapter 13 and verse 1. The burden of Babylon, which Isaiah, the son of Amos, did see.
Like this brother Amos brother saw this. Did it say Amos?
Amos.
Yeah, there you go. This brother saw the burden of this kingdom, brother. And you know what I'm saying? The Lord showed him the vision, which was a burden to him to know this and to understand this and to bring it forth. Did I just see, Meshach, you put up on the screen that Iran is seizing ships going into the Strait of Hormuz? Brother, they in this thing deep. They in this thing deep as hell. Go ahead, Op.
Come. Lift ye up a banner upon the high mountain. Exalt the voice unto them.
Right. Lift up that high banner, man, which is this truth. Like now's the time to lift this truth up, man, as a high banner on this mountain. You know what I mean? Like this is the time to do it. Yeah, we might go maybe another 30 minutes, y'all, and then I think this is realistic to wrap it up. We should even be ready. Oh, it is Maccabi from Minnesota. Big shout out to you, Maccabi. So yeah, I think it's probably realistic. We probably end this at about 2:30. We ran like crazy, and I appreciate everybody that hung with us, man. The Shop Rocks this Saturday night strong every week. You know what I'm saying? So it's beautiful. Everybody jumping in, man, and we able to answer some questions and get into some scriptures, you know what I mean, and break away from this kingdom just for a little minute, give ourselves a little space, you know what I mean, to really muse upon the Most High and on His greatness. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean? So let's get it in. So go ahead, Oxalaki. Take it from where you at. So that's us. We got to be lifting up this this banner, and we shaking the hand. We shaking our hand on these kingdoms. We prophesying on. We prophesying. We chastising our people. That's another misconception about men of God. Men of God are not there to just make you feel good. Men of God are there to chastise you for the wrongs you're doing. Again, them prophets, man, they had to deal with a nation that wanted to just be wicked. And they had to deal with that nation. They had to press on that nation. They had to fight with that nation. And the Lord said it in the scriptures. He said, ye are they that striveth against the priest. Y'all remember that scripture, Mashah?
Not right? Not that when you're talking about. Not when Paul said you kick. Why you kick against the pricks?
No, that goes along with it too. But there's another scripture where the Lord said, ye are they that striveth against the priest. I could look at that, look it up.
Let me look it up.
Somebody else could look it up if you want to just get it. But go ahead, keep reading out.
Cancel. That they may go into the gate of the nobles.
That they might go into the gates of the nobles. That they might go into the gates of the people who are ruling over us and the other nations. You understand? You know what I mean? Like they are, you know, like our job is to make our people have to face those leaders. Make our people. That's why we say the things we say. That's why we trash the religion, trash the political system, trash sometimes individual leaders. We coming at them because we trying to force our people, like the scriptures said, you understand, to make them go into the gates of the nobles and say, what are you doing? Are you doing right by the Lord's people? Like if it wasn't for the Israelite school of UPK, nobody would even know that the Christian church was evil. People just looked at the Christian church like it was righteous. No matter what they did. They just looked at whatever happened as an individual isolated incident. They've never looked at the institution as an institution that's actually destructive towards Black people. Same with Islam in America. We've never looked at the flaw in Islam. And these religions refuse to allow you to even scrutinize them. They refuse, like we accept debate and battles all the time. But these religions do not accept them. And they don't accept it because, of course, it would root them out for who they really was. Salakia Nayatak, was you trying to say something?
No, I'm just saying concern. I think the scripture you're looking for is as the brother put up Hosea 4:4.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
As I agreeing with you, sir.
You see, yet let no man strive nor reprove another, for thy people are as they that strive with the priest.
Right. Meaning let the priest lay out what it is that you're supposed to know. They don't go striving one against another. You know what I mean? Because you'll fight, not only fight each other, you'll fight the priest also. The Lord is saying, let them priests lay this thing out to you. Because you are people that like to fight against them priests. You like to fight against one another. When we should have a perfect order to our nation, which is to follow these laws, statutes, and commandments and carry these scriptures out. That's how our life is supposed to go. But we like to fight against these priests. But there is a time when the prophets got to go against the priests in charge.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he told Moses and many others. And that's the time we're in right now. We're in that time where these fake religions and these are not even really priests. That's another thing. Let's be clear. A minister or a pastor or a preacher over a church is not a priest of God. He's a priest of the empire.
That's right.
He's a priest of the white Jesus, which has nothing to do with us.
That's right.
And the same goes for a man over the Muslim mosque. If you're a imam over a mosque, then you are a man that represents the religion of the Arabs. You're not a priest of the Lord. You're not a priest of the Hebrews, even if you're a descendant of the Hebrews. You're a priest of that other nation. Before I bring this out often, there's a scripture that always stuck with me. And it is the scripture when Samuel was becoming a priest. And when he was becoming a priest and he was talking to the priest in charge, the people were reporting on these two priests who were corrupt. These priests were taking bribes, you know what I'm saying? They was taking the Lord's portion and doing all kinds of things they were not supposed to be doing, mainly for themselves. Well, the Lord referred to them priests. Now, they were in the temple. They were Levites in the temple, but the Lord referred to them as priests of Baal. And when I read it, I got confused. I said, how could they be priests of Baal when they are in the temple and they're Levites? They're Levites priests. And then it dawned on me. Then I got the understanding. And the understanding of it, the teachers broke down to me. The understanding of it was simply this, that they were priests of Satan. They just were in the temple as Levite priests. But they really had turned their heart to be the priest of something else. And that's what's among us. What's among us are priests that are really, when I say among us, I mean among us as a people, not in the Israelite school UPK, just so I can be clear. Among us are priests that are priests of other nations, other gods. But they're our people, but they're not priests of us. And that's what's in the church and in the mosque. And I know that's a hurt piece, but in the mosque is both of them are really the same. The Christian church worships a white Jesus. That's the religion, always has been, even when they took the pictures down. And the Muslim mosque worships an Arab God, always has. You know what I mean? Which is once again deadly to us. It is destructive to us on another level. Go ahead and read on. Where you at?
The book of Isaiah, chapter 13 and verse 3. I have commanded my sanctified ones, and have also called my mighty ones for my anger.
And have always called also called my mighty ones for my anger. We're the sanctified ones. Our job is to go out and teach and build and go forth with the teaching, and then the Lord gonna bring destruction. Now, I thought you brought out Hosea 4:4. Was you trying to read 4 and 4? Did we try to?
We know. I think that's what you asked for with the priests. The people coming up against the priests. And I think Captain Meshach had read it already. So Salakia.
No sweat. Okay, Salakia. Just answering this back. Yeah, man. So, back to where we are. All right. Go ahead, up.
Can. Even them that rejoice in my highness. The noise of a multitude in the mountains, like as of a great people. A tumultuous noise of the kingdoms of nations gathered together.
Let me stop right there. Okay, let me stop right there because the Lord is calling for us to stand up and push this truth. And then eventually he's gonna bring destruction on these nations. But I don't know, Meshach, it's 2 in the morning. Maybe we should wrap this up, man. Call it a night. What y'all think out there, fam? You pick up on this maybe next week?
I mean, we could definitely.
What's your word?
We could definitely cause it right there, because I know everybody gonna go and watch the news and see what they're playing for.
Yeah, everybody gonna be able to go and check out the news. You know, man. Oh, Mr. Dave got Amos 3 and 6.
You want to grab that, son?
Mr. Dave's and call it.
Currency.
Yeah,
that's the
let's
one.
do that. Amos 3 and 6. Anybody could read it. We don't wore out. Swap you good to go?
I'm Tawab, sir. Tawab.
I know he is. That's a real warrior right there. Go ahead, warrior.
Can. The book of Amos, chapter 3 and verse 6. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people be not afraid?
Right. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not afraid? You're right about that. The fear is coming over people. Even though for us, there is no fear, because Christ said for us not to fear. But in general, in ancient times, when somebody blew a trumpet, that trumpet meant, depending on what was said, that trumpet meant that the enemy is coming. So prepare yourself for that enemy. You know what I mean? And so you had to get ready for that enemy. And that enemy was coming, boy. You had to be on it, because that's what what the warning was for. That blowing of that trumpet was to warn you, get ready. You about to go to war. And people were afraid. You know what I'm saying? And then the Lord said, shall there be evil in the city? And the Lord have not done it, showing that he brings forth that evil. That's a good scripture you pulled, brother. You know what I mean? Especially for what we watching right here. Boy, they showing them bombs hit too, boy. Good night. They tearing up cars and houses. They messing this place up. The Negev got bombed like hell. I don't know why they bombed the Negev, but they bombed the hell out the Negev.
Yeah.
That main area, that main strip. Say again?
And the way how I.S.U.P.K be doing his things, right? So you say they intercept 99%, right? They don't ever give it a number. I mean, they say it was
and
100.
that's what they say. You know what I mean? And here's the thing: like the sun has come up over there, and I noticed they're not going to any of the sites in the daytime that got hit. They're showing you the bombs flying over at night,
Right.
But when they go to the daytime shot to talk to the reporter, they're giving you a wide shot.
Right.
Where's the close-up shot? Where's the people crying over what happened? Where's the they making it like nothing really happened.
Right.
Meanwhile, the night shots show they blowing up things down there. Even the 1% that did get through, they fired so many rockets.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
This is 170 drones and 30 cruise missiles.
Yeah. And I mean them things hitting pretty hard.
Yeah. So they're more than 10 of them.
So yeah, so ain't no more firing. So Israel and Jordan opened up their airspace. Brother, all those nations are in there scared to death. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You're more than welcome, Mr. Dave. Let's wrap it up, fam. It's getting a little late. You know what I mean? Everybody can watch CNN. We jump back in. You know what I mean? If y'all want to start doing them late night, don't get me started. You know what I mean? All night. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We'll pick up on it again, you know, Lord allow, next week. That's all right with y'all. Most in Christ, Sister Kazak. Well, nah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. You see, I got your husband's vest on. You see, I got that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That man know how to rock, you know what I mean? I heard he gonna be stacked. I heard y'all gonna be stacked, since y'all was about to myself. I heard y'all gonna be stacked up at the Passover this year. You know what I'm saying? That's Captain Yagarwap, for those that may not know. Captain Yagarwap, that's his wife, Kazakwana. You know what I'm saying? Wonderful sister, man, building up in this truth. You know what I'm saying? Most High in Christ. Like everybody wonder why I wear this hat. This the matching hat. Y'all don't know. This the hat with the vest. You know what I'm saying? How we get down. You know, man. Hey man, everybody be safe, man. Stay up in the spirit. Keep your prayers up. You know what I'm saying? And listen, man, don't get into it with nobody out there unnecessarily. Don't let your anger get the best of you. There's a ton of evil out there and a ton of people trying to pull you off your game and get you out the spirit and get you caught up, have you locked up or worse. You know what I'm saying? I just heard of a story, two sisters arguing over a brother. I mean, these sisters was arguing over this brother, going back and forth, and both of them end up at a club one day. You know what I'm saying? And end up killing each other. I mean, one of them end up killing the other one, and the other sister had kids and everything. And they had a big shootout. And the thing that was heavy about it was the friend of the one that shot first of all, the girl that shot the other girl, she's locked up with $1.5 million bail right now. And then the one that got shot, she's gone. And this friend of the one that did the shooting was crying out saying, why y'all let this happen? Like the friends was egging her on. Like, don't get into nothing, you know, if you could avoid some stuff you just can't avoid. You got to respond to. But if you could avoid it, people are high on drugs, they messed up out here. The oppression is ridiculous. People are stressed. And they stress. Here's another reason they so stressed. One of the main reasons they stress is because social media is pushing out a portrayal of us like there are some of us that are regular people who have done magnificently in this world. The old school get rich quick scheme way of teaching people still exists today. So in other words, just so you can understand, there's a ton of people that go on social media and show themselves living an amazing life, and the life be phony. But to the ignorant, it seems like they are winning and that brother is losing. That brother's going to work every day in a regular job and he feels like I'm losing every day. And the same with that sister. And so what happens is they become vexed and aggravated and stressed. And as a result, before you know it, the least little thing triggers them, man. So everybody stay up in the spirit, man. And some of you brothers in the UPK, especially, y'all is some roughnecks. And I know y'all. I know that y'all will not take no crap from nobody. So that's why I got to tell you, be cool. Don't nobody pop off, all right? See y'all on Passover, Mashat. We're going to roll up out of here.
Count cancer to what again for coming on. So yeah, man. Definitely appreciate it.
Hey, Wally, y'all for having me, man. Wally for getting this thing on. Let's do our thing and get up out of here, man. The water for everybody that joined us tonight, man. We'll see y'all next time live on the UPK.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Awapanya, Barak. Yeah.
Yeah, how about 77?
Slack. Yabashimash Rakatum to Waraki.
Israel, the Israelite School of Universal and Practical Knowledge, under commanding General Yahanna, presents the Lord's 55th annual Passover. That's right, the Lord's 55th annual Passover is rapidly approaching. Commanding General Yahanna is calling for all blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans to remember what the Lord did for us by saving us from our oppressors and choosing us to be a special people unto him. The real Jews and Israelites. Passover will be held in Durham, North Carolina. Pay your Passover fee. Anyone 17 years of age or older must pay $200. Come and enjoy fresh lamb, unleavened bread, and the Spirit of Christ. Can't wait to see you all there, Israel. Shalom.
All is feeling righteous, real particular. Nobody else there to compare. Train for war, men of war, and warlike apparel. Prefer our leaders can't get between us.
Hey, what's going on, fam? You know what it is. Everybody knows it's all over CNN. You know what I'm saying? Iranians just launched, you know what I'm saying, on the Israelis. You know what I'm saying? We broke it down, prophesied it. I hope you join me tonight. We're going to do it live tonight. You understand? On the Black Watch channel, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to break it down. Let me connect the dots for you. Let me show you what's going to happen next. We already said this was happening. We're going to see if we could go pull that old tape and show you we just said this, that this was how it was going to unfold, which means that America got to get in. Look, you a young black man or black woman in America, you got three choices now. You understand? You could don the orange uniform of the penitentiary, or you could put on the green uniform of the enemy, or you could join the truth and go follow your Father in heaven. You know what I'm saying? And come into this truth and go build your people before it's too late. Because all this else that you're doing, it don't mean nothing. Join me tonight. We're going to talk about Saudi Arabia, Iran, Russia, the new NATO alliance, what's going on in Israel, and the sad state that America has found itself in, and what's going to happen and going on the earth. Yo, I see y'all in a little bit. Tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Black Watch. You know what it is. All right, fam.
Okay. Simona Fricker. She was a Swiss German woman who famously brought HIV to Tobago. Right? People was trying to research it to see how, to get more stories of it. But brother, this thing, it went around for a while. Right? It was considered hearsay for a good while, but shit. For the amount of time it was in the news, I don't think it was hearsay. You get the point? And Simona Fricker. Right? Gotta want to ask anybody who you know, older brother, older cousin about it. About that name Simona. Right? Some old white woman who she was giving niggas the HIV. That's what he used to call it, the HIV. You got those of the HIV. Right? All part of the sexual pleasure. All right? Give me Exodus 32. Go ahead.
Well, what verse?
Start at 16.
Exodus 32:16. And the tables were the work of the power, and the writing was the writing of the power, graven upon the tables. And when Joshua...
Hold on. It's Simona Fricka. Simona. Fricka is Fricker. Simona Fricka. She was a Swiss German woman, right, who would frequent the island. Also to Tobago. Tobago, because it's more of a tourist attraction, you have more flights leaving Tobago going to the Europe, like Germany and Switzerland. Tobago is also known for being part of the drug trade because of the flights into Europe, directly into Europe from Tobago. And you have a ton of them Europeans buying up. I don't know if they're still doing it, but at one time they were buying up all the land in Tobago and trying to build up houses to rent out, right? But that was her name, Simona Fricka. All right, go ahead.
You want to read 16 again?
Yeah, please.
And the tables were the work of the power, and the writing was the writing of the power, graven upon the tables. And when Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moses, there is a noise of war in the camp.
You understand? So now they coming down, Moses is coming down with the tablets, right? Where the Lord wrote the 10 Commandments as a token of their meeting, right? It wasn't to say the 10 Commandments is all the laws. This was the proof the Lord gave to Moses to bring down to Israel as a token to show that they met. Is, something sacred to us that we keep. Right? The 10 Commandments was placed in the Ark of the Covenant. It's one of the things in the Ark of the Covenant. And as he coming down, he met Joshua, right? As they coming off the mountain, Joshua heard, noise, right? And he said unto Moses, there is a noise of war in the camp, because he hearing, he hearing the boom, boom, and he hearing people, shouting and yelling. So he's like, damn, somebody making war, right? Keep going.
And he said, it is not the voice of them that shout for mastery.
Right? Moses knew better. Moses listening, and he said, them niggas ain't training. They ain't fighting nobody, and they're not training. Keep going.
Neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome.
Moses was a cold-blooded brother. He's like, man, listen now. Them niggas is not training, and that they ain't fighting nobody who making war with them. Keep going.
But the noise of them that sing do I hear.
But what I'm hearing is partying. Fetting. That's what I'm hearing. Keep going.
And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing. And Moses' anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hands and brake them beneath the mount.
Go ahead.
And he took the calf which they made, Salakia. And he took the calf which they had made and burnt it in the fire and ground it to powder and strawed it upon the water and made the children of Israel drink of it.
You understand? He punished them for doing that. Like, are you all familiar with this?
Allah.
Okay. When Moses went up on the mount, this is after we left Egypt. Moses went up on the mount, spent some time up there. Joshua went up, but he didn't go all the way up. The people came onto, who was the man in charge? I think Aaron. And they pressed upon him, murmuring to go back to Egypt. And he did not stand strong against them. He allowed them to take all the gold, the earring, the nose rings, the rings, them symbols, and melt it down and make a golden calf, which was one of the Egyptian gods. You understand? And they started partying and singing and dancing and doing the ways of Egypt because they wanted to go back to Egypt. and they was going to show the Egyptians that say, hey, look, we ain't forget you all. Even though we separate from you all, we have not forgotten your ways. Please take us back. So Galwan, you see what I'm saying? The history they tell us, because I remember hearing that growing up in school, how the slaves, when they were free, you know, started doing the carnival to mock the masters. But if you look at the spirit of Israel, this is us trying to get back good with the master. You understand what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It's us, you know, like you get so-called emancipated. Why is we keeping their traditions when they was beating our backs and raping our women? Why is we continuing doing that? To mock them? That's not Israelitish. That's not how Israel gets done. Now that you know it, you understand? Now that you understand the culture of Israel, does that sound like that's how Israel gets down? Like
No.
We get half naked and dance like faggots in the street to mock the oppressor. We strip our women half naked and dance like whores in the street to mock that's not how we get down. That's what they teach us to make us accept the carnival. But it was a part of us through slavery. You understand? The whole thing was a part of us. It's indoctrinated in us. And the physical lust and pleasure that comes with it, it's hard to break up. It's hard to break because, I mean, brother, it's sex beyond sex. It's getting high beyond high. It's getting drunk and sex and drunk and sex. You know, think about it. You know what I mean? You ain't getting people to stop. You're not getting people to stop. You remember when what's the beer company in Trinidad? I forget the name of it.
So like a Carib.
Carib. Okay, it's Carib, but it's like one umbrella company. Is not Answer McCall. Is Answer McCall? Answer McCall own all of them?
The beer is Angostura. There's rum.
I think it might be Angostura. It had something with whoever owned all the beer factories. Their workers had a beef with them. And they went on strike around Carnival time. It was a few years ago, maybe 3 years ago, maybe. That don't sound familiar to you? They went on strike around Carnival time and everybody was like, they should go back to work because we won't have a good Carnival season if we don't have enough liquor. You understand? Like anything that could threaten Carnival in Trinidad, brother, that shit is getting dealt with quick because now it's a billion-dollar industry. You understand? It's a multi-billion-dollar industry that nobody wants to lose. You understand? So that's a brief history of it. I have a video here. Let me see if I get it for you. Bear with me one. Oh boy. Bear with me one out, Kim. You decide you don't want to load now. Bear with me one out. Read the scripture one more time out. Exodus, no, in fact, Give me Proverbs 3 and 31 while this load up.
Book of Proverbs, verse 31. Envy not, excuse me. Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways.
Right, read it again.
Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways.
Right? Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways. You see what I say, where we can't, you know, to even do it in a way to mock our oppressor. That ain't, you know, regardless of what they tell us, that ain't really what it is. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
That ain't really what it is at all. Right? The scriptures say, envy not the oppressor and choose none of his ways. You understand? But of course, being Israelites, we look at everybody else more special than we look at ourselves. We look at everyone else as, you know, more intelligent, as better, as, you know, smarter, as stronger, as better looking than anybody else.
Forefront of advanced electronics, providing technology to get more detail.
There, internet acting the hell up now. Right? Read it one more time, man.
Envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways.
Right? Envy thou not the oppressor and choose none of his ways. Give me 1 Thessalonians 5 and 22.
First Thessalonians 5, verse 22. Abstain from all appearance of evil.
Right? Read again.
Abstain from all appearance of evil.
You understand? That's what the Bible says. You understand? But we always run to our oppressors for everything. All right. So this is a small condensed tape of the brief history of it. All right.
Carnival, Fat Tuesday, Mardi Gras. Anyway, it's said no other holiday boasts more lively music, bead throwing, mask wearing, eating, drinking, or parading. Partiers around the world are encouraged to let it all hang out. The origins of Mardi Gras.
Notice how they skip over the sex. They talk about the eating, drinking, letting it hang out. Like they're trying to make this thing seem like it's just clean fun, but it ain't clean fun. And look how the white man is
around the world are encouraged to let it all hang out.
That is a sodomite act. That looked like Xerxes from 300. He looked like he just ready to rest his fingers on top of your shoulder like Leonidas. Right there. You understand? But they skim over him quickly. They didn't give him, you know, as much time as they get a little crazy white girl here in Brazil.
To let it all
you know what I mean? They give him a quick.
The origins of Mardi Gras.
So you don't realize that this is, you know, a holiday of sexual deviance. That, you know, you're gonna meet Xerxes and, you know, Delilah. You get the point?
And raucous Roman celebration. The origins of Mardi Gras are rooted in ancient spring festivals and raucous Roman celebrations. By the 5th century, Christian church leaders realized their new converts weren't about to give up their pagan holidays. In medieval times, the celebrations became known as Carnival, a celebration of merriment that preceded Lent. Lent being the Catholic 40-day period of fast beginning on Ash Wednesday and ending on Easter Sunday. At the time, no animal meat could be consumed during Lent. So on Shrove Tuesday, the day before Lent, European Christians would eat all the remaining meat, eggs, milk, and cheese in their homes. In France, this was called Mardi Gras, Fat Tuesday. As the influence of the Catholic Church spread, so did the pre-Lenten festivities. By the end of the 16th century, Mardi Gras was officially penciled into the calendar throughout Europe. Europeans who...
You understand? By the end of the 15th century, they made Mardi Gras, Fat Tuesday, a part of their religious calendar. You understand? And this is what the Europeans always do. They'll take the culture of the local people and marry it into the culture of the Christian religion. All right.
Explored the New World brought, among other things, the Carnival holiday.
Right, so you hear what they say. When the Europeans came to the New World, they brought, among other things, the Carnival holiday.
Was officially penciled into the calendar throughout Europe. Europeans who explored the New World brought, among other things, the Carnival holiday. Over time, Montreal, Rio de Janeiro, and most famously, New Orleans became new.
Salak, are you there, Captain? Yeah, I'm still okay. Let me go and see if I call him on WhatsApp or something and see if. Let's see if.
Another one come.
Salaki, you're hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't see none of that shit.
Nah,
Salaki, goddamn internet out. Salaki. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and get the video and put it on Facebook, or maybe even put it up on the channel itself, that you all might be able to see, to watch it. You know what I mean? I'll try and get the video downloaded and put it on the channel so you could watch it to see exactly where it actually comes from. That's not our culture, but because it's so physically appealing, it's like crack. You know what I mean? Sex and the lust, it makes you want it. You know, it makes you want it. It's you know, farewell to the flesh. Even today, they market carnival in Trinidad as farewell to the flesh, not as farewell to meat. Meaning, after today, you have to control your body so you could go and do everything you want with your flesh. Farewell to the flesh. You know what I mean? Do it up. Do it till you can't do it no more. That's how they market it today. Come and have fun and enjoy it. And not understanding, you putting yourself in a position not only to worship a false God, but all that lust is you're going to catch something. You're harming yourself. It's against the Lord. Carnival is against the Lord. It's not our tradition. It's the culture of the Greeks and the Romans. And it is very homosexual. It's a very, very homosexual custom of being half naked, especially as a man. I mean, it's a ton of laws on nakedness. We will get into that more. All right. But because we're over the time, I'm going to end it right there. All right. With that, I'm going to read the announcements. We are the I.S.U.P.K out of 1 West 125th Street, Harlem, New York, under Commanding General YAHANNA. New rules for brothers and sisters. When a new brother or sister comes into the school, they are off limits for 6 months. They are to be saluted only. They are to be saluted only. They are here to shed themselves of the world. After 6 months, if a brother or sister has an interest in a particular person, he or she must get permission from the head to speak to this brother or sister. There's another 6 months in which the brother or sister will court each other. After this 6-month period, the brother or sister will get permission from the head to marry. Tithes, which is a commandment. You can find this in Numbers 18 and 21, Malachi 3, 8 through 10. It means 10th in Hebrew. It's pronounced ma'ashara. 10% of every penny of any increase the Lord gives, you give to the Treasury Department or the teacher, right? Priest fund, free will offering for the priest, it's not mandatory. Whatsoever amount you would like to give, you can give it. Upcoming Holy Convocation is the Feast of Purim. I believe it's February 28th, if I'm not mistaken. After that, as you all know, is the Lord's Passover, March 30th at sundown, Yonkers, New York. Everybody gonna come out to that. All right, I want to remind Akim and Akwafian to check the social media, such as ISUPK.com, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and so on for ISUPK events and materials and schedule. Right? If a brother wants to be a trooper in the school, he should start wearing all black, which includes black boots, black shirts, black pants, black headband, or war scarf. All right. So next week we pick up again. Don't forget we have class all this week. Monday on Facebook, I.S.U.P.K online classes live with John Hyman. Tuesday is the Brotherhood class. Wednesday is the law. Thursday is scripture breakdown again with General Hyman. Friday is the Hebrew language class. The Lashwan Kodash. Saturday is the Sabbath service. All right, and there's classes all throughout the week at different times in different locations: UK, Chicago, Syracuse, California, everywhere. All right, you'll just check them out. All right. Shalom. Yabashim Shabakatham. Yahawashima Alathan Bahashim Yahushai. Galawan, don't go and lose yourself in the carnival. Right? I know all this talking. You're ready to go out and wine. All right, Akil. Shalom.
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 A couple weeks apart. But this year, Ash Wednesday was also Valentine's Day. It's like this year it was the quintessential coming together of all the heathen holidays. You get the point? All in one. You understand? So we know the whole history of the carnival. It started with the Romans back then, and because of the the paganism with the church trying to mix in the common people's practices, you have that running straight into Ash Wednesday, the 40 days of Lent, and then Easter. All right. So now the common teaching of the Christian church is that Easter comes when? What does Easter come after?
It's like Easter comes after Lent.
Easter comes after Lent. What is Lent?
Lent is you have to sacrifice or fast. Have a fast, I should say, for 40 days.
Right.
And stay away from meats 40 days. You don't eat fish.
Right. Nowadays it's fish, but before they would not eat any meat. Right. Coming out of that Greco-Roman era of the carnival. For those 40 days, they would not eat any meat. That's how you get Mardi Gras. Right. That's how you get Fat Tuesday. Remember, they would eat all the meat on Tuesday in the house and drink all the milk, because from the Wednesday, they were on 40 days of no meat.
Okay.
You understand? And now later on, the church issued that on Friday they could eat fish. Right? Even up to recently, maybe I would say 10 years ago, I remember, okay, in Trinidad, I would say you had KFC, where they for that Lent period, those fast food places would have a Easter menu where you could get fish on the menu. You understand?
Yeah.
That fish is in observance of that Lent period, right? Which is again lending to what I was talking about before, where we are under the white man's rules and his observations. So of course, even the businesses change their business to suit what he follows. When Christ rules, that week of Passover, after Passover, ain't nobody baking no bread with yeast in it. Right? You ain't gonna have to kill yourself to find, unleavened bread. Right? Your brother come into the truth for the first year. If this is your first Passover, after the Day of Atonement, that week of unleavened bread is about the most frustrating time in your life. I'm gonna tell you why. If you don't got a rib who could bake some unleavened bread, or you can't do it yourself, you are going to damn near pull your hair out trying to find some unleavened anything. And then you're going to realize how much leavening is in damn near everything we eat.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? You're going to frustrate yourself for that week. No problem. When Christ ruled, anybody puts in yeast in bread after the day from Passover night onwards is getting their head cut off. You understand? There shall be no leaven in any bread at that time, once we rule it. But now we have to observe this Lent, not we, but the world is observing this Lent period. Everybody is eating their fish. Sometimes some ultra-Christian and ultra-Catholic people, they observe, they eat fish on the Friday, right? Fish only. It really comes from no meats at all. That's how it was the original part of it. Now, the Christian church tell you the 40 days of Lent represents what? What does the Christian church say the 40 days of Lent represent?
Salakia?
What does the Christian church say that the 40 days of Lent represent?
Salakia, sir. The Christ fasting for 40 days in the wilderness?
Right. They would say Christ is fasting for 40 days in the wilderness, right? That 40-day fast, when he went there to fast to get strength, to give himself up to go on the cross, right? That, of course, is a lie. It is, again, part of the church, or would I say what? The Pope in Rome right? That was part of the Catholic Church trying to keep a stronghold on the territories they controlled by allowing Christianity to be mixed in with the already accepted pagan practices. You understand? With the already accepted pagan practices. The Christian Church, in trying to keep those territories subdued, they allowed them to keep certain practices and found some way to marry it into Christianity. You understand? Marry it into Christianity. And that's how you have Lent, right? That whole thing, Lent, it comes from a Greek word meaning 40th or 40 period, right? Which is the Latin is quadragesima. It's like it, quadragesima, right? Quadragesima, which literally means 40th. All right. So they'll tell you that the Lent period is an observance of, Christ fasting and all of that stuff. When that's not what it's about. That's not at all what it is about. We're gonna go into it now. It has to do with way before Christ was even born. You understand? It has to do way before that. This has to do with someone called Tammuz. All right? Someone called Tammuz. Let's get it, right? Nimrod was killed because of his violence and iniquity. That's okay. This is the story of, Nimrod with his mother, Semiramis. Some people say Ceramyces.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This was Nimrod. Nimrod got killed. They cut his body up. Semiramis or Ceramyces buried his body under the tree. Right? That's how you get your that's where you get the myth of Christmas from. Right? He buried him under the evergreen tree, told everyone, of course, that this tree was always green because the spirit of Nimrod was in there. Right? The spirit of Nimrod wasn't there, and Nimrod wasn't really dead, but Nimrod was in the tree. So you had to bring gifts to her. And if you didn't bring the gifts, she would cut your head off and hang it on the tree as a sign to anybody who did not bring the gifts to bring gifts. And that's where you get, the Christmas balls from that you hang on the tree. It's a very old practice. That's why Jeremiah 10 said what? Envy not don't be amazed at the signs of the sky or the heathens do. One that cutteth a tree out the forest. That's in Jeremiah, because that was the common practice of pagan people at that time, long before, hundreds of years before Christ was even born. Right? So now Nimrod is dead. All right? Semiramis, she became known as Ishtar, which is pronounced Easter. Right? Easter is a fertility celebration of the goddess Ishtar, which is really Semiramis or Ceramyces. All right. One of her titles was, come on.
So that means that Semiramis or Semiramis or Easter is Nimrod's wife, Tammuz's wife and mother?
It's Tammuz's mother is Ishtar or Semiramis.
Okay.
Right?
Come.
Tammuz's mother is Ishtar or Semiramis. So Semiramis is also Tammuz's grandmother.
Oh, grandmother. Man.
Right? Okay, because Tammuz was Semiramis' son. I get it. All right. It has to do with she getting pregnant with some ridiculous story. She got pregnant and brought forth Tammuz. Right. One of her titles was the Queen of Heaven, which is Ishtar, Astaroth or Ashtar or Easter. Right. And two of her fertility symbols are the rabbit and the egg. That's where Easter is for rabbits that lay eggs. Remember, Muhammad went into the whole thing, how Semiramis, she showed her power by turning this bird into a rabbit, and the rabbit laid eggs that were colorful, right? And once again, this is all myth. This is all heathens' stories of creation and gods and, demigods and how they celebrate their holidays. What you have to understand is heathens are inherently stupid. All right? They dumb as shit. That's all I can tell you. All right? Because for the life of me, a cow is to eat and curry that beef. A heathen would pray to the cow and pray to the cow's dung and pray to the cow head. That's the East Indians. Get the point? Instead of eating the damn cow and getting straw. You understand? They pray to the cow so damn much. You have East Indians who would take the cow piss and drink the cow piss and wash their face in it and say it's it'll keep them healthy. When it's coming out of the cow because that's waste. You get the point? Heathens are inherently stupid, and as you go into their religions, you're gonna find a lot of stupidity, a lot of just Negro. Is you seriously believe in this shit? So anyway, Semiramis or Semiramis, the Queen of Heaven, two of her fertility symbols were the rabbit and the egg, right? She soon became pregnant and claimed that it was the rays of the sun god Baal, the ascended Nimrod, that caused her to conceive. Meaning, Nimrod rose up into the sky to be a part of the gods, and he, being the sun god Baal, impregnated Semiramis, and now she conceived who? Tammuz. What does that sound like? A man who died, what was Nimrod's birthday, so-called birthday?
December 25th.
Who do they say was born on December 25th?
Christ.
Right? So, the Queen of Heaven. Who is the Queen of Heaven in the Christian church?
Mary.
Mary had a son born on December 25th. That's what Christianity teaches. The Queen of Heaven, Ishtar, or Semiramis, had a son born on December 25th. He was killed, ascended into heaven, became the sun god. That's why the Christians worship on Sunday. And of course, he being a god caused this woman to get pregnant that she conceived. That's what the heathens believed long before Christ. You understand? So now the Christian church just put it together in doctrine, not in the Bible, because there's no biblical proof of that. Mary had sex with Joseph, that's in the Bible. She knew him. She laid with him. Joseph was a direct descendant of King David. Joseph would have been the king of Israel and put the crown on his son, who was Yahushua, Jesus Christ. He is the king of Israel through Joseph lineage. Joseph is Christ's father. Mary said Joseph is his father. You understand? So now the myth is Semiramis conceived through Nimrod, who turned into a god after he died, and made Tammuz. So her son had sex with her and made another son. Right? You're with me? I'm confusing you or not?
A lot.
You're good?
We're good.
Right? Cool. So she brings forth Tammuz, right?
Okay.
Tammuz was killed by a wild pig on some hunting trip. And now Ishtar told everyone that Tammuz was ascended into heaven. And he was with his father, who is Baal, who is Nimrod, the same person. Them would be worshipped forever, right?
Oh God.
Right.
Right. Now she also proclaimed a 40-day period of time of sorrow each year prior to the anniversary of the death of Tammuz. Right? During this time, no meat was supposed to be eaten. This is what became known as Lent in the Roman Catholic tradition. You understand? Like, once again, this is their culture that they're marrying into the Bible. when the Bible does not say these things happen, but of course they're looking for the similarities to keep these people under subjection. You understand? To keep these people under subjection, you look for the similarities in it. It's just how the heathens did things back then in conquering. The Jewish man did the same thing. The Jewish man is by nature a businessman. He sells a ton of stuff. So, same way as the Arab. So what does the Jewish man comes to the Christians and talk about Christ? He goes to the Arab and talk about Moses, because that's the thing they have in common, and he's able to do business with both sides. You understand? It's a commonality in there, and that's what the Catholic Church did with the heathens, with the pagan people, by marrying their history into biblical doctrine to be taught of as this is what the Bible says, but it doesn't say that, right? So that 40-day period that people celebrate after Carnival is really in honor of Tammuz, all right? It's really in honor of Tammuz and has nothing to do with Christ, because this was celebrated long before Christ was even born, right? During this time, no meat was supposed to be eaten. Worshippers were to meditate upon the sacred mysteries of Baal and Tammuz, to make the sign of the Tau. Anybody know what the sign of the Tau is?
Salakia.
Come on.
It's the cross.
That's right. I'm going to pull it up on the screen right now for you. 1 second. You see it here? That's what the towel looks like. Right? You see this up in this corner up here where it says tau cross? That's what the tau is a Greek. The tau is a Greek letter. I believe it's the 19th Greek letter, T-A-U. It's pronounced tau, but it's really a cross. So, and you would find this cross incorporated into many different religions and beliefs. All right, the whole cross, the whole thing of the cross. You see this up in this corner up here where it says tau cross? That's tau is a Greek. The tau is a Greek letter. I believe it's the 19th Greek letter, T-A-U. It's pronounced tau, but it's really a cross. So, and you would find this cross incorporated into many different religions and beliefs. All right, the whole cross, the whole thing of the cross, everything is cross, cross, cross. It's tau. Even Easter, what do they cook on Easter that has a cross? Y'all don't forget, I know half of y'all ain't in the church no more. Hot cross buns. You're laughing because you ain't hear about hot cross buns in about a bunch of Sundays. Hot cross buns. Right? Hot cross buns, they got a cross on them. You get the point? They got a cross on them. You understand? They got a full-out cross on them. And that's where it gets your Ash Wednesday cross from. You see the cross?
I don't want to come.
Right? This is what they would do in honor of Tammuz. Right? They would put that cross in there. They would make that sign on their forehead in honor of Tammuz. And this was long before Yahushua. This has nothing to do with Christ. This is all paganism that done got married into the church. And, they run with it today as if it's, real. You understand? They would make the sign of the tau in front of their hearts as they worship. Right? What is in front of their hearts? How they make the sign of the cross. The name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. You understand? That whole cross, that whole thing comes from Tammuz, because why? Even with Ishtar or Semiramis, Nimrod the father, Tammuz the son, and their spirit that lives on forever. That whole thing was from before. And of course, when these pagans get together, that's their religion. but the Catholic Church was gung-ho about keeping and oppressing territories. This is how they would keep people in check, by compromising. We're not going to, be full out into your culture, but we'll let you celebrate this. We let you celebrate that. We let you celebrate that. Remember, the Catholic Church comes from the Romans and the Greeks, which they believed in a whole ton of gods themselves. They also believed what? That gods would come down and have sex with mortal women and create niggas who have superpowers, like Hercules. You understand? Like Hercules is one of them. Same thing. So now this matched up right there with them. They're reading our book when our book says nothing about that, and they make, a whole holiday, right? Ishtar, the widow of Nimrod, the mother of Tammuz, came to be represented as a bare-breasted pagan fertility goddess of the East. You all know what that looks like, right? Everybody ever seen the statue? The statue of Ishtar? Say it now. No?
Allah.
All right, no sweat. What's up for you real quick?
Salakia, sir. The doing the cross symbol in front of your face, the Catholics call it genuflecting.
The genuflecting is kneeling down in front of the cross and then making the sign. Is the whole process.
Right.
Right. When they go in church, they walk up to the altar, they genuflect, they kneel down, they take a knee, and make the sign of the cross. The cross. That's why, if you ever notice, in the Catholic faith, right, or the Christian faith, Christ is supposed to be who everybody is worshiping, right? According to the Catholics and the Christians, right?
Right.
But yet still the cross is more prevalent than him, and damn near more important than him. You know why? Because it has enough Easter, Christmas, the whole Catholic religion has nothing, Christianity has nothing to do with the Bible. It is about Tammuz. It is fully about the worship of Tammuz. Right? Hold on.
And Salakia, sir.
Go ahead.
Even when I went to Catholic school for a couple of years, and you even have to genuflect when you enter the pews, just to sit down. You should. They make you genuflect.
Yeah, because Tammuz is responsible for the wood you're sitting on. Tammuz is, he's responsible for everything. Everything is Tammuz. Why the hell I can't find no goddamn statue of this bitch out? Okay, it's a statue with a broad with a ton of breasts all around her. Good night. Now fine. All right, hold on. Let me see if I get a clearer picture of it for it. You've seen the statue before, but it looks so weird. You wouldn't, to you it looked like, it looked like his eggs under there, but it's breast. It's supposed to be breasts. All right. It's a huge statue, just surrounded by titties. There's titties everywhere. All right, you see it there?
Okay.
Right? Ishtar's supposed to be in the strip club, collecting dollars with all them titties out. Right? They're trying to make it look like it's like if it's eggs, but if the statue is breasts. There's one in the Bible dictionary. If you have the big one, you're going to see the full statue of her with the breast on. Right? The heathens were heavy into, bare-breasted women. Breasted. That's why them Hamites walk around naked. That's why them East Indians had the East Indian breast tax. It's just about titties everywhere. Open titties, titties, titties. The heathens were very, they just, deviant as best as they could. You understand? And it's supposed to represent fertility. And this is where Easter comes from, the eggs, the rabbit, all that thing is the myth of Ishtar and Tammuz. All right? She's the bare-breasted pagan fertility goddess of the East. the original pagan festival of Easter was a sex orgy that celebrated the return of life via the fertility of Ishtar's conception of Tammuz. You understand? So now it's people having a whole ton of sex in honor of Ishtar becoming pregnant with Tammuz, hoping to be fruitful, hoping to have children. Springtime, everybody praying for the crops. Remember, heathens in them times, they ain't like today. It ain't like, you go to a doctor, he put some gel on your rib stomach and put some, some device and you could see the baby inside. Ain't none of that. Heathens, if you ain't wealthy, you ain't healthy. The damn near. You're living in poverty and squalor. Baby born, died 2 months later. So, of course, heathens were into a ton of sex to have children, because if you ain't have no children, you just die off. You understand? So, of course, they turned it into a religion where you pray into this God to make you fertile. You understand? To make you fertile. Side note, fertility is the heathen problem. It's not our problem. You understand? White women can't have babies. They had an intravenous conception was because of a white woman. Because the inside there is barren and dry like the desert. She's the one who had to go take fertility pills and go to the damn sperm bank and all that shit because the seed just ain't holding in that dry thing. You get the point? Like, imagine they murdering us, incarcerating us, and we aborting babies at the rate of 500,000 a year. How the hell we still around? Get the point? They ain't doing that to the Africans and the Chinese and them. They're the ones who, they have problems making kids, not us. We make kids so much we could afford to kill some of them and still survive. You get the point? But the heathens was into that and was a whole period of sex and promoting sex and more sex. Why am I saying that? Lent started last Wednesday, right?
Right.
What happened around that time that promoted a whole ton of sex?
So like last Wednesday.
There was something that happened around that time that promoted a lot of sex, brother.
Last Wednesday was Carnival.
Last Wednesday was the end of Carnival. For Monday and Tuesday, everybody was walking around naked. Naked with glitter on and glistening in the sun. And jumping up to music and whining and grinding and tail everywhere. Everywhere, brother. And I'm talking bodies beyond bodies, brother. Anybody in the Caribbean, anybody who go down to Brazil, anybody who into the carnival thing, what do people do as far as November last year, Galawan? What do people do? November coming around, what do people start doing in preparation for carnival?
People start exercising. People start to save their money to buy the costume.
Exercising a whole ton. People start going in the gym, getting gym memberships, exercising 7 days a week. Forget about the sisters. Women up in there getting trim and fit and tight. Not to fit into something. You would think they're losing weight to put jeans on or to wear some tight shit to expose the stomach. They're getting fit to get naked out. You understand? That's why carnival is not okay. Before, long ago, you would have costumes where people would dress up like sailors or, an army man or some shit. Now, it's just body paint and nipple stickers. You get the point? With a ton of glitter and a ton of glistening, and you spend 48 hours whining and grinding. There's a ton of sex into that whole carnival time. And it comes way back with the worship of Tammuz. You understand? It comes way back with the worship of it. That's why the Catholic Church and the Christian Church recognizes Ash Wednesday. You get the point? That's why they recognize Ash Wednesday But this thing came way before. The whole making of the cross, the whole sign of the cross, all that was, it's Tammuz. You understand? It's Tammuz. It's nothing else. It's, it's pagan. It's fully pagan and it's nothing else. Right? The infiltration into the church, it was an essential principle of the Babylonian system that the sun or Baal was the one only God. When therefore Tammuz was worshipped as God incarnate, that implied that he was an incarnation of the sun, right? Connected with the worship was pagan Lent of 40 days. This was way before Yahushua, right? I.S.U.P. adds that among the pagans, this Lent seems to have been an indispensable preliminary to the great annual festival in commemoration of the death and resurrection of Tammuz, which was celebrated by alternate weeping and rejoicing, right? Being observed in Palestine and Assyria in June, therefore called the month of Tammuz. In Egypt, about the middle of May, and in Britain, sometime in April. The pagans to nominal Christianity, Rome, pursuing its usual policy, took measures to get the Christian and pagan festivals amalgamated. And by a complicated but skillful adjustment of the calendar, it was found no difficult matter in general to get paganism and Christianity in this, as in so many other things, to shake hands. You get the point? So it was a way of Rome, who was ruling, to get the people to not fully rebel. You understand? To get them to not rebel. It's, just think of when America bombs the Middle East, right? Does America outlaw Islam? America does not outlaw Islam, right? But they attack certain parts of Islam, right? And they attack those certain parts of Islam that prevent the entire Middle East from rising up against America. You get the point? You understand?
Right.
They attack certain parts of it that you would have allies now. What is a big strategy that America uses in the war on terrorism when they go fight the Middle East? What is a big strategy they use? I'm gonna tell you for time's sake. Go ahead and come on.
So like they use the media to make it look like it was the Muslims who does do evenness around the planet Earth. Like the Muslims does bomb this country, bomb up that country, thief this, rob that. They use the media to push that doctrine. So when they go to their country and they kill them, people will rejoice and say yes.
That's one way. That's one way. Let me tell you what. They show a ton of women being abused. They go after the women. Look at what they're doing to their women. Do you believe under Sharia law, they don't allow women to drive by themselves? Do you believe that they have these women covered up and they don't let them wear tight clothes? That's oppressive. Them Arabs know why they don't let them women drive around by themselves. Listen, I live in DC. I see heathens every day. And every now and then, I talk to them and ask them about their country. I met this Arab woman. She says raping over there is ridiculous. And a lot of people think that the Sharia law is oppressive, but it's a form of protection that your niece or your nephew or your sister don't have to call you and tell you she just got run a train by them crazy Arabs. Everybody ever see them videos of them Arabs driving them cars wild around them camels and on 2 wheels and shit? She said that's a group of Arab men that if you out late at night, they will crash into your car and gang rape you. Right. They have them laws to protect them people, but of course, America goes in there. We want to liberate the Middle East. We bring in peace and to stop oppression. So they attack certain parts because some women want to go out there and be whores. They want to be hoes. They want to go drive by themselves and whatever. So they strategically attack certain parts of the religion, but they allow them to keep other parts in order to not have an overwhelming uprising of those people. That's what Rome did back then. They amalgamated paganism with Christianity to keep the control of the pagans. You understand? They let them keep some of their customs. If you can worship your God a little bit, you're not going to rebel. Remember, they all have our records. And what happened when Pharaoh did not allow us to worship our power in Egypt? What happened? I'm going to help you. No problem. You may have forgotten. Pharaoh lost his son, and the Lord slaughtered Egypt because of it. Rome learned from that. You have to let people keep some of their customs, keep some of the shit they're doing. You have to do it or else they'll turn all the way on you. You understand? They learn from it and they do it to put it together. That whole carnival thing is part of the fertility celebration. It's today a commercialized orgy that promotes the fertility celebration of Tammuz, of Baal, of Ishtar, Ramesses, Nimrod. It's all Babylonian pagan religion. You understand? Pagan religion that they done pass to us through Christianity that we accept when we should reject all of that nonsense. You understand? We should reject all of that nonsense. All right? Good to go?
Okay.
All right. That was it. With that, we're going to end the class. We're going to just read the announcements. I'm going to pick it up again. All right?
Okay.
1 second. We are the I.S.U.P.K. out of 125th Street, Harlem, New York, under Commandant John YAHANNA. New rules for brothers and sisters. When a new brother or sister comes into the school, they are off limits for 6 months. They are to be saluted only. They are here to shed themselves of the world. After 6 months, if a brother or sister has an interest in a particular person, he or she must get permission from the head to speak to the brother or sister. There's a 6 months in which the brother or sister will court each other. After the 6 month period, the brother or sister will get permission from the head to marry. Tithes, which is a commandment. Find this in Numbers 18 and 21 and Malachi 3 verses 8 through 10. It means 10th in Hebrew. It is pronounced ma'ashara. 10% of every penny of any increase the Lord gives you. You give to the Treasury Department or the teacher. Priest fund. Free will offering for the priest, not mandatory. Right? Whatsoever amount you would like to give, you can give it. Upcoming Holy Convocation, we have Purim this month. And we have on March 30th, the Lord's Passover, 49th annual Passover at sundown, March 30th in Yonkers, New York. If you don't have your ticket, go get your tickets now. $200 per person per family. Send your Passover fund in ASAP as soon as you can. All right. We want to remind the Akim and Agwathian to check the social media such as ISUPK.com, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, so on, for the I.S.U.P.K. events and materials and any kind of any events we have coming up. Right. If a brother wants to be a trooper in the school, you should start wearing all black, which includes black boots, black shirt, black headband, black pants, black scarf. All right. So with that, Shalom, Yahweh Shabbat Thumb, Yahweh Shema the Thun by Shem Yahweh Shah.
Yahweh Shema Shabbat Thumb.
Corinthians chapter 15, verse 22. For as in Adam all died, even so in Christ shall all be made alive.
Damn! I know I should have stopped you. Good night. Y'all give her a hand. That's it. That's where you had to go with that one. You had to take him all the way down to the bottom of the ocean and hold him there until he passed the hell out. You hold him right here by his neck and say, "You want the answer? Come, let's go answer." And dive back and carry him all the way down there until he passed out. Okay, that's where you had to go with this one, right? I didn't think about that one, but that's simple. That one there is simple. So read it one more time.
Okay. Book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 15, verse 22.
Mm-hmm.
For as in Adam all died, even so in Christ shall all be made alive.
That's what he had to understand. He really has to understand reincarnation. Christ was a stand-up nigga, if you want to talk about him today. Right. He was a stand-up dude. He wasn't YSL. You know what I mean? Young snitches local. He was a stand-up nigga.
Right.
And he messed up something early on, and he came back to fix it.
Right.
He didn't get murdered when he sinned first, but he still had to pay.
Right.
That's life. You teach him that. That's life. Sometimes something happened to you, and you wondering why. That's for that shit you did that you never got caught. That's now you're getting jammed for it.
Right.
And now you're in a position to take the punishment. Now you could survive now. But if you had gotten that punishment, then you probably would have died. You probably would have cursed the Lord and died like Job. Well, not like Job, like Job's friends was telling him to do it. Right. You get the point? That is what Christ did. He was Adam. Then you got to explain the reincarnation to him, of course. But if you open it up to teach him or teach anybody else who listening that part. But that's really why it had to happen. It had to happen because he messed up first. He had to make it right. And that's your life. Your life, our life is obey the Lord and come on back. And and you lie with her in the next time she has sex with you. That's your wife. What about now? Tell me now. Testing 1 2 1 2. That's some. You pay some goddamn tithes, man. Pay your tithes. And pay some Passover fee. $200. It ain't that expensive. It's on your foot right now. Pay them tithes. So now I try to rob you all on your behalf. Okay, and rob you and tithe on your behalf. We good to go? All right. I don't know how they're gonna hear you or with the reading. That shit don't transfer though. Not like that. All right. All right, let's let me go ahead and let me hear you. I gotta read loud. Or you can pass it if you're not able to see, you know. Go ahead, let's rock it out. Right, nice and loud.
Yes, chapter.
Yes, chapter. Go ahead up.
And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife.
Right? That's what the Bible said. If a man entices a maid that's not betrothed, not given to another man, and he lay with her, he has sex with her, sex is marriage according to the Bible. You're not allowed to leave that man because you're angry with him. You're not allowed to leave him because he has another woman. You're not allowed to leave him if he becomes an alcoholic. You're not allowed to leave him if he becomes a drug addict. You can't leave him for that. You cannot leave him. That's you set in stone. And knowing that, you might be more careful who you open your legs to. You might be more careful who you decide to let humble you. No, it's even worse now if you breed for the man, if you get pregnant for him. Now you got to stay with him. So knowing that, you better teach that next generation that and everybody else now, they got to stay with whoever you're having sex with. You got to stay with whoever that person who is that father and children. You got to stay. Now, if the thing is already separated and going, the horse is already out the stable, that's done. That's done. You had to just deal with that thing in the most amicable way until them children is 20 or 18 or whatever is the legal age, and then that's that. But going forward, you have sex with a man, that's your husband. You breed for him, you have children for him. You better stay with that man. You better do it. Or else you'll find your child's head like a bowling ball in the corner, like this sister and this brother down there in Trinidad. Absolutely ridiculous.
Wow.
Ridiculous. And the father, boy, let's play some more of the father. Go ahead. Bukwash, you was about to say something? Okay, no, so what, you wanted to say something?
Yes, it's yes, sir. That is like when that story come over the news, is like, nah, this place is the same thing, just as they make mention, all over. And is a warning and is a reminder. And this is why, again, every time we echo, we say, hey, brothers and sisters, want to come to class. Because it's so important for us in this time right now that if we really lost focus on, or following the customs of the society, there's the end result. And not knowing what marriage is. And it's so important for that, yeah.
Now, you're right, you're absolutely right, brother. It's horrible. It's horrible, It's absolutely horrible. So you better go find that brother. You better go find that brother and give him the words of comfort that you learned from Command and Journey YAHANNA. He ain't got to throw this life away. He ain't got to throw this life away. He just has to make better choices in the future. None of this is his fault. You need to go teach him the words that's going to help him. And I know you know what it is. The white man is the devil the Bible speaks of.
Right.
You need to go in and make sure that stays in his chest, brother. And that because he's gonna have some hard times going through. He still have a funeral to plan on. He have a funeral now to go deal with. Imagine he never ever got to give the child money. Now this brother was coming with money for his one daughter, coming with clothes, showing up, trying to track the child down, and the mother playing musical chairs out. Now the only money he's allowed to give her now is funeral money. Come on.
It's heavy what you're saying. The only way he can see it now is.
Oh, damn, I ain't even think about that. But I ain't even thinking they're gonna open that coffin, brother. Like imagine that. Like no, the only time he gets to see her is in a box with her head separated from her body. And you say we are cults. You say we have problems. I guarantee you're all Christians. The reporter asked him, so Christmas time, you didn't go celebrate Christmas with them? What about her birthdays? He was trying to do it. He ignorantly don't know there's pagan stuff. But the point is, everything you live in this life is absolute dysfunction. It's dysfunctional and it's sick. And there's people suffering, but you don't give a damn about none of them. You don't really care about that girl. You don't care about that little child. And the proof is, after tonight's class, I wonder how much are you going to call I.S.U.P.K Trinidad and ask for some help, ask for some counsel and some guidance. Keep going on.
And between me and you, brother man,
No, don't do that. But he's in Costa Rica. Do not.
You hear him say, the father is like, he ready to go to jail now. He ready to do a crime so he could get locked up, so he could go handle that man in jail. Keep going.
I wouldn't advise you to go down that road. I know who you are, you know me. You know me.
How it is.
Yep. Go ahead.
No, you don't want going. No.
We can skip forward there. So this is him. He's saying he ready to, he'll go inside. He'll catch a case. He'll do whatever he have to do because now this is him trying to get his masculinity back, right? This is him trying to, be there for his daughter one last time. The reporter said some things on there that he shouldn't have said. He starts to talk about the brother's reputation and who he might be affiliated with. I think that was misplaced because a man should be allowed to be angry. Like the reporter started to say, I know who you are, I know what you could do, I know you reach long. So now what? The police going to come and observe him and monitor him. Let this man be angry, man. Let him say whatever the hell he want to say. He have a right to be angry. Skip ahead a little bit more.
But what is sad today is that the problems he went through to have access to his child. And that is what we want to be talking
For
about.
all the years.
For all the years.
Every day I think about my daughter. Every day.
Say, mommy used to send clothes and things like, you know.
Yeah, she went New
with
York,
half a
she come back.
barrel and thing, and, you know.
Yeah, she buy barrel, everything from a child. And when I bring it, it's like, no, we're not accepting nothing from all you.
No, pause it
call
right
the
there,
police.
right? No, you see, there's a woman right behind him. There was a woman standing there, right? That's the child's mother. Now I'm telling you, we're gonna go into. There's a lot to unpack in this thing here. And if it wasn't for the truth, brother, you would pick a side and just hate one of the Israelites. If it wasn't for the truth, you would pick a side. Because right now, that's what's happening in Trinidad. Some people, most men is on the father's side. Most women is I can't say that. A lot of women is on the father's side too, but the mother is getting some sympathy as well. And it's going to divide things. And a lot of people don't have the answers. They ask this. I'm hearing people talk and seeing the comments, and it's like, what is this place coming to? Like, what else is going to happen? That's a good place to be in. That place of confusion that you're feeling, that's a very, very good place to be in. That means everything you believe in has failed you. You just need somebody to tell you you failed. That's all. And I'll tell you, I don't care about being liked. It's all good. I don't need to win a popularity count. What's the miscongeniality? I don't need to win that shit. I'll tell you the truth. You can hate me all you want, but everything you've loved and set your mind and your heart to, everything that you thought could lead you in life has failed you, and now you're confused. Keep going on.
I just push it back to where it has the mother.
Okay, go ahead. Well, we're gonna get to her. I have another interview with the mother. All right, but go ahead with the brother. Go ahead.
Telling you the mother?
Yeah, the mother tell me that. And when she say, I'll call the police, I say, well, I stay in here. Let me see what the police is going to do. When the police come now.
So she didn't want nothing.
No, she said she
so what break up for? What told them break up for?
That was a whole situation by itself, because the grandfather called me and told me that she was staying with her ex-man, right?
Well, all right, they will go back on.
I'll say it's right.
I know when they should go on.
Pause it. And once again, that's the society we live in. The reporter asked him, so why y'all even break up in the first place? The child is so young. Y'all break up when the child was 1. He said the grandfather, meaning her father, called him and said she was hoeing with somebody else. That's what he said. When he said she was tinging with her ex-man, that's what he mean. He means she was with somebody else, and of course he probably lost it and, you know, curse her out or act violent, shake her up, whatever. He didn't kill her. And after that, they broke up. Keep going.
It's Savannah. Because,
exactly, yeah. I know you Savannah. Correct.
Yeah.
You well know.
Yeah, believe me, I know.
You know about all that? The police, the court, PTA, Parents and Teachers Association. I blame everything, because I try at all angles to see my child. I even tried to file for custody and the blank pen.
Listen, pause it right there. This brother, I wouldn't know, he might be listening to Commander YAHANNA already, because he says the reporter asked him, like, who does he think is at fault? He says, I blame the government. I blame the police. I blame the court. I blame the school. I blame everybody, because I tried. And that's okay. When that happens, now what else do you want him to do? Now, if he takes up guns and start robbing people, you cannot call him a criminal. If he starts shipping massive amounts of cocaine and heroin, you cannot call him a criminal, because he said what? I tried. Y'all always say black men is deadbeat dads and they don't be there. And this nigga is trying. He become a detective. He go to the PTA, waiting outside the school, going here, there, and everywhere. They telling them they can't give him information, and frankly, we don't want you here because you's the man the mother don't want. But the man the mother wants, they'll allow him to come to the school, pick up the child. He said, I tried. So this debt is on y'all. This is not on me. Keep going. Right. So you better go find him and all. I want to see this brother in black. Go ahead, Bukwash.
Wow. So
every day I think about my daughter every
What you
day.
what you have to say to a woman leaving she husband or leaving she child father to go to pick up somebody else now? What you have to say? What would have advice? They really, I mean, I have to know who you're already going
Well,
with.
I had to say they're up to no good because I mean, if your grandfather could call me
No,
and
no, we're
say,
talking about like I would have advised the woman and to like
going back with the ex and the
no, like just look what you went. She told her break up with the like, oh, you're not in a back and everything with her. I realize that, but you're not that kind of person, right? But let's tell. But what would have advice you will have the men out there who going through this?
I know, cited from before and try to keep a hold. I don't know.
He don't know.
Much as
yeah. So the reporter is asking him. He said, "What word of advice would you have, seeing that this happened to a woman who would leave the man who they're with, the father of the children, and go with somebody else?" So first he started to vent his anger. He's like, "Well, she up to no good, blah blah blah." And he said, "No, for other women who might be thinking about it." And he said, "Well, you have to sight it from far, meaning you got to look carefully before you go." That's what he mean when he says sight it from far. And then he say, "I don't know," and that's good. Again, that's a good place to be in because we know exactly what you should teach sisters who are going to leave their husbands because they're angry. We know the Bible is full of examples, and quite fortunately, life is full of examples, and this is one of them. This is absolutely one of them. The woman in the book of Judges, right? The Ephraimites, Rib, who left him and went to her father's house. You remember her? And the men of the city raped her. I'm not saying that that's good for that to happen, but if she never left the brother, remember, she hoarded him and went to her father's house. He couldn't let her go, and he went after her, and that's what happened. You get the point? There's many examples of it. There's tons of examples. It's just we've been conditioned to start living with those things. We've been conditioned to start living with those things, and children have been violated in these exchanges, and nobody cares. It takes something this extreme for you to take notice, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Keep going.
To try to hold and protect your children, because I mean, a 4-year-old could never do a big man anything, boy. As a man.
So you heard it from your dad. What exactly went on? He never had the opportunity to see his child because of all kind of restrictions. Or can he try all of it?
Right. He said you have to protect your children at all costs. And he's saying a 4-year-old could never do a grown man anything, meaning there's nothing she could have done to provoke that type of reaction, right? And that's for normal people. But we're not dealing with a normal situation. How could you expect a normal reaction from an abnormal situation? You, the father, he is not. What do you expect to happen? What really you expect to happen? That's not his child. But we condition now to think that's normal. You could have sex with her. That's my child's mother. You could go have sex with her, and we'll work this thing out. Damn all of that bullshit. That's right. That is absolute dysfunction. That's right. It's dysfunctional. And people are suffering for it, but you don't think of children as people who you have to worry about. You only think about yourself. It's sick. Go ahead, come on.
God, what you're saying is so heavy, sir. And I remember just being a child, and exactly what you just said. I remember feeling like that as a child. Like nobody gives a damn.
Just so everybody can hear.
Cause, sir, I remember as a kid feeling like nobody gives a damn about how we feel as the kids in the whole mix. Like you just gonna bring a new nigga in the house, and we got this stranger in the house, and whole time we know our father. And it's like that whole, like you said, the dysfunction as kids feel it. Yep. Kids know this don't feel right. You know what I'm saying? This is you trying to make something normal and it don't feel right.
Not normal. It's absolutely an abnormal thing. Right. You get the point? But again, it's the condition. There was a time that this was abnormal in society. Right. There was a time this was like frowned upon. You ain't doing it. You know, I would leave him, but we got kids. And now it's swayed into, well, I could do this by myself. I could be mommy and daddy. I don't need him, this, that, the other. And that has to stop. That absolutely has to stop. Now, again, tempering it. If you're in that situation now, the horse is already out the barn. That's your situation now. Deal with it. And throughout this class, I'm gonna let you know, the brother just said he never met the new daddy. He never met the new boyfriend. If you're in that situation now, you should build a relationship with that child's father. And I'm talking about a talking relationship with him. Not just like, hey, nigga, here's your child. You better, hey, what's going on, brother? How you feeling? Hey, the baby's sick, man. You need anything? You better build a relationship with him. She can't have no more relationship with him. You decided to have sex with her. You with him now. All three of you are gonna marry. You have a husband and a wife, nigga. Pause. That's it. You want to do that? Make sure. And you treat him like royalty. You treat him like he's a guest at all times. And when he gets frustrated and angry and he cooking out, you take a deep breath and you exhale and you understand this is his child and you are effing his child's mother. He has a right to be angry. And you try to pacify and you try your best to meet him wherever he wants to be met. Because you decided to step in there. Now that's if that's the situation now. That's how you have to deal with it. Once again, masculinity will cure everything. That's right. The Lord said in the book of Genesis, I looked in the earth and there was not a man to till the ground. Women today say what? Ain't no good men around, and the inbox is full of men. It's the same thing being said, meaning there's people there, but I need a man to handle this situation. Now, when women say they're evil as hell, of course, that's not, it's not, there's no backing behind that shit. I'm explaining the statement. You're going to have to go in there and own it all. There's an old saying, I think it's more or less Caribbean. I'm not too sure if they say it up here, but they say, if you love the cow, you have to accept the calf. Meaning, whatever you want to undertake, brother, there's things that's going to come with it. You better be sure you're ready to handle all of that shit or don't touch it. Right. Leave it to hell alone. You buy a car and you now remember, listen, man, you have maintenance. You shocked. I didn't know how to change the oil. What? You should get a bike. You should get a bike or that app with them little zoomy bikes all around DC. That's what you should get, or a scooter. You shouldn't have a car. You don't know how to change the oil. You're not mature enough to. Go ahead.
I never heard that saying. My father, my oldest brother, and my sister, when they was younger, their father had committed suicide. My father had took them in when they was like 1 years old. And he used to raise me and my other brother, and tell us like, when you marry her, you marry the kids too. Like, he used to raise us on that.
Okay, I'm gonna go one further. You marry her father and her mother. You marry her uncles, you marry her brothers, you marry the dog. If she have a fish, you marry the fish. That's the level it has to be on. Right. You have to be, okay, this is what it has to be for a man. After a couple years of you being around, everybody has to know who the hell you are. Right. And if there's a problem, it must not be any hard issue to reach you. Yeah, she got mine, but shit, he don't ever be around. I don't see him. What are we talking about? Now, if you're not ready for all of that, brother, just leave her alone. That's all right. You ain't got to. Just leave her the hell alone. Just leave her to hell alone. Like, you have to meet everything head on and handle it all. And you're going to have to be gracious in it, and you got to be fierce in it, and you're going to have to be, relentless in it, because you're going to get tired of this shit. Right. But you can't get tired because you decided to lay with her. Right. So how he said he didn't meet the father, the new boyfriend, that's a fault on the new boyfriend. However, as a man, if that's your situation now, yeah, you better go see who's up in there with your kids are. You better go look him straight in the eye and understand. Men can have understandings just from looking at each other. We're going to have this understanding right here. And I guarantee you, brother, if he met that dude would have not touched his child. Right. He knows what could happen. Right. He knows exactly what could happen. And this is the problem. I'm kind of rushing ahead, but this is the problem with the dysfunction today. You getting together with people, you hooking up, which is in the Bible marriage, and there's nobody who's advocating it or okaying it. A protection in this situation is the father of the wife, the father of the mother. He says, this is my daughter, brother, I'm gonna let you marry her. The father knows you, you know the father, you know everybody knows this is your woman. Y'all have an issue, man, y'all break up, y'all better go fix that. Everywhere you go, y'all better go fix that. Right. Then y'all have an issue, she goes out. Ain't nobody hollering at her because everybody know that's your woman. In today's society, shit. The heathen Nipsey Hussle died. Everybody was, waiting. No, he dead and gone. She free to go marry. But the spirit in this place is to love and lust over something that somebody else has. Like the covetousness, that's what this is in the Bible. Coveting. It's very strong in this society. If you don't find value in something by itself, but the minute it's over here, oh no, it's valuable. Right. That's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. So now you in that situation now, them two men had to talk. Nobody else doing talk. Okay. Woman, she didn't have a say in nothing with the child, and when the actual father gets this, she don't have a say. She could be mad however she wants. You be a big brother to that child, and you look after that child like this was your brother's child, and he off in war or he in prison, and you have to look after his child. Right. You don't go in there and try to be a daddy, dummy. Right. Go in there and look over a child that needs somebody to look over them. Right. And when that father's ready to see the child, brother, you be NATO, you be United Nations, brother. You be the peacekeepers and make sure that should happen. Right. Now, if you ain't ready to do that, if you ain't ready to take the child from the house you're staying in and drive an hour and a half, 2 hours or wherever, so the biological father could see the child, if you ain't ready to facilitate all of that, why are you touching the woman for? Right. Why are you touching the woman for? Don't do that. You going in there, you want that tail so bad, just know there's extra gas you had to pay. Extra gas you had to pay. And all that child support money that she would want to put him on, you better not touch it. You better go do some extra shifts and buy that child toys and clothes and make sure the child gets an education and make sure the child is in, after school activities and sports. Make sure and raise that child up for your brother. Right. But if you don't want to do that and you want to compete and be a better man, I can do it better than he can. Boyfriend number 2, and you're going to be a better daddy than he ever was. You're a dummy. You're an idiot. And you're part of the problem. Right. Let me get some more.
Can't deny it. What's her name again?
Trisha.
Trisha.
Trisha Philawell.
Trisha. Just come a minute, please.
So they call the mother out now. Now they cordial. You can see it. Like you see the mother in the video before. You didn't know that was the mother, right? You thought that was just somebody. That's the mother. And people in Trinidad are saying, what the hell is wrong with this woman? Why she left the baby there? Why she didn't take the baby? Okay, what happened? They had an argument. She said the brother was declining over the past few days. It was like he was a different person. More than likely he was on drugs. Or he had a mental episode. She said it felt like he was somebody else. And I think he put hands on her the past couple of days. Yesterday, early morning, he, choked her up and she fought and got away. So she said when she was leaving the house, she calling for the baby and the baby playing the tablet on the bed. She happy. So she said she go and get some help from the police. By the time she come back, the baby head off the body. Right? So they're saying her reaction to the whole thing is wrong. And of course, woman is, superwoman, super mommy, they know best. If that was my child, I would have do this and that. It's a grown-ass man. You wouldn't have did shit. You wouldn't have did nothing. You in that situation now, the child probably getting molested and you ain't doing nothing. Right. Your child probably on drugs right now and you're not doing nothing about it. Right. Don't lie and say like you much better than her. You're not better than her. You're the same. Right. And the things, something wrong with her. The sister probably, you'll see how she started to talk. She got some trauma with her and she's not all the way there. She's not crazy and retarded or nothing, but she's not processing things like how normal people do. You'll hear it, right? Which is why, again, thank the Lord for the truth. because you will pick a side and just hate an Israelite. Go ahead, Al.
I'm asking, like, he ready to bring things for the child and thing? Like, yeah.
Miss Allen, I don't know, because I wasn't even in the area.
Yeah.
For about
You can skip that.
Yeah.
He starts to ask her about if the actual father, if it's true he used to bring stuff for the child. She starts to deny the shit. She said, I don't know, I wasn't there, whatever. They said she was missing for a time. I think she probably was maybe in institution. I don't know. Skip forward a little bit more. How much minutes we at?
It's at 8:42.
Yeah, skip forward us a little bit more. Go ahead, play.
Stay at the house, and I had to leave for over a year. He wasn't here. So, and then the phone would get destroyed. I didn't have a phone and all of that.
So you regret not having him. So you think that
I wanted them to know his daughter, I wanted them to have
but
a
he didn't come
relationship
true.
with his daughter. But when I was there in the house,
Yeah.
I didn't see him, and he didn't know
But he didn't know where he was and all kind of thing.
He didn't know
right.
I was back in
But for 2 years you couldn't search and all too. He passed?
I don't know. I
How
wasn't
you describe
there,
this man? How you describe this man? All that good?
He's a good person. Yeah.
So she said there. So the reporter's asking her, well, in 2 years, the brother coming. She's like, I don't know. I didn't have a phone. She wasn't around. I believe she probably was in an institution. I don't know for sure. But something was going on with her where she wasn't allowed to roll free. Right? Then he says, well, what kind of man is he? She said, he's a good man. That's the child's father she's talking about. So because he's now, he on the tip of, well, if he's good, why are you leaving? Keep going.
He's a good person.
He's a good person. I just couldn't deal with some of his bad tendencies. So,
But you could deal with somebody who cut the child head off. You couldn't deal with some of his bad tendencies. What bad tendencies? To want you to not be a hoe? To want you to not dress a certain way, woman? To want you to be something more than your little dumb self would let you be if somebody leave you alone? That's something that most people don't understand. Sometimes when you have somebody who is extremely abrasive, that's the best word. You know what abrasive means? Everybody know what abrasive means? It's like just rough to touch, just like a Brillo pad or them metal pads. It's just like, it get the job done, but damn, nigga, shit. Yeah, sometimes that person is more clear-minded than you are. And your dumbass would sit and play with shit if they let you to. If they let you alone, you would just sit there and make mud pies and shit pies. Yeah, that. If you let alone. But this person now will come and straighten you up. That uneasiness you feel, that's you straightening up because you lived in dysfunction and comfort and found comfort in dysfunction for so long. Normal life to you is it's too rough. And that's the society we are now. It's the society you are now. And if, especially for brothers, especially in here, you better stay strong and tight and boots up real tight, brother, because the pushback you're going to get is going to be so universal, you will start doubting yourself. You will start saying, damn, I might be too strict. I might be doing, you're not. Right. You're absolutely not. You're really in a different country, inside another country, living by rules of a different country inside of another country. You're not too extra. You're not too extra at all. You continue doing what you're doing, brothers. Continue getting counsel. Continue doing that masculine UPK thing. Because, brother, this child here, there's video of the child. I'll probably try to post the video afterwards. There's videos of the child the reporter showed. And, brother, this baby is bubbly-act and running and playing and smiling. And if you're not extreme, she can't smile. You understand? Right. For her to have that safe space to be a little child or that boy to be a little boy, somebody has to be a monster. And not the monster that's going to cut the head off, but the monster that's going to, on sight, somebody see you like, wrong house. You're going to have to be like that. And I'm saying monster not to say you have to be a monster, but that's how they're going to look at you. They're going to look at you like something is wrong with you. But now, what they're asking the father, well, where were you? Right. What kind of question is to ask that shit? What are we talking about? You're going to ask him? I'm glad he had the answers for them. I was expecting him to cry and say, man, I could have been a better father. He didn't say that. He was manful. I went here, there, and everywhere. I blame the government, the police, and the teachers. Get that brother a hand. He's right. All he needs to do after that is say, I blame the white man. So that's who is in charge of all this shit. Let's keep going on.
See all the talk and, she need all the support she can get right now. She carried your child. What's that? Yeah, she need all the support. Again,
it has to go back to the white supremacy. Right. He say, well, listen, it sounds like you're all good. You all could talk to each other. She needs support, so give her support. Fuck we talking about? What are we talking about? What is we talking about? Okay, now, in a way, he's right. That's not the time for that shit. That's why the man say, listen, that's something serious. That's what are we talking about? And the brother is calm. His answers is not, out there. He's calm. That's not the time for that. And it's okay. It's so dysfunctional. Like you telling me I need to go support a whore, because that's essentially what it is. I need to give her a hug. Me. She had a baby for 3 years. I ain't seen the baby for 3 years. And I need to be the bigger man? Nah, man. Nah. It's wrong. Go ahead.
A lot of things, and I really hope that you extend the olive branch and help out and see what you can do. Because she carried your child. Everybody make decisions, but do just,
Do just what?
Yep.
To cut off a child head. There's something very serious.
There's something demonic.
It is demonic.
That 4-year-old girl, not even a boy.
But she said the man never displayed them kind of tendencies, She said the man never displayed them kind of tendencies.
All right, give me the other video. Give me the other video. So now they're talking about how the guy might be mental problems, might have been on drugs. Give me smite thee with madness in Deuteronomy. All right. You have the other video? No sweat. Right? This other video is an interview with the mother at an earlier time when the incident happened. All right. The brother's gonna get it for you right now. You all know we have Passover coming up April 20th. Pay your Passover fee, $200. Get out your hand, $200 per adult. Every adult. We're gonna be doing it big in what's the name? Something Hill. Snow Hill. Snow Hill, boy. The spread is ridiculous. The spread is absolutely ridiculous. Snow Hill, North Carolina, at a place called the Red House. I'm trying to tell you, I laid eyes on the place, bro, and it's y'all think last year was bad. This year is gonna be something even more ridiculous. You know what I mean? You have it yet?
The scripture, sir.
Go give me scripture. Go ahead. You need me to resend it?
No, it's just loading up. I don't have a lot of signal in here. So.
Oh shit. Okay.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 28. The Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment.
How could I send it to the computer? How are you pulling this up on the computer?
AirDrop.
I don't know nothing about it. Send it to somebody else who know about that shit. Brock, you have an iPhone, right? Yeah, send it to him. He can send it to the computer. I don't know. AirDrop. What the fuck is that shit?
It's like Bluetooth for Apple.
It ain't that smooth. That shit ain't ready yet. You'll be hyping up this shit, man. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Apple is a well dressed up piece of unreliability. This is well dressed. I'm gonna tell you that straight up and down. Straight up and down. Now, give me the thing that work. Is it working yet? There's plenty air in here and all. Plenty air. How is it not dropping? Come on, y'all work that thing out, man. You probably need to put an account on there so you can send it straight to the account. All right, go ahead and read the scripture to her.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 28. The Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart. And thou shalt grow at noonday.
You understand? In the noonday, when the sun is high. When the sun is high, in the middle of the day, when the bright daylight, you're gonna be smitten with madness and astonishment of heart. You're gonna grope around in the day like it was nighttime, and it's in the middle of the noon.
Right.
You get the point? It's the middle of the day, and you lost in the source. You don't know what to do. You don't know how to help yourself. You don't know where it's coming from or where it's going.
Right.
And that's what happened here. Like they were saying that police officers was on the scene crying out because it was just like, what are we talking about? And it's one of them things unless you of course in the truth, you cannot have the right type of aggressive response to it. It's going to break you.
Yeah.
Something like that is going to break you. And it's good that you get broken over it because we live in dysfunction and something needs to change.
Right.
Right.
Something absolutely needs to change. Let me tell you, sister, something. Understand, this is key and golden. Knowing that you don't know will save your life. No, Black woman, Hispanic woman, Native Indian woman, knowing that you don't know will save your life. It's becoming too much commonplace where you have confidence in ignorance. And that shit cannot continue. It absolutely cannot continue. It's madness. It's absolute madness. And that's what happened here. They're saying he was unstable. He was mentally unstable. That's a curse in the Bible. The Lord will smite thee with madness and astonishment of heart. Like, that's a shocking thing. Up to the now, I damn near don't even want to believe the thing even happened. Right? You have it? All right, let me know you're ready to play. You need someone. Let's get it. So this is the same reporter interviewing the mother.
Last night, about 9:30.
About 9:30?
She was happy. She was on her tab, playing her games, When it is when I enter the room, when I actually I knocked on the door. Right. I knocked on the door to enter one of the rooms so he could let me in, right? When he opened the door, he pushed me out of the room and then he grabbed me by my neck and my t-shirt to drag me in the room like he wanted to harm me, right? I managed to escape. While I was trying to escape, I was calling Amara to come. Amara, come. Amara did not move. Amara was on the bed playing and laughing and like fight.
So how long does feud started between both of you?
He was normal all the time. He just started to display like multiple personalities. So like just a couple of days. And the thing is with that, the questions he would ask.
He has any history of displaying them kind of tendencies?
No, this is the first time. He was never aggressive.
This is something else that could be far-fetched, but it's a possibility. She could be lying about this and she did it. Right? Few weeks ago, I was in the UK. We coming back from Leicester, we get a text message. Some fake Israelite in Birmingham kill a little boy. Right? I believe it's a heathen though, but they from some fake Israelite group. She killed the boy, beat the boy to death, fractured skull, ribs, all kind of shit. Initially blamed the father. Father wasn't home though. Police show up. She tell the police the boy was choking on something. She tried to dislodge the shit. They release the police footage and you see her lying at the door. Come to find out when it goes to court, she's the one that did it. You get the point?
Right.
Christians, fake Israelites, the same thing. Right. But for now, they're saying he did it. All right, so we'll keep going with that. Go ahead.
St. Joseph's College. This incident. This is the first time. This is the first time he ever acted out like that. He was never a violent or aggressive person towards me or Amara. He was very protective actually. He was very, very protective of us. Especially
and how long have you been with him?
4 years.
4 years. How long you separated from the child biological father?
Amara was a year old when
but you all good too, all good. You and the father, child
yeah,
father.
well, we talked, but we didn't used to see each other regular because I had some things going on with me where I wasn't able to be around. So
right, that's what I'm saying. Like something was up with her. Either she had a mental problem, she had a medical problem, she couldn't be around, she couldn't function like a normal person. Right? Keep going.
Yeah, Mara at that time, but when I came back home, I didn't have a phone. I get a new phone. I couldn't call him to tell him anything. So, you know, we just kind of lose contact now, all right? But the incident with Tamara is that the person that did it, he never used to show any violent tendencies. He just started to act like he had a different personality. He started asking outrageous questions that didn't make any sense.
So the question, which is this morning, this morning, he started to act violently towards you, and you ran.
This morning, no, that was last night.
Sorry.
He wasn't violent. You know, he was insinuating that I doing things. Like he was scrutinizing her bird people. And saying things like why his name not on her big people, why it have different names on her.
Stop right there. Now, I don't know if you're listening now. Come on, break it down. Who know it? Come on out. Go ahead.
If I may, sir, he probably was seeing exactly what the father seen, and he started to probably now, like, you got some hoish tendencies, and she's saying he's changed to a different person. And really, he probably seeing her for who she is.
Well, okay. The dude asked her. You're right. The dude asked her. The reporter asked her how long they've been together. Right. What was her answer?
2 years.
No.
4 years. So like it's 4 years.
4. Not to buy an answer up. 4 years. The child is 4 years old. Then he say, "How is my name not on the birth paper?"
So like okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
We don't know who the child's father is.
Right.
You understand what's going on? No, this nigga locked up. But I'm trying to tell you, he probably might make the weekend back. Right or wrong, Swap? This is Trinidad.
Yeah. Because like I said, that basically wait is because now it's like you can never survive if you interfere or do anything or bring harm to a child inside of it. That's the reality, right?
Yep.
That's the reality.
And tomorrow's a holiday, right?
Today, so like
today is the holiday, so he might be gone already. Go ahead.
The whole thing, like, maybe 4 years old, the father, one who think he the father, he never met the guy who thinks he's the father.
Well, up to this point,
right?
Nobody knows that guy thinks he's the father. Everybody thinks that guy is the new boyfriend.
He said after my name is not on the birth certificate.
That's what she's saying there. No, she can't keep this shit together because she never ever thought, keep some eyes out there. She never ever thought that she could leave and come back and he would do that to the child. Now, I'm not making an excuse for the dude to do that to a child. You whatever you got coming, you got to deal with that shit. But what could drive a person to do that is that child is not even his. You understand? And she's pumping his head up like the child is his. And he's come to find out now that child ain't his. Why else would you? Are you dumb? You came after. You asking why your name not on the paper? That's not what happened. And if you're not able to call out what really happened, you're gonna miss it. She hoed. And the hoeing implicates some people, and this child is dead now. Go ahead.
That was really all making sense because she wouldn't even accept clothes and money for the child
from the other guy.
Because if she did, the beheader would be like, "Why is this dude dropping?"
Which any man would do. Any man would stay, because that's emasculating. You have a man, next man to come help you. That's emasculating. So now it's starting to unravel what it is really happening, which is why I say, without the truth, you would just pick an Israelite and hate them. This is the white man. This is all his problem. This is all his problem, and he gonna pay for all of this shit right here. But we're gonna deal with the dysfunction amongst us. Keep going.
Four years now.
He would be 4 years. That's not how he know.
Right, you could skip past a little bit of showing the baby. She confessed. She says 4 years. But meanwhile, she was saying she got with him after the other dude left. Right, keep going.
You know, because it was so outrageous and it happened so sudden that I was in shock. I didn't know what to think. So I thinking I could probably just talk to him and he might snap back. But he just keeps showing the tendencies of, I don't know, like he was starting to use it, I guess.
And where you got the blade from?
Well, we have a cutlass and we have some knives and all that, so he probably get it from inside.
So you weren't there when he chopped the child?
No, when I escaped from his grip, I ran down into the police station.
Yeah, but police station is just about a couple of minutes from here.
Yeah, so when I reached down in the station now, I must probably wait about 10 minutes before we come back up the road.
Yeah.
And when I came back with the cops, she was
Oh God. So you saw the body?
Well, I asked one of the officers when they detained him. I asked one of the officers if I could go and check on my daughter, and they allowed me to go inside. And when I walked in, as I stepped in the room,
you saw the child body?
No, I didn't see her body initially as I walked in. I saw blood on the floor, smeared on the floor and on the walls. And when I looked into the other room, that's when I saw my daughter on the ground, lying down her stomach with her hands up and no head. When I first saw the body, I didn't believe that she didn't have a head on her body. So I had to take a second look. Yeah, I was in disbelief. I had to take a second look to make sure that it don't have a head on the body. And when I noticed the head not on the body is when I tripped off and started to scream and I ran outside and I let the officers know. He just mutilated my daughter. He now cut off she head. I was in shock.
Yeah, I know you're in shock.
The first
He played games. He played games, and that didn't have to happen. He played absolute games. Pause it right there. We're gonna get some more. Give me the scripture in Proverbs with where she wipe her mouth and say she did nothing wrong. Right? Where she wipe her mouth and say she did nothing wrong. All right. This here is a total mess. It's an absolute mess. And okay, as time goes on, you're gonna hear more about the actual story. You're gonna hear more about the actual story. The root of this thing lies in the dysfunction. It lies in hoeing and the culture and the accepted culture of hoeing, and the dysfunction of you now trying to have this blend. They have a name for it. They call it a blended family. The fuck is that bullshit? Blended and we co-parenting and all. What are we talking about? Right. No. That should have to stop. There got to be an end to that. That thing has to stop. The thing has to stop. Men gonna have to start to raise their standards. And she got kids, man. Leave her be. Right. Let her be. Find out about the father. If you're not in the situation, you don't have to go into the situation. You could find out about the father, direct her back there, let her handle that shit separately. Don't do that. Don't do that thing at all. Let's start to rebuild a society where she's more responsible of who she opens her legs to, and that comes from getting permission to do it. And of course, he is now able and allowed and being taught to have authority and be masculine so he can rule his house well. And them children could grow up seeing their father and their mother and not have to be forced to cultivate love for somebody who they don't even goddamn know. Right. It's just ridiculous. All right, give me some more. Go ahead. What do you have? All right, hold on to it for me. Keep going. What minutes we have?
6:04.
All right, we're almost done.
He ever display any violence towards me or Amara? First time.
Let me ask you something. You think that what he did was just
They're showing the baby again. So from time to time he shows the baby because of course he's a reporter. He like an inside edition type nigga down there where he invoking his smile. Like that's the baby, right? Just something there.
He just did it out of anger, like he just tripped. But he doesn't have that kind of tendency.
Mr. Allen, honestly speaking, I can't answer that question because I don't know what this man was thinking.
He deserves to be hung?
Yes. Yes.
He deserves to be hung.
But then,
but she gladly hoeing, pole hopping, or whatever you want to call it, and she don't deserve to be hung. He does. He does though. She destroyed 2 men and a child.
Right. So like, I don't know if someone already said this, but like one of the things that kind of come to mind is like if you don't have these tendencies, like I would begin to question like what would make you go that far.
But that's what they're questioning, and they're asking. That's what the police is trying to figure out. What happened right now? They don't believe that he didn't have them tendencies. They believe the public is believing that he probably was abusive before, because of the typical abusive relationship where the woman is, she gonna take it and that's that. That ain't what's been happening here. You get the point? That's not what's been happening here is hoeing. Absolute hoeing. Someone.
That will be too easy for him. I want him to suffer. Like how Amara suffered when he was mutilating her. I want him to suffer.
You're absolutely right there.
Old man and suffering still.
He's definitely right. You lose the plot so bad that this child had to pay. Yeah, you're gonna have to pay for that. Yeah, the mother is evil as hell, but you're gonna have to pay for that shit. That's right. Which again, you gonna have to choose better who you decide to lay with. Right. And nigga, if it is that you go with her and you knowing she has a child with somebody else and you knowingly go and deal with it. If you're not equipped to deal with that thing, she's going to destroy you too. You get the point? She's going to destroy you and you're not going to have, you're not going to have any power in the situation. She's going to have the power in the situation. You get the point? Now, added to that, this sister here, just from the talking and how, you could look at her and tell, she done has some issues prior to all of this. She has some problems that's going on that she's not there. She's not all the way there. And really, she need that type of authority figure to even function. She need that type, like that first one with the glasses. It seemed like his spirit was more the one that she should have cleaved to. You get the point? She'd have held on to him because he'd have kept it straight. She didn't want to do that because she wanted to do her own thing or been doing her own thing. And went to somebody who is probably just as unstable as she is. Keep going. Right? And again, what I'm describing here, this is normal in the Black and Hispanic community. This is just an extreme case of the normalcy. What it usually looks like is a child just reclusive, started painting the fingernails black, started to get high because of some molestation or some assault or some abuse that's been going on that nobody is looking at because everybody just happy fulfilling their own lust, right, and not really looking after the child that needs to be looked after. Keep going.
You understand? That can bring back my baby. So we might as well just suffer. Yeah.
You ever imagine anything like this would have ever happened to you?
Mr. Allen?
Mr. Allen? I know September you were supposed to send her to school.
No, well, actually, I wanted to send her to school.
Skip ahead a little bit.
School, we turned on this. They said they couldn't.
They couldn't
help me.
Okay.
Yeah, they gave me a pamphlet to tell me how to apply for the food card. And
you never got through.
No, I never really bothered to go back there, because the way I get treated there, it was like waste of time.
Waste of time.
How
old are you?
I'm 41.
Oh, you look well for your age.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And the gentleman, the individual.
He was 39.
39. So you'll have just known each other 4 years.
Oh yeah.
Do you think you blame yourself to an extent that because of getting involved?
This is the heavy part here, right? This is the crux of this situation and most other situations that you're gonna hear about. He's asking her, do you blame yourself for what happened? Go ahead.
Yeah, I had to take the blame because I got involved with them. I mean,
but you never displayed no violent tendencies.
No.
Never. Was you
not
on substance?
Not towards us. No.
Marijuana.
Well, yeah, he smoked marijuana. He smoked cigarettes, but
stop right there. He gets high. She chose a man who got high. All you weed smokers and marijuana smokers and cannabis and 420, all that nonsense, that helped kill this child. That helped kill this child. She went and got a drug addict. Keep going.
Drink.
Like cocaine and
No.
yeah.
He never used to drink rum, nothing. He didn't like alcohol. All he used to do was smoke weed and cigarettes. That's it. That's why it's such a shock.
What word of advice do you have? Because I don't want to take you down that road too much about your daughter. I think that you're already going through, so I don't want to keep recollecting and telling me. But what word of advice you would have for single mothers out there who have intentions of pursuing relationship with persons?
Yeah. She about to answer the question. He asked her what would she say to anybody who in this situation going forward, and it's unbelievable what she's about to say. Anybody think they know what she's about to say? Play that. This is absolutely unbelievable.
I know fall in love with a man and think that they want to start anew. Like, what word of advice you will have for them is?
Don't. You can't trust nobody. You can't trust nobody. Because if they ain't doing it in the light for you to see, they're gonna do it in the dark. And then eventually later on in life, you're gonna find out what this person was doing to your child. So don't. If you could stay with your father, do that. Stick it out. Don't leave your father and go with somebody else. Especially if you have young children. You work, see about your children. If your children get big enough.
Do you work?
But I was a housewife at the time. My hairdresser by trade.
You sound like a very educated person.
He keep cutting off. But she said, if you could help it, stay with the father of that child. If you can help it, stay and work it out and tough it out. I think that's the word she said. Pull it back, right? Pull it back just a little bit. Come on.
She's not as retarded as I thought she was.
Listen, that's what I was trying to get. I communicated with a couple of brothers in Trinidad down there about it, just to get a little vibe of what people in the world are saying. And they're saying, something wrong with her. She thought, I was like, I don't think she's like that. I think she's beat down. She's absolutely beat down. She's given up on life.
Right.
And she just went with somebody who equally gave up on life and just getting high all the time. Right. And it's like a perpetual state of depression. And I'm not making an example for what, excuse for what they're going through, but I want everybody to understand what it is they're really going through. But she learned a hard lesson that she did not have to learn. She did not have to learn that lesson. Go ahead.
See about your children. If your children get big
Do you
enough,
work?
but I was a housewife.
Get back.
They're gonna do it in the dark.
And one child, I'm gonna now fall in love with a man and think that they want to start anew. Like, what word of advice you will have for them is?
Don't. You can't trust nobody. You can't trust nobody.
No, you can't trust anybody.
If they ain't doing it,
because you can't trust yourself. Right. You would let yourself go with anybody. Like she's saying this here, like if nothing's wrong. Give me the scripture now. Give me that whichever one you hold.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 30, verse 20. Such is the way of an adulterous woman.
Mm-hmm.
She eateth and wipeth her mouth and saith, I have done no wickedness.
Say it one more time.
Such is the way of an adulterous woman.
Mm-hmm.
She eateth and wipeth her mouth and saith, I have done no wickedness.
That's what she's saying there. She's saying he had to be hung. You can't trust nobody as if she didn't hold. Right. This is an adulterous woman. Point number one, brothers, you need to stay far from an adulterous woman. You have to stay far. Stay far from her. Don't be so goddamn thirsty.
Right.
Chill. Life is very, very long, Life is, it ain't a month and your life is gonna be over. Relax. Go turn your gaze somewhere else. Just for a second. And it's very hard right now with this damn internet. It's hard to turn your gaze. Stay far from it. Don't do it. It's just, stay far from it. Take your time and you choose. Keep going.
To see, they're gonna do it in the dark. And then eventually later on in life, you're gonna find out what this person was doing to your child. So don't. If you could stay with the father, do that. Stick it out. Don't leave the father and go with somebody else. Especially if you have young children. You work, see about your children. Your children get big
Do you
enough.
work?
But I was a housewife at the time.
Right, she says, stick it out. Stay with the father. Stay with the father if you can. Stay with the father. This whole thing is symptoms of dysfunction that's in the black community. You want to stop this right here. All you got to do is, you have first, of course, you got to find the UPK. You got to find the UPK so you could get put properly taught and directed with some kind of perfection now, where certain things you don't do. You're not getting involved with. You're not getting seduced by. They all got seduced by freedom and rebellion. Freedom and rebellion. That's really, pushed by the oppressor. The oppressor gives that outlet of she can now leave, you take your kids, go have somebody else, and you don't have power over it, and it's absolutely dysfunctional. All right, so now let's get some more. So now we unpack the whole thing. You see where the problem started. She has some whole tendencies. There's no father involved. At this point, we don't know who the father is. They say he's the father, but she just said 4 years she was with this dude, and he's asking about why his name not on the birth paper. He asked about that last night. Not last night, Monday night. He's asking about why is my name not on this birth paper? And she said he accusing her of certain I forget the word she used. Certain type of behaviors. Why get mixed up in all of that? Go ahead, Bukwash.
So if I could, her father seen how the way she was and told
the guy, listen, man, she done, and he said she go back with the ex. Now I don't know who the ex is. Is the ex that dude? You get the point? And the father is telling him, stay away. And that other one who was there first, it seemed like he really, wanted to get down with it. The problem is it's too much of fluid freedom. It's too much of fluid freedom where you think you could just plop down and go start and restart, and that can't happen. You're gonna have to now. First off, brothers had to definitely get strong with the thing. You definitely have to get strong. Give me the Bible. Give me go to the father with the dowry. All right, let's get that first. All right, let's get going to the father with the dowry. We already get the sex is marriage. That's one part of it. That sex is marriage. It's got to tie you to something. It's got to let you know that, listen, now you married to this man. Now I'm married to this woman. And this is for life. This is forever. Now, if you don't want to be tied to this person forever, you're going to have to keep your legs closed. You're going to have to not want to have sex with anybody you see. You're not going to want to have sex with him just because he's nice and cute and whatever you think is, makes him eligible. That's not your that's not how you measure it. Somebody has to measure that thing for you. Who has it? Go ahead.
Book of Exodus, chapter 22, verse 17.
Mm-hmm.
If her father utterly refused to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins.
Right. Skip me up a little bit. Give me the other one with the tokens of virginity. Go ahead. Just give me up 2 verses.
Book of Exodus, chapter 22, verse 15. But if the owner thereof be wicked, he shall not make it good.
Let's go down a little bit more.
Verse 16. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife.
Right, we read that earlier. Right, that's marriage according to the Bible. Marriage is not a ring. It's not, rice and church and justice of the peace. Marriage is sex. That thing you do in the courthouse or in the church is a license, like going to get a car license or a license to drive a forklift. That's all that is. It's permission to do something. But marriage, according to God, is sex is marriage. Right? Go ahead, bro. Is it in the same chapter? No, I want that after. I want this. Hold that for me. Go ahead.
Verse 17.
Uh-huh.
If her father utterly refused to give her unto him. He shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins.
Right? According to the dowry of virgins. The dowry of virgins is what? It's an agreed price that a man would pay to a girl's father if he wants to now have sex with this man's daughter. If he wants to now take this man's daughter onto him as a wife, he has to go to the father and have an agreement, have a dowry, come to an agreement of a dowry, which is a certain sum of money that you would pay to this father as compensation because you're taking from him what, about 20 years of him molding and correcting and raising this girl up and teaching her skills that she would now use in his house. Now you taking her for yours. And what he's supposed to do in his age, just be without, and now he had to go, whatever she was doing for him, he had to go do that. No, you had to compensate him. And you had to talk to him about it. And that puts certain things in perspective, where a woman now understands that she is under power. She has an authority, and she can't make movements without her father. But of course, the oppressor done destroyed our homes, so most homes, the father is not there. And if he's there, he's not operating with authority like he should. He doesn't have that space. That's the first thing, because now this father has to vet this person, has to vet this man. And in vetting the man, now he gets to know him. And he decides now, yeah, this is a good match for my daughter, or y'all shouldn't marry. Now, if he says yes, and they do get married and they start having problems, like how she says she had issues with the brother's bad tendencies, she has a course of action. Now she could go to the father or whoever said he was okay. Other people get involved. It doesn't have to end up like this. It ends up like this because nobody else is involved. And the people who should be there bringing some sort of sense and stability to it, they're pushing who they think is the father away, which is antichrist. It's satanic. What should happen is her father would have approved that thing for her to marry this brother. They would have had problems. She would have went back home and cried on daddy. Daddy would have called the brother over, or the brother sometimes he go call the father and say, listen, man, what's going on? She doing this, she doing that, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's what she doing? Nah, man, this is how you handle that. I know how it is because she used to do that all the time. She playing it. Don't worry, handle it like this. Go ahead.
That's what happened in the story that you brought out earlier about Judges. Judges.
When she went to the father. Well, not exactly like that, because she heard on the brother. She heard on the brother, but she went to the father, and the father that's his son-in-law. And that, once again, the culture we have, it's perfect for building a family, right? It's perfect for building a nation. I don't even like to say building a family. I hate the word family, man. That shit is so American. We ain't family men. We men with families. Just get it straight. We're not family men. What the fuck is that shit? We men with families. You get the point? And it has to be like that because of what America tells you a family man is. And that's not what's up in here. We are men who have families. You get the point? The Bible, the culture we have is the perfect way for it. It's absolutely perfect because now there's more people involved with y'all. Marriages today fall apart. Why? Because it's not enough people involved, not enough people invested in this thing. You get the point? If you have a business and only 2 people invested, what could you all stand? One person gets sick, business had to close. If there's 10 people invested in it, you could withstand more. Marriage is in here, brother. So many people, there's no marriage in secret. None of that shit happens. Right. So many people invested in this shit. You decide you tired of her. Somebody gonna ask you a question. She decides she tired of you. It's like, bitch, what are you doing? There's people who's now going to, and that type of what I.S.U.P.K calls peer pressure. That's societal responsibility, that obligation to society. It's healthy. It's healthy. You don't try to disrespect it and say you got to be your own person and you don't want to be sheep people. No, nigga, be a sheep. These sheep people, they want you to be individual and think for yourself. For what? Why? You should have some sort of obligation to the group, and that helps you with your decision making. I can't do this because, man, all of this that ain't gonna be right. I can't do that because all of this ain't gonna be right. If they had that type of obligation to the society there, somebody would have told her, listen, man, you hoeing. I don't think she heard it yet. I don't think anybody, maybe the father told her, but something went totally awry there. And now some little 4-year-old girl is dead because you just went off and married whoever the hell you want to marry. That thing can't happen. Brothers, you're going to have to choose better. Sisters, you're going to have to let somebody choose for you because you are absolutely clueless about life. Go ahead.
I always heard in life, I didn't go to church. I always heard in life, what you do, it doesn't just affect you, you hurting other people. But in that church, they forever saying you got a personal relationship with God. You know what I'm saying? So make you decide everything on yourself.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
To make you now think that what you feeling it must be from God because you're feeling strong. And God is telling me not to stay in the situation no more. God is telling me not to do this, to do that, to do the other. This sister here, she needs more help than she thinks. She needs way more help than she thinks. She's not capable of deciding who should rule over her. She's not capable of doing that. A woman choosing a husband is like people voting for Biden. And this is no disrespect to sisters. You're not capable of knowing what's right for you for one main reason. What's right for you doesn't feel good. Right or wrong? Sisters, you're all in here. What works and what's right for you? It's like medicine. Old school medicine tastes absolutely horrible. All that new medicine, cherry, grape, Tylenol and shit. You know what I mean? I got some kids out. First time I put on little cherry grape shit, they wanted to drink the whole bottle because the shit tastes good. I ain't used to medicine being like that. So if you know what I'm talking about, you go get a bush tea. We have this thing called bush tea, and it grow wild. You get a cough, you just go grab that outside, you boil that shit. I'm telling you straight up and down. You drink that shit, the next week straight up. I ain't lying to you. There's, you just this, but it don't taste good. It's horrible. But the shit would work. But that's what medicine is. For a woman, pleasure is your weakness. If you enjoying the shit a little too much, give it a second look. That's what I'm telling you. If this ride is good, woo, yeah, we having fun, girl. You might want to check. You might want to check it out. You might want to, see what's really going on, because that pleasure is going to make you not be able to see things clearly. A man, he's not as prone to pleasure. He's not as prone to, carnal stimulations as much. He's not so much there to the point where it affects his judgment as much, right? Men are less like that, less, sensual. So he could now make logical decisions. You cannot decide who rules over you. Somebody has to decide that for you. That should be a father. If you don't have a father, you better find a father figure who can tell you who is right and wrong for you. In this situation here, she went and had men on her own and couldn't choose one, didn't know who the baby's father was, or probably did. Who the hell knows? Keep them away from each other. And this child here is now dead because of it. That dysfunction absolutely has to stop. That next generation has to come up knowing a woman's sex is marriage. Let me choose that man for you. Don't go opening your legs to just any and anybody. Wait. A man has to understand his responsibility as a man. He's going to have to make hard decisions. He's going to have to make decisions people don't like. He's going to have to be the bad guy. Nobody likes not being liked. But that's the job of a man. That's why you're a man. That's why you're masculine. That's why you got testosterone. If you want to be liked and loved so much, you're compromising yourself. You're going to end up making bad decisions because of your drive to be liked. Because sometimes, majority of times, what's right is not what everybody gonna like.
It's kind of hard to believe that the father already knowing she was messing with the ex. Like he told him, but it's hard to believe that he didn't even try to tell her beforehand. Like,
what do you mean?
Stop messing around.
He probably did.
And she ain't listen.
Oh, do they ever? Salakia, no disrespect. But brother, you gotta understand the world we live in. The world we live in pumps a woman's confidence up so much. You understand what I'm saying? It pumps her confidence up so much. She doesn't have a doubt. Like, for a woman, she would think of it and be like, I could do it. A man gonna get the idea and be like, shit ain't gonna work. And you start to say it ain't gonna work because of XYZ, XYZ. A sister, she feels it. If her feelings is involved now, so is it gonna work? It's got to work, and that's just it. Come on.
I was gonna say, like, in a similar scenario, I was some sister that was disagreeing with the whole multiple wives thing. I put her in the corner of the day, and she was against the whole multiple wives thing. And I asked her, like, okay, she said, why can't women have multiple men?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, like, can you see yourself taking care of multiple children from multiple men, cooking for multiple families, cooking, catering to multiple men? Like, do you see yourself doing that job for 5 different men? Do you think you can do that? I said, men. I said, even as young boys, I mean, it's a lot of we was all, middle school, high school. We've been doing it since we was in middle school, dealing with, different little girls, all that above, high school, all that above. So she said, she paused and was like, nah, I don't think I could do that job of a woman to a man for multiple men, even though she was against it. By the end of that scenario, she understood, like, she can't take care of multiple men.
She can't even take care of one man. Because you didn't ask her about having sex with multiple men. You ask her about cooking for multiple men. You understand what I'm saying? This woman she's the only girl and she has 5 brothers. She cooking for the family. She says she can't see herself doing that. You understand what I'm saying? Brother, we operating from a certain point of dysfunction. It absolutely has to change. And it's going to come up, the change is going to come about with men. You want to fix the black household, you have to fix black men and put black men in authority. Everything will start to fall into place from there. From there, things going to start to fall into place. But for sure, brother, without you being there, piloting that ship, handling situations, doing things right and in order and how the Lord wants it done, this thing here is going to happen. This child dead as a doornail. And I'm telling you, Trinidad is incapable of dealing with it. It's incapable of dealing with it. There'll be no justice really rendered. Shit is just going to be forgotten. They're going to have carnival next year. They're going to do whatever else. And nobody will stop doing what they're doing today, which is hoeing and adultery. All the music is about adultery. Every love song is about adultery. Every love song is about somebody's woman, some other man's woman. And women are cool with it because why? Hoeing is acceptable. Go ahead.
I was telling Officer Kazak last night. It's a song, most popular songs that seem to be on the radio right now. The dude is like, is you up right now? Is you up right now? And she like, I got him, man. And then he don't care. You know what I'm saying? She said, I don't care, come outside. But I got him. She ain't saying no.
No. For what? Why would she say no? I don't understand. There's nothing that stops a woman today, ever. Why would she say no? There's no consequence.
That's right.
Right around, sisters. You'll tell me the truth. There's no consequence. She has 4 kids. She's going to get a man. They cut the lights off in the house. She go down there crying, they're gonna turn it back on. She goes to the court after City Girls up by 1,000 Miami trip of 10 million abortions. Go to the court. The judge is gonna say the child needs to be the mother. Why would she say no to anything, Ark? There's no repercussions. There's none. She has a man, she goes out with the other dude. When her man finds out, what happens? What happens when the actual man finds out?
nothing. He gonna end up getting kicked out the house.
No, he gonna have a beef with the new nigga. And they're gonna begin to have Olympic Games to compete for her love. Why should she say no?
Exactly.
I mean, it don't make sense to even say no. Like, logically speaking, it don't make sense. Like, you know, and they over there competing, and then she goes elsewhere. And then somebody, why is my name not on this birth certificate? And now it all falls down. And now she wants justice, of course. It's absolutely ridiculous. The shit absolutely has to stop. The culture has to change. Right. The beginning of the culture changing is the white man is the devil. Right. That's the first thing. And his way in his life is not good for us. Right. It's never been good for us. We can't continue to do it. He says marriage is a ring. You have to turn away from that. Marriage is sex. Sex is marriage. Who you're having sex with, that's it. You get the point? That's the end all and be all. Right. Brother, you find out she's a hoe, walk away. Leave her be. Leave her be. A lot of these paper marriages go right back into the thing. You find out she's a hoe and you can't get out of it. She's gonna take the house, you're gonna lose the kids. It's ridiculous. The thing has to stop, Ark. Right. The thing has to stop. She tell you they've been together 4 years. The other dude think he's the father. The child died on her watch. And she's just there like she ain't did nothing wrong, even though she did come in the end and say, well, it's my fault. I got with him. You should stay with the child's father. You should just stay with whoever the father is. That's a hard lesson to learn. That's a very, very hard lesson to learn. I can't even imagine seeing a head separated from the child. Like, there's bombs going off in Gaza. That's where that happens. You telling me in an island that people say it's paradise and sun, sea, and sand. This child in C5? Come on.
I was noticing when she was standing in the background, she couldn't look at dude in the eye.
She can look at nobody in the eye. She's not there. And more than likely, she's still in shock. Now, regardless of her hoish ways, she still just suffered a loss in her. She's not processed the thing. And of course, she knows she's culpable in it. So she's like, because she almost broke that when she described the thing in the scene with the head. If you go watch the video again, she started to break down. Like she in shock. She's in absolute shock, which is once again, it's a whole mess. But now, who's really to blame? This is the oppressor's fault. Right. This is the oppressor's fault. You got to separate from him and not choose his ways, because that shit is not good for anybody. Right. You know what I mean? With that, we pass the class over to Priest and Officer Shapat, all right?
I.S.U.P.K security announcements. We're the I.S.U.P.K out of 1 West, 125th Street, Harlem, New York, under Commander General YAHANNA. New rules for brothers and sisters. When a new brother or sister comes into the school, they are off limits for 6 months. They're to be saluted only. They're here to share themselves with the world. After 6 months, if a brother or sister has an interest in a particular person, he or she must get permission from the head to speak to a brother or sister. There's another 6 months in which the brother or sister will court each other. After this 6-month period, the brother or sister will get permission from the head to marry. Tithes, which is a commandment. You can find this in the book of Numbers, chapter 18, verse 21, in the book of Malachi, chapter 3, verse 8 through 10. Means 10th in Hebrew, and it's pronounced I.S.U.P.K. 10% of every penny of any increase the Lord gives you, give to the Treasury Department or teacher. Priest fund, free will offering for priests, not mandatory, whatever amount you would like to give. Upcoming Holy Convocation, the Lord's 55th annual Passover in Durham, North Carolina on April the 20th. That's the week of April the 18th to April the 21st. It's $200 for everybody 17, 8 years of age and older. The $200 for everything, all included, from the start of the land, the black party, the kids laser tag party, the General YAHANNA scripture breakdown, right. The Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread. This is not just for the Passover. That $200 Commander General YAHANNA made sure that's for the whole week.
That's right.
If you don't have all your travel arrangements already together, you'll be getting together this next week, y'all. Get your travel arrangements and hotel arrangements together. Got anything else you want to answer?
No, that's about it. Pay your Passover fund. Go to www.isupk.com. Pay your Passover fund, $200. Make sure you get that in. You gotta have that receipt to be able to access everything. Lamb slaughter, all black party, kids party. Make sure you pay that thing. Get that thing in tonight. All right, go ahead on.
Okay. Check on social media, such as ISUPK.com, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and so on. For I.S.U.P.K events and materials. If a brother wants to be a troop in the school, you should start wearing all black, which includes black boots, black shirt, black pants, black headband or scarf. And with that, I say I'm Michael, which means to stand. Ladies, you may remain seated. Men of Israel, we're going to give a courtesy salute to the teacher. Men of Israel, Mount Shabbat, Michael, Barak,
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Yahweh Shem Yahweh
God give a time, so which means to turn. Sisters, you may stand. I invite you. We'll give a courtesy salute to the sisters. Men of Israel, Mount Shabbat, Michael, Barak,
Yahweh Shem Yahweh.
God give a time. Class dismissed.
Israel, the Israelite School of Universal and Practical Knowledge, under commanding General YAHANNA, presents the Lord's 55th Annual Passover. That's right, the Lord's 55th Annual Passover is rapidly approaching. Commanding General YAHANNA is calling for all blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans to remember what the Lord did for us by saving us from our oppressors and choosing us to be a special people unto him. The real Jews and Israelites. Passover will be held in Durham, North Carolina. Pay your Passover fee. Anyone 17 years of age or older must pay $200. Come and enjoy fresh lamb, unleavened bread, and the Spirit of Christ. Can't wait to see you all there, Israel. Shalom.
All is feeling righteous, real particular. Nobody else there to compare to. Train for war, men and war, and war like apparel. Prefer our leaders can't get between us.
Loose hope. Cops got me on the side of the road like a sideshow. Eat an antidote before I croak. Now I'm setting fire to rhythm band blues, but it's guitar smoke. Rebel with no cause, trying to find direction. The world got me vexed. Picked up a bad lick, a habit that's hereditary from oppression. But like my life was on fire, trying to find an exit. Now look, 10 G's plus a good break. Sometimes the follower is a soldier, trying to find a good ship. Plus when you in hell, how did you excel? Wisdom the breath of life, unbelievable fairy tale. Listen well to what I tell. No call it cause pain. Something that a rebel knows very well. Can't you tell I was sent from the Lord? Got a tongue like a two-edged sword with a style that they might just record. The only thing equal is the curse for the wicked and the righteous reward. Have mercy on the many, don't see it. Separated from the tares, now on my prayers, and it's so be it. A rebel, take the world by word of mouth. UPK, we the rebels that you heard about. Yeah. And it ain't gonna stop till 100 virgins in the house and I'm handing verdicts out. Yeah, Frank, you ain't heard a clout without a shadow of a doubt. These devils hitting licks off us. Fuck the bank, I'm about to start a pocket, check it off. Can't sweet talk, cannot stop us. And plus I know the feds watching us. Telling people that they church full of witch doctors. Put us in prison, they stop violence. Meanwhile, UPK turn the rebels into rock wallers. And leave with mighty men. And now I understand things that never truly made sense. Like why I'm crying at this funeral for a criminal, knowing you ain't innocent. It's fucked up. But my boots shine. Standing between two priests, about to blaze on their hands, call it tough love. Look out for niggas just blood. And wouldn't touch a white bitch with OJ's black gloves. Father, forgive me for my errors. I'm forever by your side. Cleaning first me of all my flaws. This the reason I'm alive. Thank God for this truth. Cause for a long time, I was a rebel without a cause. Look, man. First time I met manager in YAHANNA, man, hit 3807.
Rebel without a cause.
My little daughter with me. Opened the door, he was dropping the truth on me and all that.
Rebel
He
without
said,
a cause.
man, you know, you do your time. We're taking the mountains, training in hand-to-hand combat.
Rebel without a cause. It's the reason I'm
Shine me
alive.
up,
Thank
nigga.
God for this truth. Cause for a long time, was a rebel without a cause.
You cannot group us. We're already dead. We're already beaten down. We've been beaten down for 400 years. We already got wounds inside and outside our body. How you gonna hurt us? You cannot threaten us. You cannot frighten us. We live in the most frightening places, under the most frightening conditions. We are immune to fear. We are immune to harm. You see what I'm saying? You have stepped into a cesspool. You're the only one gonna get infected.
First breath I took a life too surreal. Second breath I took was the pivot and strike, finish the kill. Influenced by might, which every sickness reveal. I won't pay back, fuck the dollar bill. Remain calm as the pressure build. Gotta endure until I let this pump whistle at my foes in memory of Emmett Till. I only live to do my master's will. I.S.U.P.K, motherfucker. Ain't no cowards on this battlefield. Gone astray, but made greater. In my return, after my mistakes, every error was a lesson learned. Now I don't move, let's it get approved. Won't take a step till it get confirmed. Arm and tape, what was made for our sakes. Watch like a tape. One step will make the ground shake. My people sick in their head, Lord, let this truth spread like an outbreak. Bring hell at the crackers can't escape. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I won't pay back for the scars in the slave memoirs. Till Christ arrived, I can't let it slide. Ignore the lies. The only free will that's before your eyes. It's life or death, nigga, you decide. This heaven was made for me and my fellow. I patiently wait with my eyes on the sparrow, and I pull the trigger while my lips kiss the barrel. Before I ever let a white bitch do me like Othello. I want out this wicked life like Rebello. By any means, this devil pulling strings like Geppetto. Lay hold on this brotherhood. I swear I never let go. And fuck that silver spoon. Got too much love for the ghetto. And the score settle with DB. I die for the cause. Just to hear them angels applaud. And I'm true by every word I say. Cause I know my victory on the way. You want it?
One west till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. One west till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. They ain't scaring me. Rip the soul out of Pharisee. Speaking heresy, it get you fucked up apparently. It's like they daring me. I said chill, they ain't hearing me. They ain't listening. Every bar like a glycerin. Get your heart bring it back and start make you live again. Get them dividends till we start getting ignorant. I be on that soldier shit. I told you shit phenomenal. Nominee a domino. So what the fuck you trying to do? Rhyming comical. This is funny until I bombing you. Bring apocalypse to them pussy niggas popping shit. Team my all stars, I coach them up like a Popovich. Fuck the politics and the lobbyists and apologists. They vaginas, so we gon' check them like gynecologists. It's kinda obvious how the situation is ominous. The way I rhyme it isn't regurgitate for the audience. They start applauding this cause the competition is fraudulent. From the era where niggas smoke you up like a parliament. The flow been stupid. Shit got a retarded sense. All the dominance. One west rising the prominent. Cause I be one west to the depth till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the depth till they bury me. I'm one west
till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. They want a nigga quiet, mute my maneuvers, but I ride like I got group five for Uber. Rhyme hard like it been viewed by Medusa. 9 milli Luger, 17 in the Ruger. Only need a few to sit up in your medulla. Obligata, for the regatta, niggas wildin', they win every dollar. They riding by like the pilots at the semi holler. The showstopper been the stopper since the teeny bopper. But now I'm going off patrol and premium a popper. I put extensions on the clock, modify the chopper. The war heavy, war ready, and it's working mama. No marijuana say I got the loudest silence on it. When I'm up on it, ain't no rapper do it like I do it. A lot of spitties and writers hoping they eat so none of them can get to the fire. Around with me, and I had a nigga still like a tire and a D, and I'm still focused on paper. Every bar burn hard like a spoon with a lighter. Ooh, igniter, women coming through with the saddle because I be one west to the death till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me. I be one west to the death till they bury me. I'm one west till they bury me.
Give me 1 minute, man. Okay. Shalom, shalom. Yeah. What y'all doing today?
We're doing Tawab, sir.
We're doing good? All right, no thank Christ. Good. All right. Go ahead. Young man Bryce, you was gonna say something? You have a question?
No, just a good night.
All right.
Come here.
Shalom. Sis, you have any questions?
Good night. I wanted to know. It's not related to our last topic, but I wanted to know if masturbation is a form of fornication.
No. Just to answer shortly, no.
Is it wrong though?
No, okay. Like everything it's going to be wrong if it's excessive. You understand? Like if you married and you know what I mean, you're doing that and it's causing you not to do due benevolence, as the Bible calls it. All right. But it's not like it's not a sin.
Okay.
All right. But it's something, as I say, like anything, like for example, gambling. Is gambling a sin according to the Bible?
Yes. No.
You have to show me that. Let's say in the Bible. But if you go gamble your rent's money and your child food, no, it's wrong. You understand?
Yeah.
Now you're taking it somewhere else. But gambling is not wrong.
Okay.
I mean, tons of, I mean, and you see it like Bible, you hear brothers like basically shooting dice or throwing dice.
Okay.
Right? Remember when they had to pick a brother to replace Judas, right?
That's
basically the true dice to decide who was going to get his position.
Okay.
All right. So now, question: who is the what did the Christian church teach us about our nationality? What did they say about our nationality when it comes to the Bible?
Our nationality, that we are Gentiles.
We are Gentiles, right?
Yes, sir.
Bryce, young man Bryce.
Yes,
Same thing?
that's correct. Yes, same thing. Yes.
Right? And now when
Yes, sir.
when they say Gentile, meaning what? That we were not what?
Jews.
Yes, we were not Jews when they said it, right? But there's a definition, right, that we have to look into. Do you have his on the van?
Cancer.
Okay, so look up Gentile in your Zondervan, Compact Bible Dictionary. All right, look up Gentile. All right, and let's see what they say about it. And then we're going to get into scriptures to prove who we are according to the Bible. All right, and if we have time, we're going to do the creation breakdown. You know what I mean, to add into it. All right, because I'm positive. You know what I mean, these preachers never went over this with his congregation. Never. Right? Most time they stay where? Most time they stay in the Old Testament, no, in the New Testament. They stay in the New Testament, but the Old and the New go together. And how do we know that? Because when Christ was walking the earth, what book was he going by? When Christ was walking the earth, there was no what? New Testament, right? What was he going by? No. That's why most of the quotes Christ made, you could correlate it back to the Old Testament. You understand? Which means what? The Old Testament and the New Testament go hand in hand. You can't just open the New Testament. That's like in the middle of the story. You're sitting and watching a movie, and you come in the middle of that movie. You may not know what the hell is going on.
True.
And now the preacher, he trying to piece it together and tell you who you are and telling you that you are Gentile, when telling you that is basically, you know what I mean, like belittling who you really are according to the Bible. You understand? So you get it from
Cancer.
So read this to me. Gentile.
Gentiles from the Zondervan Pictorial Bible Dictionary.
Go ahead.
Cancer. Gentiles. People, it gives us 11 times heathen, and then it says the nation. Nation being usually translated in ASV, RSV, sometimes Goy, referred to Israel.
Right, so it says what? Usually what? Usually refers to who?
To Israel.
Usually it refers to, that you're sure that's why you're reading that and that's on the bond?
Cancer.
So read one more time. Usually.
The nation being usually translated in ASV and RSV, sometimes Goy refers to Israel.
Right. Sometimes it refers to Israel. Usually. Why would it say usually? If it was Gentiles, then it would be what? It won't be usually, right? But it's saying usually for a reason. You understand? Right? Now, let's go to take them to Deuteronomy 21, 27, and 1. All right. And it's a reason why your pastor stays out the Old Testament. Because now once you start getting into the Old Testament, you start piecing together who are the Israelites. Because there's certain characteristics that we need to know. All right. Tell me when you get it, Ashka, and you can read it once you get it.
Answer, I have it. Deuteronomy chapter 27 and verse 1. And Moses with the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, keep all the commandments which I command you this day.
So who's speaking here right now? Young man Bryce, who's speaking here right now? Mm-hmm.
See, Moses.
No, yes, you're mute.
Unmute your mic, young man, Bryce.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me.
Yeah, no.
Look here. Yeah.
Who is he speaking to?
Moses is speaking to the elders of Israel.
Yes, Moses is speaking to the
elders of Israel.
Right. Good. He's speaking to the elders of Israel. Moses wasn't speaking to who? The elders of the world. Right? He wasn't speaking to the elders of the Chinese, the Japanese, the Asians, the Arabs, the so-called Caucasian, or the Africans. He wasn't speaking to them. He was speaking to who? The Israelite. Right? Read on Akashka.
Deuteronomy chapter 27 and verse 2.
Mm-hmm. No, go back to 1. Go back to 1.
Cancer. Deuteronomy chapter 27 and verse 1. And Moses with the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, keep all the commandments which I command you this day.
Keep what?
Keep all the commandments which I command you this day.
Not some, but what? All.
All.
What does the pastor tell you? Your pastor tell you the laws are what? Done away with. Certain laws are done away with. Right?
Yes.
But Moses is telling you to do what?
Keep all.
All of them. Right? And remember, Christ came in the New Testament and said what? He didn't come to what?
Came to
Take away
fulfill.
anything. Yes, he came to fulfill the law. Right? So now go to Deuteronomy 28 and 1.
Cancer.
Now these are scriptures I'm telling you, your pastor will, you mean some of these scriptures, it'll be the first time you're reading it, or the first time you actually seeing what is actually meant by them. You understand? Right? Tell me when you get it.
Oh, I'm there, sir. I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 1. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth.
He's going to set you on high, right? And remember, Moses speaking to the children of Israel, right? And that's what you got to keep in mind. Because what people going to try to say, what your preacher going to try to say is what? The Africans, they live in the same way or even worse than us. Or they'll try to look and try to put, certain cultures, being the same as us. When Moses is speaking specifically to the Israelites. So what you're reading about right now is what Moses said to the Israelites, right? Read verse 15. Skip down to 15.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
All these what?
All these curses.
All these curses, right? What's a curse?
Something bad.
You want it? Go ahead, young man, Bryce. What's it gonna say?
Yes, a curse. A curse is a let's say a bad thing, or something is not good.
So in other words, we can say that.
Whatever will speak over your life, it will come to pass, whether it be good or evil.
But this one is
So-
specifically speaking about what? Read one more time, Ashka. This is specifically speaking about a curse, right? Go ahead.
This is Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
Right? So picture you, a dog running you down, right? Picture a dog running you down, right? That dog is the curse, right? And that dog running you down, that dog is going to what? If you're sinning, that dog is going to do what?
Bite.
Overtake you.
Tackle.
Bite you. Yes. Which means what? That curse is punishment from the Lord. You understand? That's punishment from the Lord, right? Remember in verse 1, he said that what? What he said, read verse 1 one more time.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 1. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments.
Diligently, meaning what? You go to the grocery, you're not just picking up any items on the shelf. You're picking the items up and you're reading what? The label, the ingredients, to make sure that what? There ain't no pork, crab, shrimp, or lobster in that ingredient. You understand? You are trying to do the Lord's laws diligently. You understand? Right? Read on.
To observe and to do all his commandments.
Not some, but all. Read on.
Which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth.
Now, if you were doing what the Lord said to do, we'll be on top of every nation right now. Meaning we'll be deciding what's going on in the Middle East right now. You understand? We'll tell Israel and Hamas, you'll have to stop fighting this or else it's going to be some problems. Would have been in charge of the earth. Would have been able to tell countries, no, this plot of land belongs to this nation. You get back. You understand? Much like what America do today. What does America do today? They tell other nations what they're going to do and what they can't do. You understand? Because they on top right now. We not. Which means that what? We not getting the blessing, we getting what?
Curse, the punishment.
The punishment. Because we not doing what the Lord say to do. And your preachers not teaching you to do what the Lord say to do. They're teaching us to disobey God's commandments. You understand? That's why when you go into the Christian church, right? There's no changing, there's no transformation, there's nothing taking place. The only thing changing is you going to church every Sunday. But guess what? You're still cooking that pork. You're still eating that crab, shrimp, and lobster. Right? You still going to church, but once church finish, you going behind the church and you had to light a cigarette up. Because them 2 hours it was in hell. So you need that cigarette. You understand? Like church don't stop you from doing anything sinful against the Lord. Right? Now, read verse 16.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 16. Cursed shall thou be in the city.
Cursed shall thou be where?
In the city.
The Lord said he's going to curse us in the city. Now you go down into these cities, right? Who own the stores? Who owns stores in the city?
White people.
Yeah. Right? He's saying we was going to be cursing our city. When our kids, right now, they're telling tourists that to be very cautious coming to Bahamas because the murder rates is going up. You understand? Those are curses. You understand? Now you have to worry if your son go down into, go up into them cities. You got to worry about whether they're gonna make it back or not, because they could be minding the business, but here comes trouble. You understand? Right? Read on.
Cancer. Back to the same verse.
Yeah. Finish that one out. They say, "Curse shall thou be in the what? In the city,
and curse shall thou be in the field."
And what?
And curse shall thou be in the field.
You gotta work hard and get paid what? Minimum wage. If so much. You understand? This is describing what we went through for over 400 years and continue to go through, which is what? Slavery. You understand? You could tell any family member or any friend to take that money out of the pocket, right? What currency do you all use?
We use Bahamian dollars and American dollars.
Bahamian dollars. Who faces on the Bahamian dollar? Ashka.
Well, our former prime minister is on the $1 bill. Yeah, we got them. But we had the Queen on our dollar bills. We've just changed them recently.
Yeah. Why? Because what they're trying to do is to give you a false sense of you're free. A false sense. So guess what? They put your face on the dollar bill. They put your face on the money. So now when you take that money out of your pocket, it looks like somebody just like you. But guess what? The US bill still trump that money. You still have to pay the US taxes. Right? They try to get us on them islands into thinking that we better off than the Negroes in America. We better off when we're not. We're in the same position like the brothers in America right now. And might be even worse because we have a false sense of we're free on them islands when we're not. You understand? If America says none of your produce leaving that Bahamas, none goes, none leaves. You understand? Right?
If I may, yeah, the Bahamas imports more than 80%, and a lot of that food comes from America.
You understand, and that's because more than likely because of IMF, right? And it's a form of slavery, but we don't see it. You ever hear the term? They took the chains off your hands and feet, but now it's on your head.
Yes,
and the number one thing that keeps you in chain mentally is what? What keeps that chain going on for generation and generation? What keeps it?
I know it's debt. I know that. Money.
It's okay. It's debt because that's what you could see. Now you're getting to it, young man Bryce. The system.
The oppression.
What in the system? There's something in the system that gives you where you don't even worry about it. You think you're in debt. You think your life is hard because guess what? You didn't focus on going to school when you were younger. When plenty of oppressors never had the schooling you had, but they ain't suffering. They ain't suffering, right? You grow up thinking, I'm gonna work hard, I'm gonna go to school, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. I'm not saying don't do it, but what I'm saying is this: you do it or you don't do it. Both of us is in the same position. You understand? One just have money, more money. You understand? And with more money comes what? More problems. So you thinking a black person with all the money in the world you would live in his house, you would be like, you know what? I'm gonna stay right where I am. I don't want that problem. I don't want that headache that he has. You understand? But there's something that keeps it going for generation and generation. It starts with a C.
Starts with a C.
Curtis.
Yeah. What you said, sis?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
It starts with a C.
It starts with a C.
Yeah.
The currency.
No, I'm gonna give it Christianity. Christianity keeps it going for generations. Why I'm saying that? Because what? Before you were a Christian, who was a Christian?
Who was a Christian?
Before you were a Christian, no. Before you were a Christian,
My grandparents.
my parents. Yes, your parents.
My Christian.
And they keep it going for generation and generation, and now we passing that down to the next generation. So guess what? They're not waking up. That's why we in this class, we stopping that curse, that cycle. We're trying to stop it. We're trying to wake brothers up and sisters up to recognize if we want to get out of this hell we in, we're going to have to obey the Lord. You understand? We're going to have to become true Christians. What's a true Christian? A follower of Christ. Meaning this, you're going to have to ask yourself, did Christ celebrate Christmas? Then guess what? I can't celebrate Christmas.
So what is the terminology now? What is the terminology now as for today?
When I say terminology, what
as
we
a
call
follower.
ourselves? No. Okay, understand. Yes. The Christians give it a bad name. Give Christianity a bad name.
True.
When a Christian is supposed to be a follower of Christ. Now, because of that, we say we are Black Hebrew Israelites. You understand? To try and get away from that whole Christianity. You understand? Because they put a bad stain on that name. So because now LGBTQ, somebody in that community could say, what? I'm a Christian, I follow Christ. When you don't follow Christ, you understand? You have Christians who serve pork in the church. You understand? You have women who are on their flower in the church. No. You understand? That can't happen. It should not happen. You have women doing what? Teaching in the Christian church. You understand? So it gives the Christian name a bad reputation. So now guess what? I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite. I'm an Israelite. You understand? I'm from the tribe of Benjamin. I'm from the tribe of Judah. I'm from the tribe of I.S.U.P.K. You understand? Now your real biblical name will have to come out. You understand? Now once the Christian church, finally closed down, then maybe we could go back to saying we are true Christians. We are real Christians. But according to the Bible, we are the true Christians. We follow Christ, not your church. All right? Ashka, skip down to verse 32.
Answer.
So now we're reading about the curses. Now, Deuteronomy 28, right? You could read through that chapter. That chapter gives you all the curses that is happening to Black, Hispanics, and Native Indian people today, right? And the reason why I'm saying that is because it speaks about Israelite. This has nothing to do with any other nation. This is specifically for the Israelites. Right? Read on.
Cancer. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 32. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, What? Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people.
When did this happen?
Trade.
Yes, slavery. And it happened today. Maybe you don't see it so much on the island because more Benjamites are on the island, right? You come to America, you ever hear about social services? What do you all call social services there? The people that come and take your kids away.
Yep.
Like social service.
We have one.
Right? Yes, you understand? Like they're gonna be them kids gonna be taken from you and given to somebody else. You understand? And this happened, you know what I mean? This is recorded in slavery. All right? Where you read about families being separated, kids being separated from their mothers and fathers and having to go on a different plantation. You understand? Read finish verse 32.
Answer. And thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long.
You understand? Meaning what? Your kids were going to be taken from you, and you would have been what? You could not have done anything. Most you could have done is what? Be sad. You understand? Be sad, cry, whatever, but the kids, you wasn't getting them kids back. You understand? Right? It wasn't getting your husband back. It wasn't getting your wife back. That was it. It was gone. Right? No, skip to 48 and 50.
Answer.
Skip to verse 48.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 48.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee.
Now hold on. The Lord said he was going to do what?
And then
Serve thy
Thou
enemy.
shalt serve thine enemies.
Serve thy enemy.
So now what does the Christian church tell you? The Christian church tell you to do what? To love everybody. Love everybody. Love everybody. But what is the
Love the
Bible
enemy.
saying? Yes, it said to love your enemy. But who is your enemy? When it says love your enemy, that's a good scripture you're pulling. Right? What enemy is he telling you to love? No, remember this.
No,
This is what
no
you
particular one.
Yeah, he telling you there's a particular one he telling you to love. It's a particular one. Right?
To love the one that spitefully used you.
The person who put you in sleep.
No. Remember, remember this. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. If we remember when that was given, it was given when the Israelites were all together.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, our brothers and our enemies. When before we were separated, and when the command was given us to love your enemies, that means if your brothers for some reason become your enemy, then you must love them.
That's it, Oscar. That's it.
Oh.
Right? Yes, that's the enemy. Because guess what? The oppressor has not paid for slavery, but guess what? We would treat our brothers and sisters worse than we treat the oppressor. You understand? Which means what? We got enemies right amongst ourselves. You understand? We got enemies. Well, the Bible tells you what? To love your enemy, meaning love your brother. You understand? Love him. Don't think that ain't anything that can't get fixed. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning this. If I did something to offend you, young man Bryce, I did something to offend you. Meaning I just walk up to you and punch you out of the blues, right? I'm wrong for doing it, right? But you are also right for being angry with me for doing it. You understand? Now the love coming where I have to say what? But young man Bryce, I'm sorry for doing it. You understand? I'm sorry for doing that to you. You, in turn, you may not accept it, but then we have to go to council. When we go to council, everything will be decided in council. I might have to, give you something in return, meaning pay some retribution. You understand? For the pain of course here. You understand? But we're gonna get things fixed. You understand? So now me and you don't have to stay what? Enemy. You understand? Me and you don't have to stay enemies. There's things that we can do to fix it. But on the other hand, these other nations, read verse 48 one more time.
Counsel, Deuteronomy 28 and verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee.
They are your enemies. Don't ever think your oppressor is your friend. If your oppressor was your friend, then he will come out and tell you who you really are. He has the records. He has the records sitting in Washington. He has it. They all have the records. They have the records in the Vatican City. Under the Vatican City, they have it. They have it. But they ain't coming out and tell you who you are. Why? Because they are your enemy. They appear to be a friend. They appear to be people who care about you. But in all, they are your enemy. You understand? Right? And I ain't saying it. The Bible's saying it. You understand? Right? Read on, Ashka.
Cancer. In hunger.
In what?
In hunger.
In hunger. Read on.
And in thirst.
And in what?
In thirst.
Read on.
And in nakedness.
And in nakedness. Read on.
And in want of all things.
And in want of all things. Who do we go for in want of all things? Now, my question is, do we have a black toilet paper factory? That's my question. Do we have a black toilet paper company on the island? No. Right? No. Everything you need food to feed your animals. Where you get it from?
Buy it from America, sir.
Yeah. You need soap to wash your skin. Where you get it from?
Buy it from America. Most of the times.
Meaning what? If he locks that food off, how are you going to eat? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? If they just say, you know what? We're not sending anything to Bahamas. No food, no clothes, nothing. What's going to happen?
People starve.
Yeah.
Or suffer.
Yes. We'll starve and suffer. Because guess what? That's why the Bible says this. Go to Ecclesiasticus, whole way out, go to Ecclesiasticus, I believe it's 40 and 28. Go to Ecclesiasticus 40 and I believe it's 28. All right? And Ecclesiasticus.
Ecclesiasticus.
Yeah, cuss. In the Apocrypha.
Con.
And this is one of the books too. You all, I would advise you all to invest in Apocrypha. All right.
So like is what's the chapter again?
It's 40 and 28.
But 14 ends at 27.
No, 40. 40.
40. 40.
40. All right. Let me see if I can pull this up on the screen for you.
I have time.
Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 40 and verse 28. My son, lead not a beggar's life.
What?
lead not a beggar's life.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What's a beggar? What's a beggar?
Somebody who's sitting around idle, hustling, not producing. You're begging.
Okay. Okay, and that is what we're confused with, right? Because you all ever heard about Martin Luther King?
Yes.
Right.
Con.
What was he sitting around idle, doing nothing?
No, sir.
No. But he, according to this scripture, was a beggar. Right? And when I say he was a beggar, meaning this, Black people had their own what? Had their own businesses. You understand? But when you try to fight to sit down in the so-called oppressor's business, what's going to happen to your business?
Your business will close down.
Yeah, your business is going to close down. You understand? A beggar, don't think a beggar sits idle. A preacher, he's a beggar. You understand? He's a beggar because why? He is depending on another man's what?
Money.
Tithes and offering.
Okay, don't think so much tithes and offering, right? So read it one more time.
Chapter Ecclesiasticus chapter 40 and verse 27. My son, lead not a beggar's life.
Right, lead not a beggar's life. Meaning this. Remember, you Ashkasha just said what? 80% of what you will import 80% of products. Right? You understand? That's what? That's you depending on what? Another man. You understand? You all have an island, right? You have an island. I sure the soil nice, the sun nice, and nice palm trees, getting some nice coconut, getting some nice fruits, everything. You could basically feed yourself on the island, but you're not doing that. You getting food imported. You understand? Now, guess what's going to happen? If you're a farmer and importing goods from another country, what's going to happen to your crops? What's going to happen to your livestock? You understand? And that's because of this. Right? Read on.
For better is it to die than to beg.
Meaning what? As a nation, we're going to have to come together as a nation. And if you have a farm and I have livestock, we start dealing with each other. I buy my fruits from you, my vegetables from you. You come buy chickens from me. You don't go to the oppressor's grocery store. You understand? And get it. But right now we're in captivity. I understand. You understand? I understand the situation brothers and sisters living in. But we're going to have to start to make the effort to try and what? Support each other. You understand? Right? Now read on. Go to the next verse.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 40 and verse 29. The life of him that depended on another man's table is not to be counted for a life.
You understand? We gonna have to come together. You understand? We gonna have to come together. You want to know why he treats us the way he treats us? Because he looks at us as being beggars. You understand? He looks at us as being beggars. We're gonna have to start to come together. You understand? You know what I mean? We argue or I wouldn't say argue, but we speak bad about a black establishment when we go in it and we don't get 5-class treatment. We're gonna have to go in it, take that two-star treatment and deal with it. You understand? And work it through. You understand? But this year, what the Lord is saying in Ecclesiasticus is we should not have to depend on our oppressor. We shouldn't. We should not. We have each other. You understand? We have everything that we need. Everything. You understand? You go work for your oppressor. You have some 9 to 5, you go work. But when you finish work, you better come home. You better come home. You understand? You had to pay a rent. Your rent going to your oppressor, pay your oppressor, pay taxes. But then once you do all of that after, you try your best to try and support your people. You understand? Read on.
For he polluted himself with other man's mate. But a wise man will beware thereof.
Will beware. We're going to have to beware of who we're dealing with when it comes to these oppressors. You understand? We're going to have to be aware of it. So now go back to Deuteronomy. Right? I think he was at 28 and I think what, 50?
28
40.
48. We were still in 48.
40.
We didn't
48?
finish 48.
Okay, so finish 48.
Answer. And in the want of all things, and he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck.
And he will what?
Put a yoke of iron upon thy neck.
That is what? What is that? That is slavery. And that is what we went through.
Slave.
But your preachers and them never showed you this. I'm positive. They never showed you these things. Why? Because their agenda is not to wake you up. Their agenda is to keep you asleep. The more you rock to sleep, the richer they become. Right? Read on.
Answer. Until he have destroyed thee.
Until what?
Until he have destroyed thee.
Until he have destroyed thee. The he is your oppressor. You understand? And if you're on some other islands, do you all have East Indians on your island?
Small numbers, no large numbers.
No large numbers, but they broke, they poor, or they gaining wealth on your island.
Gaining wealth.
Yeah, because they stick together. They're gonna stick together, and before you know it, in about 10 years, they'll be running your hotels, your Dunkin' Donuts, and you'll be, your garden, your farms, and you'll be like, what the hell? What just went on here? They just come on their own and buying up all these land, doing all these things. They did that with Trinidad and Jamaica to extent to certain Caribbean countries, where they brought them in as indentured laborers, and before you know it, they will getting to the top of the so-called the Caribs, the Arawaks, and the blacks, the Taino Indians, I should say.
So like I said, if I may.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean issue when it comes to we have small quantities of foreigners on the island. Our largest quantity we have on our island would be the Levites. They were also brought in as laborers. And of course, after all of the issues with their country, they start to flee. And so we have a lot of those. The other nations, you don't see a lot of them. They stay in their groups, and you don't hardly see them. Like the oppressor, we know they own all of the large stores, but you don't see them. You see our faces at the bottom.
Yes. And it's for a reason you don't see them. You know what I mean? So you were thinking, okay, well, We serving each other. We running these things. So you're not even thinking about who's on top of you.
God.
And you don't have time to even think who on top of you. Because why? Because you're going to work just to what? Survive. Just to make it through another day. That's all. All right, so read on.
Deuteronomy chapter
49.
49. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand.
You don't understand what it's saying there?
Can't, sir.
Who has the eagle as the emblem, as the national bird?
Right now it's America.
Yes.
America.
Yes. They came from far, right? And what did it say again about it? They say a tongue that you will not understand.
Can't, sir.
Right? The way we speak is totally different to how they speak. The Bible is written in slang, right? When they open the Bible and try to read it, it's confusing to them. Totally confusing to them. And how I know it's totally confusing to them is because they open it and they read John 3:16 and they think what? It means what? Everybody. Right? They read certain things in this Bible. And you know what it's like? It's like all four of us living in a say in a big house. And a letter come for you, young man Bryce. And it's your father just passed away, and he left an inheritance for you. Left over 12 million for you in an account. I get your letter and open it and say, what? Young man, we just got 12 million. You're gonna watch me like I'm crazy because I'm opening what? Your letter and reading it and saying it's our money. But that's what they did with the Bible. They open the Bible and say, this is our Bible too, when it's not. You understand? No other nation went through this, what we're speaking about right now. You understand? This punishment, that's specific. Read on.
Answer. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 50. A nation of fierce continents.
Right, of fierce continents. Like you seen what's going on right now in Israel. They are what? They are literally unaliving babies. Women. You understand? They are fierce continents. Meaning what? Just the way they look when it comes to unaliving you, they don't care. It's almost like they step on a roach. And kick that off the underneath of the shoes and move on. Read on.
Answer. Which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young.
You understand? Nor show favor to the young. You understand? And that's how the Lord, the Lord trying to get you to understand how your oppressor is. He's describing him to you. Describing. Like you had us in captivity for 400 years. You knew who you went and get from across there in Africa, who weren't Africans. But yet and still today, you are not going to tell them who they really are, according to the Bible. You're going to have the preachers teach them that they are Gentiles and they're not God-chosen people. Right? Now, skip to 28 and 64.
Can, sir. Can one time. This is the book of Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people.
He was what? He was going to do what?
And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people.
He's going to scatter us among all people. Read on.
From the one end of the earth, even unto the other.
Right. So we are scattered. So right now we're in Bahamas, we're in America, we're in Europe, we're in the Caribbean, right? We scattered all over to the four corners of the earth. Read it on.
And there shalt thou serve other gods.
And there shalt thou serve what?
Other gods.
Other gods. Read on.
Which neither thou nor thy fathers have known.
Which the Israelites then, whom Moses was speaking to, they didn't know these gods. And who are these gods? Read on.
Even wood and stone.
Even what?
Even wood and stone.
What is the cross made of?
Wood.
And that stone is what?
The stone.
What? Go ahead.
At Mecca.
Yes, that cobblestone.
The cobblestone.
Right? That's why the two major religions for black people are what? What's the two major religions for black people right now on the earth? Either you're Christian or you're what? Muslim.
Muslim.
One worship a cross, one worship a stone. That cobblestone in I forget what country, Saudi Arabia, I believe. You understand? These are curses. And these are what? These were actual what? Prophecies that Moses laid out. Read on.
And among these nations.
Okay, now skip me to verse 68. And this verse right here, you'll have to tell me if you'll ever read it in the Christian church. If you ever heard about it before.
So Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 68.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again.
No, it's saying the Lord was going to bring you into Egypt again. Remember, this is Moses, right? This is Moses who just walked the children of Israel out of what? Egypt. What is the meaning of Egypt? Egypt in the Hebrew is Mizraim, which means the house of bondage. Moses is saying he was going to put you back into what? Egypt again, meaning what? Bondage. Again. Right? Read on.
With ships.
With what?
With ships.
Sister, how we got across here?
And ships.
And what Moses is saying? That he was going to do what? Put us in what?
Back in bondage.
Into Egypt again with ships. Back in bondage.
Ships. No, it says bondage, which means no matter what they try to do with our history by trying to clean it up and say it was what? A transatlantic migration. No, it was what? Bondage. It was what? Slavery. Right? Read on.
By the way whereof I speak unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
What was we not going to see no more again? Take yourself off mute, young man Bryce. Take yourself off mute. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Out of your native homeland.
Yes. So now we think, what they think, where do they say we from?
Africa.
Yeah, they say we're from Africa, but according to the Bible, we are from Israel. We're from the Middle East. You understand? We're from the Middle East. They took us in the Roman captivity, right? When that came to an end, those of us ran out of Israel into Africa to hide amongst the Africans, right? And why would we run into Africa? Why? Because they have the same one. Look, yes. So of course, that's the only way you'll try to go to hide amongst them, because they were what? They were destroying us in Israel. They surrounded Israel at that time. I think it's in 70 AD. Right? They just surrounded us in Jerusalem. And whoever was in that city, they laid siege to, and they died. Those of us who got away, we went into Africa to hide amongst them. That's why they knew who to come and get. Because have you ever heard about a civil war in Africa around the time of slavery? Was there any civil war? Is that anywhere in the history?
No.
Right, you know what civil war is, right? Civil war is normally civil wars are between same ethnicity. That's a civil war.
This was during the England came into Africa and had a war, kidnapping the natives at the time.
Okay, not Africans, and this is how you know it's not Africans, right? Remember what we read. What we're reading about right now. Are we reading about Africans or are we reading about Israelites? Who are we reading about right now?
Israelites.
Israelites. And they say Israelites came into slavery by way of what? Ships. Not Africans. Not Africans. Right? Have you ever heard about Africans apologizing for slavery? There are tons of Africans that apologize for slavery because they knew what they did to us. They knew what they did to us. They know where we were. And they came and got us and put us on the boats. They rounded us up. The Arabs, they built the boats. The so-called Jewish man across there in Israel, he insured the boats. And then England, France, and America, they came and got us. You understand? That is why there is no talk about any reparations for Black people that went through slavery. Right now, they're in the UN. They're in the UN right now, crying for who? Who they're crying for in the UN right now? For the so-called Palestinians, right? Because they're being unalive. Their kids and family been unalive, right? But where's that for us? What we went through was worse than what they went through. But there was no UN, nothing for Black people. Why? Because all these nations had a part to play in it. All of them. Every last one of them had a part to play in it, in slavery. Every last one. You understand? And if you come on.
Doing how we understand the slave trade and how I.S.U.P.K now is educating us. But before, we just thought that people were just rounded up and these people were illiterate. But now we come to understand that the Israelites were not illiterate and they knew exactly who they were going for. They know they had educated people and they went and they got those people. They needed, and they say when we were sold, they sold us in groups. Also, they say, okay, this one is a farmer. So if somebody wanted to buy a farmer, they buy a farmer. It wasn't just haphazard.
Yes.
They knew exactly what they were doing.
Yes. That's why the sugar cane was successful, the tobacco was successful, the cotton was successful. Anything that had us doing was successful because they went and get specific people to do certain things. England took the Benjamites, America took the Judites, France took the Levites, and the Spaniards took the other 9.5 tribes. You understand? Like they split us up, good and proper, right? And they would not teach us this, but this is in the Bible. Read on, Ashka.
Sir. Deuteronomy chapter 28, 68 in the middle. And there shall ye be sold unto your enemies.
And what?
And there shall ye be sold unto your enemies.
Go on.
For bondmen and bondwomen.
What's a bondman and bondwoman?
When you say bond, you have a limited of freedom.
Meaning you are a slave. Yes, you are a slave. You are a slave. A bondman and bondwoman, you are a slave. Man and a slave woman. And how you know that? Because it's saying what? Read that last part again.
And ye shall be sold unto your enemies.
And ye shall be what? Shall be sold
unto your enemies.
How did they sell us? They put us on auction blocks and said, we got this Negro here, as I should say, he is strong. He is this, he is that, he is good in the field. He could plant rice, he could do this. There, you know how before when you go for a job, right? You have to write up a CV, right? You write and tell your boss what you could do, what you're good at. Well, the oppressor, when he was selling you, he sold you based on your CV, where he got you from, who's your, you know what I mean, what your people was known for doing. And then when it came to the woman, she's good in the house, she's strong, she's this. They sold us. And read on.
And no man shall buy you.
And no man shall what?
Buy you.
What does it mean by no man shall buy you? Because remember, we just get sold.
Yeah.
So what does it mean when it says no man shall buy you?
So like I said, if I may, yeah, you know, this never made sense to me until I.S.U.P.K. It's never made sense. But in I.S.U.P.K, I come to understand what that buy means. Because we just sold. If we were just sold, then to buy means there was nobody be able to purchase us back.
Yes, out of what?
Out of this bondage.
Yes. And nobody come and say, you know what? I'm going to buy this slave so that he doesn't have to do what?
Be a slave.
Yeah. Because, okay, what was the sole purpose of slavery to the oppressor? What's the sole purpose?
For the slave to make money for them.
Yes. So in other words, if somebody came along and say, you know what? They don't have to work. I'll pay whatever you was expecting to make. I'll pay you for it. No man could have done that. Nobody did it. You understand? And to this day, we are still in what? Captivity.
Answer.
Why? Because we don't know our name. You understand? We don't even know the culture that we have. We don't even know the land we came from. You understand? Like a free man, he will know all these things. He will know the history of his people. A free woman will know the history of her people. We will all know the history of our people if we were free. But we are not. We're in bondage. You understand? But what did the Bible say? The Bible says, know the truth and it shall what?
Set you free, sir.
And it shall set you free. Now, even though we're in bondage, mentally we are free. Mentally we know, okay, this system is designed to do what? Oppress me. So now you understand life. And the nice thing about it is, you know you have brothers now to help you, sisters to help you. You understand? You're free. Your mind is free. You understand? When your mind not free, guess what's going to happen? You have brothers who do what? Go to what? Drugs. Decide to do what? Become drug addicts. Because they're what? Depressed. Because of the system they're living in. You understand? Your sisters turn into a life of what's the word?
Promiscuity.
Yeah, promiscuity. Why? Because in their mind, That's how they have to survive in this place. You understand? Because they're still what? Enslaved. You understand? But now you coming in here and you are learning how to serve the Lord. What to do, what not to do. You understand? But your Christian church will never teach you these things. Because the day you wake up is the day that church becomes empty. That's the day that pastor, you see pastor for who he is. I'm gonna just play on mute for now, young man. Huh? Yeah, he'll come back. Don't worry. All right. So with that being said, right? You have any questions? I know we're up on the time. You have any questions, sis?
No, sir, I'm clear. Come here.
Okay. Okay. What we're gonna do is this. Next class, I'm gonna try to get into Genesis in the beginning. All right. So you know what I mean? That day was us being Israelites.
Right?
Come on.
Just have something so for beggar, for definition, would it be correct to say that a beggar is a man who depends on another man to survive? Or
Yeah, basically that's a beggar.
Okay.
And that's what our leaders taught us to be.
Okay.
You understand? That's why a pastor says what? We got to love everybody. When he says we have to love everybody, what he's speaking about is the oppressor. That's who he's talking about, who you have to love. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right? But we're going to depend on each other in here. You understand? We know we're in captivity. You understand? But we shouldn't have to do what? Give our soul over to the oppressor. We shouldn't have to bend over backwards because, you understand? Because he is over us. We should not. All right? So if there's anything, you know what I mean? Let me see. Young man, Bryce, you have any questions before I let you all out? And then we'll come back here on Thursday again. And we'll get it in. We're good to go.
I have some technical difficulty with hearing. I'm breaking up with you all.
Okay, no problem. Ashka, you just let them know, right?
Can, sir. I got it.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna pass the class over to Priest Officer 50, Ashka.
Yeah. Okay, security announcements. We are the I.S.U.P.K out of 1 West, 125th Street, Harlem, New York, under Commanding General YAHANNA. New rules for brothers and sisters. When a new brother or sister comes into the school, they are off limits for 6 months. They are to be saluted only. They are here to shed themselves of the world. After 6 months, if a brother or sister has an interest in a particular person, he or she must get permission from the head to speak to the brother or sister. There is another 6 months in which the brother or sister will court each other. After this 6-month period, the brother or sister will get permission from the head to marry. Tithes, which is a commandment. You can find this in Numbers 18:21 and Malachi 3:8-10. Means tenth in the Hebrew and is pronounced by Aishera. 10% of every penny of any increase the Lord gives you to give to the Treasury Department or teacher. The priest fund. Free will offering for priests, not mandatory. Whatsoever amount you would like to give, you give. Upcoming Holy Convocation, Purim. Purim is going to be celebrated on February the 22nd and the 23rd. If a brother wants to be a trooper in the school, then he must start wearing all black, which includes black boots, shirt, pants, headbands, and scarf. And with that, we give one courtesy to Luke, Amajum. We give one courtesy to Luke, salute to our teacher. So Amajum, Shabbat, Barak, Yahweh by Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Rakatah. You're muted, Captain.
Yeah, how about Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Rakatah?
And we give one salute to the sister. Yahweh Shema Alatam by Hashem, Yahweh Shai. Shalom. With that being said, class dismissed.
All right. See you all on Thursday, right? Bring them questions, all right? I'm going to get in.
Yeah, don't have messed up, don't. Bad news is to beat the home, nigga. Yeah. Go on, get on that ass real quick one time. 144, baby.
They said you get on, you gon' represent. I said, of course. Soon as they trade that beat, I ride that bitch just like a horse. She about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, the whole thought. You ain't know they call me Obi-Wan. I go with the fuck. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Get it lit up like a torch. You either low or this dog, so that bitch is either or. Yeah, I know them niggas ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our core. Wait up, let me make a call right quick. I'ma start another war. I was hurting when she left, but I don't care about anymore. I need a Vaseline like my Nina Pumper bar. Took a sock, watch the dark. Matter of fact, like the dark. Any problem, let them go. We gon' snap they soul like Shane Shaw. Put them out of service, keep them tools like this top free. Try to hold these way too late. I'm headed straight to the safe. Throw that one up like a trophy. I'm that nigga, ain't no debate. Throw them boys, we taking notes. Call them up like set the date. This shit a piece of cake. Yeah, my bitch's name Whole Food. Told her put on that top 3. Then bring me my house show. Don't make excuses, make moves. These niggas ungrateful, gotta show them U.P.K rules. I make this like I can't lose. They said you get on, you gon' represent. I said of course. Soon as they trade that beat, I ride that bitch just like a horse. She about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, the whole fuck. You ain't know they call me Obi-Wan. I go with the fart. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Get it lit up like a torch. You even low on this dog, so that bitch is either or. Yeah, I know them niggas ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our core. Yeah, I just got off the call. I'ma start another war. Spit to the plate up with my niggas. Get your knife and your fart. They ain't locked in with the count and when you speaking to me fart. Yeah, I just took the fart. Ain't no cowards in my campaign. They can't stop the campaign. Tell them bring the champagne. They know I'm a champion. They can see the outcome. Beat them niggas bad, got them tied down and outdone. You can't do with the steps. Them niggas been down since day one. We run up the band. It's like Thailand. They say you get on, you gon' represent. I said of course. Soon as they play that beat, I read that bitch just like a horse. Yeah, about to go dumb, yeah, bitch, the whole start. Yeah, you know they call me Obi-Wan. I come with the force. You gon' ride, yeah, of course. Get it lit up like a torch. You either low or this low, so that bitch is either or. I told you niggas, you ain't cut like that. I swear I'm to our car. And I just made it go. We gon' start another war. Yeah.
Back row.
See another nigga like this. Used to have that white bitch popping on the night shift. Now I'm one westward sharper than the I.S.U.P.K. On you rappers necks and it's feeling like some vice grips. Yeah, that's light shit. Send my bro a kite quick. Ties of war, we ain't forget about you. Keep your light lit. Rappers can't see. Most of them scared to witness. Go and close your eyes. This one right here for the trenches. Bad bitches, natural hair or extensions. Hood niggas that'll probably grip like some dentures. Runners on them fences. 23 and 1 out. Praying at that commissary hit before it run out. Bitches on the gram, dog filter with their tongue out. Couldn't stay home because they found the dugout, closed casket, burner in the low jacket, my cold cabinet, riding on these whole rappers, my whole fabulous. Now I don't mean that derogatory, but I'm a player and there's no my women riding for me. I avoided Maury, I got 2 jets. If I can't make it do for them, then I'm useless. Sit down that roof, Chris, with a couple bosses. After the war, just to count our losses. It's not many. You see a smile on my face, but I'm not friendly. Gun on my waist, sipping white Henny. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know like. Gotta got my heart in my bow tie. Waiting on this war in my whole life. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know like. Gotta got my heart in my bow tie. Living in this war in my whole life. My whole life. So melodic. When I be dropping this ebonics, this ghetto phonics, it got me on the level supersonic. My bomb atomic. And you know where you can find me. Somewhere probably stood in this paper origami. My name is pure as the Sani. My wave is like a tsunami. I went from 0 to 100, feeling like Ricky Bobby. I made a deal with the Reaper. Got a couple wives, they some keepers. Talk a lot of shit, but you can't walk a mile in my sneakers. Bitches go to Miami, come home with change features. Now she got a BBL, her ass fatter. Trying to show up all them niggas that laughed at her. Now when they see her, they only wanna fuck her. They just wanna touch her. They don't wanna cuff her. They just wanna come and kick it with her like a punter. Turned her to a runner, now it's all aboard the train. Fenty on her face, but it's not concealing the pain. It's a shame. That's why I'm in the hood like some rap snack. I know niggas kill you and your mama for a scat pack. Dark tech, matte black, they do it for half that. Had you like 90s, we see in a fucking trash bag. I'm from Philly, we don't do bank accounts, just cash that. I spit a verse and I just watch the time slow. This that guy flow, this that shit that rappers die for. This that uncut Tahoe Wall Street from Pablo Escobar, I be at the ball like Moscato. They think it's effort, but no, this that black work. Make the countermeasures, take clutches, making an op hurt. Lighters in the sky, cause every verse is a concert. My mind work at speed, y'all can't fathom. Listen to the words of a champion. The kid, the streets need another anthem. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know like. Gotta got my heart in my bow tie. Waiting on this war in my whole life. I just hope this shit go right. Living in the dark, you don't know like. Gotta got my heart in my bow tie. Living in this war in my whole life. My whole life.
Call me Lisa too cheesy. I mean that shit look easy. How bitches come and they greet me, they teach me. Bitches ain't shit and they never will be. I still see also my nuts, but they can't feel me. But really though, I'm in beast mode with the flow. Yeah, it's 10 in the morning. I get up and this you know that I look into the mirror through my eyes. I see my soul. I see a true ass priest, rest of Israel. Yes, bro. I be freshen up, wash up, a true nigga. Throw on my goal and should go, you know me, cuz. Slip out the door with my Portamento cologne. Shine out TLC, Israel, you know what we own. And I call up, cut this up. Wasn't much, just refresh with some young stars. Make some noise with this music, with some lost tribes. Yeah, nigga, yeah. Now I know that times may change.
Yeah, and I know this a crazy ass game. They really ain't a thing. And they know that gun don't bang. Ain't trying to die today. Whoa, and they know what we all gon' say. Bitch, I.S.U.P.K. Hey, bitch, I.S.U.P.K. I can't even think about you right now. Yeah, I'm chilling with the homies, and you know how I put down. I'm cool and I'm just sipping motherfucking with these little bitches. Ice up on my neck, got these hoes so consistent. It's so relentless that I just come back with stats in my backpack. I gotta make a track. And fuck what they're talking about, that bitch is a net. Now I don't smoke no crap, but showing a nigga from the back. I just on the block, now these bitches won't come out. Me and Cub chillin', got Modelos in the south. Niggas be muggin', but I name it in their mouth. Cause they know how Prince Sharp put it down. Down, did it down. I did my cuckoos around town. They all in the back on the ground. Glizzy on the mount. Bitches want water like I'm a fountain. They follow to the house, well shit, this ain't even my house. But top ass bitches, they wanna lounge. Want me dog it out like a hound. But look what I found. When you're up, they all wanna come around. But when you're down, they just kick you on the ground. Lame ass nigga, he that bitch master. Lame ass buffer, you fucking cracker. Do this ass boy, you backstabber. Yeah.
Practice, not a game, not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man. I mean, how silly is that? And we're talking about practice.
Let's believe that I'm top 3. The only thing is I'm not 2 and I'm not 3. Put me anywhere other than one that is not me. It's beef, we strut a nigga block. That's chop cheese. No peace, the butterfly sting him. That's Ali. You reach, I teach you with the handle. That's Kyrie. Machines you hook like a Roman. That's I.B. You a sheep, I'ma go, it's a difference. So watch me. You weak, all hook. No puncher, so block these. They mock me. I just show them how it goes. Try to stomach this thug life. They bring out the nose, bandana on the grip. All here's coming out the foe. Connected from Cali to New York, niggas, so let it go. Pay for this. Nigga, I eat bars and drink clothes, thinking you woke until your third eye peephole. Line for line, this shit too easy. It's like a free throw. Mastered the game too early. This bitch a cheat code. It ain't a game. These niggas lame. State bring a shame. If I'm with an officer, it's a number in his name. We ain't the same. You want the easy pass? Tell him change his lane. Shit, I've been through the fire. You can't stand the rain. Take an aim. Tell him running, he can try his best. Drive a car named Anthony, that's why I'm in the set. Lamp to these niggas once again, and I ain't breaking sweat. Number one at everything I do, that's why I'm one west. The Lord is not the God of the dead, so when I die, coming back from my spot, so forever I'm top 3. Just tell him to watch this, Canada with the mop stick. You gonna need a defensive lineman to block this. On point when I bomb shit, 10 for 10, I do not miss. I'm barking with a full bulldog, it is not big. They can see that my mind's sick, I don't bite, I find shit. I don't like it, then I switch. If I touch it, it's diamond. Tell a bitch that I'm God sent. It ain't because my kids is built like 5'6", 5'7", it's my bitch. Dangerous, high risk. I lose it, get another one. You think I'm talking girl, I'm talking about another gun. Head now, hey look, it is what it is now. We don't fuck with the house niggas, we burn the crib. I'm ahead now. And I hope they get hit now. I don't care if you think it's hit, nigga, I don't fear class. Policies make it sound like raindrop. That's a firestorm. Get the job done in the view and get fired on. If you niggas standing for nothing, what you dying for? If you put real with real, that's how I was born. Walking this bitch ready for war. I'm in riot form. I want these niggas to see me flex. That's why I am armed. Shouldn't live in the crib, nigga. I should buy a farm to go through this shit so effortless. Let's check that I'm top 3. Only thing is, I'm not 2 and I'm not 3. Best believe that I'm top 3. Only thing is, I'm not 2 and I'm not 3. Best believe that I'm top 3. Only thing is, I'm not 2 and I'm not 3.
Drop dummy.
I know you wanna marry a priest, but first I gotta wait and see. You know you gotta And I know you wanna feel my touch, but girl, it ain't no rush. I'ma teach you just hush and just. I can tell from the first day you was all in. Gave you my number, you start texting and calling. You ain't waste no time, the mama persistent. When I teach about the scriptures, you be quiet and listen. You had a few questions, so I answer with no hesitation. How the white man the devil? Why we need separation? Why you can't have your kid birthday celebration? We greatly deceived by the dragon, that's a revelation. Baby, chill, you just gotta be patient. I know your thoughts racing, it's a lot of information, but you want to learn, so I'll be glad to teach you. Cause once we locked in, I never leave you. I know you want to marry your priest, but first I gotta wait and see. You know you gotta. And I know you wanna feel my touch, but girl, it ain't no rush. I'ma teach you just hush and just. Now it's time to move to phase 2. We've been talking for a year, you ain't changed, been the same since day 2. Attending every class, then my sisters and my brothers put you through a couple tests, and you pass with flying colors, plus you follow my lead. You make me proud of what I molded through the pressure and correction. Could've easily afforded, baby, know you a ruby. You let your light shine bright. You the type I gotta wipe, cause you gon' hold me down for life. That's right, I can't lie. Resisting you was the hardest, cause you bad as fuck. Covered up and dressed modest, so I know I want to spend my whole life with you. Now it's time to go to make this shit official. You know you really needed a priest to spend the rest of your life with me, but first you had to. And now that you my wife, we locked in for life, and the feeling's just right, cause you made the choice to. You know the saying, good things come to those who wait. And the scripture said, I don't make a man one person to find gold. But that's what you're waiting on, girl. And trust me, it's worth it. It's taking time. Do it right, you understand? Everything gonna be alright.
I'ma show them it's a different. I'ma only say this once, you better listen. When West is where it started, so you know that's where it finished. We got one main objective, nigga, let's complete the mission. We explaining what the who, lead them bitches and they feelin' snub on me. Only time I put my nose inside your business, I don't want my gun to show, so I wear my shirt bigger. This is our world, but if this was your world, I'd be the villain. Break this whole block down, all I gotta do is finish stuff in Mac shell drums. Turn your crib to Sunday dinner. You don't live here, you visit, this my shit, it's a different. I don't do lean, Lobos in my cup is what I'm sipping. I don't do dreams, I just say a prayer, go and get it. Then it all work out, you know this ain't for play, this ain't for fun. I've been destined for this shit, niggas know that I'm the one. This shit can go 100 yards, you would think I kicked the punt. You would think I had a flare gun on go, you niggas run. They like he an Israelite, all he rap about is guns. Bitch, I'm an Israelite that own a lot of. What that nigga said, who? Tell him watch the grind. Yeah, you must be crazy if you ever think of stopping mine. Knock all of the chains out you niggas, make them drop a dime. If Taurus hold 12, it is not a zodiac sign. Piss me off, get me in my bag, make me drop a bomb. Drop a nuke, make the world freeze, I can stop the time. Watch what you do, cause once you do it, you can't press rewind. On purpose, I do the opposite, so nigga cross the line. Different. I ain't looking for trouble, but on point, case you think I rap. Turn them to a vegetable, lead this nigga cabbage patch. No new niggas with me, if you see them, then they got my back. Got it out the mud, big stepping, you can see the tracks, follow me. I can teach you something, have receiver, relax. If you go and speak on anything, just make sure it's fact. There's a difference, we are not the same, help them notice that. Pay attention, watch how we move, we can know we can. Hang around all real niggas, then we move as one. This ain't Fortnite, get into it, ain't no 1v1. Smoke I bring to you, you can't take it in with your lung. Life about warfare, we just make it look fun. She asked what kind of oil I got on, I told her give them some. That's the only real niggas left, you better get you one. Take a shot, giving out wings if I pull a tongue. Difference, you better watch your words before you eat your tongue. Scrape the whole plate, not a trace nor leave a crumb. Ice falling off the watching chain like it's freezer burn. Daring somebody to say my name, I will eat to him. Loyalty means everything, so I don't eat with them.
I got you. Let it rap real quick. Look. The city eyes. It's time to vote off. My God, a real nigga. Cause he want no flaw. Posted on the corner like a watchdog. Family secure. Got that shotty in the closet by the ball. Fuck what they heard. When telling it's all true. The courses and foundation forces to fall through. They gon' fall. Look, I keep this shit 50 times two. Ain't no more heart in this game. I'm John Q. Told it in the ambulance. Way above average. Fierce taste. He told to make me an apple tree. Left us in the valley full of bones. It's my hope. Child become a man, dog. Stairs get broke down. Riding through Evanston with Mark Quad. Telling me how the crackers turn his shower into a ghost town. Focus out there, I lay that game down. I feel his pain, cause nothing is the same now. Never like shine like heaven through a rain cloud. Glock have a fit like my child, so bad. Try to warn them niggas, we been all like tarantulas. Them mother niggas rap, I make anthems for it. I really see prophets under this banner. Make my enemies bow down on camera. Told my design I wanted black and white like a panda. I'm badder than that nigga that's so dirty to handle. Look, I move like a Brazilian, precious cargo, spirit ancient, but I got that really send me on though. Wave that bitch around like where's Arno. See if they won't. I cut through they Z's like I'm Zorro. Pay me for his name, so I gotta keep that steel clutch. Trust me, I'm not what you think. I squeeze till it click like Dorothy when the heels touch. The world got me dumb, I don't feel much. Ride around with Yara down, just left the state bridge. Looking for a bitch better than baby kids. Remember I dropped Quiet Storm, I've been gone ever since. Still in the field, fuck them niggas on the fence, yeah.
Hey, yo, YAHANNA. Hey, y'all, what's up, Adawan? Yo, you know we got to do it again. Damn right. They're killing us in these streets, you know? Yeah, man, this shit crazy. My heart goes out to all of my brothers who be shot by the cops, can't trust the undercover. Cold-blooded the way they did to Mitch Stanley. Shot him in front of his own home with his family. Innocent black man killed once again to the hands of these crooked cops, they ain't your friend. Hunt us down, they bloodthirsty men. Gun us down, walk free and they win. They killing us like George Floyd. Put a knee to your neck while they hold you down. Can't run, they'll gun you down if you drive away like Andrew Brown. Same way they did Matthew Williams. He had a knife, but they ain't have to kill him. Lied on him, say he lunged at him. He tried to flee, they shot their guns at him. It ain't gotta be nighttime, it can be broad daylight. Get out your car, try to get back in, they'll kill you like Dante right. If you think cops like us, they don't. They hit us with all they might. When they pull you over, guns drawn, finger on trigger, they don't play fight. Nah, they don't play right. They don't give a fuck about witnesses. Gotta really show them what the business is. Why they out here killing kids and we see what it really is. Got losing my appetite and the bitches harassing you at the light. When you think you gon' die, then it's fight or flight. That's what happened to Rodney Applewhite. Tired of these cops killing us. Every day of the year they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. When you turn on the news, they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. In broad daylight, they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. They killing us. They killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. Every day of the year, they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. When you turn on the news, they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. In broad daylight, they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. They killing us. They killing us. Never will understand. We live in the field, we kill every day because they got the upper hand. They murdered another man. Yeah, his name Joshua P. Kicking his body, he lay in the streets. It's the belly of the beast. That's why we say fuck the police. Fuck. Crooked cops, stay stalking. Kurt Reinhold murdered for jaywalking. Damn. Pull me over, I hand you my gun license. I ain't doing no talking. Yeah. Justice for McHale Rose. murdered by police at 19 years old. They said he had burglarized some place, but that was a lie. Let the story be told.
They live by it, they gon' die by it. Understand what I really mean. Shoot a nigga while he handcuffed in a seatbelt that was really green. Patiently waiting for the Lord's vengeance. In the UPK, we got the killers team. All devils, they must die. Cut their heads off with a guillotine.
Right. AJ Crones and sensitive peers, y'all gonna learn who they are. That's right. The cops massacred these two young brothers and shot at their car. These devils can't help us. It's one solution. Let's not pretend. We begin to police our own neighborhood. We must defend and bring these homicides to an end. Tired of these cops killing us every day of the year. They killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. When you turn on the news, they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. In broad daylight, they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. They killing us. They killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. Every day of the year, they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. When you turn on the news, they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. In broad daylight, they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. They killing us. They killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. Every day of the year they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. When you turn on the news they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. In broad daylight they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. They killing us. They killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. Every day of the year they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. When you turn on the news they killing us. Tired of these cops killing us. In broad daylight.
Yes. Now we ready to rock? The water.
Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Barakatham. Yahweh Shema Thun by Shem Yahweh Shai. The water, clap it up. Please see it that way. Sit down, warriors.
Shalom, shalom, Christ.
Good to see you, Hakim. Good to see you. All right. We're gonna get it on tonight, Hakim. We have to prepare for the Passover. Tonight, I'm not in headquarters tonight because I'm right now fighting to get to the Passover.
Right.
Oh, I'm doing much work, Hakim. Cutting, all the fringe cutting in the world is happening right now. All right. So I'm preparing for the Passover. I know a lot of you brothers and sisters, you need to get to your home to prepare for the Passover as well. A lot of you got to get out there and Uber. You got to get out there and go back to your slavery so you can get your money together for the Passover. I'll try to make this as brief as I can. So all of the Akim and Agwakim that need to leave and go prepare for the Passover, do it. If you need to leave ahead of time, go ahead and leave. Just let the guard know or the teacher know that you got to roll out because it's Passover time. And this year requires focus. You're going to do something this year, Akim and Agwakim, that your mothers and fathers would have never had the strength to do. You are going to make a pilgrimage. You're going to make a pilgrimage up. You're going to come from far for the sake of finding the Lord your God. You're going to do what Abraham did. You're going to do what David had to do. You're going to do what our King Jesus Christ had to do. Many times in life, brother, you have to make a pilgrimage, brother, to be with the believers of God, to be with each other. We're scattered all over the globe. We're far from one another. We're not able to really sense the togetherness that we need to make it through this hell every day. And we do the best we can with the phone and with the internet and with letters at one time. But brother, Passover time, you get to finally be with the people that believe as you believe. You get to finally be with your family, and a family that is truly your family. There used to be an old saying that is twisted now because of time. The saying that people say now, blood is thicker than water. You ever heard of that statement before?
Counselor.
Well, let me give you the original statement back in the 1800s. The blood of the covenant is stronger than the water of the womb.
Right.
If you want to, you can Google that. That statement originally was saying that your family that are believers in Christ are stronger than your family that you came out of the same womb from. And of course, now with the advent of the internet, you can just Google what I just said. The bond that we have with each other is stronger than the bond that we have with our physical family members. But we don't usually get to be with each other. Passover day, the all-black party. The children's party.
The sword of the land.
The class, the breakdown class. Those nights you get to be with the people who you truly have a blood bond with.
Right.
That blood is the blood of our King, Jesus Christ, who gave his life for brothers and sisters like you and I. Passover time, we get to be with each other again now. And this is something that Commanding General YAHANNA makes great sacrifice for us to do, because he knows the sacrifice that you make. We're going to go over today all of the things that you have to battle to make it to the Passover. Also, as in every year, I will tell you about some things that Satan is doing to try to stop the Passover. Wait till you hear what happened this year. Oh my God, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'll tell you all about it. I'll tell you about what the IUIC did to try to stop the Passover this year, what our enemies in false religions, what our oppressor has tried to do this year to stop our Passover completely, all right? I'll tell you about these things tonight. And once again, I want you to tell me about what you're going through, what you're fighting. If you haven't gotten a receipt for the Passover, tell me. Okay, if you're having problems coordinating with the Passover department, if there's miscommunications, you tell us tonight so that we can tell these departments what they need to do to smooth your way into making your pilgrimage, all right? And then we're going to go into O.J. Simpson. Give O.J. a hand, man. O.J. was a brother in the world, dog. He was not in the truth. O.J. was not in the truth. O.J. was not a righteous man. But for you young brothers and sisters, I think it's important for you to understand the spirit of the Black and Hispanic community during the time of the O.J. Simpson trial. It was a time that's hard to understand right now because you have so many, you have a lot more entertainment than brothers and sisters did back then. But the O.J. trial was gigantic. It was absolutely gigantic. And he died today, so the juice is finally loose. The juice is loose. So we're going to go into that today. Passover demon fighting, Passover problems, Passover preparation, and the juice is loose. Before that, though, I will answer all of your questions. Preguntas próxima.
Counselor. Before we continue, sir, can I please play a quick video?
Of course.
All right.
I'm Israel. Tune in to the Round Table of Truth this Friday at 8 p.m. Central, where we will be going over some heavy topics.
Open the door now! Open the door now! Open the door now!
Followed by another special guest, our very own UPK sister Kwamada will be sitting down with the captain of 13,000 Mawakwa to talk about her tragic loss of her son, the violence and disparities growing up in Chicago, and how all those things brought her to the truth. You do not want to miss this show as well. Shalom.
Amazing. I can give a hand to Captain Mawakwa and his sister. I believe his surname was Kwamada. It's an excellent episode. I'm sure everyone will tune in. All right. Questions. Preguntas.
Any questions in the room? Yeah, the mic. If you're gonna ask a question, make sure you have the mic. All right.
Sir, I would like a quick breakdown in regard to the book of Ezekiel, chapter 18, verse 4, and also verse 20. It basically says the same thing. Behold, all souls are mine, as the soul of the Father, so also the soul of the Son is mine. The soul that sinneth, it shall die. Because that kind of goes against like what some parts of the world teach as an immortal soul or like eternal soul.
You got to explain it to me. What do you mean by that?
Like it says, the soul that sinneth, it shall die. But like they're teaching out in the world of even in some churches of an immortal soul, like a soul would never die. Like what is a soul?
Oh, okay, I got you. The soul of him, I got you. Okay, I'll explain. Go ahead, break it down. Read it one more time, please.
Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 4. Behold, all souls are mine, as the soul of the Father. So also the soul of the Son is mine. The soul that sinneth, it shall die.
Got you. That the Bible says that what the Most High created shall never die. You familiar with that, right?
Karakan.
When it says the soul shall die, it doesn't mean the soul, meaning the actual essence of you shall die. It means you shall die. The Bible says that Jacob and 70 souls walked into Egypt. You familiar with that scripture?
Karakan.
Right. So when it says 70 souls walked into Egypt, it isn't saying the essence of those men walked into Egypt. It's saying those men walked into Egypt. So many times in the Bible, when it says soul, it just means you. You understand? So in essence, you are going to die. So when it says that soul is going to die, it is not meaning that the essence of that person is going to die. Because if the essence of that person dies, then there can be no reincarnation. Then there can be no Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because those souls died. But their soul did not die, but the people died. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are still here because the Lord is not the Lord of the dead, but of the living. So it does not mean the souls died like you are thinking it literally. Do you understand, warrior?
Karakan, sir.
No problem. Next.
Sir, I have a question as well.
Please.
I was going over scriptures about the Passover, and I came across one that I would like a better understanding of.
No problem.
In Matthew chapter 26, verse 17, it states, "Now the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Yahushua, saying unto him, Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover?" So it's saying the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, but it's also saying, where are we going to eat or prepare for the Passover? Can you explain that? For me, it's a little bit of confusion.
Okay, the Passover is the lamb. Today we think of the Passover as this event, but the Passover technically is not the event. The Passover is the lamb. The lamb is the Passover. You want the precepts, I'm sure, right? You want to look up the word "eat the Passover." That's what you need in the New Testament. The Passover in the Old Testament, right? Of course, you know the whole story. I will go over the story in the breakdown class Thursday. I won't be teaching the class this Monday because I have to get on the road. All right.
Awesome.
But I will be teaching the scripture breakdown class in North Carolina. There, I will break down the Passover and give you the whole story. For tonight, I'll tell you this, is that the lamb is the Passover, not the event. The lamb is the Passover. So when they say prepare the Passover, they mean cook the lamb. They cook the lamb. That's what they mean. They're going to prepare it. So the Passover lamb took preparation that had to be done before the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It was preparation to get it ready. And that's the preparation they're discussing, Asher.
Okay.
Go ahead and read. Go ahead, brother.
Because it's saying that on the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, that they went to Yahushua, and on the first day of the unleavened bread, they asked him where we're going to prepare for the Passover. So
you see how you just said for the Passover?
Yeah, that's why I'm confused.
I got you. Read that. Read it again.
Yes, sir. Matthew 26 and 17. Now the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the disciples came to Yahushua, saying unto him, Where wilt thou that we prepare for thee to eat the Passover?
Do you see the difference between what it said and what you just said?
Correct. So since the Passover is the lamb, the on the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, they want to know where we're going to get together to eat the lamb.
Yes. That's what he's asking. Right. It didn't say when are we going to get together to hold the Passover or to have the Passover. It's talking about the lamb and all the preparation that it takes to have that meal. Where are we going to do it at? That's what he wants to know. Where are we going to do it? Because the disciples didn't have stable homes. You familiar with that precept, correct?
Yeah, I understand.
Right. The foxes have holes, the birds have nests, but the Son of Man have no dwelling place. So when it came time for them to eat the Passover, where are we going to do it? Which is what they're talking. They're talking about where are we going to prepare this lamb? That in the Old Testament, you know, it was 14 days before they had to fatten this lamb and get this lamb together to have it for the Passover. So it took time. It wasn't like going to the supermarket. You understand?
Counsel, I understand.
I got a precept, sir.
Go ahead.
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 12, verse 21.
Mm-hmm.
Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to your families and kill the Passover.
Everybody gets that, right? All right. Next.
Hello, sir. I have a question regarding the Feast of the Unleavened Bread. We're not supposed to have any leaven in our house, but if we had like a bag of all-purpose flour, is that okay to still leave it, or we have to like throw that out?
There is no leaven in all-purpose flour. So you can you can keep everything except for leaven. Do you know what leaven is?
That's the yeast. Is that correct?
That's correct. Fly, come here for a second. I'm going to show you something real fast. That's the yeast. Now, sometimes you might have yeast in little packets, right? A long time ago, you had to keep something that they call now sourdough. You had to keep it and you had to tend to it and just tend to it every day because you made bread. I mean, sourdough, because you made bread every day. You understand? And so, and if you tended to this thing, you could always have bread. Let me show you one right here. Here's one of my sourdoughs right here, Akim. You see this thing here? This thing here is 15 years old. This one. I have ones older than that, and I got ones younger than that. You understand? Just like my wives. I got a sourdough for every wife.
Yeah.
That's a hint. You should have picked that up by what I just said. So this one is old, about 15 years old, right? You got to tend to this thing, tend to it, feed it with flour and water. Now, this is leaven. This is leaven from 6,000 years ago, right here. Okay? They just kept it all the time because every morning they made bread. It takes about 14 hours for it to rise. They might start it rising the night before. You wake up in the morning, you got bread when you wake up during the day, or bread for lunch, or bread for whatever. Israel was a bread-making society. Other societies are rice societies, like you can look this up for sociology. Sociologists say that there are rice cultures and bread cultures, right? The Asian cultures are rice cultures. Israel is a bread culture. Our tradition says we eat bread. So you would every year since I've been in the truth since 1995, I've had to get rid of this. I've had to get this out of my house. I take it and put it in the trunk of my car. I put it somewhere in the basement. I put it outside of the house on a back porch. I get it away from me. I get it far enough away so that no priest can say I've been using it. You understand?
Sir.
That's the tradition. So the flour is not leaven because there is no yeast in flour. Now there are some things that are leaven, meaning if I use this, I put this in flour, the bread will rise. Some things are not leaven. Okay, we'll go over that, Pat. We'll go over that for the breakdown class as well, and I'll explain all of that to you. Have some brothers come up and rock it for you. But all-purpose flour is not leaven in any way. It will not rise. It'll do nothing but sit there if you don't add leaven to it. All right?
Sir. Thank you.
No problem. Next.
Counsel, I have a question online. Mm-hmm. This is from Officer Nawanyala. He asked if he can get a breakdown on Daniel chapter 9, verse 24.
Go ahead.
Daniel chapter 9, verse 24. 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city to finish the transgression.
Keep going.
and to make an end of sins, and to make reconciliation for iniquity.
Let me just explain. The 17 weeks is not a literal week like us. Remember, the Lord said that one day unto the Lord is as 1,000 years. So never look at time as if it's literal in your mind. This just means we have a certain amount of time, not a long time, but we have a certain amount of time to get ourselves together, to get done with this smoking weed and this being a sexual deviant and being a liar and a sinner and a Christian and a Muslim. You got a little time. You get a little time to get done with that and to begin to get yourself right. Then the time is up. That's what this precept is talking about. Then time is up. That's the breakdown, warrior. No one, ya Allah. All right. Next. Preguntas.
Atlanta. Any questions, Atlanta? No. Chicago, any questions? Okay, Sir. Next question I have, sir, is from Kazakh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me say shalom to Chicago. Chicago, give Chicago a hand. They ain't here with us tonight. Town. Give Atlanta the Brave in there with us tonight. Is that Atlanta? Most time Christ. Good to see you, Atlanta.
Good to see you too,
all right,
sir.
warrior.
The brother would like a breakdown on Luke chapter 10, verse 8.
Luke chapter 10.
Kazakh Tamar needs Luke 10 and 8. I'm ready.
Luke.
So he's asking two different questions, sir. Can you get a breakdown on Luke chapter 10, verse 8? And then the next question is, what and when was Satan cast out of heaven?
No problem. Okay, let's break down Luke 10. Let's break down what Satan cast out of heaven. That precept in Jude is not literal. Satan was never cast out of heaven. The angels cast out of heaven was speaking about the sons of Adam, who later became the Israelites. The Israelites are the angels that were cast out of their dwelling place, that were cast out of the kingdom, which is speaking about the Garden of Eden. All right. That is not talking about Satan being kicked out. That's a lie from people that don't understand the Bible, meaning the Catholic priests. I'm going to show you a breakdown tonight from the I.U.P.K that is like a child broke it down. The I.U.P.K does not understand the Bible at all. I'm going to prove it to you tonight. I'm going to play Nasty Nate and give his breakdown on the dark side of the moon. And it damn near should have been a child breaking this scripture down. A child could have said what Nasty Nate is going to say. You got that video I sent you, Asher?
Sir, I just have to transfer it over.
Yeah, do your thing with it, because I like to break it down today. Well, the Catholic Church has another breakdown as if a child made it up, where they say that Satan got kicked out of heaven and he was thrown down in the ground, and which is immature. All right. It's not talking about that Kazakh tomorrow, all right? If you don't get what I'm saying, just tell me and I'll break it down deeper and lay it down nice and flat for you by going to the precept. For now, let's go to Luke 10 and 8, all right?
Luke chapter 10, verse 8. And into whatsoever city ye enter, and they receive you. Eat such things as are set before you.
Do you have a question in specific, Kazakh Damar, about this? Kazakh Damar, he's an officer in the school, right? Kazakh Damar, be a little more specific about what exactly is your question. What about this precept do you not understand, all right? I'm going to move on until you give me the answer. Any other questions? Atlanta, you want to say something? No sweat. Asher, and give me another question while we're waiting for Kazakh tomorrow.
Sir, I also have the video if you want it with the breakdown.
In a minute. Later on, once I go into the breakdown, then we'll do the video about Nasty Nate and their dark side of the moon breakdown. Okay, Salaki, this is Kushab. Kushab Bunyahawada, Salaki Alawak. Can you break down 1 Timothy 3 and 14 to 16? No problem, Kushab. Go ahead and read it for him.
So I'm going to get 1 Timothy
First Timothy chapter 3, verse 14. These things write unto thee, hoping to come unto thee shortly. But if I tarry long, that thou mayest know how thou oughtest to behave thyself in the house of God.
So this is Paul writing letters, and this is, I believe, when he was arrested. He doesn't know how long until he'll get out. But if it takes him a long time, he had to travel, he had to go to Jerusalem. It was a whole mess trying to get there. Then he got locked up, and then took even longer because he was in jail, an innocent man being persecuted for his belief in the Lord our God and his King Yahushua Christ. So he didn't know how long it was going to take. So then he's giving them some instructions for them to conduct themselves by until he returns. All right, go ahead and read.
Which is the church of the living God.
You get that. Keep going.
The pillar and the ground of the truth.
Keep going. You get that, I pray. The pillar and the ground of the truth. It's like saying the home of the truth. It's where the truth was born, where it's built. Keep going.
Verse 16. And without controversy, great is the mystery of godliness.
And without controversy, meaning there's no one that can be against this or argue against this without controversy. Read it again.
And without controversy, great is the mystery of godliness.
Without controversy, great is the mystery of godliness. No one will disagree with that, because being godly is something that so few men can take hold of. So few men can master being godly, and no one will object to that. That's said without controversy. Keep going.
God was manifest in the flesh. Justified.
Read again. Read again.
God was manifest in the flesh.
God was manifest in the flesh. The word controversy is like something that creates argument. The word manifest means something is revealed. It's made manifest. It's revealed. Well, this is without controversy, that God was revealed in the flesh through our King Jesus Christ. That happened. No one can say it didn't. It happened. Let me know when we're at 16.
This is 16 where we are.
Okay. What does it mean? Let me give you a story, Kusha. I had been in the truth for about a year or two before I was assigned to Commanding General YAHANNA to work directly under him. And then I began to be around him and roll with him and work with him. We went to New York, and I worked in countless operations with him under his direct command. And I remember telling the brothers, when I started to roll with Commanding General YAHANNA, I began to see the Bible come to life. Before I rolled with him, I would read the Bible. I would read about men making such sacrifices of selflessness and such acts of kindness and generosity and courage. And I would read them like every other man would read them. But then when I began to actually walk with Commanding General YAHANNA, he brought the Bible to life. The words came off the page, and they were right in front of me. You understand? They were right in front of me. Then I began to see the Bible manifest itself in the flesh of a person. And it made it easier for me to understand how I should live godly. Because it can be difficult reading something and never seeing anybody do it. That's the benefit of having a good father. Anybody can say, do this and do that. Go to school. Don't do drugs. Don't be in a gang. It's easy to say that, but it's hard to understand, how do I resist the temptation not to do it? Unless I can have a father at home and look at him and go, that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to act like him. Now I get it. My father, a good father, makes being a good man manifest in the flesh right in front of me. Now I know what to do. Well, when Jesus Christ walked the earth, when Jesus Christ walked the earth, when he was rolling with the 12 disciples, man, those brothers read the Torah, read the law. They went to the temple. They had parents at home. They had priests to tell them what to do, but they had never seen the Most High manifest himself in the flesh before Jesus Christ. Here's the key to understanding this breakdown. The thing that Christ did and the thing that was done in him, you can do that thing for the young men who follow you. You can do that for them. You can show them God manifest in the flesh. You can do the exact same thing that Jesus Christ did for his young men. Can you imagine the reward they had from being able to see him every day? See how he interacted with people? See him sit down at a dinner. I think about that, man. I remember going to dinners with Commanding General YAHANNA, brother. General YAHANNA walks into a restaurant. He tips like Frank Sinatra. That's what it's like. Who knows what I'm talking about out there? You go to a restaurant with him, it's like you in there with Frank Sinatra. He tipping everybody in the place. He walked through the door. Hey, Shalom, how you doing? Shalom, what's going on? Hey, good to see you. Hugging everybody. Tipping everybody. Kind and asking to eat last. Asking to be served last. Now, I've read scriptures about that. It's in Ecclesiasticus. I read that. I had never seen it before. I've never seen that before. I saw it then. Well, the disciples of Christ knew that when Christ walked with them, it was God manifesting himself in the flesh. You're seeing a man that behaves. Who asked the question? Kusha. Kusha, I want you to give me the right word right here. There's only one word you can give me. Another word will not do. They finally saw a man that was, and I'm going to let Kusha answer it. If he can't get it, just say you don't know, if you don't know. And I'll give another man a shot. Because the Christians read this. You know what they say? They say God became a person. That's what they say, which is fine. The only problem is I can't do that. You can't do that. So then how do we treat each other? How do we live? Sure, God got a penis and feet and hands and a butt, and he became a man. Good. Now, what do I do every day? Because God, I'm not God. I'm not him. So what do I do then? How do I try to carry my burden when I'm not God? I know how he did it. He was God. Jesus was God, right? Okay. Well, I'm not God. So how am I going to get off of cigarettes? How am I going to stop smoking weed? How am I going to keep out of prison when I'm not God? Kusha, answer my question. The disciples of Christ, when they saw Christ, they finally saw someone that was, one more, I'll give him a second. Let Kusha give a second, then I'll get the young warrior in headquarters a shot if Kusha doesn't know.
He doesn't know, sir.
Harlem?
To be holy?
I think you might be thinking you got the right word, but I'm not sure if that's the right word. Levi?
Young man's gonna try it, sir.
Go ahead, warrior.
Righteous?
Nope. Chicago?
Salakia, sir, would it be perfect?
No.
I'll take it out one.
Levi.
Practical, sir.
Let me help you. Read the scripture again. What's no in Spanish? It's not nunca. What's nunca? Nothing?
Never.
Never. What's no? Is no just no, right?
Con.
All right. Read the precept.
God was manifest in the flesh.
No, before that, read where we started out.
And without controversy, great is mystery of godliness.
Of what?
Mystery of godliness.
What is godliness, Harlem? Please, Harlem, you got it.
Being uncircumcised.
What is godliness? If you say, man, listen, I want to be godly, what does that mean to you, Harlem? Let me give it a shot. You want to try? Give Zadok let me hear Zadok. Give Zadok a shot. What is godly, Zadok?
Being righteous.
Give him a hand. That's exactly what it means. Being righteous is being godly. That's what it is. Before Jesus Christ, these men had never seen anyone that was godly. Godly. That's the whole point of all of this. The point of this precept is, how do you become godly? It's a mystery. It's a mystery on how to do it. What solved that mystery for the disciples of Christ? What solved the mystery of godliness? Atlanta? What solved the mystery of godliness?
So like you said, seeing Christ do what
Give
he
him
did.
a hand. Seeing him do what he did. That's it. So now, that is what it means when it says God was manifest in the flesh. Because this man came around us, dealt with us every day, and he was a godly man. Now I understand the what? Chicago. I understand the, you don't know, just pass.
Shalaki, sir, pass.
Atlanta.
So like you said, the mystery
Of?
The mystery of godliness, sir.
Give him a hand. That's all I need from you. I just need that. Okay? I need that. This precept is not about God becoming a person with a penis and a butt. God didn't urinate and defecate every day, but Christ did. Christ absolutely did. God didn't become a person. The work of God was shown to all of us through a person. A person did that. Why is that good news? Because I can do that, because I'm a person. So now godliness is no longer a mystery to me. I know how to do it. I just act like him. I just act like him. All right. Next. Proxima.
Concert. Next question I have is from Chanter.
Let me try to answer. And the brother said I should read these damn things. Chantere Mystique. Oh man, that's like an X-Men. That's a superhero, a superhero woman. Chantere Mystique. Salaki out of one. If only 144,000 people make it into heaven, what does that mean? Does that mean that there will have to be 144 members of the I.S.U.P.K before Christ can return? No, it doesn't mean it. I can make it here, me and General YAHANNA alone. That's it. We don't need none of you. It'll just be me and him. Make it in the kingdom of heaven, just like I like it. No, baby girl. That's not what it's talking about, all right? When it says that the 144,000 is the governing body when Jesus Christ returns, it is not all of the people that will be saved when Jesus Christ returns. And Paul said this, that if he did not cut the time short, there would be no flesh remaining. Jesus Christ could come back and it's two people in the school, and he will just make his governing body up with the people that come in the school after the return of Christ. What did the Lord say? When did I feed you? When did I go to see you in prison? When were you naked and I did clothe you? When were you hungry and I did feed you? And then he shall say, when as much as you have done it for these, the least of them, my brethren, you have done it for me. There will be people that don't know why they're getting saved on Judgment Day. They won't even understand how they got to get there. They won't even know. Then they'll find out, oh, you helped that one brother we have in Chicago. You helped that one brother we have in Harlem. Now you and your family are making the kingdom. And the Most High will train them there. Precept, for there I will plead with them in the wilderness. The Most High can come back tomorrow. If it was two people in the school, he can wait 2 years until there's 200,000 people in the school. The amount of people in the school is irrelevant. Next year, there might be 300,000 people in the school. Next year, there might be 2 people in the school. If those 300,000, if those 10,000, if those 2 people are godly men, then Judgment Day is coming and they're going to be delivered. I pray you understand. All right? In the UPK, what do? We fight every day to fish, to get more and more brothers and sisters in the school, because it's our mandate to do that. We have to go out there and save lives, and we have to train people to rule when Jesus Christ returns. So we're out there trying every day to get 144,000 men, praying that the Most High might say, that's enough. I'll take them. They're all godly men. And as we get these men, we're training them and making sure not to let someone in the school who is not godly, who doesn't want to be godly. And we're working hard to get 144,000 men, baby girl. Don't rest assured for that. But the Most High can come back tomorrow. He'll come back tomorrow. The question is, what will happen to you and I if he does? All right? Everyone understands? Okay. Next.
Any question in the room?
So, like, everyone,
Shalom, warrior.
If I may, sir, it is generally believed that Joseph's brothers sold them to the Egyptian. Am I correct with that? That it is a belief.
To my memory, that's what's in the Bible. Am I correct? To my memory, I was going to go into that anyway too tonight about when they asked him for forgiveness. That was a good precept about the Spirit of Christ in the Old Testament. But what was your question about?
I'm grabbing the precept now, sir.
No problem.
I'm in Exodus chapter 32. So when we go to Exodus 22, Salakia, sir, give me 1 second. I lost the precept. Salakia.
No problem. Take your time. Does anyone else have another question?
I have questions online.
I'll take them.
I have one question, sir. I don't know if you want to read it or you want me to read it.
I'll read it. Hanal Asher. Can I have some precepts showing that there will be civil war? You know what I want, Asher? Give me every man's hand shall turn against his neighbor. Every man shall go into his own country. There are absolutely precepts about civil war. The Bible says that in the last days, the spirit of war will be loose on this kingdom, and the Most High will take peace from the earth. You're going to see civil war in America. I really shouldn't have to break this down after January 6th. I don't know if you heard about that, Hanal Asher. Hanal Asher, the Proud Boys, and thousands of people went and broke into the Capitol building and went and unalived police officers, unalived them. And then more committed self-unaliving after January 6th. That happened. They went in there and bust open the doors, urinated and defecated on Nancy Pelosi's desk, stole flags out of there, kicked in the door. It's a hell of a story. Can you get me the Cortez, that broad sister from New York, the congresswoman? She gives an account, brother, of her hiding behind a bathroom stall while these men were screaming her name in her office, looking for her to sexually assault her. She's behind the door like this shit here, like in a horror movie, hiding behind the door. Civil war is going to happen. It already started. It already has started. Find me that video too, Asher. All right?
Counselor, if I may.
Go ahead, Warrior.
We already had civil war in America. We had the Civil War. We had Waco, Texas. We had those other standoffs with the FBI and those ranchers.
Forget the Bundy Ranch. Forget about that. Asher is saying it has already happened. I believe what Hanal Asher is trying to see is he needs precepts that it's going to happen again, and it is. It's going to happen again. It's going to happen before Jesus Christ comes back, just like in the damn 1800s. Texas every year says they're going to secede from America. I think that's every year.
They just came out with a movie about that, sir.
I didn't see it. Is that what it was about?
It's called Civil War. Just came out today. It's about Texas, California seceding from the Union, and other states that support them. And it's in modern times.
I mean, to other countries, this happens all the time. In America is so stable in its oppression, it's hard to understand America being unstable. But America is falling. The stars of heaven are coming crashing to the ground. Civil war is going to happen again. Let me just give them those precepts so I can move on.
So I have Zechariah 14 and 13.
Let me hear it.
And it shall come to pass in that day that a great tumult from the Lord shall be among them. And they shall lay hold every one on the hand of his neighbor.
They shall do what?
On the hand of his neighbor.
Everyone shall lay hold on the hand of his neighbor. They say it all the time about the Civil War. The Civil War was brother against brother. Brother against brother. Oh, that's happening again. We're going to have civil war in America. Just look at January 6th. You got that Alicia, I forget her name. OCT Cortez, what's her name?
I got it right here, sir.
Check this out, Hanai.
That impact was so doubled that day is because I think one of the reasons why that impact was so doubled that day is because of the misogyny and the racism that is so deeply rooted and animated that attack on the Capitol. You know, white supremacy and patriarchy are very linked in a lot of ways. There's a lot of sexualizing of that violence. And I didn't think that I was just going to be killed. I thought other things were going to happen to me as well.
So what sounds like what you're telling me right now is that you didn't only think that you were going to die, you thought you were going to be raped.
Yeah, I thought I was.
And that you now understand, having thought about it, is because of your experience.
Yeah, I think so. Survivors have a very strong set of skills. And the skills that are required as a survivor, the tools that you build for resilience, they come back in right away. And for me, I felt like those skills were coming right back so that I could survive. And my skills were to survive.
This woman had to hide behind a bathroom door. And she made herself so still that they were searching for her in the bathroom and they couldn't find her. That's what she means about her skill. Because she got so frozen, so tight, so that they bust open the bathroom door looking for her. She's behind the bathroom stall. They never saw her. She didn't do that in an alleyway in the Bronx. She didn't do that on the west side of Chicago outside of a poppy store or a check cashing place. She did that in her office bathroom in the Capitol building. Civil war is coming. It's coming. Next, that's a precept if you need one up. That's good for you right there, all right? Every man shall turn against his own neighbor. Ephraim in headquarters, go ahead.
If I may, sir, just a quick comment. It's interesting how she brought up like the conflation of sex and violence, and it kind of, I was thinking a lot about like when the police killing our people. Just this last story with the cops shooting that car 90 something times. I'm not trying to be funny or disrespectful, but it almost seems like police officers get like some kind of sexual rush, like how sexual desire or drive a person to do, you know, do all types of things.
Yeah, brother, it's not far-fetched. I mean, what you're talking about is what has been proven through psychological studies, man. Our oppressor is so violent that most of them, that penis will not get hard unless they're doing violence to somebody. A lot of them have to go out and get prostitutes so they can strangle the prostitute close to death. They have to, or else their penis does not work. Because they're that violent. And absolutely, sexuality is tied to violence in the mind of extremely violent men. Ask anybody in a fraternity, right? For some reason, in a black and white fraternity, somehow beating you also makes them put a dildo in your mouth. Explain that one to me, fraternity boys. Tell me about that. How does they're beating you, they're punching you, they're hitting you with a stick. Somehow in the middle of this stick beating, they're sitting on your face. Give me the movie. It was an excellent movie where they were hazing somebody that is true to life. With hazing, I forget the name of it. It's just a good scene with a white man sitting on some black man's chest. I only bring it up because you brothers in fraternities, that's what happened to you. You had to get down on your knees and suck a dildo because that's how you can prove your love for Omega Psi Phi. That's how you can prove your love for Alpha Phi Alpha, by bending over, pulling down your pants, and letting him hump you. Because then we know you're a real Kappa man, because you're in your drawers, bent over, while he pumps and humps your butt. Because a good Kappa man would, a Sigma man would do something like that. Listen, write in the chat room. Don't tell me your name. Write in the chat room if you were in a fraternity and they humped your butt. And tell me at the time, how did you think that that made you a good man of Iota, or a good man of Kappa, Omega, Lambda, Lambda, Lambda? Nice to have you, have you, have you. When I was in college, I knew I couldn't join because I can't remember all that choreography. That I know I can't do. I'm worse now. I mean, I was such a half a college student, half a gangster. I couldn't remember choreography. Who the fuck am I, Debbie Allen? I can't remember all those steps. How the hell am I supposed to remember all of the hand clapping and the hand boning on the, listen, I'm barely in this college. Okay? I'm high right now in class. How you fraternity boys remembered all that choreography. Maybe it was the dildos in your butts. Maybe that helps your memory. If you can, yes. So to Ephraim's question, violent men attach violence to sexuality, and in many times that's the only way they can even achieve sexual gratification. Next question. In the back, headquarters.
You're gonna ask the question. Get the mic beforehand, right?
Salakia, sir. As a young man in the just coming into the truth, many years of seeing these things, but just like many of the heads, generals, and captains, there was no internet, there was no connection to this type of truth as I was growing up. So as a younger man in the world, I just tried to steer clear of those type of distractions as described, those evil things, those wicked things, those things that's unimaginable. So I commend and I'm honored and I'm always forever grateful to stay the course for general for the general captains and you guys to keep this course of volumes, this celebration that's coming for everybody that's hearing what I'm saying right now. This Passover's better and it should and it's supposed to be exactly what it is. The Most High in Christ and his son.
Give him a hand. Well said, warrior.
Damn it, you here. And I'm glad to be part of it. Kwam Yasharala.
Kwam Yasharala. Give him a hand. Well, let me tell you, young warrior, we're happy to have you. All those years while you were waiting for us, remember, we were looking for you. We've made our entire life about finding you. And now that we're together, brother, we're very happy to see you, brother. We're very happy to see you. Give him a hand.
Kawada, sir. Kawada.
You, brother. All right, Asher. Próxima preguntas.
We got another question in the room, sir.
So I got the precept out of one for the question I asked earlier. In Genesis 37 out of one. This is what some blackity blacks are using to say there's contradiction in the Bible. But when I read it, I don't see no contradiction. So the contradiction is supposed to be that in Genesis 37, in one verse is saying that that's what they saying, that Joseph, the Bible says that his brothers sold him to the Ishmaelites. But then in another verse, it's saying that the Midianites, sold them unto the Egyptians. So they say, oh, you see, this is a contradiction. So I'm gonna read it, sir, because I don't see no contradiction, of course, at all. And it seems like it's saying exactly what verse 36 is saying.
Yeah.
This is Genesis 37, verse. I'll start at verse 21.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 20. Come now, therefore, and let us. I'll start at verse 19. And they said one to another, behold, this dreamer cometh. Verse 20. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him and cast him into some pit. And we will say, some evil beasts have devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 21. And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands and said, let us not kill him. So now when you go further down, it says, and they sat down to eat bread. So like in verse 24, and they took him and cast him into a pit. So instead of killing him, they cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it. Verse 25. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. Verse 26.
Where?
This is where the confusion starts, right here, sir. Verse 25 and 26, it says, and Judah said unto his brethren, what profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? 27. Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brethren were content. Now in verse 28, it says, then there passed by Midianites merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver, and they brought Joseph into Egypt. So in this verse right here, out of one, this is really where the question is. When it says, then there passed by Midianites merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit. So what they're saying is that the brothers took Joseph out of the pit and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites.
And what's the question? I'm missing something. Okay, what's the point here?
So
let me ask you a question. If the person you're battling, do you know who he is? Or is it just like a random somebody online?
It's just I'm gathering all the contradictions that people are saying exist in the Bible.
Now, the person that said if the Bible has contradictions, what will they do?
What will they do?
Yeah, if it has it, let's say we'd be like, damn, it's my first time ever reading the Bible. You got me. I've never heard about this. What will they do if the Bible has contradictions?
Basically pushing that, we should throw the Bible away.
And do what?
They don't stand on nothing, sir. It's like blackity black.
That's what I would start doing. I would start to ask them, if I say the Bible is stock full of contradictions from Genesis to Revelation, so now what are you going to do? Now they're going to be stuck there, right? Then ask them this. If the Bible has no contradictions at all, what are you going to do? What will they say, Levi?
Nothing.
Yeah, I would start doing that. I wish I was still young like y'all. I fell asleep to that whole thing. I was asleep. I really don't know what you even said, really, because it's just a pointless thing to go over. But people in the world make you go over this when this is what it's actually about, and this is what you'll tell them. What I'm saying to you is what you should tell them to get them on the defense, to attack them. If I prove to you today that there's no contradictions, what will you do? If I say there are contradictions, what will you do? What does it matter to you if the Bible has contradictions? What does it matter to you? If there are no contradictions, will you stop smoking weed? Will you stop having sex with women who have boyfriends? Will you stop eating pork and shrimp and crab and lobster? Will you begin to forgive your brothers instead of harming them? Will you stop molesting children? Tell me, what do I have to gain to prove to you that the word of God is perfect and your mind is in contradiction? If I do it, what do I gain? Now, if he says, if the Bible was perfect in every way in his mind, he would still sin. He would still sin. If he says that, then I would move on. If he says, well, listen, man, if you prove me the Bible is perfect, I'll stop doing all these things. Then open up that book and let's go. But other than that, what is this, academic? Let me give it to you. Let me explain it to you in about 10 seconds. All right. Those covers, who has a cover from Levi? Not a cover, Salaki. Who has the jacket that Levi made? Raise your hand. Anyone got a jacket? Asher, where'd you get your jacket from?
Levi.
You got it from Levi?
From Yatazar, concert.
From that brother. You got it from Yatazar.
Concert.
Really? Is that actually who he got that jacket from, Levi?
Sir.
Like, Levi, did Asher get his jacket from you? Yes or no?
Sir.
Really? Man, what was it like when you made that jacket? How'd you get the zipper on there?
Good, sir.
The buttons. Was it hard dyeing that color? Was it hard to dye that color on that brother's jacket, Levi?
The embroidery.
Yeah, was that? No, the color. I just said the color. Was it hard to dye that jacket that color?
Sir, because I did not touch it.
What was it? Hold up. But he said he got it from you.
You
didn't dye it? What was it like cutting the material and putting the arms attached to the back and the back attached to the front? What was that like for you?
I did not touch it.
Are you telling me you didn't make that jacket?
Sir.
Well, then who did he get the jacket from, Levi? Come on. What I'm trying to explain to all of you is this is how it's all done. Who had a sandwich today from a bodega? Who got you had a sandwich from a bodega today? Who'd you get it from?
I got it from my Israelite brother.
Oh, damn. What was he like? He had the chickens out back?
Sir.
He cured the meat in the upstairs room.
Sir.
What'd you get on it? Lettuce and tomato?
Sir.
Was his garden right in front of you?
Sir.
You telling me he didn't grow the lettuce and tomato? So who did you get that sandwich from?
Whoever created the chicken.
Listen carefully, young brothers. All commerce is done through a chain.
Sir.
Right? Everything. The person that you bought your potato chips from, they didn't make the potato chips. They bought them from someone else. Levi, I want you just to read the beginning of what you said in the beginning. First of all, where did Joseph end up? Where did he end up, Levi?
He ended up in a pit.
That's not where he ended up, Levi.
Ended up, Salakia, sir, in Egypt.
That's where they found him, right? His 70 brothers, right? And their father. He was viceroy over Egypt. So he ended in Egypt as being what you would call vice president of Egypt. That's where he ended. That's where the story ended when it came to him from the time he left his father and ended as viceroy in Egypt. How did he get there? Read it from the top, Levi.
And they took him and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it. Verse 25. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt.
To where?
To Egypt.
To where?
To Egypt.
To where?
Egypt.
What were they going to do with those spices and balm, Asher?
Can you repeat that, sir?
I'm sorry, I meant to say Levi. What were they going to do with those spices?
Commerce, sir, to sell them.
Yeah, to who?
To the Egyptians.
Right. The reason it brings up the Midianites and what's the other one you said? The Ishmaelites.
Sir.
because those are the wholesalers that sell retail to Levi,
The Egyptians.
the Egyptians. That's why he brings up those two, because they sell goods in Egypt. They gather this, they gather that, they gather Joseph. And they eventually bring their goods to Egypt. And the Egyptians buy them. So the Egyptians are the ones who he was sold to. The Egyptians, but they're not the first person on the chain of commerce. Just like the person that Asher is not the first person, even though he bought a jacket from you. You are on a chain of commerce when you sell your jackets. You understand that, Asher? When you sell that jacket, there's different companies that put the buttons on. They buy a jacket and they do this to it. They buy a jacket, they mark it up and they sell it. They buy the bread to someone that makes a sandwich out of that bread. You buy shoes to someone that puts something on the shoe to sell the shoe again. It's the chain of commerce. Who is in the chain of commerce for the sale of Joseph, Asher?
Sorry. You mean Levi, sir? Go ahead, sir. Ishmael, Ishmael, and Joseph brothers, and the Midianites.
That's exactly right. Those are all wholesalers. This traveling caravan of merchants comes through the town. Look up the Silk Road over there in Asia. There was another road that's the reason that the Khazar Empire took hold of the Jewish religion, because they were on this trade road, and the Arabs were fighting the Christians, and they wanted to do business with both of them, so they became Jewish, so that they would have respect of both Jews and Christians. Commerce is a chain, and so many people are on the chain. Eventually, there's someone at the end of the chain. He's the big money man. How did slaves get to America? Anyone? Give me the chain of commerce.
The Africans captured
the young warrior in the back, young officer in the back.
Salaki serves the triangle trade.
Give me the nations in that trade.
They sent goods to Europe, the ships down to Africa, and brought the slaves to America.
Give me the nations in that trade.
Esau, Ishmael, Ham, and Israel.
That's it. Esau, Ishmael, and Ham. Where did the black people end up, officer?
In America.
In America with Esau. With Esau. That's where they ended up. Before they ever came to Esau, they were sold to the Africans, who were sold to the Arabs, who then sold them to the Americans. That's the chain of our captivity. What's the chain of Joseph's captivity? Levi?
Ishmael.
Go ahead.
Like the brothers.
Don't add the brothers, because they were the product. They weren't in the chain. I'm sorry, you said the brothers. I'm sorry, you're correct. The brothers of Jacob, that's number one. Go ahead.
Ishmael and
the Arabs.
The Midianites.
Midianites. What nation is that? The Midianites. I forget what the hell they are. What are they? Iranians, Iraqis? I don't know. I forget. Generally, YAHANNA knows. Go ahead. 3.
Go on, sir. And finally, the Egyptian.
And the Africans. Here we go again. Same people. Arabs and Africans selling us into slavery with the help of our own brothers. That sounds familiar. It's the Bible has no contradictions. The Bible is just true, like today's slavery is true. Joseph went into slavery through a chain of commerce. The triangle trade is what it was called during the time of slavery. Those same nations got together to end Joseph up in Africa, in Egypt. There's no contradiction. Now that we've done that, is he going to stop getting high?
Good, sir.
That's where I'm going. Go ahead.
If I may add one, I understand completely that chain, and that definitely helped me out. Mm-hmm. Now, based on what I'm about to read here, can we eliminate the brothers from that chain of commerce.
Go ahead.
I'll read verse 28 and verse 29. Genesis chapter 37, verse 28. Then there passed by Midianites merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver, and they brought Joseph into Egypt. Verse 29. And Reuben returned unto the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes. And he returned unto his brothers and said, the child is not, and whither shall I go? So when they went back to get Joseph, he wasn't in the pit.
Can you take him out of the chain of commerce? No. Because if they didn't put him in that pit, then those wholesalers would have never been able to get free goods to sell. They should have never. They sold him into slavery, his brothers. They're responsible for it. It's like tying someone up and putting him on the train tracks. And then when the train kills him, you come by and say, I was going to free him. Well, too late, nigga. The train came and ran him over. He would have never been in that position if you didn't tie him to the train tracks. You're going to jail for murder because you put him in that hole that made it susceptible and easy for a slave seller to take him. When if he was never in that hole, he would have never been in the chain of commerce. You're responsible. And now give me the precept where they apologize for it. Skip me ahead. I don't have time for this, but please find it fast. Where Joseph, when he finally met them years later, where all of his 11 brothers and their families are near starvation. They're near, I'm talking about the seed of Adam, the seed of Jacob, the seed of Abraham is about to starve to death in the wilderness. And they finally decided to go to Egypt because Egypt was the one last place that had food. What they didn't know is the reason that Egypt had food is because their brother was there. And he was making the Egyptians prosper while the world went into famine. They went to Egypt. They went into Egypt, and there's their brother standing there. The brother they sold into slavery. Go ahead, Levi.
Genesis chapter 45, verse 4. And Joseph said unto his brethren, come near to me, I pray you. And they came near, and he said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom ye sold into Egypt.
Whom you did what?
Whom ye sold into Egypt.
Whom you did what?
Ye sold.
Yeah, no, they're not getting out of this one. You can't tie a man to the train tracks and then say, I was going to get him out, but then the train hit him. They did this. They're responsible for this. And he's right. I'm your brother. Come closer and come look at me. I'm the one you sold into slavery. Brother, you know, every time I read it, I get a sense of something that I've never felt. But I know Commanding General YAHANNA has felt it, and I know other men that have felt it. They're getting vindication up. Vindication is a powerful thing. And I always glory in the men that get it. I'm so proud of you. If you've ever had a day in your life when you got to see your enemies fall before your feet and they agree that God was with you and not with them. I've seen Commander General YAHANNA get that. I've seen Commander General YAHANNA have to give money to the families of his enemies because the enemy is gone. That's vindication. Joseph got to say, come here, brother. Come look at me. I'm your brother who you sold into slavery. Continue.
Whom ye sold into Egypt, verse 5. Now therefore be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that ye sold me hither, for God did send me before you to preserve life.
This is the spirit of Christ. This is it. This is it. You read this, but you very few times in life can see this happen, can see someone do this. I saw Commander General YAHANNA do something like this to the men who hated him and to wanted to throw him away. And I saw him have mercy on them and forgive them and I would not have done it. I told a brother today, there are so many of you right now in the UPK, especially you captains. I would never make you a captain. I would never make you a 5,000 ever. And you're only a captain because of Commanding General YAHANNA's love. That's why you have your rank. But please don't think you've earned it, because you haven't. I'm going to see what you've done Passover night. All of you captains and 5,000s and camp leaders, I want to see your work walk through the Passover door. What have you done in a year? How many families walk with you? How many men do you bring before the Lord's Passover? Huh? You and yourself, because you can't get along with anybody and you yell at people day and night, and the men can't stand to be around you because you're verbally abusive and you're a pocket tyrant. So what do you have? You haven't had a new man in 3 years. Why? Because you are stopping the men from coming in that camp because you're not kind to them. You push men, but you don't lead men. You push them and step on them, but you don't lead them. So no one wants to follow you. Passover night, I'll see your value. I'll see who you came there with. No one? No more than last year. Maybe you don't need a rank like that. Maybe you're only a 5,000 because of General YAHANNA's love. Maybe that's the reason you're 5,000. Pray for his health and safety. Pray for it every day. Pray that he can always get up and put his boots on and give you love you don't deserve. You better pray for him. You better pray he's always at his desk, because I don't believe that we have anyone that can love as much as him. This man did it. Joseph said, I'm only here because the Lord wanted me here. Don't be afraid. Don't be sad. God wanted you to do it so I could be here this day to feed you. Keep reading.
Verse 6. For these 2 years have the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in the which there shall neither be earing nor harvest.
There's not going to be any harvest. There's not going to be any ears of corn or any harvest. There's not going to be any. Keep going.
Verse 7. And God sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth.
That's why I'm here, because you can't survive out there. This harvest is going on 4 more years. 4 more years. You'd be dead if I wasn't here in Egypt to make sure that there's food for you. Keep going.
And to save your lives by
to do what? To do what?
Save your lives.
That's why I'm here. So I'm not angry with you. I'm not vengeful or petty or vindictive about what you did to me. I'm here to save your life. Skip down to the apology. If you don't have it, I get it at the end, Levi. I gotta go. If you find it, Levi, raise your hand. Asher, come on.
Sir, it's 8:37, sir.
Let me get 2 more questions. Let me know about cross the line. Unless I don't have any questions, let me know.
No, I have questions here for you, sir.
Go ahead.
I have a question online. This is from Officer.
I'll read it. I'll read it. Welcome, Gabar, the Water Warrior. Shalom, can I get a breakdown to Thessalonians 1st, 4:19 to 12? No problem, Warrior. Go ahead and read it.
1 Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 9. But as touching brotherly love, ye need not that I write unto you, for ye yourselves are taught of God to love one another.
Keep going.
Concert. Verse 10. And indeed ye do it toward all the brethren which are in all Macedonia. But we beseech you, brethren, that ye increase more and more.
Hey, see me one more time with the chaser. Keep going.
Yes, sir. Verse 11. and that ye study to be quiet and to do your own business.
Let me stop you. For time's sake, this camp, they understood brotherhood. They knew the scriptures that say it in Deuteronomy, love thy brother or love thy neighbor as thyself. They knew that. They practice it. This is a camp. Every camp has their own attributes and their own detriments, meaning things that they do that are good, things that they do that are bad. Every camp is like that. Okay, and so you know things you should improve, things you don't need improvement on. This camp knew brotherhood. They had that. They knew that the Most High said to do it, and they did it in practice. But this is the thing that he wanted from them. This school in Thessalonica. Read that last part again, Thuana. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. The end of verse. Hold on. But we beseech you, brethren, that ye increase more and more.
Again, read the rest of it.
Verse 11. And that ye study to be quiet and to do your own business.
So this camp had brotherhood, but what did they need work with, Thawam Gabar? What did they need to work on? They had brotherhood, but there's something they needed to work on. Let Thawam Gabar answer it. While I'm waiting for the answer, give me the next one. For which one, Levi?
For Joseph, the apology.
Oh, right, Thuana, go ahead.
Come on. So this is in Genesis chapter 50, verse 15. And when Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, they said, Joseph will peradventure hate us, and will.
What? Read that again.
Joseph will peradventure hate us.
Yeah, man, we threw this cat into a pit. Merchants came and took him. Now we're starving to death. Our father is dead. Oh, now Joseph is going to be free to do whatever he wants to do to us. And he's going to hate us for what we've done to him. Go ahead.
And will certainly requite us all the evil which we did unto him.
What does the word certainly mean, Levi? Certainly. What does that mean?
That means for sure.
For sure. They go correct. Say that in Spanish, Ephraim. How do you say certainly in Spanish or for sure?
Claro means of course.
Claro. He will. Well, how would you say? You would say certainly. You would say claro. Claro. Good enough. Claro. He is going to pay us back. He is going to pay us back. Why? Because that's what they would have done in his place. You understand? They would have paid them back. And they're expecting Joseph to treat them the way that they would treat him if things were reversed, if the shoe was on the other foot. But they didn't understand something about Joseph, brother. Who was Joseph? The son of this Joseph. The stick of Joseph is in the hand of Ephraim. Joseph is speaking about the so-called Puerto Ricans, man. The Puerto Ricans who are the chosen people of God. That's who your father is, Joseph. This is the spirit in every Puerto Rican. This is your bloodline, Puerto Rican brothers and sisters. Baricua, this is your bloodline. This is where you come from, Joseph. They said Joseph is going to pay us back for what we did to him. Go ahead.
Verse 16. And they sent a messenger unto Joseph, saying, thy father did command before he died, saying, 17, so shall ye say unto Joseph, forgive, I pray thee now, the trespass of thy brethren and their sin, for they did unto thee evil. And now we pray thee, forgive the trespass of the servants of the God of thy father. And Joseph wept when they spake unto him.
Joseph cried out. Our father is dead, and before he died, he just asked one thing. Can you forgive your brothers?
Get that one. So go to Exodus chapter 12 and verse number 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron and the land of Egypt, saying,
This month shall be unto you the beginning of months.
Of course, we know New Year is actually 10 days before the 14 days before the Passover. You know what I'm saying? This is the beginning of the year for us. You understand? Keep going.
It shall be the first month of the year to you.
So the Lord is giving you this marker, not for, he didn't say celebrate it, but to you to know that his high holy day is coming up. Read.
Verse 3, speak ye to all the congregation of Israel, saying, in the 10th day of this month, they shall take to them every man a lamb.
Okay, that's about the lamb. Of course, y'all know every household underneath the father, the head of that household, takes a lamb, and for 4 days keep the lamb in their house or in their dwelling or whatever. And then on that 4th day, you kill that lamb, and then y'all sit down and eat. Skip down to verse 12.
Verse 12, while we pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt.
Here's what you got to understand. Those plagues that the Lord hit Egypt with was against the God.
What's going on? What's up, big ass? What you going into? Yeah. Man. You know what I'm saying? My black, Hispanic, Native American Indians, the so-called West Indians coming together. That's what they plague gonna be. Anybody had any questions before the general get here? Yes, sir.
If you have a question, come up to the mic.
Oh, we got a mic set up?
No, sir.
Most iron Christ. That's fine. I appreciate it. All right. So, give yourselves a hand. You're looking beautiful. You understand? Glory's in here. All right, go ahead. Give me your best shot.
Scripture right now in Ezekiel 38:1.
Okay.
And the word of the Lord came to me saying, so just that verse. What does it mean when it says the word of the Lord came to me? Does the Lord speak to him?
The Lord is speaking to him, right? The Lord, the word of the Lord, like just like maybe a thought comes into your mind, but it's of the Lord, meaning that it's not a regular. I want a sandwich instead of a cookie, or it's not that kind of a thought or what have you. You know what I'm saying? These were men in a profession, you understand, and they were put in charge to a place where they would have to answer questions. And so they were always having to listen and find out what is going on, you understand, and what the Lord wants to do in this situation that we was in, right? So that's basically how it goes down. You understand? They get the word from the prophets, and then they distribute it to either the king or the people. You understand? Thus saith the Lord. It says that a lot as well. You understand? Meaning that he didn't counsel, you understand, and meditated on what the Lord has shown him, you understand, and because he's in the spirit of Yahweh, in the spirit of Christ, you understand, as being a deliverer, a messenger of the Most High, then, you know what I'm saying, he knows that it's life and death that we're dealing with those decisions. And so it's a weighty matter when they, tell you that the Lord said something. Because can you give me that where it says about being presumptuous? You understand?
The one where it says presumption, I'm gonna give you an idea of how deep it is, you understand, and how little room for error, you understand. You don't, it's gonna cost somebody their life, you understand, if you play the word of the Most High, like Christianity, like the church, like Islam, trying to use the Bible to uphold that garbage Islam, okay? Does anybody know what that scripture is? Presumptuous, I believe that's in there. You ain't gotta be afraid of somebody if what they say is not coming from the Most High. You understand? Because they, more than likely, don't know what the hell they talking about. Okay.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 17, verse 12. And the man that will do presumptuously and will not hearken to the priest that sent to the minister there before the Lord thy God, or to the judge, even that man shall die, and thou shalt put away the evil of Israel.
Not that one. Where were you at again?
Deuteronomy 17 and 12. Sir.
Let's try 18 and 22. Let's try that.
Verse 22. Verse 18, chapter 18. When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord.
Okay, when the prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, read on.
And the thing follow not.
If what he said does not come to pass, right? He said that it's going to rain tomorrow, and it does not rain tomorrow, right? But we're talking about on a higher level, dealing with a whole nation of people. Keep going.
Nor come to pass.
Nor come to pass. He was sure that he was going to hit the lottery with these numbers, but it did not happen. Go ahead.
That is the thing which the Lord has not spoken.
The Lord didn't say that. The Lord didn't tell him to tell you that either. If it did not come to pass, you understand? The command, he been prophesying about World War III and what's going on in the Middle East, you understand, for over 30 years, you understand? And it's surely coming to pass, you understand? That's what we're seeing right now today. Go ahead, finish that up.
But the prophet has spoken it presumptuously.
But the prophet has spoken it presumptuously, you understand? It was out of his mind. It wasn't out of the mouth of the Most High. You see what I'm saying? You gotta know the difference. You understand? Where does it say that we learn dark sayings in the Apocrypha? You understand? You gotta not judge the book by the cover, but every word that's coming out of their mouth. You gotta try the spirits. That's what you gotta do in order for you to figure out if somebody's being presumptuous or they are taking the work of the Lord seriously. Thou shalt not be what?
Thou shalt not be afraid of him.
Okay. So is that good? All right. Let's get something. All right. Yes, sir. Give yourself a round of applause, you understand? Those that went out to feed the people. It was wonderful. You know what I'm saying? They was like, they was waiting on y'all. Y'all took too long to get there. You know what I'm saying? They was waiting. Go ahead, Kazak.
So I wanted to ask you, how do we know the difference in someone who's prophesying something that's just wrong, or he's prophesying something that the Lord has repented from what he told him to prophesy? Like, for example, Jonah, he prophesied with Nineveh, and the Lord repented, and what he said, he destroyed Nineveh.
He did destroy Nineveh. Let's go to it. Let's see if there's any words that we can see that shows that he was going to do that to Jonah from the get-go. You understand? He was more so dealing with his prophet for us to see. You understand? We don't want to go do what the Most High say. It's going to be a problem. You see? That whole breakdown of what it is to be a prophet and having to go and do what you don't want to do. Right? That's what he's getting at. You understand? That's what he's getting at, more so than, whether or not this wicked nation was going to get put down, which it did, it fell anyway. You understand? Just not on that particular day. Let's go. Let's start. Where should we start at? Let's start at 3 and 1.
Okay. This is Jonah chapter 3, verse 1. And the word of the Lord came unto Jonah the second time, saying, 2. Arise, go unto Nineveh, that great city, and preach unto it the preaching that I bid thee.
Okay, so Jonah, he got a direct order. Go ahead.
Okay, verse 3. So Jonah arose and went unto Nineveh, according to the word of the Lord. Now Nineveh was an exceeding great city of 3 days' journey.
Okay, so he had a trip to go to Nineveh. Go ahead.
4. And Jonah began to enter into the city a day's journey. And he cried and said, Yet 40 days, and Nineveh shall be overthrown.
You understand? He had prophesied that this city, this great city, was going to fall. Okay? But read on. You're going to see something.
Verse 5. So the people of Nineveh believed God. And
hold on. That's the point right there. They believed the Most High. You understand? The Israelites that were there believed on the Most High. You understand? That's the key right there, whether or not the Most High repented or not. You understand? They got the action started because they took on the handle of the Most High. So it wasn't nothing against Jonah. You understand? The people deserved to be saved because they believed in the Most High when he came and said that the city was going to be destroyed.
No, sir.
No, sir. Any more questions? Yes, sir.
So, if I may, I want to know how to do. I'm going to read the scripture.
Where we going?
Matthew chapter 12, verse 31.
Let everybody get there. Matthew 12 and what?
Verse 31.
Go out. Everybody got it? Fire away.
So, book of Matthew chapter 12, verse 31. Wherefore I say to you, all manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven to men, but the blasphemy against the Holy Spirit shall not be forgiven to men.
Okay.
I want to know, what are the ways that you can blaspheme the Holy Spirit?
The ways that you can blaspheme the Holy Spirit, you understand? If you see a man get healed right in front of you, and you say that it was of Satan, you understand? And then you say, can Satan cast out Satan? Or, when YAHANNA was dealing with the Sadducees and Pharisees, you understand, he doing miracles, and they tried to say that he did it by the power of Satan. That's blaspheming the Holy Spirit. That special gift that the Most High gave, you understand, to his prophets, you understand, that is manifest, is shown, a healing, you understand, or something that's completely amazing, and then you speak evil of it. That's, that you going the wrong way when you come up against, what you see happening in the UPK. You understand? I see, what I'm saying, the dead raised in here. You understand? That's where I was, dead. And for somebody to say, well, he didn't change, you understand, or, he got a new diet, and that's the reason why he's a better person today. You understand? No, it was the words in this book. You understand? The spirit of this book, the spirit of the men that taught me, who I was and what I should do. You understand? You wouldn't want to speak against that. You wouldn't want to speak ill against that, because you understand, you would be blaspheming the Holy Spirit, because only Lord knows that only his spirit would be able to raise us, like Ezekiel 37, be a valley of dry bones. You understand? And I see them coming together. You understand? I see these families of the earth deciding that they will take back their heritage. You understand? So, I'm saying, that's, just Quickly. No sweat. Yes, sir. What's going on, Shabbat? He's doing it, huh? Most high Christ. Good to see you too. I gotta get back up to Philly. Go ahead.
My question was in First Chronicles chapter 4.
What's your name and your rank?
All
right, what's your Christ?
My question was First Chronicles chapter 4, verse 9.
Give me 1 second. Can you break the question down before? So you want to read it first?
I would like to read.
All right.
First Chronicles chapter 4, verse 9. And Jabaz was more honorable than his brother, and his mother called his name Jabaz, saying, because I bear him with sorrow. My question was, what sorrow? Because she specifically talking about that she bear him and that she named him Jabaz.
Usually it's conditions of what's going on with our nation. You see what I'm saying? It ain't just the pain of childbirth that she, insinuating that he would be, I'd say, when they held the lion Simba up, you were born at a time when, great things are gonna happen. She kind of did like that with him and giving him his name. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's the first time I've actually heard somebody read this scripture. You understand? Hold on. You gotta read verse 10. Oh, that most definitely.
First Chronicles chapter 4, verse 10. And Jabaz called on the Most High of Israel.
They got a whole Christian book they write about this damn verse right here. You understand? They got a whole Christian book called the Prayer of Jabaz. You understand? You never seen it in the bookstore looking for books or what have you? The Prayer of Jabaz. Start it again from 10.
First Chronicles chapter 4, verse 10.
We like to go and find, scriptures in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? The anointing scripture, you know what I'm saying? All those, how Shah said to pray, you know what I'm saying? It's all kinds of scriptures. Moses, his songs, and things of that nature. Pull them right out. You understand? And work with them in our daily life. Read it again.
First Chronicles chapter 4, verse 10. And Jabaz called on the Most High of Israel, saying, oh, that thou wouldest bless me indeed.
You understand? Jabaz said, wouldest thou bless me indeed? You understand? He asking for the blessing of the Most High. You understand? Even though he's named Jabaz. You understand? Which means what? Any Hebrew scholars in here? What that word Jabaz is? You understand? Pain and sorrow. Take a wild guess. Keep going.
And enlarge my coast.
And enlarge my coast. Right? Meaning that he's not going to keep you at the low level that you may be. You understand? Maybe at that time. You understand? He asking, he ain't asking for the world, but did you enlarge him in some way? Did you bless him? You give him something that he can grow and expand in. You understand? This truth has afforded us, you understand, all walks of life. I done seen brothers and sisters come in here and be able to do amazing things, gifts that only the Most High was waiting to show them, you understand, when they sat down and read these records. You understand? The Lord will enlarge you. He will, bless you indeed. Keep going.
And that thy hand may be with thee.
Say that again.
And that thy hand might be with
and that thy hand might be with thee. You understand? Meaning that the hand of the Most High would cover him, protect him, guide him. You understand? All of that. This is what Jabaz's prayer is. He's asking of the Lord. Read on.
And that thou wouldest keep me from evil.
And that thou wouldest keep me from the evil. You understand? Yeah. Does anybody know that sufficient is the day? You know what that one is? Keep me from the evil. He asked him something very, very wise. Does anybody know where that is? Matthew 6:34 says, take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Right? You can't do anything about what's coming tomorrow. It's going to take care of itself. It says, sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. It's enough evil today that we got to get through. Don't worry about tomorrow. Overcome this evil that we are in front of every day. So Jabaz asked that the Most High would keep him from the evil. Read on. That it may not grieve. And that it may not grieve thee. You understand? Joy, you understand? That's what you get when you going through temptations or what have you. You understand? You want to be joyful going through these trials and tribulations. The 6 months that we have fought tooth and nail to put this Passover together. I'm just telling you, we've been in there in a full fisticuff. You understand? We be in a full fisticuff, and so did it not grieve thee? You understand? Because look at you know how it came together. You understand? The Lord has blessed it. I can see it already. You understand? So Most High in Christ, we're gonna get through the night, and then we're gonna praise the Most High tomorrow. Yes, indeed. All right. So you good with that? I am the boss. Any more questions? What's going on, Captain? Right, how you feeling? All right. Got any hands? Come through. What's going on? No time press.
It's lost without the water.
Boy, that headpiece is blowing the place up.
Yes, sir.
You should have saved that joke for tomorrow. You probably got another one. No.
It's like good, sir. Book 2 Samuel chapter 13. It's really lengthy, but I was asking for when Amnon forced his sister Tamar to lie with him. Why did King David?
He was a man after the most high heart. He received mercy. You understand? And so he just couldn't bear, seeing that evil in his house. You understand that he would have to, lose her, lose him, or what have you. He was flesh and blood. He had some weaknesses. You know about him, right? You understand? And because he sinned, you understand, the Lord said that all of this foolishness was going to come on his house. You understand? So, you don't want to, turn back and look, you know what I'm saying? You just want to keep going forward instead, because, he going to put you in a bind. And you see what happened. You know what I'm saying? You see the end result, even though he didn't want it. You understand? The Lord had General, you coming? All right, no sweat, sir. So he eventually took that L. And is that not right? I mean, if you see your son go out and do something or do a crime, you understand, you don't want the police to lock him up. You're gonna try to protect him from whatever it is, just out of your love. You understand? Even though you understand he may be guilty, you still don't. It's like somebody suffered, you know what I'm saying, because of what they did, but you still don't want to, you know, it was a time of his weakness that, you know, that he didn't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? He didn't want to be like Abraham and take Isaac up to the hill and sacrifice him or what have you. It wasn't no way that he was going to be saved, you know what I'm saying, for the things that he did, you understand? And it was to the point where I have to see into the genealogy of whether or not this brother, you understand, and this sister were from the same mother and father. They were not.
Same father and mother as Absalom, the brother who ended up killing Amnon for doing it to her.
Right. So they were not direct blood, but they were like once removed, which is still too close. And maybe it would have been able to be permissible, you understand, because she said, if the greater thing was you leaving me, you understand, after he despised her, after he done created this great evil about taking it, and then he, you know, so it was a lot of, you know, garbage going on with that. So, you know what I'm saying? The naysayers, you know what I'm saying, they're always looking for the dirt that supposedly invalidates the Bible, but you know what I'm saying, these are records and stories, you understand, of things that we should do and some things that we should not do. Okay? They teach you to, like as it says in the New Testament about these things that were written aforetime. Okay? Do not, you know, make the same mistakes as your father. You know, I hate that the fruit don't fall too far from the tree. Boy, you do not want to get into that. So, you got another question? Sisters, any questions? All right. How did you enjoy the show last night? No? They like quiet on that note. No. Yes, sir.
So, I made a breakdown on Matthew chapter 1, verse 23 to 25.
Matthew 1, say again.
Verse 23 to 25.
Let's go with it. Read.
So go to Matthew chapter 1, verse number 23. Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is God with us. Then Joseph, being raised from sleep, did as the angel of the Lord had bidden, and took to his wife, verse 25, and knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son, and and he called his name Jesus.
Yes. Right.
So my question is, verse 25 is saying that they didn't know each other until her firstborn child. So I just understand that.
Let's look at the last word in verse 24. With that word.
And took to him his wife.
That word, what is what? Wife? How could he take unto him a wife? They were betrothed in verse 18. No, yeah, verse 18. They were betrothed, espoused. You see that word espoused? When as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, were they husband and wife then? No. That's not what espoused means. What does espoused mean? Yes, does that mean that they're husband and wife? All right, and so when did that change?
Verse 24.
It changed, it's making it clear that in verse 24 it definitely happened, because it says Joseph being raised from sleep, you understand, and took unto him his wife. They didn't have the ceremony.
Wow.
So what happened? What happened?
They were sleeping with each other before the ceremony happened.
Right, but so what does the other part mean? And knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn.
And then they didn't have the ceremony yet?
No, they didn't have any more intercourse until she brought forth the firstborn, or what have you. But he had already done it. Best believe, you understand? Do you know where it says that he did that? What is the word conceive in verse 20 mean? What is conception in a man and a woman? Scientifically speaking. Said, what does the word conceive mean? And yeah, from a scientific perspective. What is conception? We went to the farm, right? And he got all kinds of ages of goats and lambs, right? And they were conceived. How were they? It's biology. Yes, when a sperm from a male goat goes into the egg of a female goat, you understand? That is conception. When those cells split to start to form a baby, right? So that's what conception is. What's conceived in her. And it can't be conception from a holy seed because you have to have sperm in order to make for the definition of conception to be true, right? It can't. Where's the seed at? Where's the seed, the physical seed that he placed in Mary in order for her to conceive? The Christian story is that he did it. God did it, right? That wouldn't be conception. That would be something else. That's not what they're talking about. Is not biological. You understand? And so that's where they stumble. You understand? Because they don't know the scriptures. That's about it. All right. More questions. All right. Can we go into any more questions? Anybody got a topic they would like to go over? Say again. Oh, yeah, okay. Let's see. Say again. No question. Right. It has been moving me lately. I try to give you some goodies.
Sorry,
yes.
One question about
okay.
This is from Michael Wilson.
Okay.
He says, Shalom, my Lord, if I may humbly ask a question of thee, why is it UPK culture for wives not to have male friends? And second part of the question, how would you respond to a woman to say that it is rude?
Just put that last part.
How, second, it says, and the second part of the question, how would you respond to a woman that says it's rooted?
It's rooted? R-O-O-T-E-D?
Yes, sir.
I'm not following that question. But why is it shunned? He says that he believes that it's shunned for the I.S.U.P.K to have their wives have male friends. Male friends where? Male friends in school, male friends in the world. What does he have to say? What does he want to know? Let's get how you raise up a daughter. See, if you just want to. All right.
L'amour est ici. All right. We hope you're ready to get it on. Un momento. Mi nombre es General Mahaya. Soy un sacerdote y oficial y tu armado. We do the announcements. Everyone get your questions together, all right? Nosotros somos la Escuela Israelita del Conocimiento Práctico Universal. Comenzamos en 1 Oeste Calle 125 Harlem, Nueva York, desde 1969. Canales, esta es la verdad. Si eres hombre, español, negro o indio nativo, tú eres Israel, el pueblo elegido de Dios. Tu madre y tu padre dicen que somos un culto y mantienen su iglesia sin culpa, pero su iglesia es culpable de todo lo que nos están posando. Órale. Let's get on lock him and not block him. Brother, say how we have a shot. I'll answer all of the questions in the room and online. You just raise your hand, sisters, baby girls, don't be scared. This is a rough zone. Come on. And if anyone from the other room has a question, they can come into this room and get their questions answered, I'm sure. Questions, preguntas.
Go ahead, sir.
Please.
SHALAM. I have a question. Okay, basically, the chapter started out, John might not have about this guy.
If you don't mind, just so I can hear you clearer, can someone just give me a drink real fast? Improve my hearing. My hearing is not, it ain't what it used to be. If you don't mind, just come around the front. I can barely hear you too well.
When I bring certain scriptures up to him, he has to play 21 translations. I got two instances.
in Genesis when it says Isaac is his only son. Oh, you don't know the Bible, that's not what it's actually saying. When you go to the Hebrew, it's a word that comes from the word Akkad, meaning one.
Right.
And then he tried to use Psalms, second chapter, which says, I will be keeping for possession.
I grab a napkin from you too.
Meaning God is going to be the one to give us the kingdom, and we're not going to physically enslave these people, similar to how our oppressor did us.
All right.
He said, oh no, you're misunderstanding me. And like, that's not how the translation is. Even the last day, I hate divorce and turn it into somehow, no. If you don't like her, you can divorce her.
Let me stop you for 1 second. What is his agenda? What's the point to all of this? To prove or disprove what?
Basically, we don't know the Bible.
And he does know the Bible, and because he knows the Bible, what? What conclusion is he making about the Bible?
That we don't know it.
About him. What does he know about it? What is he saying? He's saying that Jesus Christ is not the King of Israel. What is he?
Basically, he said, we don't know Ishmael is also Abraham's son when the Bible disputes that. Basically, he tried to come at me saying, oh, we believe in enslaving white people. So I gave him a scripture in Psalms that says, no, God is going to
I think I got you from there. So in essence, I believe the point he's trying to make is that all nations can be saved, is that God loves everybody.
Kind of, but it's really, my question is really about how do you fight someone who always tries to go to translation?
All right,
and the billion translations.
That's what I'm trying to show you now. I'm water for your question. Give him a hand, all right? Let me tell you. Okay, this is something that every young sacerdote, every young official, this is a trap that you can get caught in easily, right? You are on the defense when you have got to get on the offense. You are proving things, right? Trying to prove things, and you're not making him prove anything. I asked you what was his point. You don't really know his point, but you do know the point that you have to prove and that you have to defend. If you do that, you're giving your enemy an advantage. And in the Israelite school of UPK, we are practiced warriors. It is a lifestyle, it is a culture that we know. And in war, you cannot get on your heels trying to defend a point. You got to attack him and put him on his heels. So you must know all of this is because he wants the Arabs, our oppressor in every nation, to be saved. He wants, when Judgment Day returns and Jesus Christ comes back, or whatever name he calls him, that the oppressor that he served for so many years will also have heaven too. And you need that. You need to understand that about your enemy. Why is he even asking this question? Because it is impossible for a slave to imagine a world where your slave master isn't there and isn't on top of you. It becomes fearful. Who are you question? I can see. It becomes a scary thing. Last night, many of you had to go through a scary thing, did you not? Oh, many people, many, especially you sisters. Give the sisters a hand. Let me tell you. Last night over at the Millennium Hotel, for those of you that don't know, the power was cut off everywhere, except for, it was off wherever we were. Wherever we were not, the power was on. So the power was cut off right after the all-black party, during the children's party. Am I right up? If anyone has any accounts of what happened last night that they would like to say tonight, raise your hand, okay? You can tell me what happened. I'm sure you had adventures galore last night. Some of you have never had an adventure in your life that wasn't about finding drugs or sex. Well, last night, some of you had an adventure, man. And we got back from the all-black party, found out that the children's party went completely dark, with hundreds of children in the room. Children were scared, man. You sisters, a lot of you were scared to death. You didn't have your husband was somewhere guarding someone else. He wasn't guarding his own wife. He wasn't guarding his own children. He was guarding another man's children, another man's wife. He was guarding the life of someone else. And his own wife was in the room, scared to death. You sisters had to face an important thing. You had to face something. And this is also why it's important. Because what you felt last night, hold your point up. What you felt last night was a taste of what it felt like coming out of Egypt. That's what it was like. Someone give me a precept about that fearful looking, that fear that happened on the day of Egypt. I'll bring this out during my topic. To the point that Officer Elijah was making. You want to make sure that they are constantly scared. So you attack them. Because our friends in the world, our loved ones, the people we care about, what you'll find out is they do not want heaven if they cannot have a slave master. It's too scary. Who's going to keep the water on? Who's going to make sure you and your husband don't fight? What will you do without the police? What will you do without truant officers to make sure your children go to school? You're not going to do it. Who will make sure you don't get high? Huh? You need a slave master. You want a slave master. It makes you feel comfortable. You can rely on him. Your grandmother had him. Your grandfather had him. So that battle you're in is about someone that wants a slave master. You start attacking him, he'll get back on his toes and he'll run. Next question, right here. Just grab me that precept. I'm gonna have to do my topic, all right? Let me know about my time, all right? As usual, Asher. Give Asher a hand. Any of you don't know Asher. Where's Asher? This is a big stand up, Asher. You are the warrior. You know Captain Kazar, yo. That's him right there. You never saw him before. Look at Asher, all these brothers out of headquarters. What's your name right here, warrior? Where you from, California?
Sir, Preaching Officer Malakma.
Look at Malakma here. You know, you ain't never met him before. He's sitting right there in front of you, man. Well done. You know I you know him from headquarters. Officer I give him a hand. I know you know Barack right here. You can't miss Barack. He shines like the sun everywhere he goes. These brothers came all the way down here to help you through your time of fear. Because more fear is coming. Please believe me, the lights are going to go off again, baby girl. Oh, they're going off again. We're going to celebrate a night a long time ago when it was dark, very dark. All right? You have what you want to have. You can make the announcement as well. Let's make it quick.
No, sir.
I'm sorry. Sorry to bother you, brother. Can I get a little tonic water with this here? All right. With some ice, if you don't mind.
The food is ready. If we can, in great order. Well, we shall be in great order. Start the line by the wooden barn doors. So what?
Let's do it fast, Hakeem, all right? Go ahead, questions, please. Please, sis, what's your name? What's your name, sis? Where are you from? Where are you from? Maryland? Okay, what happened, sis? It's all right. Go ahead. Good girl. Well done. Good job. And you weren't scared. You were brave. Well done. Well done. Anyone else? Any other questions off the topic even? I'm sorry, warrior. South Carolina. Give them a hand. You got it.
And Shalom, Preaching Officer I had a question about Job, chapter 18 and 13 and 14 of what it meant when it says, even the firstborn of death, and what it meant when it says, the terrors.
No problem. I'll go ahead and read it.
Job 18 and 13, it shall devour the strength of his skin. Even the firstborn of death shall devour his strength.
Okay, you better read a verse above it, please.
Oh, gosh. Job 18 and 12. His strength shall be hungered and destruction.
One more verse above it.
Oh, gosh. Verse 11.
One second, go ahead. You got your hand up right here.